After completing these tasks, Senju Itachi began, "All right, let's commence our lesson. We shall start with the commonly used first aid measures outlined in the first chapter." He picked up a pointer crafted from the wood release technique and gently tapped the wooden surface before continuing. "Students, knowledge of first aid is paramount in our lives as ninjas. A trivial mistake could jeopardize a teammate's life." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, summoning a wooden figure of similar height to himself, and proceeded to demonstrate the fundamental techniques for stopping bleeding and bandaging. Each time he completed a demonstration, Kakashi and Might Guy took turns stepping in, playing the roles of the injured and the rescuer or practicing self-aid. Any errors made resulted in a sharp crack of the pointer against their hands, the sound echoing, which effectively subdued the previously unruly students. Below the platform, many students, witnessing such a novel teaching method for the first time, were captivated and unable to tear their gaze away. Uchiha Itachi, too, was fixated on Senju Itachi's actions, his eyes reflecting a profound thirst for knowledge. While observing each step, he tirelessly pondered how to adeptly apply this first aid knowledge in real combat scenarios. After explaining the techniques for managing bleeding and fractures, Senju Itachi paused his demonstration and surveyed the attentive students, asking, "Classmates, based on what you have learned, does anyone have alternative ideas to share? If so, feel free to come up and reiterate what I have just demonstrated." Upon hearing the invitation to demonstrate, the previously noisy classroom fell into a hush. Noticing the silence, Uchiha Itachi felt it was his moment to shine before the teacher. He slowly raised his hand, and Senju Itachi, noticing him, nodded in encouragement for him to speak. Itachi stood and articulated clearly, "If suitable materials for immobilization are unavailable in the wild, one can utilize nearby branches and vines, processing them simply to serve as alternatives. It's also essential to avoid causing additional harm to the injured party during the immobilization process." Senju Itachi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "Excellent, Uchiha. You have grasped the concept thoroughly. Everyone should learn from him. Think proactively, and strive to integrate this knowledge into real battle situations." Seeing the seriousness on Itachi's face, Senju Itachi broke into a mischievous smile and continued, "Now, Uchiha, come up here. I shall have Kakashi serve as your model for you to demonstrate the methods I just taught." Once Itachi ascended the stage, Senju Itachi leaned in, speaking in a tone only audible to a select few. "You performed admirably. As a reward, feel free to take your revenge on Kakashi for any past grievances, so you may exert a bit of force." But Senju Itachi's words, Kakashi appeared bewildered, pondering whether his mistreatment of Itachi had been so conspicuous. For the sake of his dignity, Kakashi endured in silence, his face paling under the pressure. Unbeknownst to them, the first lesson was drawing to a close when a shadowy Umbu ninja unexpectedly appeared behind the students, signaling to Senju Itachi with a gesture. Upon this, Senju Itachi decided to conclude today's lesson, stating, "Class, we shall end here for today. You may attempt to simulate emergency rescue scenarios with your family or friends at home. Please document your feelings or any discrepancies and bring them up in our next lesson." As the class dispersed, students remained silent, but the teachers reflected on Senju Itachi's teaching methods, nodding in agreement unconsciously. Meanwhile, as Senju Itachi listened to the reports from the members of the Umbu, his expression darkened. Chapter 68. The Decision. In a secret chamber in Konoha, Shimura Danzo, Taka Kunoichi, Mito Gaidun, and Sarutobi Hizen sat gathered together. "Danzo, it's time to reconsider. If you continue down this path of obsession, Itachi may take action against you," Sarutobi Hizen remarked, his gaze firmly fixed on Danzo while he inhaled smoke. "Humph." Danzo scoffed contemptuously, his expression dripping with disdain. "Do not feign benevolence in my presence. You are aware of my intentions, both overt and covert. You know well what I have done. Do you think I would heed your counsel now? It is far too late. Konoha belongs to me. Do not even think that a mere Senju Itachi, let alone the first or second Hokage, can thwart me." With increasing fervor, Danzo pointed an accusing finger at Sarutobi's head, shouting without restraint. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Takunoichi interjected, "Enough of your bickering. The purpose of summoning you both was not to incite discord, but to discuss Senju Itachi's new course. I wonder if either of you has reviewed it." Upon hearing Ta's words, both men paused, and then Hizen spoke, "I have perused some of it. The emergency measures outlined appear quite professional. There is nothing inherently wrong with a professor imparting such knowledge to students." Seeing Danzo's indifferent demeanor, Takunoichi turned the pages to the section on the thoughts of great leaders. As they read, their expressions underwent a swift transformation, almost in unison. Bang! Danzo slammed his palm forcefully onto the table, erupting in outrage. "What is this nonsense? How can we allow the future of Konoha to learn such chaotic ideologies? Is he intent on leading the entirety of Konoha to ruin? Mito Gate-in, who had remained silent until now, joined in, urging, Hizen, I do not deny Itai's contribution since his appointment, but what is his true intention? Equality for all, a focus on the masses, immersing oneself in the community's affairs, breaking down class barriers? Surely, this cannot merely be about adding another course. He is undermining the very foundation of our future. Indeed, if such ideology spread, it would not only affect Konoha, but could plunge the entire land of fire and the shinobi world into turmoil once more, Taka Kunoichi added, reinforcing the concern. Hearing their words, Danzo, already incensed by his disagreement with Hizen, redirected his ire towards him. Ah, are you satisfied? I initially aimed to position a puppet, yet this puppet has usurped control, proving uncontrollable and revealing its own agenda. You have relinquished all your authority. Upon hearing the words of Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, yet he refrained from voicing any rebuttal. He had observed everything that Senju Itachi had undertaken, which was precisely why he had entrusted the Umbu entirely to Senju Itachi and chosen to withdraw from any involvement. However, the purpose behind Senju Itachi's teachings in this book had become somewhat opaque to him. The initial and final sections of the book posed no issues, yet the ideological segment in between astonished him profoundly. He could not comprehend how a child who had grown under his very gaze could harbor such revolutionary thoughts. In his perspective, the previous system of Konoha was devoid of flaws, having accompanied the village for decades. Now, with the entire shinobi world basking in peace, he could scarcely fathom the ramifications should Senju Itachi's ideas be disseminated. Would it not be preferable for things to continue in this tranquil manner? Meanwhile, the Konoha F4 wore expressions of concern, while Senju Itachi himself was shrouded in gloom. With his left hand propping up his head and his right hand rhythmically tapping against the desk, he reflected on the events of yesterday. The Umbu ninja who had sought him out was none other than Shursui, a trusted agent he had placed in the capital of the Land of Fire. Under his directives, Shursui and Ruju had been clandestinely issuing bounties for the assassination of tyrannical, corrupt, and dictatorial officials across various nations. For some of the more formidable clan leaders and heirs, Senju Itachi had even dispatched Kakashi, Shursui, and Minato for covert eliminations. However, it seemed that this endeavor had escalated beyond expectations. In a short span, the underground market in the Land of Fire experienced a surge in transactions, and several assassins were apprehended by Inoki. Upon learning that the bounties originated from the Land of Fire, he promptly allied with the underground markets of other nations to launch an investigation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the daimyos of those nations began to exert pressure on the Land of Fire. Helpless, Shursui managed to persuade the daimyo of the Land of Fire to intervene, and under Ruju's cunning strategy, the matter was temporarily suppressed. There is no one outside at the moment. After contemplating for a considerable time, without arriving at a solution, he called Shursui, who had been stationed outside. Hokage-sama, Shursui replied, gazing at the composed youth before him. Senju Itachi inquired, do you believe our plan can succeed? Shursui fell into deep thought upon hearing the question, and after a moment of silence, he responded, I do not know, but I believe our actions are justified. Hokage-sama, you have shown me a glimmer of hope for enduring peace, not just for Konoha, but for the entire shinobi world. As Shizui's words reached his ears, Senju Itachi's brow slightly unfurled. You have also read the book. What are your impressions? Hokage-sama, your ideology has the potential to transform the entire shinobi realm. If successful, peace shall reign. If we fail, we shall merely be left in our current predicament. Ha ha ha, I did not misjudge you, but I regret that you must remain in the shadows. Rising, he patted Shursui on the shoulder. As he gazed into the steadfast depths of Shizui's eyes, his previously wavering heart found a measure of stability. Go visit Itachi, he must be eager to see you. As he watched the serene figure of Shursui vanish from his sight once more, Senju Itachi murmured to himself, I hope that when the day of success arrives, you will still be by my side. After Shizui's departure, Senju Itachi sat alone in the vast office, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating his resolute face. He picked up his pen, reflecting deeply as a series of new plans materialized on the paper. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber, the Konoha F4 was embroiled in a heated dispute. Danzo, his face etched with fury, paced the room and exclaimed, We cannot allow him to continue his reckless ways. We must devise a means to reclaim our power, or Konoha will face a tumultuous upheaval. Tsunade and Mito Menka exchanged worried glances and nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hisashi remained silent for a long while before finally, speaking slowly, Danzo, let's not act impulsively. Itachi has always had his own convictions. There must be a reason behind his actions. If we act recklessly, we will only incite greater chaos. But a reason? He is dismantling the order we have painstakingly established over the years. Danzo roared with indignation. Do not forget that Konoha's current prosperity is built upon the existing systems and hierarchies, his so-called equality for all and tearing down class barriers once realized. Will the great clans simply acquiesce? How will we maintain the balance within the shinobi world? Tsunade could not help but interject. Hizashi, Danzo makes a valid point. Itachi's ideals are excessively radical. If implemented, they may yield unforeseeable consequences. Mito Menka chimed in. Indeed, we must consider Konoha's future and cannot permit him to take such reckless risks. I understand your concerns, yet we cannot easily dismiss his endeavors. Hizashi sighed, turning to leave the chamber. He added to the others, I will speak with him, Danzo. I urge you to refrain from acting rashly. Humph. Danzo scoffed. I hope you do not let him ensnare you and forget your own principles. Chapter 69. Fugaku's Perfect Assist. After parting ways with Danzo and the others, Sarutobi Hizashi, consumed by anxiety, wasted no time and made his way directly to the Hokage's office. His footsteps were hurried, his demeanor grave, as waves of confusion and anger surged within him. At that moment, Senju Itachi was entirely absorbed in crafting plans for the future, immersed in the grand vision for Konoha and the entire shinobi world. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he instinctively replied, Please enter. When he saw Sarutobi Hizashi enter with a stern expression, Itachi's heart skipped a beat as he immediately surmised the purpose of his visit. What brings you here, esteemed sir? Please have a seat, Itachi said, his face adorned with a warm smile as he cordially ushered Hizashi to a chair. Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at the young Hokage before him, momentarily lost in thought. Memories from the past flashed before him like scenes from a lantern show, causing his initially accusatory tone to soften. Why did you implement new courses for your students without consulting us oldemers? He attempted to keep his tone less sharp. Hearing this, Senju Itachi chuckled heartily. As if it were merely a trivial matter, oh dear, I was under the impression that something significant had occurred, merely due to this. Mattered as the Hokage in this era of peace, I find myself with ample leisure time, and I thought to impart more of my research to the children. It hardly warrants such a commotion. During their conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the papers laid before Senju Itachi. The sheaths were densely filled with various factions and intricate annotations. His gaze was immediately captivated, and his previously composed expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. Seemingly aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's scrutiny, Senju Itachi did not hesitate and confidently pushed the papers toward him. Upon witnessing this gesture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's alertness surged, his eyes widened, and his chakra instinctively began to float. He warily regarded Senju Itachi, then swiftly scanned the surroundings to confirm there was no danger before gradually regaining his composure. Senju Itachi remained unfazed by his reaction, wearing a subtle smile as if everything was well within his grasp. Itachi's prompting, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly picked up the papers from the table and began to read them meticulously, line by line and page by page. His expression transformed with each revelation, shifting from initial seriousness to astonishment, ultimately enveloped in sheer shock, his mouth agape for an extended period. Itachi, are you serious? After digesting the entirety of the content, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Yes, quite serious, and I've already commenced its execution, Senju Itachi replied with unwavering determination, meeting Hiruzen's gaze with calm assurance. Upon hearing this response, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and slammed his palm on the table, leaping from his seat. What? It has already begun? When? His voice, tinged with excitement, became shrill, his face awash with disbelief. He had come to reprimand, but Itachi's unconventional approach, revealing all plans, left him with his pent-up fury suddenly stifled, replaced by bewilderment and confusion. Observing the elder's pallid visage, trembling fingers pointed accusingly at him. Senju Itachi smiled broadly, his demeanor serene as he remarked, You see, I assumed you were already aware. Did you not surmise that Sure Sui and the others were unharmed? I dispatched them to undertake these tasks. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's continued silence, Itachi added, By the way, I provided them with a copy of the great ideas from my new book, and they're already disseminating it in various locations. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers quivered violently, struggling to articulate his thoughts in anger. Senju Itachi regarded him calmly, and, once the elder regained a semblance of tranquility, spoke earnestly. Third Hokage, may I address you as my teacher? Seeing the elder remain silent in opposition, Itachi continued to elucidate his perspective. Teacher, while the ninja world appears to bask in a thought of peace, beneath the surface, turbulent currents swirl. The friction between nations has never ceased, although the great powers manage to maintain a semblance of balance. What of the smaller nations surrounding them? Each time war erupts in the ninja realm, diminutive nations like the rain-hidden village invariably bear the brunt, becoming the unfortunate victims of conflict. You have witnessed the plight of those tormented by war, living in abject misery and despair. Senju Itaru paused momentarily, his gaze imbued with compassion. I believe you, too, yearn for genuine peace. Should these ideals transcend boundaries, shattering the monopolies of class and reinstating a just order, we may extinguish the embers of war once and for all. The strife in the ninja world has persisted for far too long, claiming countless lives and shattering innumerable families. Although our Leaf Village stands strong, we cannot remain insulated in these chaotic times. Take the Senju clan. For instance, the first and second Hokage were unmatched in power within the ninja realm. Yet now, but two of us remain, myself and Sister Tsunade, who can guarantee that their lineage will endure for a century without decline. Only by dismantling class barriers and realizing true equality can we ensure the legacy of our families continues to flourish. As Senju Itaru spoke, his fervor intensified, the light of determination shimmering in his eyes. Upon reaching this juncture, Senju Yifei gradually rose to his feet, straightening his back and fixing his piercing gaze upon the third Hokage before him. You have witnessed my plan, which possesses immense feasibility. I intend to use Konohagakure as a model to establish the first equitable and just new order, safeguarding the rights of every ninja and citizen. You have dedicated your life to protecting Konoha, a feat unmatched by any. I sincerely hope for your support. Even if you cannot lend it, I earnestly beseech you to refrain from positioning yourself against me. Just then, a series of urgent knocks on the door abruptly interrupted Senju Yifei's desire to continue speaking. He cast a profound glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and stated solemnly, Teacher, I greatly anticipate your support and hope you will contemplate this matter earnestly. Come in, he added. The office door creaked open, and Uchiha Fugaku entered. Upon noticing both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Yifei present, he visibly paused for a moment before directing his gaze towards Senju Yifei, saying, Hokage-sama, third Hokage, if you're occupied, I can return later. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's inquiry, Senju Yifei waved his hand dismissively and replied, It's quite all right. Please proceed with your matters. The third Hokage and I are merely engaged in casual conversation. With this encouragement, Uchiha Fugaku wasted no time and promptly addressed the issue at hand. Hokage-sama, I wish to propose an expansion of the security force. Over the past year, Konoha has experienced rapid development, with significant increases in both population and area. Currently, our security personnel are evidently insufficient, and I wish to request an expansion. That seems reasonable. Please assess if there are suitable candidates from the Uchiha clan to fill the ranks, and feel free to approach me for any necessary funding. Senju Yifei responded with decisive affirmation. Taken aback by Senju Yifei's straightforward agreement, Uchiha Fugaku quickly added, Hokage-sama, I hope this recruitment will not be limited to the Uchiha clan alone. I wish to publicly invite applications from the village, allowing everyone an opportunity. Upon hearing Fugaku's suggestion, Senju Yifei paused momentarily, but soon a smile graced his face as he seemed to have an epiphany. Very well, oversee the organization as you see fit. And do not hesitate to voice any needs. I shall offer my full support. Excellent. I shall make the necessary preparations, Uchiha Fugaku replied. Turning to leave with a clean and decisive motion, without lingering, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Fugaku's departing figure, his expression deep and intricate, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a moment, he turned to Senju Yifei, offering a thoughtful remark, All right, I shall take some time to reflect on this. As he gazed at the departing figure of Sarutobi Hizashi, Senju Itachi couldn't help but smirk, silently commending Uchiha Fugaku for his impeccable assist. Chapter 70, Transformation in the early morning, 8 unexpected guests arrived at Senju Itachi's secret base. Leading the trio comprising Senju Itachi, Kakashi, and Might Guy, who diligently trained here each day, was soon joined by Uchiha Itachi. A year prior, in the 54th year of Konoha, marking Itachi's 5th year in power, their group welcomed 4 more uninvited guests. Among them was a mischievous lad with yellow hair and 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek, a proud boy with black, straight, short hair, an exceptionally gifted boy with long black hair and pure white eyes, and an enthusiastic youth with thick eyebrows and big eyes. In the forest, Senju Itachi faced off against 3 opponents, engaging in the most straightforward of contests using pure taijutsu. The younger children watched intently from below, with Niji boasting, "My godfather is the strongest. He can take on all 3 of you at once. I could easily defeat you all alone." His prideful gaze fixated on the composed Senju Itachi, while the other 3 children seethed with frustration upon hearing Niji's words. "Ah, Niji, let's have a youthful duel," exclaimed the spirited Lee, watching the skirmish unfold. "Humph, it's the same outcome every time. You cannot defeat me," Niji retorted. "Ah, Niji, I can't take it anymore." Upon hearing Niji's boastful words, Naruto raised his fist and charged forward. Seeing Naruto rush at him, Niji sidestepped deftly, extending his leg to ensnare Naruto's arm, causing his fist to collide with Sasuke instead. "Naruto, you actually hit me," exclaimed Sasuke. "Ah, Sasuke, I didn't mean to." "Let me explain." Before Naruto could clarify, Sasuke retaliated with a punch, prompting Lee to shout and kick at Niji. "Ah, who bit my leg?" "Lee, why did you kick me?" The commotion successfully interrupted the intense battle between Senju Itachi and the others, blocking Itachi's leg that had been kicked by Itachi. He used the momentum to toss it aside, finally turning to the tangle of 4 children. Naruto was seen biting Niji's leg fiercely, while Niji was struggling to pry Lee's leg away, and Sasuke found himself pinned beneath them, one arm caught between Lee and Niji. With no other option, they decided to separate the ruckus, each taking hold of a child by the nape of their necks. Observing the battered faces of the young ones, Itachi couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. He brushed the dirt off them and lightly kicked each one on the rear, exclaiming, "Every single day, whenever you gather, all you do is fight. Can you not behave for just a moment? And you too, Niji and Lee, you're older than them. You'll be attending school next year. Can't you show some mercy to the younger ones? Look at them, battered and bruised." Listening to Senju Ifei's words, Niji let out a soft huff, remarking, "Humph, I have already shown them mercy. Otherwise, the 3 of them could not possibly contend with me." "Ah, who cannot contend with you? Do you dare to believe that I would even bite you?" Naruto, who was playfully flailing his arms while being held by Kakashi, retorted. "Humph. Precisely. We merely let you win because of your stature," Sasuke, who had been carried on Itachi's back, added defiantly. In contrast to these 2, the youthful Lee exuberantly proclaimed, "Oh, I shall strive even harder to defeat you." Upon hearing Lee's words, Might Guy heartily patted Lee on the shoulder and joyfully exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, you truly are my disciple. Come, Lee, let us run 5 laps around Konoha while standing on our heads." Watching Might Guy depart, Senju Ifei smiled and said, "All right, you 2 take them back. Little ones should not sleep in on a beautiful morning. Beware, or you may not grow tall in the future." After entrusting Niji to Kakashi and Itachi, Senju Ifei rose and made his way to his office. As he walked through the village of Konoha, the streets were flat and pristine, with neatly arranged streetlights lining either side and a trash bin at regular intervals. Almost every household was equipped with high-tech appliances, air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, and even several large screens that continuously showcased recent happenings in Konoha, including advertisements for Jiraiya's Paradise of Affection. "Good morning, Hokage-sama." A team of guards passed before him, the leading captain grinning broadly as he greeted Senju Ifei. Good morning. Have you had breakfast?" Senju Ifei inquired. Observing the 5 members of the guard team clad in their uniform, all bearing the exclusive emblem of Konoha, making it impossible to discern who belonged to which family. Hearing Senju Ifei's question, the guards, with cheerful expressions, replied, "Ha, we have eaten, Hokage-sama. Don't forget to have your breakfast as well." Uchiha Fugaku's plan was progressing smoothly. Initially, when the village began its recruitment drive, some civilian ninjas were skeptical. Yet, even members of the Hyuga clan, as well as the Yamanaka and Sarutobi clans, joined in. In an instant, applicants for the guard team surged forth, rendering even the Umbu's ironclad structure less appealing. With the development over these years, it was common to see members of the Hyuga clan, distinguished by their Byakugan, strolling alongside Uchiha clan members clad in their traditional attire. Additionally, the villagers' prejudice against the Uchiha clan had nearly dissipated. It was not uncommon to witness elderly citizens requesting assistance from the guard members. The entire village of Konoha was enveloped in harmony. As Senju Itachi greeted the villagers, he made his way towards the office. Upon entering the Hokage building, he encountered Shizen hurrying towards him, a stack of documents clutched in her hands. 2 years prior, Tsunade had entrusted Shizen to him under the pretense of fulfilling a promise, only to subsequently vanish with utter irresponsibility. Left with no other choice, Senju Itachi had to keep Shizen by his side. Hokage-sama, you have finally arrived. These documents require your prompt attention and approval, Shizen said, her expression fraught with urgency as she extended the papers towards him. Senju Itachi received the documents and swiftly perused their contents, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. One document contained a proposal regarding trade cooperation between the village and neighboring settlements, addressing resource allocation and profit distribution. Several villages believed that Konoha had prospered sufficiently and argued that a larger share of the benefits should be directed towards them. The other document presented suggestions for reforming the curriculum assessment at the Ninja Academy. Following Senju Itachi's training, Kakashi and Itachi had successfully assumed the roles of instructors at the academy, focusing on the new curriculum. However, Itachi's failure rate among students was alarmingly high, with less than half managing to graduate each year, prompting numerous complaints from concerned parents. Sighing, he instructed the relevant department heads to convene at 10 in the morning in the conference room to discuss these matters. Senju Itachi handed the documents to Shizen, methodically organizing the tasks at hand. Through the passage of time, he had matured into a competent Hokage. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was rumored that he had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Danzo, which had infuriated Danzo to the extent that he led his loyal root members to secede from Konoha. Currently, the remaining Konoha F3 members were stationed in the Konoha Library, a sanctuary established specifically by Senju Itachi. The library boasted a diverse collection of books and ninja techniques, spanning 3 floors and housing no fewer than 30,000 volumes. It also featured designated areas for rest and services, where several individuals had taken to enjoying a leisurely retirement, occasionally assisting the children who came to borrow books with their inquiries. After addressing the pressing matters at hand, Senju Itachi stood by the window of his office, gazing out at the bustling village of Konoha, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Just then, a member of the Umbu knocked and entered to report, "Hokage-sama, we have detected the presence of unidentified ninja outside the village. Their numbers are currently unknown, but their intentions appear to be malevolent." With a piercing gaze, Senju Itachi issued his command: deploy elite members of the Umbu to investigate, ensuring that they ascertain the intentions and strength of the adversary without attracting undue attention. Any developments should be reported to me immediately. Kancho Yifei fell into deep contemplation, and inevitably, someone could no longer restrain themselves. The much-anticipated drama was about to unfold, leaving one to wonder who would be the first to reveal their claws. Chapter 71. Naruto's Blissful Life with a Bruised Visage. Naruto was half-dragged through the doorway of the Namake's residence by Kakashi. "Naruto, you've been fighting with Sasuke again, haven to you." Kushina's iconic booming voice erupted within the confines of the house, her vibrant red hair flaring wildly with her animated gestures, reminiscent of flames that declared her current fury. Startled by her furious exclamation, Naruto's body involuntarily trembled, his frightened gaze darting towards his mother, who radiated an ominous low pressure due to her wrath. Instinctively, he covered his backside with both hands and hastily stammered, "Mom, it's not what you think. Let me explain." A series of slapping sounds ensued, accompanied by Naruto's anguished cries that echoed through the room. Kakashi, shaking his head in resignation, quietly closed the door behind him and discreetly exited this den of disputes. Naruto, with his cheerful and exuberant personality, inherited most of Kushina's traits, save for the occasional tempestuousness reminiscent of Minato. Amidst the uproar within the household, Minato, donned in an apron, emerged leisurely from the kitchen. A smile adorned his face as he interposed himself between the seemingly fierce yet restrained blows of Kushina. All right. Everyone cease the commotion. Let us tidy up and prepare for breakfast. By the way, where's Kakashi?" Minato inquired while loosening his apron. Kushina, suddenly resembling a contrite child, belatedly realized and hurriedly opened the door, only to find that Kakashi had vanished without a trace from the yard. The gentle warmth of the spring sun bathed Konoha in a soft glow, enveloping the village in a tender light. The Namake's courtyard bustled with liveliness. At just 4 years old, Naruto was brimming with curiosity about the world, his exuberance seemingly overflowing. Following breakfast, with his cheeks flushed with excitement, Naruto shouted towards Minato, Dad, come practice shuriken with me. I must defeat Sasuke and Neji tomorrow." Gripping Minato's hand tightly, his bright, sparkling eyes gleamed with determination, while his chubby fingers clutched a specially crafted children's shuriken, exuding an air of triumph. Minato gazed at his spirited son with affectionate eyes and gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Mirroring his own hair color, responding with a smile, "All right, our little Naruto is the best. Today, Dad just happens to be free to teach you properly." Since Naruto's arrival, Minato and Kushina had harmoniously alternated taking on missions, ensuring that one of them was always present to accompany Naruto's growth, as they were determined not to miss a single moment of their child's childhood. Time flew by, and soon it was lunchtime. Kushina busied herself in the kitchen, soon presenting a table laden with delectable dishes. The family gathered around the dining table, with Naruto, famished, devouring his meal voraciously. Before long, his little face was smeared with food, resembling a delightful mess akin to a calico cat, a sight that elicited hearty laughter from Minato and Kushina. "Naruto, chew slowly, No one is competing with you," Minato chuckled, offering a towel to gently wipe away the remnants from Naruto's cheeks. In the afternoon, bathed in gentle sunlight, Kushina held Naruto's hand as they strolled leisurely through the village. Passing by a ninja shop, Naruto's gaze was immediately captured by a doll of Senshu Itachi displayed in the window. His eyes widened with longing, and gripping Kushina's hand tightly, he pouted, "Mom, I want that Itachi uncle doll. You said he is our savior. When I grow up, I want to be Hokage just like him." Patiently listening to her son's earnest plea and witnessing the sparkle of anticipation in his eyes, Kushina smiled and nodded. "All right, we shall buy it for our little Naruto." Ecstatic with his new acquisition, Naruto cradled the doll protectively, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Upon returning home, he eagerly tugged at Minato and Kushina, bursting with excitement to showcase the doll's remarkable features. "Dad, you can't move. You've been struck by Itachi Uncle S would release. You must wait for Mom to rescue you," Naruto commanded with utmost seriousness. "Haha, all right, I'll obey, Naruto." Minato played along, pretending to be incapacitated. "I've been hit. It hurts so much. Naruto, Kushina, quickly save me," Minato called out dramatically. Watching his father feign defeat, Naruto erupted into joyous laughter, his bright giggles resonating throughout the room. As night fell, soft lights illuminated Naruto's bedroom. Lying in bed, he listened to Minato and Kushina, who sat beside him, softly recounting bedtime stories. Under the warm glow, enveloped by his parents' tender voices, Naruto drifted into a peaceful slumber, a sweet smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was markedly more serious. A scruffy man, exuding an air of fatigue, stood before Senshu Itachi. His tattered clothing and pallid complexion bore witness to arduous trials, with traces of still wet blood hinting at recent struggles. "Hokage-sama, I, Oil Woman Shiryu, have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me." His voice, though hoarse, carried a resolute undertone. Bai Yifei gazed at his battle-hardened subordinate before him, offering a slight nod as he spoke with composed assurance. "Yes, I understand. You have performed admirably, and I appreciate your efforts. Please take some time to rest in the village. I will assign others to attend to matters over there." "Understood, Lord Hokage," replied Yunoshirlong, his voice resonating with conviction and unwavering resolve. He had been away from Konoha for a full 3 years, during which he had clandestinely operated within the Land of Wind, diligently executing the covert tasks entrusted to him by Bai Yifei. The trials and tribulations he endured throughout this mission were known only to him. As he strolled through the streets of Konoha, the familiar yet somewhat foreign surroundings momentarily disoriented Yunoshirlong. The once familiar thoroughfares and structures now exuded a subtle sense of alteration in his perception. "Sir, do you need assistance?" inquired a charming little girl, her large, watery eyes peering curiously at the somewhat disheveled stranger before her, as she timidly posed the question. Yunoshirlong opened his mouth, intending to respond to the young girl, but the prolonged period of subterfuge had rendered him momentarily at a loss for the appropriate tone and demeanor. The words that lingered on his lips ultimately transformed into a gentle smile, which he presented to the child. Observing Yunoshirlong's departing figure, Bai Yifei called back to Shizun, his expression calm as he inquired, "Shizun, when is the representative from the Hidden Cloud Village scheduled to arrive?" Chapter 72. Negotiation. The council hall of Konoha exuded an air of solemnity and gravity, with sunlight streaming through the tall windows, casting bright shafts of light upon the ground. Senshu Itachi, adorned in the ceremonial robes symbolizing the authority of the Hokage, sat upright and composed in the main seat. His gaze was profound and piercing, constantly observing the surroundings with an acute awareness. Beside him, the esteemed leaders of Konoha, including Minato and Kakashi, were seated in order, each expression reflecting a grave seriousness. underscoring the significance of this meeting. Opposite them, the delegation from Konohagakure was seated in an orderly fashion. At the forefront was a tall and imposing jonin, his stern visage etched with the marks of experience, emanating an undeniable aura of intimidation. This representative of Konohagakure broke the silence first, his voice deep and resonant, echoing through the hall like the tolling of a great bell. Fourth Hokage, recent conflicts within the Land of Lightning have revealed, upon our thorough investigation, the involvement of ninjas from the Land of Fire. I expect a reasonable explanation from you. This is no trivial matter. His words carried an unyielding firmness, as if he had already concluded that Konoha was the mastermind behind these events. With a tranquil demeanor akin to still water, Senju Itachi met the gaze of his adversaries and calmly replied, "Esteemed members of the Hidden Cloud, have you perhaps lost your way in the matters of statecraft? The Hidden Leaf Village has always confined its dealings to the affairs of shinobi. As for disputes at the national level, we remain uninvolved. You assert that there are shinobi from the Land of Fire entangled in this conflict, but what grounds do you have to conclude that they are shinobi from my village? In discourse and action, one must rely on tangible evidence." The voice of Senju Itachi, though not loud, resonated with clarity and strength, each word imbued with an undeniable potency. Upon hearing this, the representative of the Cloud Ninja, momentarily taken aback, paused in silence before slowly responding, "Humph. Our recent covert investigations have revealed that an enigmatic force is surreptitiously sowing discord, not only within the Land of Thunder but also inciting insurrections in the Land of Earth." As he spoke, he produced a scroll from his bosom and extended it towards Senju Itachi, saying, "These are some of the clues we have gathered during our investigation. We hope that the village of Konoha will join us in a thorough inquiry to unearth the mastermind behind this turmoil." Bai Yifei extended his hand to take the scroll, swiftly glancing over its contents. He then passed it to Lugio, his gaze calm as he remarked, "You intend to place this blame upon my Konoha based solely on the contents of this scroll? How can one ascertain whether this is merely a farcical production orchestrated by your Konohagakure?" A fleeting glint of sharpness flickered in Bai Yifei's eyes as he fixed his stare upon the representative of Konohagakure. Upon hearing this, the Konohagakure representative's brow furrowed tightly, a displeased expression manifesting on his face. "Fourth Hokage, what do you mean by that? Konohagakure would not stoop to such depths. This is irrefutable evidence. If Konoha chooses to deny it, that is one matter, but to turn around and cast suspicion upon us is utterly unacceptable." His voice carried a hint of indignation, clearly perturbed by Bai Yifei's skepticism. Senju Itachi's gaze remained tranquil as still water, and he spoke slowly. "Similar incidents have occurred within the borders of the Land of Fire, prompting me to dispatch individuals for an investigation. The current leads point towards the village of Awagakure. By your reasoning, should I also seek out Inoki to hold him accountable?" At this juncture, Senju Itachi's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening like two blades, piercing directly towards the representative of Konohagakure. The Ninja World War had concluded only a few years prior, and Konoha had only just begun to heal from the scars of battle. What then? Is Konohagakure unable to bear witness? Do you intend to tarnish Konoha's reputation with these baseless accusations and dubious leads? With a hint of inquiry in his tone, Senju Itai's words cast a palpable tension across the entire hall. Upon hearing this, the members of the Hidden Cloud Village delegation exhibited a sudden change in expression. The representative abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Senju Itai, and exclaimed loudly, "Senju Itai, do not slander us without cause." "Huh?" Senju Itai let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with mockery. "Who, I wonder, is truly speaking without basis? I believe you are well aware of the answer within your own heart. If you genuinely wish to apprehend those who cause chaos, Konoha is willing to collaborate with you on an investigation. However, if there is no sincere intent to engage in earnest discussion, then feel free to depart." Senju Itai's words were resolute and unwavering, reflecting the firm stance of the Hidden Leaf Village. The representative from the Cloud Ninja stared intensely at Senju Itai, as if attempting to pierce through him with his gaze. After a brief moment, suppressing the fury within, he spoke, "Very well, allow us to deliberate overnight. We shall confer with the Fourth Hokage tomorrow. What are your thoughts on this?" Bai Yifei nodded calmly and said, "Very well, I look forward to collaborating with the Cloud Hidden Village. Shizen, please escort the members of the Cloud Hidden Village to their resting quarters, and find a guide to help them appreciate the beauty of our Konoha." After bidding farewell to the delegation from the Cloud Hidden Village, the senior leaders of Konoha remained seated. Lugio passed the scroll in his hand around, allowing everyone to scrutinize it closely. Subsequently, Lugio began to analyze. The purpose of the Cloud Hidden Village's visit is far from straightforward. based on this evidence alone. While it is not conclusive that Konoha is orchestrating things from behind the scenes, it is evident that they intend to use this matter as leverage against us. Their true objective, I fear, lies in tonight. A hint of concern flickered in Lu Jiu's eyes, as if he had already sensed the impending crisis. Indeed, he continued, with just this evidence, we could easily pin it on Danzo. But what is their true aim? Could it potentially disrupt the Hokage's plans? Fugaku stroked his chin, lost in thought. Upon hearing Lu Jiu's remarks, Qianzhou Ifei nodded in agreement. However, upon hearing Fugaku's subsequent comments, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. While he indeed had Danzo in mind as a scapegoat, Fugaku's bluntness left him somewhat bemused. Fugaku, tonight, when arranging the patrols for the guard squad, ease up a bit. Reduce the number of personnel and shifts to give them ample time and space to act. Qianzhou Ifei methodically assigned tasks. Lu Jiu, please make a trip to the Umbu. There are people waiting for you, and I appreciate your efforts in handling the matter. Additionally, outline the upcoming plans in detail. We can proceed with the next steps. Qianzhou Ifei continued to give instructions to Lu Jiu. After organizing the tasks and dispersing the group, Qianzhou Ifei picked up a delicate cake and headed toward the Hyuga clan's residence. He recalled that, according to his previous memories, the Cloud-Hidden Village would target Hinata. To pacify the situation, under pressure from the Third Hokage and the elders of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's brother, Izashi, became the scapegoat. However, due to his intervention, the current dynamic between Hayashi and Hizashi was imbued with more humanity than depicted in the anime. Despite the clear distinction between the two, they often gathered. And even the relationship between Niji and Hinata was closer than one could imagine. Niji had become quite protective of his sister, fiercely defending her even in front of his own godfather if she faced any injustice. Qianzhou Ifei arrived directly at the Riza family, and as expected, the Riza household was present. The usually proud and aloof Niji was quietly seated across from Hinata, who was intently applying makeup on his face with a brush. She had drawn 3 strokes resembling a mustache on the left side and mirrored the design on the right. Reflecting on the first time Niji had been adorned in such a manner, Rizu, Richa, and Niji had paid little heed. However, upon encountering Naruto riding on Minato's shoulders in the street later, they immediately grasped the implications, feeling a deep sense of awkwardness. Subsequently, they discreetly inquired with Hinata, but regardless of how they approached her, she remained resolutely silent. From that moment on, whenever they spotted the Minato father-son duo, they regarded them with the vigilance one would reserve for a thief. Niji kept casting subtle glances at Hinata, who turned her head in confusion towards the back. Upon spotting Qianzhou Ifei, who was holding a cake, she promptly set down her brush and bounded towards him like a joyful fawn. Hey, did you miss your uncle? Qianzhou Ifei playfully ruffled Hinata's nose, handed her the cake, and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. I did, Hinata nodded, her soft voice akin to a gentle spring breeze, caressing Qianzhou Ifei's heart. Hey, you little rascal, no greeting for your godfather? Qianzhou Ifei approached Niji, observing him still seated with a playful kick. Niji glanced at Hinata and, in a serious tone, remarked, Humph, I can't move. If I do, it'll be hard for my sister to be painted well. Witnessing Niji's doting nature towards his sister, one that surpassed even Itachi's, Qianzhou Ifei felt both exasperated and amused, unable to resist delivering another playful kick. Chapter 73. Decision. As night enveloped the village, Konoha shimmered like a brilliant jewel, bustling with an astonishing vibrancy. A group of 10 from Konohagakure traversed the streets of Konoha, led by Yunshiuerin, who gazed upward. Before him stood orderly high-rise buildings, their neon lights flashing in a kaleidoscope of colors, adorning the village in a dreamlike spectacle. The streets were teeming with life, laughter echoing, and children frolicking joyfully, each face radiating genuine happiness. Yunshiuerin couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, exclaiming, Konoha has developed at an astonishing pace. I once believed that our Konohagakure was sufficiently prosperous, yet in comparison to Konoha, the disparity is quite pronounced. His gaze wandered until it was captured by a large screen. On it, Qianzhou Ifei donned an ornate robe, his face adorned with a confident and gentle smile, holding a book titled The New Compilation of Knowledge of the Fourth Generation, while a group of children before him trembled in awe. Indeed, these children seemed unafraid of them, and besides their group, there appeared to be many other external merchants present. In the midst of the gathering, the only female ninja, Kei, surveyed the bustling pedestrians with a keen eye. At that moment, a ninja named Renning, with golden hair and dark skin, flicked his tongue across his lips, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes, and murmured softly, Hee, how enviable. Life here is truly comfortable. If only we could claim this place for ourselves. Upon hearing this, Yun Shui-ren's expression darkened, and he admonished in a hushed tone, whinnying, "Silence yourself. We are in Konoha. Mind your words." The group wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, neither shopping nor indulging in the local entertainment, but instead savoring the unique atmosphere of the village. The following day, within the Hokage's office, representatives from both Konoha and the village hidden in the clouds sat across from one another once more. Senju Itake, wearing his customary smile, initiated the conversation. "How did you find your rest yesterday? I trust our hospitality was satisfactory?" Yun Shui-ren replied with a smile, "Aha. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, Fourth Hokage. We have certainly witnessed the prosperity of Konoha. There are many things here that we cannot enjoy in our own village. You are too humble, Brother Shui-ren. The development of Konoha today is also thanks to the support from the village hidden in the clouds. We have learned a great deal of advanced technology from your village." Senju Itake responded courteously. Yun Shui-ren nodded with a smile, but then his expression turned serious. "Fourth Hokage, we acknowledge that our actions yesterday were rash and poorly considered. After further deliberation, we have decided to unite with Konoha to uncover the mysterious force behind these events, and we hope you will consent to this alliance." Bai Yifei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied with enthusiasm, "Certainly." As he spoke, he turned to Shireen and asked, "Shireen, could you please draft a contract?" Before long, with meticulous confirmation from Konoha's strategist, Rukyu, and the representatives from the hidden cloud village, the contract was officially established. After the meeting concluded, Yun Shui-ren turned to Bai Yifei and remarked, "Lord Fourth, we wish to linger in Konoha for a while longer to experience its unique customs and culture. Would that be permissible?" Bai Yifei silently lamented within, yet maintained a beaming smile on his face. "Of course, you may certainly do so. Should any of you have needs, feel free to contact the guide. You may stay for as long as you wish." As he watched the delegation from Yunin village depart, Bai Yifei could no longer contain himself and exclaimed profanely, "What on earth is this?" Each of them appeared to lack guile, yet in reality, they were as cunning as demons. Jingyin, unfazed, promptly covered Bai Yifei's mouth with her hand, effectively silencing him. With a symbolic struggle, Senju Itachi soon fell silent. He straightened his attire and resumed his dignified demeanor as Hokage, methodically assigning tasks. "All personnel, stand by. Minato, mobilize the Umbu Reconnaissance Division and keep a close watch on the movements at the borders of the hidden cloud village. Rikuju, expedite actions concerning the Land of Lightning." It seems that the hidden cloud village is resolutely determined to achieve its objectives this time. After the tasks were allocated, the assembly dispersed. At that moment, Minato approached and invited, "Lord Hokage, why not join Shizen and me for dinner at our home this evening? We have also invited Kakashi, my wife, Kushina, and I will prepare a delightful meal for us to enjoy together." With a cheerful laugh, Senju Itai readily agreed. "Ha ha ha. Very well. Then I shall trouble you, and Joshinai." After bidding farewell to Minato, Senju Itai returned to the Hokage office, instinctively reclining on the chaise longue. Shizen skillfully brought over a glass of water and offered it to him, saying, "Hokage-sama, please have some water." "Thank you, Shizen," he replied, taking the glass, sipping from it, and placing it on the small table beside him. After a brief respite, he rose to commence the organization of the piled documents on his desk. Meanwhile, Shizen rested with her eyes closed on the chaise longue opposite. A small pink pig nestled quietly on her abdomen, utterly motionless. Ever since Tsunade had insisted on keeping Shizen by Senju Itai's side, he had thoughtfully arranged for a chaise longue and designated a separate area for it. Over time, Shizen had grown accustomed to this working arrangement. During her leisure hours, she would rest, read, or practice the ninjutsu that Tsunade had taught her. A sudden clap echoed through the room. Bai Yifei instinctively raised his hand and flicked the nose of the little pig. The pig, which had been sleeping soundly, was startled awake by this sudden jolt, springing up like a coiled spring. Its little nose twitched incessantly, clearly agitated by this inexplicable attack, emitting discontented grunts. "Ha ha." Observing the little pig's expression, Bai Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he met the gaze of a pair of exquisitely furious eyes. Feeling awkward, he touched his own nose and said, "Ah, I forgot you were resting. My apologies. Please continue to rest while I attend to some work." He turned and swiftly fled, gently closing the door to the compartment behind him. Meanwhile, at the lodging of the cloud-hidden delegation, Yun Shui-ren leaned against the window of their fourth-floor room, quietly gazing at the bustling Konoha village below. "Brother Ren, when shall we make our move?" Kei's voice came from behind. Yun Shui-ren returned to the moment, and replied, "Let's wait a little longer. You all shouldn't stay cooped up in the room. Go out and explore. Konoha appears quite delightful. Consider it a chance to unwind for a few days. By the way, please inform Rin-ing to refrain from acting impulsively. We must not jeopardize our plans." "Brother Rin, what about you?" Kay inquired, puzzled. Yun Shuiren turned to look at Kay and gently said, "You all should go ahead. As for the mission, never mind it for now. Enjoy yourselves. I will take my time pondering the mission strategy. When you have finished your fun and Konoha's guard is down, we shall take action." "Haha, splendid. I will join them for fun then. I have been eager to explore Konoha since our arrival," Kay exclaimed with a broad smile, bouncing out of the room. Watching Kay's cheerful departure, Yun Shuiren's lips involuntarily curled into a barely perceptible smile. Chapter 74, Pursuit Boss. "We would like a few bowls of your signature ramen." Kay and the other 4 companions from the cloud-hidden village entered the Ichiraka ramen shop, shouting to the staff. The Ichiraka ramen of today had transformed remarkably, evolving into an impressive 3-story establishment. The spacious first-floor hall could comfortably accommodate 50 diners at once, bustling with activity. Changpu had transformed into a professional cashier, and several new staff members had been hired, creating a lively and busy atmosphere. "All right, your noodles are on the way. Please enjoy." In an instant, the waiter brought steaming bowls of ramen and placed them steadily in front of them. Kay and the others eagerly took their first bites, instantly captivated by the exquisite flavor. Immersed in the ultimate pleasure of the culinary delight, momentarily forgetting everything else. "Daddy, while Mommy is away, I really want to eat Ichiraku ramen." Just as they were relishing their meal, 2 blonde-haired father and son entered the shop. The child clutched the young man's hand tightly, leaning back with all his might, determined to pull him into the shop. The young man, his eyes filled with tenderness, gently stroked the child's identical yellow hair, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "All right, we can go, but you mustn't tell your mother afterward." The child, upon hearing this, nodded enthusiastically, his little head bobbing like a pestle, before releasing the man's hand and bouncing excitedly to the counter. He stood on his tiptoes, his round, bright eyes fixed intently on the menu, and called out in a crisp voice, "Sister Changpu, 2 bowls of pork miso char siu ramen, 1 large and 1 small, please." Changpu reached out from behind the counter to ruffle the child's hair, speaking softly, "Sure thing. Why don't you go find a place to sit with Lord Minato? Your noodles will be ready shortly." The few individuals from the hidden cloud village, upon seeing Minato and Naruto enter, instantly became vigilant, their gazes sharp and focused on Minato. Although the Third Shinobi World War had ended some time ago, the illustrious reputation of the Yellow Flash of Konoha still resonated like thunder in the hidden cloud village. The Fourth Hokage, often spoke of 2 individuals, both hailing from Konoha. One was the remarkably swift Minato Namikaze, who earned his respect, while the other was the formidable Senju Itama, who could match him in strength and had even inflicted injuries upon him. In stark contrast to the muscular warriors of the hidden cloud, these 2 renowned figures exhibited no outward signs of their formidable prowess. Each time they visited Konoha, they wore smiles and displayed friendly demeanor, appearing approachable rather than instilling fear, as rumors suggested. Minato, sensing the scrutiny, offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Naruto, with his round, bright eyes, boldly met their gaze and grinned. "Hey, you all must be from another village. Let me tell you, Ichiraka ramen is delicious. Only slightly inferior to the meals my mom and dad make." With pride illuminating his face, he looked up at Minato beside him, feeling Naruto's goodwill. A woman nearby laughed and inquired, "Oh really? Then, tell me, whose cooking do you prefer, your father's or your mother's?" Naruto's mind raced at the question, his eyes darting towards Minato, his little face flushed with confusion, unable to respond for a moment. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, charmed by Naruto's adorable struggle. Meanwhile, Sasuke clung like a small ornament to Itachi's back, accompanied by a girl of similar age, with long black hair and delicate features. She held several skewers of dango, popping one into her mouth before offering another to Itachi. Sasuke gazed longingly at the dango in her hand, his desire palpable. Uchiha Izumi, noticing his yearning, teased with a sly smile, "Call me sister, or else you won't get any." Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately turned his head away, swallowing hard in secret, and stubbornly refused. "Humph, I won't eat it. You just want to take my brother away, you big bad guy. I won't call you sister." Itachi, carrying Sasuke on his back, gently patted him on the backside with his right hand and softly admonished, "Sasuke, how can you speak to Sister Izumi like that? Hurry and apologize to her." The village was enveloped in a sense of peace and tranquility, yet Yun Shuiren walked through the streets of Konoha with a heavy heart. burdened with worries as he leisurely trailed behind a boy and a girl. At this moment, Niji held Hinata's small hand tightly, and the two were strolling leisurely through the streets of Konoha. "Brother Niji, this doll is so beautiful," Hinata's sweet voice chimed in. Without a moment's hesitation, Niji grasped her hand and led her toward the doll shop. Before long, Hinata emerged contentedly, clutching two dolls, and insisted on giving Niji one. With a broad smile, Niji accepted the doll she offered and continued to lead her forward. Ever since Danzo left Konoha, the security of the entire village had significantly improved. Parents felt at ease allowing their children to play in Konoha, even without their company, without worrying about their children getting lost. However, the situation was quite different outside the village. No child dared to venture out alone. It was said that a red-robed demon, known for preying on children, roamed the outskirts. Due to the village's significant population, the demon dared not enter recklessly, yet if a child ventured out alone, they would be captured by this malevolent spirit, vanishing without a trace, never to return. Yun Shuiren gazed at the two children ahead, his expression a mix of concern and determination. Their purpose for coming to Konoha was to obtain the Byakugan. After conducting some investigations, they discovered that within the Hyuga clan, two targets met their criteria. One was Niji Hyuga from the branch family, the adopted son of Konoha's Hokage. The other was Hinata Hyuga from the main family. Initially, Yun Shuiren believed acquiring the Byakugan would pose significant challenges, but after 2 days of covert observation, he discovered that as the most important descendants of the Hyuga clan, they ventured out without any bodyguards. The moment Yun Shuiren laid eyes on Hinata, he deemed her his target. Now, all he needed to do was await the perfect opportunity to seize the individual in one decisive move. Several cloud ninjas were providing cover in Konoha, acting as bait. He was confident that after abducting Hinata, he could retreat unscathed. As for his companions, he regretted that they were merely required for the mission. The bloodlines of the Cloud Village were intricate and chaotic, many acquired through the ruthless actions of previous rakeages. If this mission succeeded, once the target matured, the Cloud Village might gain yet another formidable bloodline. Yun Shuiren stealthily trailed the two until they entered the Hyuga clan's territory. Then he turned back to return to his lodgings. Chapter 75, The Operation in Konoha. The bustling barbecue queue was ablaze with light. 10 ninjas from the Cloud Village gathered here, their spirits high as they indulged in revelry. Plates of grilled meat were served continuously, and among this group, 9 were robust men, who, in the blink of an eye, devoured a large platter of meat as if swept away by a tempest. The Cloud Ninjas, their muscles bulging, glistened under the warm yellow light of the restaurant, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, or droplets of drink sliding down their chins, shining with a dazzling brilliance. "Haha. Brother-in, bring it on. I refuse to believe I can't outdrink you." Ren'ing, his face flushed, raised his cup high, shaking it vigorously towards Yun Shuiren, his eyes gleaming with competitive spirit. Yun Shuiren regarded Ren'ing with a slight smile, a hint of recklessness dancing on his lips, and without hesitation, raised his cup to clash heavily with Ren'ing's, then tilted his head back to drink it all in one go. Though he spoke not a word, his challenging gaze locked on to Ren'ing, as if daring him to come forth. The other ninjas watched the two engage in their contest, exchanging knowing smiles as they joined the fray, testing their drinking prowess against one another. The only female ninja among them, Kei, matched the men's vigor, confidently raising her cup and competing fiercely, her poise and spirit equally undiminished. "Boss, bring us more drinks. Let each of us have a barrel." Before any other men could utter a word, the crisp and resounding voice of Kei resonated, immediately capturing the attention of those around. She exuberantly waved towards the waiter. The drinks on the table had been swiftly consumed, and she was eager to commence the next round of revelry. Before long, the once bustling barbecue restaurant began to grow desolate, leaving only a few patrons who lingered over drinks and conversation. The 10 members of Yunin, thoroughly intoxicated, exhibited dazed expressions, their eyes glazed over. With the last vestiges of clarity, they settled their bill and exited the establishment. As the streetlights flickered to life and neon signs illuminated the surroundings, the vibrant night gradually approached its conclusion. The group supported one another, their steps unsteady as they made their way home. Yun Shuiren leaned slightly backward, his body resting against Kei, his gaze unfocused, muttering indistinctly, his voice low and muddled, barely audible. Upon returning to their inn, the group dispersed into their respective rooms, collapsing haphazardly onto their beds. Within moments, the rhythmic sound of snoring filled the air. The night deepened, a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, and the village of Konoha seemed to be enveloped in a delicate, gossamer veil, slowly succumbing to slumber. On the tranquil streets, the occasional chirp of insects echoed, adding a touch of vitality to the stillness of the night. In the inn where the Yunin ninjas were lodging, the previously slumbering Yun Shuiren quietly turned over, his movements so subtle that those beside him remained oblivious. After a brief tidying up, a shadow stealthily descended from the upper floor. It was Yun Shuiren, his eyes clear and devoid of any intoxication. He landed soundlessly, almost as if a leaf drifting down, seamlessly merging with the night. Through days of meticulous observation, Yun Shuiren had become intimately acquainted with the layout of Konoha streets. Like a phantom, he swiftly navigated through the shadows, soon arriving near the Hyuga clan's territory. With practiced ease, he ascended to the highest rooftop closest to the Hyuga estate. Surveying the guardianship from above, his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, missing not a single detail. After a thorough examination, he noted that, aside from the dim light emanating from the guardhouse at the entrance, the entire clan area was devoid of patrolling sentinels. Since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, under the guidance of Senju Itachi's ideology, Konoha had experienced rapid development, and with Danzo's departure, the village enjoyed a period of tranquility. The frequency of night patrols had significantly diminished, with only the outer defenses remaining stringent, while the inner security appeared remarkably lax. Incidents of Uchiha clan members inadvertently stumbling into the Hyuga territory while intoxicated, or civilians collapsing at the doorsteps of various clans, had become commonplace. Upon discovery, the station guards would kindly escort them home. Consequently, not only had the clan ceased their vigilance, but midnight visits had also become a frequent occurrence. After observing for a while, Yun Shuiren felt a profound sense of relaxation settle within him. He stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga clan along a pre-researched route with remarkable ease. Minutes later, he successfully secured his objective, carrying the unconscious Hinata on his shoulder, and silently emerged from the Hyuga territory once more. Everything unfolded with such astonishing smoothness that it left him momentarily incredulous. The esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan was surrounded by not a single guard. With merely a small dose of a pre-prepared sedative, he effortlessly extricated Hinata from the clan's domain. Clad in a black stealth outfit, Yun Shuiren moved like a nimble panther under the cover of night, swiftly leaping out of the Hyuga grounds. He cast a disbelieving glance back. The Hyuga estate remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any commotion. Without pausing for a moment, he hastened along the meticulously plotted route. As he passed by the resting quarters of other cloud ninjas, he stole a fleeting glance before resolutely turning away. Prior to the operation, he had resolved that, should he fail, he would bear the consequences alone, allowing his companions to escape unscathed. If successful, he would promptly depart with the target and rendezvous with a prearranged merchant convoy, which would escort the target back, while he would divert any pursuing leaf ninjas, leaving his other companions as mere pawns. Apologies, he silently intoned within himself. In the night, Yun Shuiren's silhouette traversed the rooftops of Konoha with the swiftness of lightning. Not long after his departure, a figure appeared at the window of the cloud ninjas resting inn. It was Kei, watching the direction in which Yun Shuiren had vanished. Her gaze filled with bewilderment and melancholy. However, her expression quickly hardened, chakra swirling around her as she called out sternly to the sleeping cloud ninjas within. Operation commence. Everyone, remain alert and provide full cover for Brother Rant's retreat from Konoha. With her command, the seemingly drunken slumberers instantly awoke, swiftly sitting up and methodically preparing their gear. Lanshan, you will accompany Ran-ing to the Hyuga clan, feigning infiltration. Create a significant disturbance to draw Konoha's attention. Observing Lanshan's nod, Kei continued issuing orders. The rest of you, follow me to the Uchiha clan. Our target is the second son of the Uchiha clan head. Seize him if possible. If not, make a commotion to stretch Konoha's resources thin. With a commanding tone, unwavering and resolute, she concluded, remember our goal, provide cover for Yun Shuiren's departure. Let us set forth. As her orders were given, everyone sprang into action, swiftly moving toward their respective targets. Chapter 76. Capture. The night was heavy, a dark ink spilling across the Hyuga territory. A faint sound of footsteps echoed, a jarring disruption in the stillness of the night. However, the entirety of the Hyuga clan's territory lay in an eerie silence, devoid of any response. A sense of dread crept up the spines of Ranshan and Shine, who were intentionally making noise. They exchanged a glance, and Ranshan deliberately increased the pressure of his steps, producing a series of thuds, yet the clan's grounds remained shrouded in stillness, with not a whisper of wind. Retreat. As if suddenly awakening to a realization, Ranshan abruptly halted Shine, who was still attempting to create a commotion, and without hesitation turned to flee. Yet, in that fleeting moment of their turn, chaos erupted. The previously silent Hyuga territory burst into life, akin to a powder keg igniting. Hizashi and Hayashi, accompanied by a throng of Hyuga clansmen, leapt over the outer walls in unison. In an instant, multiple lights flared to life, illuminating the scene with a brightness akin to daytime, decisively locking on to Ranshan and Shine. Seeing the encroaching Hyuga ninjas, a bitter smile spread across Ranshan's face. He lowered his voice and said to Shine, "Shine, I will fight fiercely to carve a path. If an opportunity arises, you must dash out." "Brother Shine," Shine began, his eyes reddening, but Ranshan urgently interrupted. "You are still young and far more talented than I. Trust me." His gaze unwavering, he turned towards Hizashi, who was now alarmingly close, gritting his teeth and assuming an offensive stance. "Yield. Our principle in Konoha is to treat captives with kindness. We will not make things difficult for you. If the Cloud Village wishes to redeem you, that can be arranged. However, should you resist, I assure you, you will not survive beyond 10 seconds. Chakra surged around Hizashi, akin to a tumultuous river, as his Byakugan activated, an oppressive aura emanating from him like a tangible force. Ranshan cast a long, resigned glance at Shine, sighed heavily, and, as if surrendering to fate, lowered his guard and asked, "Did you anticipate our plan?" Hizashi, nonchalantly waving his hand, signaled a few clansmen to step forward, their specialized chains moving like agile serpents, swiftly ensnaring the two. "Indeed. We suspected from the very first day of your arrival. However, we did not anticipate that after your initial success, you would send someone as bait to divert our attention." Hizashi spoke with a casual demeanor, entirely devoid of urgency regarding his daughter's abduction. Observing Hizashi's calm expression, Ranshan's heart sank as he inquired, "The girl who was taken. She cannot truly be in danger, can she?" "Of course," Hizashi replied sharply. "If she were truly in peril, would I be here leisurely waiting for you? Engaging in idle chatter? Do I have that luxury?" With a disdainful glance at Ranshan, he ceased further conversation. Had the two not shown a semblance of compliance and refrained from resistance, he wouldn't have bothered with such discourse. He turned to the clansmen holding the two captive and commanded, "All right, take them to the Umbu prison. The rest of you, follow me to the Uchiha district for some entertainment. If they haven't resolved their issues yet, be sure to mock them thoroughly." Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's territory, the enigmatic figure stealthily infiltrated. Clad in a black night cloak, she resembled a specter of the shadows, moving with an eerie silence. As she approached Sasuke's chamber, she gently exhaled the prepared sleeping gas into the room. Suddenly, a chilling aura of lethal intent surged forth like a frigid winter wind. Startled, instinctively retreated with haste. Yet it was too late. A sharp pain radiated from her wrist, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. In terror, she glanced at her right hand, which had held the pipe, now lying blood-soaked on the ground. Despite the agonizing pain, mustered the strength to look at her assailant, only to discover a child of no more than 10 years standing before her, cloaked in the night's veil. She would have scarcely sensed his presence had it not been for the dismembered hand that lay upon the ground. The child gripped the hilt of his sword, its blade concealed within the darkness, as if it were non-existent. Itachi's gaze was as frigid as frost, resembling a solitary star in a wintry night, devoid of warmth. He regarded the cloud ninja before him, slowly raising the shadowy blade in his hand, its form melding seamlessly with the night, exuding an aura of boundless menace. Without affording a moment to react, Itachi glided forward with a ghostly grace, the shadow blade dancing in his grasp, trailing a glimmering cold light as it lunged toward her. As she felt the approaching lethal intent, the weapon remained unseen, and in her panic, she instinctively sought to form hand seals. Yet, all that met her was an intensifying wave of agony. A flash of cold light pierced through, chilling her to the bone. In the next instant, the world spun around her, and in a daze, she beheld her own headless form, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Itachi's expression remained serene, as if the preceding events were nothing more than a trivial affair. He observed the single droplet of blood on the shadow blade, suspended in the air, emanating an eerie glow. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the blood away, then sheathed the blade with deliberate slowness. Gently, he pushed open the door to the room where Sasuke lay in a deep slumber, the covers kicked aside, exposing his small backside. Itachi tenderly patted Sasuke's rear, his demeanor strikingly gentle compared to moments prior, before covering him with the blanket anew and turning to leave. At this moment, the remaining 6 cloud ninjas stood back to back in the heart of the Uchiha territory. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and dread, fixated on Uchiha Fugaku and his entourage, who encircled them menacingly. The night was thick with tension, and the Uchiha clan members awakened from the shadows like ferocious beasts, collectively activating their Sharingan. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, dozens of eyes glimmered in the dark, radiating an ominous red light, akin to the ghostly flames of hell, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Suddenly, a flurry of lights illuminated the scene, as Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi approached, accompanied by a throng of their clan members. "Ah, Fugaku, it seems you are once again flaunting your red-eyed affliction," one of them remarked. As the sun set, Nichizu observed the magnificent sight of the Uchiha clan fully activating their Sharingan, a grin stretching across his face, his tone dripping with mockery. Uchiha Fugaku, feeling the sting of Nichizu's taunts, retracted his Sharingan with irritation and retorted, "There's nothing to be done. The Sharingan is not as conspicuous as your cataracts, always on display. TSK? Need assistance? With just a handful of little thieves, why haven't you resolved this yet? You really are lacking." Nichizu merely shrugged, an air of indifference enveloping him. Fugaku, upon hearing Nichizu's remarks, waved his hand dismissively and commanded, "Engage, aim to capture them all alive." Responding to Fugaku's order, the Uchiha clan members lunged at the trembling Cloud Ninja like ravenous wolves. In but a moment, under the onslaught of the Uchiha, 6 Cloud Shinobi were successfully apprehended. Gazing at the subdued Cloud Ninjas, Nichizu addressed Fugaku, stating, "Let us proceed. It is time to gather and seek an explanation from the hidden Cloud Village." Chapter 77. Seeking an explanation beneath the shroud of night, Yunshuaren crouched low, his footsteps as swift as a specter, steadfastly carrying Hinata upon his shoulder as he dashed toward the borders of the Leaf Village. A surge of triumph welled within him. He believed this operation to be flawlessly executed, confident that once he crossed the threshold of the Leaf Village, success would be his. Yet, just as his foot barely grazed that invisible boundary, calamity struck. The once feather-light Hinata suddenly felt as though she bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. An immense pressure descended upon him like a towering peak, causing Yunshuaren's legs to buckle, and with a thud, he awkwardly knelt upon the ground. His mind raced in chaos, and he hastily turned to look at his shoulder, only to be met with a sight that sent chills racing down his spine. The obedient and adorable Hinata had vanished, replaced by the cold, imposing visage of the Fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village. Yunshuaren's mind went blank, and instinctively, he clasped his hands around Senju Itachi's shoulders, exerting all his strength in a desperate attempt to dislodge this nightmarish presence. However, Senju Itachi remained steadfast, as if rooted to his shoulder, impervious to his efforts. Enraged and humiliated, Yunshuaren's body crackled with the violent energy of lightning chakra, surging and crackling around him like a tempest of furious serpents. In an instant, a vast amount of chakra converged in his fists, transforming into a dazzling sphere of lightning, imbued with boundless power, as he launched it towards Senju Itachi's face. "Ah!" A piercing scream suddenly echoed, a sound imbued with agony and terror, resonating far into the still night. Before the fist of Yunshuaren could even graze Yifei, several sharp wooden spikes unexpectedly pierced through his back with an unstoppable force, brutally penetrating his body and emerging from his chest. These spikes were cunningly crafted, skillfully avoiding his vital organs and critical points, yet accurately perforating the crucial meridians and chakra points he relied upon. Yunshuaren felt his strength and chakra surge forth like a flood breaching a dam, rendering him immobile as if ensnared by a binding curse. Collapsing to the ground in excruciating pain, suddenly a shadow darted like lightning, and Yifei, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, appeared before Yunshuaren in an instant, the robe billowing in the wind. With a cough, Yunshuaren tasted blood, a thick stream uncontrollably spewing forth. His face turned as pale as parchment, gritting his teeth. He fixed Yifei with a venomous glare, rasping in a hoarse voice, "Humph, I never imagined that you, the esteemed Hokage of Konoha, would resort to such despicable tactics. Using illusion techniques to ensnare me." Illusion techniques? Yifei was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He clapped his hands, causing a robust wooden vine to erupt from the ground. The vine twisted and transformed, and in a mere instant, another Yifei emerged. Yanibian observed intently, his face a mask of astonishment, had he not witnessed the emergence of the second Yifei with his own eyes. He would have been unable to discern any differences between the two. Then, the Yifei created from the wood release clapped his hands once more. And in the blink of an eye, the towering figure of 185 centimeters morphed into a 95-centimeter petite girl with white eyes. Not only did her appearance change, but even the internal fluctuations of chakra were distinctly altered, a fact that Yanibian could readily perceive. Noticing Yanibian's expression, Qianshou Yifei's brow furrowed into a deep frown. And he exclaimed with a hint of irritation, "Do not assume that everyone operates as sneakily as your Yunin village. Moreover, how dare you even inquire? Under the guise of an alliance, your Yunin village brazenly intruded into my Konoha, attempting to abscond with the children of Konoha under the cover of night. Where was your sense of righteousness during such an act? Truly absurd." With that, Qianshou Yifei refrained from further discourse, with a mere thought. The wooden spikes embedded in Yanibian's body vanished into thin air. As the spikes disappeared, streams of blood surged from Yanibian's wounds like a fountain, staining the ground before him in a vivid crimson. Qianshou Yifei bit his lip, swiftly forming hand seals to invoke a summoning technique. In an instant, a plume of smoke arose, revealing a small, lively slug clone by his side. Under Qianshou Yifei's guidance, the slug rapidly crawled to Yunshuiren, commencing its healing ministrations. The crystalline fluid it secreted gradually seeped into Yunshuiren's wounds, miraculously staunching the flow of blood and mending the damaged meridians. Witnessing this scene, Yunshuiren was rendered utterly speechless, a tumult of confusion and fury swirling within him. He silently seethed. "You nearly took my life just moments ago, and now you come to my rescue. What trickery is this?" Qianshou Yifei crouched down, his gaze piercing, fixating intently on Yunshuiren's eyes, and in a deliberate manner, he inquired, "Speak, was it AI who sent you?" Yunshuiren clenched his jaw, glaring fiercely, as if his eyes could devour Qianshou Yifei whole. He remained silent, adopting a demeanor of unwavering defiance, embodying an indomitable spirit. As time slipped away, just as Qianshou Yifei was poised to press further, the distant sound of hurried footsteps drew near. Members of the Konoha had finally arrived. The operative in charge of the ceiling swiftly performed the necessary hand signs, firmly binding Yunshuiren's chakra. Subsequently, several members flanked Yunshuiren, escorting him with purpose towards the Konoha prison. Within the Hokage's office, Qianshou Yifei sat at the head of the table, his steady gaze surveying the assembly. Hyuga Hizashi wore a stern expression, his hands clasped before him, while Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of caution. The other high-ranking members of Konoha maintained a composed posture. "Hokage-sama. During our confrontation with the Cloud Shinobi, we successfully captured 9 individuals. Regrettably, one was slain by Itachi. This oversight falls upon me, and I feel deeply ashamed." Uchiha Fugaku was the first to rise, offering a slight bow, his voice tinged with an unmistakable sense of regret and self-reproach. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Qianshou Yifei, revealing a flicker of concern in his eyes. The serene expression on Senju Yifei's face remained unperturbed as he gently waved his hand, his tone resolute and indifferent. "It matters not. If one must perish, so be it. This is hardly a significant affair. We have successfully captured 9 others. Losing one is inconsequential, since the Hidden Cloud Village has dared to wreak havoc in our Leaf Village. They must be prepared to face the consequences and take responsibility for their actions." Upon hearing Senju Yifei's words, Uchiha Fugaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. The relationship among the various ninja villages was precarious, and a mere misstep could precipitate a large-scale conflict. With a member of the Hidden Clouds delegation slain in the Leaf Village, he had been deeply concerned that Senju Yifei might, in an effort to preserve the fragile state of peace, sacrifice the Uchiha clan to quell the unrest. Senju Itachi slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on Minato Namikaze. With an air of composure, he instructed, "Minato, starting tomorrow, you shall personally guard the borders. Given the grievances suffered by the Hidden Cloud Village, they may resort to extreme measures. Exercise utmost caution and closely monitor their movements." Minato nodded solemnly in agreement. Subsequently, Senju Itachi shifted his attention to Jukyu, his expression serious yet tinged with a hint of cunning. "Jukyu, you are to draft a letter of grievance at once. Include all the injustices and grievances endured by the Hyuga and Uchiha clans of Konoha. Remember, detail the severity of our plight. The actions of the Hidden Cloud Village have been egregious, and I must seek an explanation from EI, demanding accountability for Konoha." As he spoke passionately, Senju Itachi even rose from his seat. Jukyu, witnessing the fervor in his eyes, felt a spark of determination and readily agreed. Chapter 78. A shift in circumstances. Knock, knock, knock. Within the office of the Hokage, Senju Itachi had just concluded his affairs. Reclining comfortably in a chair while savoring tea and guiding Shizen in her ninjutsu training, suddenly, a series of urgent and forceful knocks shattered the tranquility. Senju Yifei set down his teacup, swiftly rose to his feet, and strode purposefully to his desk. his expression transforming into one of grave seriousness as he assumed an upright posture. The door swung open, and a member of the Umbu entered hastily. Upon seeing Senju Yifei, he wasted no time and directly reported, "Lord Hokage, all 9 of the captured Cloud Shinobi have committed suicide. There are no survivors." "What? All of them took their own lives?" Senju Yifei exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer shock. He immediately pressed for details. "How did they die? Did we not conduct a thorough examination to confirm they were unarmed with poison?" The Umbu member replied respectfully, "Lord Hokage, we merely imprisoned them and sealed their chakra. We did not restrain their limbs. They indeed committed suicide, and their deaths were exceptionally gruesome." Senju Itachi pondered momentarily before issuing a command. "I shall first proceed to the Umbu prison. You must immediately notify Nara Shikaku and the others to come." With that, he vanished in an instant, racing towards the Umbu prison. Upon arriving in front of the cell where Yun Shuiren was held, Senju Itachi was met with a gruesome sight that made him gasp in horror. The corpse's arm was grotesquely contorted, the sharp bone protruding outward, a clear indication of having been violently snapped. One leg was bent at an unnatural 90-degree angle at the joint, while the other leg had been broken at the calf, the lower half having been brutally wrenched away. The deceased's face was ashen, a stark testament to the excessive loss of blood that led to their demise. Observing the grim scene before him, Senju Yifei could not help but let out a deep sigh. Truly a tough man, so relentless towards himself. Nevertheless, he ordered someone to arrange the bodies, sending them to the hospital for professional medical examination and dissection, ensuring these valuable research materials would not go to waste. Gazing around, he noted that the 9 corpses had all met their demise in exceptionally brutal manners, with broken limbs and harrowing conditions. Before long, Nara Shikaku, accompanied by several high-ranking officials of Konoha, hurriedly arrived at the prison. Upon witnessing the horrific sight within the cell, the group was momentarily rendered speechless, enveloped in a profound silence. The letter of accusation that Nara Shikaku had originally clutched in his hand was now quietly tucked away as he murmured softly, "They're all men of iron resolve. The investment from the hidden cloud village this time is considerable, and it seems they will soon be demanding an explanation from us." With that thought, he narrowed his eyes, rapidly contemplating the potential actions the hidden cloud village might undertake next. The news swiftly spread throughout Konoha, prompting 2 members of the Konoha F3, Nara Shikamaru and Mido Minin, to contact Senju Yifei immediately, requesting an urgent meeting. In the conference room, the upper echelons of Konoha gathered. Nara Shikamaru and Mido Minin occupied the seats of honor, their furrowed brows seemingly narrating tales of the passage of time. Seated below, Senju Yifei and the others fell into a profound silence. It was Mido Gaetyin who first shattered the stillness, directing his gaze towards Senju Yifei as he spoke. "Yifei, how do you intend to address this matter? It is evident to any discerning observer that this is clearly a trap. I trust you will handle it with care. And it is my fervent hope that you avoid inciting a conflict." At this, Natsukawa Koha vigorously nodded in agreement from the side. Chincho Yifei gazed at the 2 elders before him, a twinge of helplessness and discontent stirring within his heart. These 2 elders, who often hesitated in critical matters, were never absent when it came to gossiping about others behind their backs. Kancho Yifei took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within. With a steady tone, he addressed the 2 elders. "Esteemed elders, I am acutely aware that this matter encompasses numerous complexities, and the prospect of war poses a calamity for both Konohagakure and Kumogakure, leaving no victor in its wake. However, Kumogakure covets our Byakugan and has instigated conflict. Although their members have seemingly taken their own lives in our Umbu prison, I cannot simply swallow this affront. I must demand an explanation from them." Nara Shikaku nodded slightly from the side, adding, "The Hokage speaks truthfully. The suicide of these 9 cloud ninjas appears to be an individual act, yet it likely conceals a far more insidious plot orchestrated by Kumogakure. We might consider turning the tables, remaining still, and closely monitoring Kumogakure's subsequent maneuvers." Tsunade Kamakura furrowed her brow, countering, "Shikaku, your words are easy to utter. Should we incite Kumogakure's wrath, they may seize the opportunity to wage war. How would Konohagakure respond? We have only just begun to recover from the wounds of past conflicts. Must we once again be engulfed in flames of war?" Mizuta Minin hurriedly concurred, "Indeed. The current peace has been hard-won. We cannot recklessly jeopardize it over this incident, lest we face dire consequences." With unwavering determination, Senju Itachi fixed his gaze upon the 2 elders, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "I am not a person of impulsive nature. I am acutely aware that instigating war would bring innumerable detriments to Konoha without any benefit. However, I shall not consent to any display of weakness from Konoha. Esteemed elders, I assure you that I will handle this matter with utmost propriety, and there is no need for you to concern yourselves further. Having said this, he turned to Shizen, instructing Shizen, please escort the two elders back to rest. At that moment, an Umbu ninja burst through the door. His expression fraught with urgency as he hurried to Senju Itachi's side, leaning in to whisper a brief report in his ear. The expression on Senju Ifei's face suddenly turned grave as he gazed at the assembly and spoke in a low voice. The situation has become increasingly complicated. The Umbu have discovered some peculiar curse seals on the corpses from the Cloud Village, and our preliminary assessment suggests these seals are closely linked to their acts of suicide. The meeting room was instantly enveloped in a brief silence, the atmosphere growing ever more tense. Nara Shikaku was the first to shatter the stillness. Analyzing, it is highly probable that these were restrictions secretly placed upon them by the hidden Cloud Village, designed to trigger their suicides under specific conditions. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that someone has orchestrated this scenario to incite a war between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Upon hearing this, Senju Itachi let out a cold snort. Regardless of who is orchestrating this from the shadows, now that we have uncovered this critical clue, we possess the means to respond. Konoha, you are to descend immediately and assist the medical ninjas in conducting an in-depth study of these cursed seals. It is imperative that you discover a method of dispelling them. Minato, instruct the Umbu to undertake a thorough investigation along the route taken by the envoy from the Cloud Hidden Village. No detail, however minute, should be overlooked. I wish to gather sufficient evidence before receiving the demand for the return of the body from the Cloud Shadow Village, thus allowing us to maintain the upper hand in this contest. Upon hearing Senju Itachi's methodical arrangements, Mito Minyin and T-Ka Shin exchanged glances, and this time, they refrained from voicing any objections. Chapter 79. The Cloud Hidden Envoy in the Hokage's office. J-Nin Kaka hurriedly approached, clutching a wrinkled document in his hand. He swiftly made his way to Senju Itachi, his voice tinged with unmistakable urgency. Hokage-sama, the new envoy from the Cloud Hidden Village has arrived in Konohagakure. How shall we respond? As Senju Itachi raised his gaze, he surveyed Jinxia Lightsai's flustered expression with a hint of irritation, yet he patiently reassured. Why the panic? This is precisely what we anticipated. Let us proceed according to the standard protocol and maintain our composure. Moreover, Nara Shikaku has already gone to assist, has he not? You have been promoted to Special Jonin. How can you still be so unsettled by such trivial matters? After a moment, as if recalling a significant detail, he added, yes, you must immediately notify the Medical Research Institute to cease the examination of the corpses of the Cloud Ninja. Arrange for the careful restoration and preservation of those bodies. And prepare 9 high-quality coffins, so that the delegation from the Land of Clouds may take the remains back with them, thus providing them with a proper resolution. Listening to Senju Itachi's steady and authoritative words, Jinxia Likai felt his unease gradually dissipate. He respectfully acknowledged and swiftly departed. Once Jinxia Likai was gone, Senju Itachi exchanged a few brief words with Shizen before promptly exiting the office. With a clear objective in mind, he made his way directly to the Hyuga clan's territory. Upon arriving at the Hyuga compound, the guarding Hyuga ninja was momentarily taken aback by the presence of the Hokage, but he quickly dashed off to find Hyuga Hizashi. Before long, Senju Itachi found himself seated across from Hyuga Hizashi, the atmosphere in the room thick with tension. Shortly thereafter, Hyuga Hayashi hurried in, and upon entering, he immediately sensed the oppressive ambience, causing his expression to gravitate towards seriousness. Kancho Ifei's expression grew grave as he broke the silence. Based on the various actions of the Cloud Ninja delegation thus far, their intentions are unmistakably clear. They seek the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. If those peculiar cursed seals were indeed set by them, then this delegation may very well use the lives of the 10 Cloud Ninjas as leverage to further negotiate for the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing this, Hinata Nichi's face was etched with confusion, and he could not help but inquire, Lord Hokage, if their goal is the Byakugan, why would they also target the Uchiha clan? This truly defies comprehension. Senju Itachi cast a glance at Hyuga Hizashi and patiently elucidated. The reasons behind this remain unclear for the time being. However, Nara Shikaku has speculated that there may be issues within their internal plans. After abducting the false Hinata, the other 9 ninjas were discarded as pawns. In their bid to divert our attention, these pawns took the initiative to create subsequent disturbances. Unlike Hizashi's perplexity, Hyuga Hayashi's expression grew exceedingly grave from the moment Senju Itachi mentioned the objectives of the Cloud Ninja. Once the dialogue between Senju Itachi and Hyuga Hisashi concluded, he solemnly inquired, "Lord Hokage, do you intend for our Hyuga clan to make sacrifices during this delegation from the hidden Cloud Village?" As he posed the question, Hyuga Hayashi fixed a penetrating gaze upon Senju Itachi, his eyes brimming with concern and vigilance. Upon hearing the words of Senju Itachi, Hinata Hisashi immediately discerned the misunderstanding that had arisen. With a serious and resolute expression, he declared, "Hinata Hisashi, you need not worry. Such an occurrence will never transpire. The Hyuga clan is an indispensable part of Konoha, and we shall not bear the brunt of another's mistakes. I assure you, there will be no sacrifices from the Hyuga clan. I will ensure your safety." As Senju Itachi's unwavering promise resonated, the gravity on Hinata Hisashi's face gradually eased, and the worry in his eyes diminished. Meanwhile, Hinata Hayashi, standing beside them, placed a reassuring hand on Hisashi's shoulder and smiled broadly, saying, "Brother, fret not. With the Hokage's presence, we must place our trust in him." Shincho Ifei observed the two individuals, rose to his feet, and gently patted their shoulders, saying, "Please tidy up and summon Uchiha Fugaku. We shall convene in the conference room shortly to meet with the delegation from the Cloud Hidden Village. By the way, let Fugaku not fret too much. If it comes to war, can we, the Leaf Village, truly fear them? Do not indulge in idle thoughts. Even if the sky were to fall, I, as Hokage, shall bear the weight. It is not for you to sacrifice." With that, Shincho Ifei strode away with his hands clasped behind his back, leaving the Hinata brothers in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, on the streets of the Leaf Village, Nara Shikaku was escorting the Cloud Hidden delegation as they meandered about. The head of the delegation, Hashibe, observed Shikaku, who appeared nonchalant and indifferent while vaguely introducing the Leaf's affairs. Unable to contain the seething anger within, he demanded indignantly, "Nara Shikaku, Jainin, what exactly is transpiring in your Leaf Village? It has been so long, and yet you lead us aimlessly while we await an explanation from you regarding our losses. Our comrades have perished here." Shikaku maintained his dispassionate demeanor, raising an eyebrow in retort. "Explanation? What explanation? What obligation do we have to provide you with one? What nonsensical statements are you making?" Humph. Hashibe's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. 10 of our ninjas from the Cloud Hidden delegation, including 2 J-Nin and 8 CH-Nin, have all lost their lives at your hands. What do you mean by explanation? He stepped forward menacingly and threatened, "I tell you, surrender the bodies of those who killed them immediately, or prepare for the wrath of the Cloud Hidden Village. Your entire Leaf will face dire consequences." Shikaku crossed his arms, wearing an expression of innocence and confusion. "What killer? We in the Leaf are unaware of such an event. Did your delegation not depart 7 days ago? How can you now claim that they died here?" As he spoke, his demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness, his eyes aflame with indignation as he reproached, "Moreover, we in the Leaf have yet to demand an explanation from you, yet you dare question us first. We have treated you as esteemed guests, offering fine food and drink, and what do? You take advantage of the night to raid our children. Is this your notion of hospitality? We have shown you mercy by not executing your men on the spot. How dare you confront us with such audacity?" The more Shikaku spoke, the more agitated he became, his expression one of righteous fury as he gazed unflinchingly at Hashibe, his eyes filled with unmasked condemnation. You, what nonsense are you spouting?" Hashibe stammered, flustered and red-faced like a ripe tomato. "They departed 7 days ago from the Leaf. Yet why have they not returned to the Cloud Hidden Village? It must certainly be your doing. Do not attempt to deny it." Shikaku, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, laced with derision. "Oh, just moments ago, you were adamant that they perished in our village. How now does it transform into them not having returned? Is it customary for those from the Cloud Hidden Village to speak in such blatant contradictions?" At the moment when Nara, Shikaku, and Hashibe were locked in an intense confrontation, Senju Itachi approached steadily from a distance, his steps firm and unhurried. Behind him, a group of Konoha ninjas bore a coffin, marching in disciplined formation with somber expressions. Nara Shikaku, engrossed in their verbal sparring, inadvertently caught sight of Senju Itachi approaching. His previously animated lips froze in an instant, his eyes widened slightly, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 80. The culprit awaits you, Lord Fourth. What are your intentions? As Senju Itachi neared, Hashibe cast a sidelong glance at Shikaku, then fixed his gaze upon Itachi with a fierce intensity, brimming with hostility. Sensing the seething anger emanating from Hashibe, Senju Itachi remained composed, his tone calm, and unperturbed as he spoke. Let us speak candidly. These are your ninjas from Konohagakure. One of them attempted to abduct the princess of the Hyuga clan from Konoha and was killed on the spot. The remaining 9 fled in fear of punishment and ultimately took their own lives in our prison. With that, Senju Itachi waved his hand decisively, commanding the ninjas carrying the coffins, "Bring them forth. Let us return the bodies of these criminals who have disturbed the peace of Konoha." With a clatter, in perfect unison, 10 coffins were placed steadily before Hashibe. Before Hashibe could respond, Senju Itachi continued, "Shikaku, convene a meeting. In 15 minutes, bring the Konohagakure delegation to the conference room. We shall settle this matter thoroughly." In the conference room, Konoha's high-ranking officials took their seats, facing the Konohagakure delegation, the atmosphere tense and charged. Hashibe glared at Senju Itachi, his voice fierce as he shouted, "Lord Fourth, your Konoha is truly ruthless. 10 lives from Konohagakure, and not a single complete body remains, only dismembered limbs. How can you justify such cruelty? What evidence do you have to claim it was Konoha's doing? If you cannot produce evidence, do not unjustly accuse us," retorted Hyuga Hayashi, his eyes filled with indignation as he glared back at Hashibe. Our men all perished in Konoha. Does that not require evidence? Though they were at fault initially, they did not deserve to be tortured to death. I demand that you hand over the murderer." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's temper flared, and he slammed his hand on the table, rebuking loudly, "What nonsense is this? It was clearly your fault first. We have yet to demand an explanation. Yet you dare shout at us here?" Observing Fugaku's agitation, Senju Itachi finally intervened to mediate. "Fugaku, calm down and take a seat. After all, the 10 from Konohagakure did die in Konoha. Their call for accountability is not without reason." With that, Senju Itachi gently clapped his hands, commanding, "Bring in the culprit," and hand him over to Konohagakure. As the door to the conference room creaked open, 2 shadowy ninjas escorted a figure whose face was shrouded in obscurity. Upon witnessing the apprehended assailant, the high-ranking officials of Konoha were instantly engulfed in confusion, especially Fugaku, whose heart skipped a beat at Senju Itachi's declaration to bring the perpetrator forth. However, upon observing the imposing stature of the assailant, standing at over 6 feet tall, he swiftly regained his composure, his expression returning to one of indifference. As the culprit was ushered into the room, Hashibe eagerly reached out to remove the black cloth bag that enveloped the figure's head. The moment the bag was lifted, an eerie silence descended upon the conference room. The members of Konoha wore expressions of astonishment, casting peculiar glances at Senju Itachi, while the delegation from Konohagakure wore grim faces, barely concealing their simmering rage. Beneath the veil of the bag lay none other than Senju Itachi's would-release clone, glaring at the clone that mirrored Senju Itachi with uncanny precision. Hashibe seethed with indignation. "Lord Fourth, is this your explanation to us? You are clearly toying with us." As Hashibe's accusation hung in the air, and under the baleful glares of the Konohagakure delegation, Senju Itachi rose leisurely, ambling over to stand beside his clone. "Brother, demonstrate for them how you dispatched that individual." The scene of one conversing with his own clone was indeed a peculiar spectacle. As soon as Senju Yifei's voice fell, his wood clone swiftly materialized behind the strongest warrior of the cloud-hidden delegation, appearing like a specter. Before the individual could react, the clone's right hand shot forth like lightning, transforming into a sharp wooden spike that darted towards the man's neck. A trickle of crimson blood began to seep from the cloud ninja's throat, accompanied by beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, causing his Adam's apple to bob nervously. Witnessing the demonstration come to an end, Senju Yifei approached the cloud ninja from behind, gently patting his shoulder and reassuringly stating, "There is no need to fear. I am merely demonstrating." No sooner had he spoken than Senju Yifei abruptly raised his hand, causing several wooden spikes to erupt from the ground beneath the clone's feet, piercing into its body like arrows. The clone instantly ceased its movements, transforming into a mere wooden post. "Hashibe, I have already dealt with your assailant. Now, shall we discuss the detrimental impact your cloud-hidden village has inflicted upon my Konoha? What do you consider a murderer?" Hashibe retorted, still unwilling to concede. A subtle smile graced Senju Yifei's lips, imbued with profound significance, as he approached Hashibe's side. In a soft voice, he remarked, "How can it not be considered? He was indeed slain by my wood clone. What? Are you dissatisfied, Hashibe? Do you wish for me to pay with my life?" At this juncture, Senju Yifei paused momentarily, his tone suddenly sharpening. "I am willing to offer. Are you prepared to accept?" Hearing these words, Hashibe instinctively swallowed hard, a flicker of fear illuminating his gaze as he beheld the cold, austere countenance of Senju Yifei mere inches away. The atmosphere grew tense, palpable enough to cut through the air. At this moment, Nara Shikaku seized the opportunity to speak, his voice steady yet laced with inquiry. Hashibe, we of Konoha have always treated others with sincerity. Your visit was met with our warm hospitality. Yet, what of you? On your first arrival, you targeted the children of Konoha, and now you plot against our Hokage? He paused, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Hashibe. What? Do you believe Konoha to be an easy target? These words struck Hashibe like a sledgehammer, causing beads of cold sweat to erupt on his forehead. Internally, he lamented, realizing that the situation had spiraled far from his initial expectations. How could it be that, despite the death of 10 individuals from the Cloud-Hidden Village, they now appeared to be the ones in the wrong? As Senju Itachi returned to his seat, he discreetly exchanged a glance with Kakuzu, understanding the silent cue. Kakuzu cleared his throat and continued, the Hokage of our Konoha has always been magnanimous. Not only have we painstakingly restored your fallen comrades, but we have also prepared the finest coffins for them. Do not overstep your bounds. With that, he produced a letter he had prepared earlier and handed it to Hashibe. This encapsulates our stance. Present it to your Raikage. If he assents, all is well. Should he refuse, Konoha will not shy away from conflict. We are prepared for war. Before Kakuzu could finish his statement, Senju Itachi slammed his palm onto the table with great force, his face contorted with anger as he admonished, Kakuzu, be silent. After much effort, the shinobi world has finally attained this hard-won peace. Are you attempting to shatter the long-standing tranquility between Konoha and Kumogakure? Having silenced Kakuzu, Senju Itachi swiftly composed himself and turned to Hashibe, donning a slightly apologetic expression. My sincerest apologies, Hashibe-san. It appears I have failed to rein in my subordinate. Nevertheless, I believe it is prudent for you to discuss this matter thoroughly with A. After all, it was your side that erred. Now, once you have deliberated, please leave with these instigators who have brought turmoil upon Konoha. With that, Senju Itachi rose and exited the conference room, leaving the contingent of Kumogakure shinobi standing in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Outside Konoha, the sun bathed the vibrant land in golden light, showcasing the village's thriving prosperity. The 12 members of Kumogakure stood motionless, gazing at the bustling ninja village before them. Hashibe let out a soft sigh, filled with resignation and reluctance. Let us return, he murmured. A Kumogakure ninja, sensing the weight of the moment, stepped forward, anxious. Lord, how shall we report back to Lord Raikage? Hashibe replied curtly. What other option do we have? We must report the truth to Lord Raikage. As for the subsequent course of action, it seems highly probable that war is on the horizon. His mind was troubled. This visit to Konoha felt starkly different from previous encounters. Once, Konoha seemed to harbor dissent even within its ranks, yet now, it radiated unity, a cohesion that was breathtaking. Even the once excluded Uchiha clan had fully integrated into the fabric of Konoha. The current Konoha was flourishing, its development far surpassing that of Kumogakure, which filled Hashibe with a profound sense of unease. With his companions in tow, Hashibe began the journey back to their village. Within Kumogakure, the atmosphere was stifling, heavy with tension. The fourth Raikage stood with his arms crossed, his expression severe. Beside him, the elders of Kumogakure, including Baruch, glared furiously at the 10 lifeless bodies before them, their eyes ablaze with indignation. 10. A full 10. Hey, is this your grand strategy? For the sake of a Byakugan from Konoha, are we to sacrifice 10 of our villagers? Bailo's hands trembled, his voice cracking with fervor. Ai glared defiantly, retorting without hesitation. Who among the Elder Council did not consent to this operation? Now, upon failure, all blame falls upon me. Humph, a bunch of inept fools. With that, he strode away without a backward glance. Ai arrived at the Raikage's office, his gaze profound and grave. Soon, other high-ranking officials from Kumogakure hurriedly assembled. Inside the office, Hashibe respectfully presented a letter penned by Rikuju to Ai. With a solemn expression, Ai accepted the letter and scrutinized its contents. Moments later, his enraged roar pierced the air. Summon all ninjas currently on missions. They are to converge at the borders of Konoha and demand the surrender of the perpetrator. Should they refuse, we shall declare war. With a resounding crash, a great hole was left in the wall of the Raikage's office, a testament to his fury. Ai emerged through the breach, his countenance steely and serious. As Ai's orders were swiftly disseminated, within a mere 3 days, Kumogakure amassed tens of thousands of ninjas. Under Ai's command, this formidable force advanced toward the borders of Konoha. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Senju Itama and Shizen were leisurely engaged in a game of Go. Qianzhou Yifei, with his hands pressed against his forehead, displayed a look of distress as he gazed at the chessboard. He remarked, "This is unacceptable. You simply cannot play chess in such a manner." With that, he casually removed a black piece from the board. Jingyin shot him an exasperated glare, promptly reinstating her piece with a smile, and said, "Lord Hokage, do not resort to tricks. You have lost. Do not forget to treat me to a meal." Just then, there was a series of knocks on the office door. Upon receiving Qianzhou Yifei's consent, the door slowly creaked open, revealing Kakashi, his white hair concealed beneath a mask. Kakashi surveyed the 5-in-a-row game between Qianzhou Yifei and Jingyin, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized the two players. However, he soon regained his serious demeanor and spoke earnestly. "Teacher Yifei, a letter from Teacher Minato has arrived. The forces of the Cloud Village have assembled at the borders of Konoha, and Raikage A is among them. He demands that we surrender the culprit within 3 days, or they will declare war. We must prepare ourselves." Upon hearing this, Thousand Hands Yifei casually disordered the chessboard before him, rising to his feet and addressing Kakashi, "Summon all the high-ranking officials of Konohagakure for a meeting." Within the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and a multitude of other elite jonin of Konoha gathered together. Senju Itachi gazed at Nara Shikaku and commended, "Well done. In just a week, the Hidden Cloud Village has amassed a contingent of ninjas stationed at the borders of Konohagakure. The impending war is upon us. We must strive to win this battle with minimal losses." Even during the departure of the second envoy from the Hidden Cloud, Senju Itachi had astutely sensed the potential for conflict and had prepared for battle in advance. Near the borders, Minato had long been leading his troops, waiting patiently. Now that war has been officially declared, everything unfolds as anticipated. "Shikaku," Senju Itachi commanded. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku immediately rose from his seat, his gaze steady as he looked at Senju Itachi, awaiting further instructions. "You are to lead a contingent to the borders at once, announcing our challenge to the Hidden Cloud, and provide support to Minato. You will serve as the frontline commander, allowing Minato to focus on the fourth Raikage." With a composed demeanor, Senju Itachi stated, "Furthermore, unite the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to form an elite strike team. We shall launch successive surprise attacks, ensuring they are deprived of peace in their eating, drinking, and rest. Is this feasible?" Nara Shikaku pledged his utmost effort. Although Nara Shikaku's voice was not loud, it resonated with confidence and determination, as if proclaiming to all his unwavering resolve for victory. Senju Itachi nodded towards Rikuju, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi. "Hizashi, Fugaku, your clan shall unite to select 500 ninjas, prioritizing speed, and divide them into 20 teams. Each team should include several exceptional ninjas from your clans, collaborating with Rikuju for surprise attacks. Remember, the primary objective is to create chaos. Additionally, the mission is secondary. You may abandon it if necessary. Above all, prioritize your own lives," Senju Itachi advised solemnly. With less than 4 years since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the ninjas of Konoha had endured tremendous losses, which could not be easily compensated in such a brief span. However, this impending conflict must proceed, as it not only represents an opportunity to further enhance interclan relations within Konoha, but also serves as a moment for Senju Itachi to assert his leadership. Qianzhou Yifei continued without hesitation, issuing commands with clarity and decisiveness. His gaze ultimately settled on Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, Kakashi, follow Rukyu and cooperate in executing the surprise attack. However, your task is not to create distractions, but rather to execute a decisive strike. Select suitable targets when the enemy is weary and eliminate them." "Understood." Both responded in unison, their eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. Subsequently, Qianzhou Yifei turned to the exuberant Might Guy. "Guy, seek out Minato and confront the enemy on the front lines." Upon hearing this, Might Guy responded with enthusiasm, eager to showcase his prowess on the battlefield. With the missions assigned, everyone began to mobilize with urgency. Qianzhou Yifei's eyes glimmered with determination, addressing the Ninetales and the Byakugan. "Your time in the Hidden Cloud Village has come to an end." Chapter 82, The Thoughts of Saratobi Hizashi at the Entrance of Konohagakure. A gentle breeze caressed the air as Saratobi Hizashi, Mito Minyan, and Tsuji Komatsu stood quietly, dressed in casual attire. Their gazes were profound and intricate, closely following the departing figures of Qianzhou Yifei and Rukyu. Saratobi Hizashi was acutely aware of Qianzhou Yifei's intentions. It was a plan imbued with lofty ambitions yet fraught with peril. Should it succeed, Qianshou Yifei would etch his name into history, becoming a legendary hero of Konoha. However, should it fail, he would bear the weight of eternal infamy, condemned as a traitor to his village. Reflecting on the situation, Sarutobi Hisashi mused that, had he been in charge, he might have opted for negotiations, surrendering the alleged perpetrator for the sake of temporary peace. Watching the child he had nurtured now ascend to replace him as Konoha's core leader stirred an indescribable emotion within him. Deep down, he yearned to witness Qianshou Yifei's triumph, as it seemed to embody his hopes for Konoha's future. Yet, he was acutely aware that Qianshou Yifei was wagering the fate of the entire village. An unsettling thought that filled him with dread, fearing that a catastrophic failure could plunge Konoha into an irretrievable abyss. With this in mind, Sarutobi Hisashi shook his head vigorously, attempting to cast aside the chaotic and troubling thoughts. Alas, this is reckless. It may very well reignite the great ninja war, he lamented. Mito Minyan, observing the retreating forces, could not help but sigh, his voice heavy with concern. In response, Sarutobi Hisashi spoke slowly, it is too late. Regardless of the outcome between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, other ninja villages will not miss the opportunity to rise or suppress their rivals. The war has already begun. Let them proceed. We shall return and prepare. It is up to us old-timers to safeguard Konoha. The village can no longer tolerate any internal strife, regardless of the outcome. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood in his heart that all he could do was to exert every effort to cooperate with everything that was to follow, seeking every possible means to minimize the losses for Konoha. Beside him, Mitarashi, Anko, and Tintin could only nod helplessly upon hearing Sarutobi's words. Ever since they lost Danzo, they dared not display any further insolence in front of Sarutobi, obediently following his commands. Outside the village of Konoha, the winds began to pick up speed, while dark clouds, like inkstains, rapidly gathered overhead, weighing heavily on the horizon, as if foretelling an impending storm of tumultuous proportions. The team led by Senju Itfai has vanished over the distant horizon, leaving behind a profound silence and a heavy atmosphere, along with an overwhelming sense of unease and speculation among the onlookers. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained steadfast at the village entrance, his gaze fixed intently on the far-off expanse, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He is acutely aware that this conflict transcends a mere confrontation between Konoha and Kumogakure. It signifies a pivotal juncture in the reconfiguration of power within the entire shinobi world. Each decision and every action is akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings, potentially instigating a cascade of monumental changes in the future. Are we truly not required to take further action? Finally inquired Uchiha Koharu, her voice tinged with an unmistakable anxiety. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned, his gaze calm yet resolute as he addressed his two old friends, stating solemnly, we are already doing all that is within our capacity. Now, we must place our trust in Itfai and his team. Our paramount duty is to ensure stability within the village. We cannot allow it to become a vulnerable entry point for our enemies. Remember, our adversaries extend beyond Kumogakure. There are other latent dangers lurking. Mito Kazumi nodded. Though still fraught with apprehension, he fully grasped the earnest intentions behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. At this moment, Konoha's most pressing need is unity and unwavering resolve. Any sign of division could present an opportunity for the enemy to exploit. Just then, a shadowy Umbu ninja appeared before the trio, kneeling with a swift, precise motion to deliver his report respectfully. Third Hokage, we have received urgent news from the border. The forces of Kumogakure have begun large-scale mobilization and are expected to launch an attack within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed tightly, a grave expression settling on his face as he inquired, have there been any unusual movements from the other shinobi villages? The Umbu responded promptly. Sunagakure and Kurigakure are currently maintaining a watchful stance, but Awagakure appears to be mobilizing troops, though their intentions remain unclear for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, signaling for the Umbu to withdraw. He then turned to Mito Kazumi and Uchiha Koharu, declaring, it seems our time is limited. Immediately summon all remaining Jonin for an emergency meeting. We must prepare for the worst and devise countermeasures in advance. Mito Kazumi and Uchiha Koharu responded in unison, swiftly taking action as their figures hurriedly disappeared into the streets of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood alone, slowly raising his gaze to the heavens, silently praying, Itfai, I hope you can guide Konoha through this crisis and ensure that its brilliance continues to shine eternally. Meanwhile, Senju Itfai and his team have diligently arrived at the border. He stands atop a commanding hill, his eyes sharp as he surveys the dense encampment of Konohagakure in the distance, a flicker of resolute determination gleaming in his gaze. "Lord Hokage, what shall be our next course of action?" inquired a seasoned Nin, stepping forward with a respectful demeanor. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Senju Itachi spoke with confidence. "Let us proceed as originally planned. Remember, our objective is not to annihilate the enemy completely, but rather to instill in them a profound understanding that Konoha is not a target for their reckless provocations and invasions. We aim to instill fear and trepidation within them, ensuring that they will steer clear of our Konoha ninjas in the future." The elite shinobi nodded in understanding, swiftly dispersing to their respective posts. Executing their assigned commands with meticulous precision, Senju Yifei stood quietly in place, his gaze deep and distant. He understood that the significance of this war transcended the honor and dignity of Konoha. It was about the future peace and stability of the entire shinobi world. "Regardless of the outcome, I shall not harbor a trace of regret," he murmured softly, his voice light yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. He then turned and strode purposefully towards the camp, ready to embrace the impending brutal battle with unwavering commitment. As Konoha prepared with heightened vigilance, the forces of the Cloud Village were equally resolute, their mighty army advancing with formidable intent, and the clash of war loomed imminent. Chapter 83, The Wrath of AI. At the border where the land of iron meets the land of fire, the atmosphere was dense and oppressive, as if the very air had solidified under the weight of tension. The tents of the Cloud Village army clustered densely, arranged in neat rows, resembling a vast gray ocean that underscored the might of the Cloud Village. Across from them, at the border of the land of fire, wooden structures sprouted like mushrooms after rain, forming an unyielding line of defense. Amidst this cluster of wooden houses stood a conspicuous four-story villa, tall and majestic, gazing across at the cloud encampment, silently proclaiming the strength and confidence of Konoha. Report, Lord Raikage. Konoha's ninja have commenced harassment. Our southern and northern encampments have faced varying degrees of assault. A messenger ninja burst into the tent, breathless, kneeling on one knee, his voice urgent and tense, shattering the brief tranquility within. Report, Lord Raikage. Our front line has been pushed back by Konoha's Minato. In a single encounter, we lost dozens, nearly 100, of our ninjas. Another messenger ninja hurried in, delivering even more shocking news. With a thunderous crash, AI slammed his fist onto the table, the immense force seemingly infused with boundless fury, reducing the table to splinters and causing the ground to crack, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. Minato. The mere mention of that name caused the Fourth Hokage to grit his teeth, each syllable seeming to be squeezed from between clenched jaws. In his memory, that yellow figure loomed like an elusive shadow, leaving an indelible impression. Because of that individual, he had tirelessly trained for 5 years, honing his chakra mastery, advancing his ninjutsu, and refining his proud taijutsu to great heights. Noticing the silent Raikage, his companion, Loxus, gently reminded him, Lord Raikage, it is time to give your orders. Awakened by the reminder, AI's gaze slowly swept across the many high-ranking officials of the Cloud Village before he spoke. Withdraw the Cloud Ninja unit stationed at the surrounding outposts to the encampment. His voice resonated with a deep timbre and undeniable authority. If this situation persisted, it would only provide an opportunity for both Minato Namikaze and those incessantly harassing the outposts, ultimately leading to the inevitable disintegration of our surrounding forces at the hands of the enemy. Presently, the Konoha army had assembled, and we held a numerical advantage on the front lines. We could not afford to let them deplete our strength further. Orders were dispatched, and the messenger ninja swiftly departed, vanishing from the tent like an arrow released from its bow. AI, in a habitual gesture, intended to slam the table, but restrained himself upon seeing the scattered powder before him. As the commander of the Cloud Village, he was acutely aware of the weight of his responsibilities. Abandoning the army was not an option. Should he venture to the battlefield, the heart of the operation would be lost, and he would undoubtedly seek to engage Minato in a fierce confrontation. AI understood that the toll of the Third Great Ninja War could not be replenished in a fleeting moment. Konoha had faced 4 adversaries single-handedly. Although figures such as Senju Itama and Namikaze Minato eventually emerged to reclaim victory for Konoha, the losses among the Konoha ninja were substantial. In contrast, his own side had suffered relatively few casualties, the most significant loss being the Third Hokage, who had perished at the hands of a throng of rock ninjas, while the losses among other ninjas were markedly lower than those of Konoha. Konoha. I wonder if your Minato Namikaze and Senju Itama can withstand the might of my Cloud Village's army of 10,000. AI scoffed inwardly. for this was the very confidence that emboldened him to challenge the other villages. Judging by the current number of ninjas assembled by Konoha, they barely comprised half of his forces. He could not believe that Konoha could penetrate the ranks of his 10,000 soldiers. What of the flying thunder god technique? What of wood release? Human strength, after all, has its limits. He could not fathom that they possessed the strength to bridge such a vast chasm. Initially, he had contemplated engaging Konoha in a protracted battle, but their cunning tactics, constantly sending individuals to harass their border outposts, rendered that strategy futile. They refrained from direct confrontation, instead pinpointing the locations of their food supplies and launching distant fire-based ninjutsu, igniting their provisions in flames. By the time Cloud Village could react and pursue, Konoha had vanished without a trace, leaving them grasping at shadows, wearied by relentless torment both day and night. When they finally managed to pause, they discovered that their camp's leader had already perished. The manner of his demise was notably swift, one clean strike, leaving no time for a response, resulting in the border defense forces being utterly exhausted. Subsequently, Konoha would send in another ambush. Within a mere week, defensive units numbering in the hundreds had been decimated by no fewer than 10 assaults. On the other side, within the Konoha encampment, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, splendid work, Minato. In the main tent of the Konoha garrison, Narashikaka confidently occupied the seat of honor, his face radiating satisfaction as he generously praised the recent endeavors of Minato Namikaze. With merely a single encounter, they had managed to disrupt the forces of the hidden Cloud Village. Such prowess and strategic acumen were truly commendable. As he surveyed the room, he found the elite ninjas of Konoha gathered: Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Yamenka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and others, all exuding a powerful presence, whether through their serious demeanor or resolute gazes. The tent was a veritable confluence of Konoha's might, bolstered by numerous elite genin from non-ninja backgrounds. Under the guidance of Senju Itachi, the unprecedented unity among the higher echelons of Konoha had fostered collaboration among the various ninja clans. Under Shikaku's command during this war, their bonds had strengthened, forged in the crucible of shared peril. Observing the confident faces before him, Narashikaku spoke. It appears we must alter our strategy. Reports indicate that the hidden Cloud Village has taken measures to consolidate their scattered encampments. Our previous tactics may no longer suffice. With that, he turned to Minato, his gaze filled with trust and anticipation. Minato, the front lines will depend on you. However, I entrust the vanguard to you. Their mission has been accomplished, and now it is time for them to truly shine on the battlefield. Understood, Minato replied, nodding confidently, determination gleaming in his eyes. The members of the vanguard were exceptional. Previously, the Hyuga clan had been tasked with reconnaissance, while the Uchiha clan focused on offensive maneuvers, leaving the Cloud ninjas overwhelmed on the front lines. Leave the next arrangements to me. I appreciate everyone's trust. I will lead us to victory in this battle. Narashikaku glanced around, reassured by the strength of his team. He then directed his gaze outside, resolutely stating, in terms of numbers, we must ensure that those ninjas whose strength is lacking stay close to our genin. Should they encounter overwhelming foes, they must retreat to the safety of the genin, prioritizing their lives. Once the Hokage arrives, we shall launch a coordinated assault. At that moment, within a nation long battered by relentless rain, in casual attire, Senju Yifei leisurely strolls through the rain, the fine droplets cascading upon him without diminishing his sense of ease. He appears entirely unperturbed by the urgent conflict raging between the two villages, instead savoring the unique charm of this nation. A powerful chakra disturbance resonates from atop a high tower, where a figure clad in a black robe embroidered with red clouds murmurs softly. In an instant, he vanishes from the tower's apex, leaving the space desolate. Chapter 84. Pre-battle guidance on the battlefield. An oppressive silence envelopes both sides like an invisible net. Yet, in the open area before the residences of the Leaf Village, a different scene unfolds. A man dressed in a vibrant green bodysuit is intently performing handstand push-ups. Beads of sweat cover his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and disappearing into the parched earth below. With each push-up, his muscular arms tense, exuding a potent sense of strength, accompanied by powerful shouts that proclaim his unyielding youth to the world. Beside him, a white-haired ninja sits in quiet contemplation, his face obscured by a mask, revealing only one piercing eye. At this moment, he meticulously polishes a short sword known as Ichong, his movements gentle and precise, his gaze unwavering as he eradicates every minute speck of dirt from the blade. With each stroke, the sword gleams with a cold light, as if gathering lethal energy. Before them, A slightly younger youth wields a sword hilt with fervor. Distinct tear troughs beneath his eyes lend a touch of maturity and weariness to his youthful visage. With every swing, the air seems to slice open, producing a whisper of wind. His gaze is resolute, fixated on a distant foe he must conquer. Each motion is fluid and powerful, showcasing his solid foundation in swordsmanship. Kakashi-sensei, why have I never seen you utilize your Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi, having completed his sword practice, gasps for breath before seating himself beside Kakashi. His curious eyes are drawn to Kakashi's Sharingan, obscured by his forehead protector, filled with intrigue and confusion. At the sound of his voice, Kakashi turns slightly, his gaze drifting to the horizon as if lost in reminiscence. After a moment, he speaks slowly. My teacher advised me against relying too heavily on the Sharingan, urging me to focus on honing my taijutsu and ninjutsu while refining my chakra. As he speaks, he instinctively raises his right hand to gently touch the covered eye, a seemingly trivial gesture concealing untold stories. Upon hearing this, Itachi narrows his eyes slightly, as though deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes spring wide open, revealing 3 swirling black tomo within his crimson gaze, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. Kakashi, witnessing this transformation, reveals a flicker of surprise. 3 tomo already? When did that happen? 2 days ago, during a surprise attack on the hidden base. A ninja from the Hyuga clan discovered that a concealed J-nin from the opposing side intended to ambush me. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his own body to shield me from the fatal blow. Itachi's voice was low and mournful, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Overwhelmed with grief, I awakened my Sharingan, manifesting the 3 tomo. Upon hearing this, Kakashi instinctively placed his hand on Itachi's head, gently ruffling his hair, akin to an elder brother comforting his younger sibling. What is it? Are you concerned about the impending battle? It was not so much a worry about the conflict, but rather a contemplation on whether this method of awakening truly confirmed the second Hokage's assertion that the Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent. Itachi did not resist Kakashi's gesture. He bowed his head, his voice tinged with confusion and a hint of melancholy. Kakashi did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently lifted the forehead protector that obscured Itachi's eyes. In that fleeting moment, the 3 tomo Sharingan was revealed to the sunlight, its striking red and black spirals standing out vividly. Then, under Kakashi's influence, the Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, spinning with remarkable intensity. In the blink of an eye, the 3 tomo transformed into the mesmerizing kaleidoscopic Sharingan, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura that seemed to lower the surrounding temperature. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Kakashi-senpai? Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. He leaned slightly forward, fixated on Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi smiled faintly, allowing the Sharingan to revert to its 3 tomo form, and spoke softly. You should be more aware than I of the conditions required for the Uchiha to awaken their eyes. For years, my teacher specifically tasked me with finding Shursui, who taught me to master this ability. He too possesses a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. My teacher has said that awakening the Sharingan requires immense emotional stimulation, be it extreme hatred or profound love. Kakashi gazed at Itachi, his eyes filled with encouragement and concern. The loss of friends and family can provoke the awakening of one's eyes. Likewise, a fervent desire to protect them can ignite that power as well. Do not worry. Do not overthink it. Focus on preparing for the imminent battle. Such large-scale wars may become more frequent in the future, and you must acclimate to this. Kakashi felt an innate urge to care for and tease this Uchiha Jr., though Itachi was not as lively and spirited as he. This composed and reserved nature stirred within Kakashi a deeper sense of concern and reliance. As if sensing something, Itachi instinctively swatted away the large hand resting on his head, retorting with annoyance, "That's enough. Enough of that. I'm not a child anymore." "Ah, you dare speak disrespectfully to your elder brother." Kakashi responded with a smile, gently patting Itachi's nape with a brotherly affection that exuded warmth and tenderness. As he regained his focus, Kakashi observed Might Guy, who had just completed a handstand and flipped back over. A subtle softness flickered in his eyes at the sight of Guy's exuberant spirit and unwavering determination, always bringing him a sense of comfort and solace. Then Kakashi turned to Itachi, offering sage advice. "By the way, practice the ninjutsu and taijutsu your teacher taught you diligently. Once your Sharingan evolves into the Manjiki, use its ocular techniques sparingly, otherwise, your vision will deteriorate." He recalled the counsel imparted by Senju Itama during his initial mastery of the Manjiki Sharingan alongside Shursui. Kakashi, use your Sharingan less in the future. Rely on your inherent taijutsu and ninjutsu as much as possible. The Sharingan should serve as your trump card, never your crutch. External strength is ultimately ephemeral, but what belongs to you can never be taken away. Rest assured, one day I will help you resolve the issues with your eyes. There is no need for worry. Although he didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning behind Senju Itama's words, he felt the genuine concern emanating from him. It was this very care that had allowed him to emerge from his former self-imposed isolation and once again embrace the world. With these thoughts in mind, Kakashi flexed his wrist, rising to his feet. He addressed Gai and Itachi. Gai, Itachi's Sharingan has reached 3 tomo. Come, let us engage and experience Itachi's current prowess. In an instant, upon hearing Kakashi's call, Might Guy executed a swift spin, appearing before them with remarkable speed. His movements were agile and powerful, resembling a swirling green tempest that stirred the dust around him. As the two approached, Itachi silently unsheathed the Despair longsword. The sound of the blade being drawn resonated like a melodious prelude to battle. Let me make this clear. No striking to the face, and we must... Before he could finish, the skirmish erupted, the trio's figures darting across the clearing, fists and feet colliding, weapons clashing, creating a cacophony of sound. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Rain Village, delicate raindrops fell like strands of cow hair, weaving a hazy curtain of rain. Konan carefully supported Nagato, their silhouettes appearing somewhat fragile in the downpour. Beside them stood Senju Itama, dressed in casual attire, his gaze filled with concern and gentleness. Konoha's Yifei gazed at the two individuals and gently waved his hand, saying, "No need to see me off. It feels rather distant. By the way, Nagato, it would be prudent for you to participate less in future endeavors. Your health is paramount. Should you require assistance, allow Shishui to support you." Upon hearing Yifei's words, Nagato offered a faint smile, tinged with a hint of frailty and exhaustion. "Yes, understood. By the way, Yifei, please convey my apologies to the teacher. I have disappointed him." Observing the emaciated figure of Nagato and the silent presence of Konan beside him, Yifei replied, "Indeed, I shall relay your message. However, you are not at fault. The true error lies within this world. Also, regarding those members of the Akatsuki I mentioned, you must keep our actions concealed from them. Their involvement would only complicate matters further. Now, take care of yourself. I eagerly anticipate the day of our success." With a wave of his hand, Senju Itachi bid farewell to the two individuals, turning on his heel and striding away. His silhouette gradually faded into the curtain of rain, becoming increasingly indistinct. As he departed, Shounen gently supported Nagato and slowly turned, each step leading them further into the intensifying downpour, leaving behind a fleeting trail of footprints. Chapter 85. The Great Battle Before the Leaf Village's encampment. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The formidable elite shinobi, including Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hisashi, stood poised, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Their gazes were firmly fixed ahead, where the forces of the Cloud Village loomed like dark clouds on the horizon, densely assembled and watchful, as if poised to pounce and engulf the Leaf's defenders. Looking at the ninjas before him, Kakashi took a deep breath and proclaimed, "The army of the Cloud Village has arrived at our gates, now standing in confrontation before us. Everyone, for the honor of the Leaf, and for the future of our children, we must give our all." His words resonated powerfully, echoing across the land that was on the brink of becoming a battlefield, striving to ignite the fighting spirit within the hearts of the crowd. However, within the depths of Luj's soul, a profound sense of worry and unease churned. He understood that a mere surprise attack might barely stall the advance of the Cloud-hidden village. Yet, should a direct confrontation ensue, the overwhelming numerical disadvantage of Konoha rendered any strategy he could devise futile. Compounding his anxiety was the mysterious absence of Senju Itachi, who had accompanied them but vanished midway through the journey. This undeniable loss cast a shadow over the morale of Konoha, instilling a palpable sense of trepidation and eroding their confidence. Luj observed the approaching dark mass of the Cloud-hidden army, surging forward like a relentless tide. With a decisive wave of his hand, he issued the command to attack. In an instant, figures such as Minato and Namikaze surged forth like arrows released from their bowstrings, charging fearlessly towards the enemy. Their forms were agile and their spirits soared, as glinting with determination and valor, as if they were not about to engage in a brutal struggle for survival, but rather embarking on a glorious quest. Opposing them, the Fourth Hokage, led the charge. Draped in a white robe that revealed his powerful physique, exuding an innate air of confidence and pride. Behind him, thousands of Cloud Ninja followed closely, their synchronized and heavy footsteps echoing like thunder, advancing towards the Konoha forces with fierce intensity. The two sides collided swiftly, and the battlefield was instantly enveloped in an atmosphere of lethal intent, chilling to the bone, as if it could freeze the very air. Konoha's forces were entrenched within the land of fire, harmonizing with its natural surroundings. Conversely, the cloud-hidden village had forcefully commandeered the territory of the land of iron, asserting their dominion through sheer strength and arrogance. Long before their arrival, the indigenous people of the land of iron had hurriedly evacuated with their families, as the land itself seemed to sense the impending bloodshed, shrouded in a haunting silence. As the armies drew near, leading the charge from Konoha was a radiant figure clad in yellow Minato Namikaze. On the opposing side, the Fourth Hokage's gaze, sharp as a hawk, fixated intently on Minato. As he sprinted forward, a tempestuous cloak of lightning chakra enveloped him, crackling with energy as it mirrored his fervent battle spirit. The two warriors closed in on one another. Minato's eyes blazed with intensity, and in the instant he approached the Fourth Hokage, he raised his hand forcefully, unleashing a flurry of shuriken that shot forth like meteors, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. In the following moment, Minato vanished from A's sight as if he were a specter. A cacophony of screams erupted around A, and in a mere heartbeat, over 20 of his ninjas fell, blood pooling on the ground. Witnessing this scene, A's fury ignited, his eyes burning with rage. The battle had scarcely begun, yet his forces had suffered immediate losses. How could he possibly endure this? Die for me! With a thunderous roar, the Fourth Hokage's already astonishing speed surged even further. His entire being was engulfed by a tempestuous surge of lightning-infused chakra, propelling him like a cannonball into the ranks of the Leaf Village. The ground trembled violently upon the impact of A's assault, sending plumes of dust into the air. What would have obliterated the Leaf Ninjas instead crashed down fiercely upon the earth. A, with a face contorted in rage, fixed his gaze upon the silver-haired youth before him. "State your name." "I do not slay the nameless." A's voice resonated like a thunderclap, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Konoha, Ataki Kakashi." Kakashi suppressed the turmoil within him, striving to keep his voice steady as he maintained a calm gaze on the Fourth Hokage. "Very well. So you are the son of Konoha's White Fang. No wonder you can withstand my attack." A gritted through clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, chakra swirling around him in a frenzied buildup, poised to unleash his next strike. Kakashi, composed, raised his forehead protector, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan, which shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance. Grasping the fishbone short sword in his right hand, a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. After 5 years of rigorous training under Senju Itachi, he longed for the opportunity to test his current prowess. Faced with the Fourth Hokage, he felt no trepidation. Instead, a fierce battle spirit surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals, enveloping the blade in a similar lightning chakra, and charged forward before A could initiate his assault. Meanwhile, Might Guy, wielding the nunchaku gifted by Senju Itachi, darted towards a female cloud ninja adorned with claw-like short blades on her hands, resembling a fierce leopard. He leapt high into the air, swinging the nunchaku with a fierce whoosh as it struck the cloud ninja's abdomen. With a muffled grunt, she was sent flying. Yet, Guy showed no signs of slowing down, pursuing her relentlessly. From her, he sensed a dangerous aura, warning him that she was no ordinary adversary. Might Guy vaulted into the air, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick aimed at the cloud ninja. In the next instant, a savage crimson chakra enveloped her, transforming her into a ferocious red beast, with an astonishing surge in speed and power. She deftly evaded Guy's strike and opened her maw, unleashing a fiery orange sphere towards him. As the fireball hurtled towards him, Guy remained unfazed, deftly maneuvering the nunchaku in a protective dance, gradually encasing himself in a wall of wind. Upon the fireball's collision with the wind barrier, it rebounded as if striking a solid wall, crashing into the crowd of the hidden cloud village. The ensuing chaos was punctuated by the cries of the wounded, creating a momentary uproar among the ranks of the cloud ninjas. Roar! The battlefield grew increasingly fierce, and as the formidable warriors on his side became ensnared by the ninjas of Konoha, Killer Bee could no longer contain himself. He unleashed a torrent of violent Eight-Tails chakra, which surged like tumultuous ocean waves. In an instant, a monstrous creature with the body of an octopus and the head of a bull materialized on the battlefield, the Eight-Tails. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a reddish-brown-tailed beast ball began to coalesce within its mouth. As the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee deftly commanded the power of the beast within him, and in this chaotic melee, he transformed into a devastating force akin to a colossal scythe, cutting through all that stood in his way. With a resounding crash, the condensed-tailed beast ball shot forth like a meteor, hurtling toward the ranks of Konoha's army with an earth-shattering momentum. Yet, at that critical moment, another tailed beast ball, equally formidable, erupted from the Konoha camp. The two spheres collided with a deafening roar, creating a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated across the battlefield. The ensuing shockwave, akin to a ferocious tsunami, surged outward in all directions. Many of the weaker ninjas were unable to withstand the backlash of the blast, sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. As the chaos subsided, a colossal crimson fox, formed from chakra, gradually emerged on the battlefield, exuding an imposing presence as it locked eyes with the Eight Tails from afar. Chapter 86. The Arrival of the Hokage. Oh, what a predicament. This is truly outrageous. Killer Bee exclaimed, gazing at the enormous fox, radiating crimson chakra and advancing steadily toward him. The sheer force emanating from the fox instilled a sense of caution within him. Yet years of combat had ingrained in him a reflex to express himself candidly, even in dire situations. Meanwhile, enveloped entirely in Nine Tails chakra, Kushina's temper flared at Killer Bee's exclamation. Known for her fiery disposition and love for battle, she had been confined at home since becoming pregnant with Naruto. Rarely allowed to partake in missions, let alone large-scale confrontations. The sight of the Eight Tails ignited her competitive spirit, and Killer Bee's outburst only served to fuel her desire to fight further. In an instant, Kushina's red hair billowed like flames, veins bulging on her forehead as several robust chains shot forth from behind the crimson fox, striking directly at the Eight Tails. Killer Bee, be cautious. She is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Her power is formidable, though it seems somewhat diminished from what I remember. Nonetheless, do not underestimate her. The Eight Tails sensed the impending danger and hurriedly issued a warning to Killer Bee. Upon hearing the alert, Killer Bee immediately broke into song, exclaiming, "Yo, old eight. Don't be anxious. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki I shall not fear. Regardless of their strength, they shall not bring me down. I unleash my full power, and I will never be deceived. I, Killer Bee, am no weakling. In this duel, victory shall surely be mine." As he sang, his chakra surged around him, preparing for battle. The Eight Tails, observing Killer Bee's unwavering confidence, sighed in resignation, refraining from critiquing his unique pre-battle motivational style. Simultaneously, the 8 tentacles of the Eight Tails moved in unison, forming an impenetrable defensive net that deflected the chains shot by Kushina. With their confrontation igniting the battle, chaos erupted. The battlefield was a dazzling display of ninjutsu, with explosions echoing relentlessly. Although the number of Leaf Village ninjas was at a disadvantage, their upper echelon was evidently superior to that of the Cloud Village. Following the meticulously crafted battle plan by Kakashi, each battlefield was fortified with seasoned jonin, leading to a stalemate where neither side gained a clear upper hand. Minato Namikaze, utilizing his unparalleled flying thunder god technique, darted across the battlefield like a specter. Whenever a front appeared on the verge of collapse, his golden figure would appear just in time to turn the tide. The dark blade in his hand gleamed ominously, each swing accompanied by the cries of his foes. Yuhi Kurenai, Ebisu, and Moonlight Gale also showcased their prowess on their respective fronts. Kurenai's Genjutsu was elusive, leaving enemies defenseless. Ebisu, with his exquisite taijutsu, repelled the advancing foes, while Moonlight Gale maneuvered through the shadows, wielding his glimmering sword to reap the lives of his adversaries. Uchiha Itachi closely followed Kakashi, vigilantly monitoring his safety. In the fierce skirmish between Kakashi and the Fourth Hokage, Itachi resembled a reaper of the night, relentlessly eliminating any cloud ninja attempting to approach. His gaze was cold and resolute, and the kunai in his hand sparkled under the moonlight, each strike astonishingly precise. Meanwhile, Guy was radiating a potent green chakra, deftly wielding his nunchaku, generating powerful waves of air that surged toward the Two Tails Jinchuriki, the Woodman. As the Woodman struggled to break through, his fury intensified, culminating in a deafening roar. With this cry, a more ferocious chakra surged from within him, and in an instant, a colossal blue-black beast emerged before Guy. The Two Tails, Matatabi, with its steel-like blue chakra tail, struck fiercely at Guy. Caught off guard, Guy was sent flying by the forceful blow. Subsequently, Matatabi rapidly conjured a massive yellow fireball, launching it in Guy's direction. Boom! The fireball erupted in midair, shrouding the surroundings in a cloud of dust. As the haze gradually dissipated, a blue skeleton slowly emerged from the mist. Beneath this skeletal figure lay Kai and Uchiha Fugaku, the latter gripping a kunai, his eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson light. No longer did his gaze display the ordinary three tomo, instead. It was adorned with a complex pattern swirling rapidly, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kai, if you are unscathed, proceed to support other fronts. I shall handle this. Fugaku's voice was deep and resolute. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai cast a glance at Fugaku and promptly soared towards the battlefields where conflict raged fiercely. Fugaku's attention remained fixed on the blue-black creature before him, the kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning with a mysterious and formidable power. For reasons unknown, a sudden, intense sense of foreboding surged within the heart of the wooden figure, compelling her to instinctively steer the creature to the right. Yet, she was a beat too late. An eerie black flame ignited instantaneously upon the creature's tail. This flame seemed to originate from the depths of hell, and despite the creature's desperate struggles to extinguish it, the fire refused to be quelled. Reluctantly, the creature severed the charred portion of its tail. Fugaku observed this scene with an expression devoid of surprise. His kaleidoscope Sharingan continued to whirl at an alarming rate, an immense reservoir of chakra surging forth unceasingly. Soon, the once simple blue skeleton began to transform rapidly. Veins and flesh materialized at a visible pace, and its legs gradually solidified. In a brief moment, a colossal blue Susanoo, towering even over the creature, materialized before the onlookers. The Susanoo wielded a gigantic blue longsword, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. It raised the sword high and brought it down fiercely towards the creature. The creature narrowly leaped into the air, evading this lethal blow. The massive sword struck the ground behind the creature, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air and leaving a fissure that stretched several dozen meters across the earth, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. The resounding crash instantly captured the attention of every combatant on the battlefield. Among the ranks of the Konoha army, numerous Uchiha clansmen bore witness to this astonishing display, their faces etched with shock. The legendary power, long spoken of in tales, was possessed by their clan leader, who unveiled such remarkable strength at a critical juncture. Hinata Hizashi also directed his gaze towards the Susanoo housing Uchiha Fugaku, effortlessly repelling a cloud ninja who attempted to ambush him with a swift strike, then remarked gruffly, "Humph. Old man, I knew you weren't giving your all during our training." Uchiha Itachi too was captivated by Fugaku's Susanoo, instinctively probing his own eyes and silently marveling. This astounding chakra, is this the true power that my eyes possess? No wonder the Uchiha clan has always been unable to find acceptance from the third Hokage and Danzo. It all makes sense now. Just as everyone remained enraptured by the astonishing spectacle of Susanoo, a colossal wooden dragon, several meters in length, soared forth from the shadows of the hidden cloud village with a thunderous roar. Wherever the dragon traversed, the unsuspecting cloud ninjas were swept away by its immense force, many collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Upon the back of the wooden dragon, Senju Itachi, clad in the ceremonial robes of the Hokage, gazed down serenely at the tumultuous battlefield below. Chapter 87. The Overwhelming Might of the Giant. Shinsho Ifei skillfully maneuvered the sinuous wooden dragon, his gaze piercing and resolute, as he charged toward the densely packed throng within the ranks of the cloud-hidden ninjas. The wooden dragon, immense in stature, shimmered with a chilling luster, creating a howling wind wherever it traversed, resembling a relentless fortress that mercilessly crushed all obstructions in its path. Under the onslaught of the wooden dragon, the cloud-hidden ninjas appeared as fragile as ants. In mere moments, severed limbs and blood intertwined across the battlefield, painting a scene of harrowing devastation. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinsho Ifei guided the wooden dragon swiftly back to the Konoha camp. His movements were decisive and brisk. He bit into his fingertip, and in an instant, a dense white mist enveloped the area. Following this, he swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground with force, accompanied by a resounding thud. A colossal slug materialized from thin air, its form akin to a towering mountain, abruptly capturing the attention of all present. "Great slug, direct your aim over there." Shinsho Ifei's voice resonated with unwavering authority across the battlefield. The great slug, heeding his command without hesitation, opened its massive, slime-covered maw, unleashing a viscous acid that shot forth like cannon fire, accurately targeting the cloud-hidden ninjas. In an instant, piercing cries of anguish echoed throughout the field. Those ninjas struck by the slug's acidic spray found their skin swiftly corroded, writhing on the ground in agony, their faces etched with despair. Soon after, the enormous slug began to rapidly divide, and in the blink of an eye, numerous smaller slugs, each about a meter in size, appeared on the battlefield. Under Shinsho Ifei's command, these diminutive slugs moved with the grace of ethereal spirits, swiftly making their way toward the injured ninjas of Konoha. "Do not fear. I am here at Lord Ifei's behest to heal your wounds," one of the small slugs whispered gently, its soft voice instilling a flicker of warmth within the hearts of the wounded ninjas. The appearance of Senju Yifei was akin to the detonation of a formidable bomb. In less than 5 minutes, the fierce battle between the Cloud and Leaf villages came to an unexpected halt, plunging the battlefield into a brief, eerie silence. "Senju Yifei!" exclaimed the Fourth Hokage, with clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had assumed that with the numerical superiority of the Cloud, they would easily subdue the Leaf and compel them to submit. Yet, in the heat of combat, he never anticipated that this obscure white-haired lad from the Leaf would staunchly block his every advance. Each of A's attacks was delivered with tremendous force. As if capable of splitting mountains, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, they were deftly deflected by Kakashi, rendering his might ineffective and causing a frustration that brewed within him like a volcano on the brink of eruption. What further incensed him was the boy's remarkable speed and the unpredictable nature of his weaponry, which effortlessly pierced through A's prideful lightning armor. During the fray, Kakashi seized the moment to strike, leaving a cut upon A's chest. Although the injury was not grave and he maintained the upper hand against Kakashi, the comparison led him to feel as though he was the one at a disadvantage. Hearing the Hokage roar, Senju Yifei turned to him with an expression full of admiration, nodding at Kakashi. Then, with a slight smirk and a tone laced with mockery, he addressed the Hokage. "Ah, is this not Lord Hokage? After years of absence, it seems your strength has waned rather than improved, to the extent that even my disciple poses a challenge for you." As their exchange unfolded, A approached Senju Yifei gradually, his demeanor grave, his gaze radiating an icy chill. Each step he took was upon a battlefield stained with blood, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Observing this, the higher-ups from both the Cloud and Leaf began to converge towards the site of their confrontation. Senju Itachi gazed at the approaching Uchiha Fugaku, as well as the gradually dissipating Azure Susanoo, his expression as tranquil as water. He contemplated inwardly, this is the strength that a clan leader ought to possess, otherwise, how could he constantly harbor thoughts of rebellion against Konoha? "AI, surrender now, and cease to allow your Yunin shinobi to make futile sacrifices." Senju Yifei gazed steadily at AI, his expression calm and his voice steady, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, AI's countenance contorted in an instant, fury surging within him like a tumultuous tide. The chakra, previously restrained, once again surged violently, and with a thunderous shout, he unleashed a powerful punch, enveloped in crackling lightning, aimed fiercely at Senju Yifei. Senju Yifei, unflinching in the face of challenge, stepped back with his right foot, his chakra surging with a ferocity akin to roaring waves. He raised his fist, imbued with immense power, and charged forward. A resounding boom echoed, as if the heavens and the earth themselves trembled in response. From the epicenter of their clash, a violent chakra shockwave surged outward like a rampaging tsunami. Observing Senju Yifei's audacious maneuver, Kakashi's eye twitched slightly. He was acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by this muscular adversary. Even with his full power unleashed, he could only barely deflect the force of his assault, while Senju Yifei boldly met it head-on. Following the collision, AI staggered slightly, retreating a half-step. Thousand-Hand Yifei took a full step back, shaking his numbed hand. He silently mused, "I must concede that, in terms of strength, I am indeed inferior to AI. Minato, I leave your old rival to you." Senju Itachi did not linger unnecessarily, swiftly retreating to stand beside Minato, his eyes filled with unwavering trust. Minato nodded confidently, and the aura surrounding him abruptly shifted as he reactivated his Sage mode, which had previously been withdrawn. Brandishing a black short sword that shimmered with a chilling light, he lunged towards the advancing like a bolt of black lightning. "My apologies, Lord Hokage has no desire to engage with you." Minato's voice resonated, deep and resolute, as the black blade struck towards A's neck like a viper poised to strike, compelling A to halt his assault and focus entirely on defense. "Senju Itachi, you coward. Very well, I shall first subdue Namikaze." Minato bellowed in fury, raising his elbow high as he gathered a significant amount of lightning release chakra, unleashing the formidable lightning release, electromagnetic murder towards Minato with ferocious intent. Observing their leader hindered, the other high-ranking members of the Cloud Village swiftly sprang into action, striving to impede Minato, thus allowing A to confront Senju Itachi once more. As Senju Yifei observed the stirring cloud-hidden ninja, his gaze sharpened, and he proclaimed loudly, "Vortex Gyoshingnai, Uchiha Fugaku, it's time to take this seriously. We must bring this battle to a decisive conclusion." No sooner had his words echoed than Senju Yifei swiftly clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Would release, would golem technique." In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and a colossal wooden figure, towering over the 8 tails and 9 tails, rose majestically from the earth. The wooden giant emanated immense chakra fluctuations, resembling an ancient titan descending upon the world. Standing atop the shoulders of the wooden figure, Qianshou Yifei gazed down upon the minuscule cloud ninja below, his eyes reflecting an air of dominion over all beings. Immediately thereafter, he clapped his hands together once more and proclaimed in a thunderous voice, "Would release, would dragon." With this resounding declaration, a colossal wooden dragon erupted from the earth with a deafening roar. Its sinuous form shimmered with a chilling luster, resembling a streak of brown lightning as it coiled around the wooden figure. With a graceful leap, Senju Itfly ascended to the head of the wooden dragon, proudly surveying the entirety of the battlefield. As Senju Itfly initiated his technique, both Kukina and Fujiwara followed suit. The colossal nine-tailed fox re-emerged upon the field, letting out a thunderous howl that resonated across the land, emanating an overwhelming aura of ferocious chakra. Beside it, a Susanoo clad in simple armor, wielding a formidable 30-meter-long azure sword, gradually materialized, exuding a chilling and potent presence. Chapter 88. We have reinforcements. The three towering structures of Konoha loomed majestically at the center of the battlefield, radiating an awe-inspiring energy. The Cloud Ninja, upon glancing upward, instinctively recoiled in unison. Though courageous, they were not devoid of strategy. They understood that should they be struck by such formidable power, even a fortunate escape from death would inevitably result in grievous injury. Roar! Roar! Two thunderous roars suddenly erupted, as the Eight Tails and Two Tails once again emerged within the ranks of the cloud, charging fiercely towards Senju Itfly and his allies. With unwavering focus, Senju Itachi fixed his gaze upon the swiftly approaching Eight Tails and Two Tails, decisively commanding, "The Eight Tails shall be entrusted to you both. Sever all of its 8 tails." Upon hearing the order, Kushina and Fugaku's expressions sharpened instantly. Kushina, enveloped in the swirling chakra of the 9 tails, commanded the beast to roar as it charged towards the 8 tails. While Fugaku activated his Susanoo, the colossal figure wielding a formidable blade, following in the wake of the 9 tails with an imposing aura as they advanced menacingly towards the 8 tails. Qianshou Yifei turned to face the 2 tails, swiftly clapping his hands, instantly activating the Sage mode. A peculiar radiance enveloped him as he intoned powerfully yet softly, "Sage Art, Divine Gate." In an instant, several colossal wooden gates descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, firmly pinning the 2 tails in place. Following this, a robust wooden dragon erupted from the earth, swiftly ensnaring the exposed head of the 2 tails outside the Divine Gate with astonishing speed. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, and within less than a minute, the seemingly formidable 2 tails was successfully restrained by Qianshou Yifei's formidable technique. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Kushina was enveloped in the chakra of the 9 tails, her crimson hair dancing wildly. 9 stout adamant chains extended from the back of the 9 tails like serpents, rapidly coiling towards the tail of the 8 tails in an attempt to seal it. Fuyue maneuvered the Susanoo, wielding his long sword with a fierce grace, each strike glinting coldly as it accurately struck the 8 tails. Through the flawless synergy of the two, the 8 tails gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Each time Kushina's adamant chain successfully ensnared the 8 tails' tail, Fuyue's Susanoo would relentlessly bring down its massive blade. In but a moment, the 8 tails had already lost 2 of its tails, blood gushing from the wounds as it roared in agony. As Qianshou Yifei perceived that the formidable combat prowess of the Yunin ninja had been successfully restrained, his gaze sharpened with determination. The wooden dragon that bore him seemed to receive a command, charging fiercely toward the Yunin ninjas on the ground. Concurrently, the colossal wooden figure, reminiscent of an ancient giant, took bold strides towards the direction of the Yunin ninjas, each step resonating with a tremor that shook the earth beneath. Under Qianshou Yifei's masterful manipulation, the wooden dragon adeptly maneuvered through the ranks of the Yunin forces, its massive form mercilessly eliminating those ninjas that obstructed its path. Faced with the ferocious assault of the wooden dragon, the Yunin ninjas quickly rallied, organizing numerous fighters to mount a resistance. "Lightning release, lightning plow hot knife," cried one Yunin ninja, his form enveloped in crackling lightning as he charged valiantly toward the wooden dragon, attempting to shake this towering behemoth with sheer physical strength. However, his efforts were akin to striking a stone with an egg. The damage inflicted was negligible compared to the vast size of the wooden dragon, which brushed aside the minor inconveniences caused by its movements. Unleash ninjutsu to strike the Hokage of Konoha. With the commander's order, a barrage of long-range ninjutsu surged toward the swiftly moving Qianshou Yifei. Yet, These assaults were either deftly intercepted by the wooden dragon or rendered futile by Qianzhou Yifei's remarkable speed and the diminutive size of his target, leaving him unscathed. The caster moves too swiftly. The target is too small to hit. Ignite the wooden dragon with fire release. The Yunin ninjas swiftly recalibrated their strategy, and soon a deluge of fire ninjutsu rained down upon the wooden dragon. As the fiery onslaught intensified, the enormous wooden dragon was indeed set ablaze, flames roaring around its form. Witnessing this spectacle, the Yunin ninjas surged with renewed vigor, their eyes alight with hope. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Senju Itachi swiftly clapped his hands together, channeling an overwhelming surge of chakra that materialized into a colossal fire dragon. He murmured under his breath, "Since you are so fond of playing with fire, allow me to add a little more fuel to the flames." With that, he leaped gracefully, as a gigantic wooden hand emerged from the wooden figure, securely catching him. Subsequently, Senju Itachi directed the fire dragon towards the blazing wooden dragon. In an instant, a cataclysmic inferno erupted, transforming the wooden dragon into a fire dragon. Under his command, it surged forth with even greater ferocity, causing the cloud-hidden ninja to scatter in disarray, plunging the battlefield into chaos. As the forces of the cloud-hidden ninja were ruthlessly decimated, Senju Itachi activated his sensory abilities, surveying every corner of the battlefield with keen perception. Meanwhile, the Fourth Hokage gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood, yet his gaze remained sharp and piercing as that of a hawk. His abdomen and back were thoroughly soaked in crimson, with wounds that continued to ooze profusely. In contrast, Namake's Minato's right arm hung limply, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. He clutched a black short sword tightly in his left hand, eyes vigilant for any sign of renewed aggression from the Fourth Hokage. Turning to the Eight Tails. Its 8 tails lay shorn and bare, its body riddled with scars as it desperately fought to fend off the assaults from Go and Fugaku. Each defense seeming increasingly arduous. The 2 tails, Nikomata, had already lost its chakra support, retreating back into the wooden figure. At this moment, the wooden figure was ensnared tightly by the wooden dragon, rendered utterly immobile. As Qianzhou Yifei observed that the Yunin troops had lost their momentum, he did not hesitate for a moment. With a forceful clap of his hands, he proclaimed, "Would release, advent of the tree realm." In an instant, the entire battlefield trembled violently, as if the very earth were succumbing to this overwhelming force. Countless robust vines surged forth from the ground, intertwining and ascending relentlessly. Within moments, the entire battlefield was enveloped by this dense mass of vines. Qianzhou Yifei stood majestically atop the wooden figure, resembling a sovereign of the battlefield. He began to manipulate the tendrils, which came to life, gently ensnaring the ninjas of Konoha and carefully relocating them to a safe zone behind the battlefield. However, when confronted by the ninjas of Konohagakure, these tendrils transformed into merciless harbingers of death, striking with formidable force. From the onset of the conflict, Qianzhou Yifei had formulated a strategy aimed at inflicting pain and instilling fear in the ninjas of Konohagakure. Seeing the situation on the battlefield was beyond salvaging, ceased his entanglement with Minato. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, exerting all his strength, "Everyone retreat. Move out of the range of Mokutan." Upon issuing the command, a swiftly moved towards Killer Bee's direction, delivering a powerful punch that severed the adamantine chains constraining him. Freed from the chains, Killer Bee promptly regained his humanoid form, agilely evading attacks alongside A as they desperately rushed towards the edge of the Forest of Death. In an instant, the fierce confrontation shifted dramatically, transforming into a one-sided retreat for the ninjas of Konohagakure. Thousands of them fled without a backward glance, while those at the fringes desperately employed ninjutsu to breach the borders of the Forest of Death, striving to carve out an escape route for their comrades. Observing the multitude of Konoha ninjas eager to pursue, Qianzhou Yifei raised his hand to halt them, declaring, "There is no need to chase. Let them flee. We have reinforcements." The earlier emergence of the Forest of Death was our signal. He confidently turned to face the arriving elite ninjas of Konoha and instructed, "Organize a rescue operation and arrange for the injured and fallen to return to Konoha immediately. The remaining uninjured elite ninjas shall stay behind to assist me in clearing the battlefield." Chapter 89. Wind Release Minato. You stay behind with Go and Fugaku to coordinate the evacuation of the wounded. Also, seek out the living leech and have it assist you in treating your injuries. The cold and composed Qianzhou Yifei issued commands with an air of undeniable authority. Rizu, Lugio. You are responsible for organizing the remaining Jonin to eliminate those cloud ninja still trapped in the Forest of Death. Remember, Those who resist stubbornly shall be executed on the spot. Those who surrender willingly may be spared. Once everything was arranged, Bai Yifei steadily advanced toward the direction from which AI and others were fleeing. Wherever he went, the vines seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, parting to create a wide and unobstructed path for him. From the very beginning, the outcome of this war had been predetermined. Konoha had never lacked elite combatants. Its only shortcoming lay in the number of chunin and genin. However, this disparity, while potentially fatal for others, was insignificant to one who wielded extensive area of effect techniques. The third Raikage could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers due to his reliance on taijutsu. In face-to-face encounters, every enemy he dispatched drained his chakra and stamina. In contrast, Bai Yifei's wood dragon technique and wooden man technique, both massive in scale, could fell numerous foes merely by their sheer weight. Upon invoking the Forest of Death, the battlefield instantly transformed into his dominion. What had initially been a situation favoring the Cloud Ninja's numerical advantage swiftly reversed as Konoha leveraged their superiority. More critically, the Cloud Ninja had to remain vigilant against the sudden assaults from creeping vines. Within the Cloud Ninja encampment, the commanding officer, Jian, understood the moment he beheld the robust vines erupting from the ground, enveloping the battlefield, that defeat was inevitable. Yet, before he could issue a retreat order, AI's desperate roar echoed across the field. Without hesitation, Jian promptly led 1,000 hidden Cloud Ninja from their base to provide support. Through their coordinated efforts, they managed to carve a passage through the seemingly impregnable Forest of Death. The remaining Cloud Ninja, aside from those who had perished or were trapped, surged toward the exit like a panicked swarm of ants. Killer Bee assisted the weakened AI, who was on the brink of collapse from blood loss and the continuous use of techniques to create a path. With a singular focus on escaping the perilous zone, AI leaped through the passage without looking back. Upon witnessing Killer Bee and AI emerge safely, Jian exhaled a sigh of relief and decisively commanded, "Ready the troops. Follow my lead and cover the injured as they retreat." "Well, I didn't expect your village to have such depth, hiding so many within." A voice tinged with just suddenly rang out behind Jian. Startled, he felt as though struck by lightning. Reacting swiftly, he produced a kunai, lunging toward the source of the voice without a moment's hesitation. Clang! A resounding clash of metal echoed as his kunai was deftly intercepted by the newcomer. Jian hastily turned around, only to behold a man with a stern countenance, whose looks fell slightly short of captivating, standing quietly behind him. The man's forehead bore a faintly swirling taiji symbol, his black and white hair moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze. The fire shadow divine robe he donned billowed dramatically, exuding an intangible sense of oppression. Upon catching sight of this figure, Jian's expression shifted drastically, his face darkened ominously, as though it could weep. An indescribable terror surged within him like a tumultuous tide. With no time to ponder further, he swiftly formed hand seals and intoned, "Water release, water dragon bullet." A fearsome water dragon, brimming with overwhelming force, surged forth, roaring towards Bai Yifei. Senju Itachi's expression remained calm and unhurried as he forcefully struck the ground with his hand. In an instant, a robust wooden wall rose from the earth, steadfastly absorbing the water dragon projectile. The water dragon collided with the wooden barrier, sending splashes in every direction, yet it could advance no further. "So, you are the mastermind behind Yunin Village? How impolite of you. Is it customary to resort to violence upon first meeting?" Senju Itachi slowly withdrew the wooden wall, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As the commotion resonated, a throng of Cloud Ninjas swiftly encircled Senju Itachi, trapping him within their ranks. Jian fixed his gaze upon Senju Itachi, his expression tense as though a storm were brewing. At that moment, an audacious Cloud Ninja, oblivious to the peril, launched an attack upon witnessing Senju Itachi confronting Jian, shouting, "Lightning release, thunderplow hot blade," as he charged recklessly towards Senju Itachi. "Give it to me." The Cloud Ninja's words were scarcely uttered when Senju Itachi, like a specter, swiftly advanced, his hand firmly grasping the ninja's head. "Is it customary for your people from the hidden cloud village to lack decorum? Do you not see that I am in the midst of a conversation with your leader?" As Senju Yifei spoke, his right hand, gripping the head of the Cloud Ninja, began to exert a gradual, yet forceful pressure. A piercing scream erupted instantaneously. As the Cloud Ninja struggled desperately, yet in the grasp of Senju Yifei, he was as powerless as an ant. With a dull thud, a viscous mixture of crimson and white splattered across the ground, filling the air with a pervasive scent of blood. Bai Yifei wore an expression of disdain. casually wiping his hands on the clothing of the cloud ninja beside him. His gaze was as frigid as frost as he looked at Li Jian and spoke slowly. I apologize, but allow me to first clear away the surrounding debris. Upon hearing this, Li Jian was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize the gravity of the situation. His complexion shifted dramatically as he shouted in terror, "No!" However, it was too late. The formidable wooden dragon, which had previously surged through the battlefield with an imposing presence, re-emerged, its massive form akin to a moving mountain. In an instant, the wooden dragon wreaked havoc among the crowd, reducing the surrounding cloud ninjas to mere fragments, blood splattering and staining its body. Meeting Li Jian's gaze, which seemed ready to devour him, Bai Yifei remained composed and continued, I have given you opportunities, yet you persistently test the limits of Konoha's tolerance. Take a good look. This is the consequence of provoking Konoha. No sooner had the words left his lips than several vines, akin to sinuous serpents, erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Li Jian. Following this, Bai Yifei leapt onto the wooden dragon, commencing a new wave of merciless slaughter. Where's Lord Rakage? Save me. Help me. As Bai Yifei executed his grim actions, countless anguished cries resonated across the battlefield, intertwining to form a lament of despair. Suddenly, blinding beams of light shot forth from Bai Yifei's chest like lightning. Almost immediately, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, swiftly forming hand seals and bellowing, storm release, lightning tide. In an instant, a massive vortex of storm energy materialized, its formidable pull engulfing Bai Yifei entirely. Within the vortex, violent currents of electricity crackled like dancing serpents of thunder, relentlessly striking Bai Yifei and producing a cacophony of sounds. As the tempestuous vortex subsided, Li Jian panted heavily, his eyes fixated on the slowly dissipating wooden dragon beneath him. With a dull thud, the figure that had been swept into the air by the vortex crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust soaring into the air. Li Jian swiftly dismounted from the wooden dragon, gripping a kunai tightly in his hand, his steps cautious as he approached the fallen figure. Despite having successfully launched a surprise attack, he was acutely aware that the village leader could not be so easily defeated or slain. It was utterly improbable. A sudden series of crisp applause erupted from Bai Yifei, causing a jolt of unease to ripple through Li Jian, his scalp prickling, and his hair standing on end as he instinctively pivoted. The sight before him made his pupils constrict. The figure that should have been sprawled on the ground, riddled with wounds, stood before him unscathed, as if it had never endured a single injury. Observing Li Jian's astonishment, nearly bordering on hysteria, Bai Yifei ceased his clapping and, with an air of tranquility, remarked, the lightning release bloodline limit is indeed a formidable technique, demonstrating impressive lethality, capable of reducing my would release clone to such a state. Upon hearing this, Li Jian instinctively turned his gaze. There lay the figure, once struck down by the lightning release, now transformed into an ordinary wooden post, quietly resting there, as if mocking his naivety in silence. Flee! Everyone retreat! Li Jian exclaimed, his voice a desperate, heart-wrenching shriek. In that instant, he gripped his kunai tightly, making a final, reckless thrust toward Bai Yifei, embodying the essence of a cornered beast fighting for survival. Upon hearing Li Jian's command, the cloud shinobi, already in disarray and facing utter defeat, no longer hesitated. Like startled birds, they frantically fled toward the depths of the Iron Country's forests, their steps frantic and hurried, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. In an instant, Bai Yifei evaded Li Jian's assault with an effortless sidestep, followed by a swift clap of his hands. In that fleeting moment, numerous sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground like arrows unleashed from a bow, piercing Li Jian's limbs with tremendous force, effectively pinning him in place, rendering him immobile. Li Jian let out a harrowing scream of agony, his body contorting in pain, his face etched with despair. Cease your futile struggles. From the moment you ignited the flames of war, you should have been prepared for the specter of defeat. The voice of Bai Yifei was cold and resolute, devoid of any trace of emotion. He paid no heed to the scattered and fleeing Yunin defeated army. Several vines quietly sprouted from the ground, intertwining with one another. Not far from Li Jian, they swiftly coalesced into an ancient-looking wooden chair. Bai Yifei steadily approached the wooden chair and sat down with composure, with an expression of indifference. He calmly stated, open your eyes wide and observe closely. None of them shall escape. Hearing these words, Li Jian trembled involuntarily, his voice quivering with disbelief. Impossible. The Leaf Village cannot possibly have ninjas flanking us from behind. As if to answer his doubts, a thunderous battle cry erupted from the direction of the retreating cloud ninjas. reverberating with overwhelming force, akin to 1,000 galloping horses. Not confined to this single direction, as if orchestrated by some unseen force. 2 additional directions soon echoed with similarly deafening battle cries, enveloping the entire battlefield in a cacophony of sound. Retreat. Fall back. Alongside the battle cries, panicked shouts from several cloud ninjas filled the air, laden with fear and despair. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of synchronized and powerful footsteps resounded as a throng of warriors, armed with long swords and clad in heavy armor, surged forth from the thicket like a relentless tide. Their postures were erect, their steps unified, exuding an aura of intimidation. From the other 2 directions, similarly dense formations of warriors emerged, swiftly encircling the battlefield with an army of tens of thousands. Witnessing this scene, Li Jian, who had clung to a sliver of hope, felt as though his spine had been severed, and he gradually lowered his head, his face etched with resignation and despair. Lay down your weapons and surrender. At the forefront, Mifyun, wielding a long sword, gazed down imperiously at the encircled cloud ninjas, raising his sword high towards the heavens and bellowing with formidable authority. His voice resonated throughout the battlefield like the tolling of a great bell. As Mifyun's command rang out, the remaining warriors echoed his call in unison, their voices harmonious and thunderous, akin to rolling thunder that reverberated across the battlefield. Surrender. Surrender. This earth-shattering proclamation sent waves of terror through the cloud ninjas, and even the leaf ninjas, who were engaged in clearing the battlefield, were drawn to the magnitude of this resounding cry. In that moment, all eyes converged upon the area besieged. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as the first kunai was cast to the ground, swiftly followed by the remaining cloud ninjas, who, in unison, relinquished their weapons, producing a cacophony of clattering. They comprehended that this war had culminated in their unequivocal defeat, rather than engage in futile resistance that could cost them their lives. Surrender appeared to be the more prudent choice, perhaps allowing for a chance of survival. As they surveyed the formidable ranks of warriors, resembling an impenetrable steel wall, the very notion of breaking free did not even flicker in their minds. Observing the surrendering cloud ninjas, Mitsuha raised his long blade high and brought it down with decisive efficiency. In an instant, the deafening cries ceased, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional clatter of weapons hitting the ground. Mitsuha sheathed his sword and, with measured steps, approached Senju Itahiro. His silhouette loomed large in the sunlight, exuding an innate authority. As Mitsuha drew near, Senju Itahiro rose, a gentle smile gracing his features as he nodded appreciatively at Mitsuha, his eyes brimming with reassurance. Lord Hokage, I sincerely apologize for our tardiness. We did not anticipate that you would achieve victory without us. Mitsuha inclined slightly before Itahiro, his tone tinged with regret. Haha. It is not too late. As promised, we awaited the signal before our arrival. Now, I suppose it is time for you to assist in the cleanup of the battlefield. Bai Yifei responded with a cheerful laugh, his voice resonant. With a grand gesture, the thick vines that enveloped the battlefield vanished as if obeying a command, revealing the trapped cloud ninjas. Some lay injured on the ground, while others bore expressions of sheer terror, all of them now branded as the vanquished in this conflict. Under the command of Mifyun and with the assistance of the elite shinobi from Konoha, the remaining 5,000 cloud ninjas were successfully subdued. Bound tightly, they stood there, dejected and forlorn, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. In the forefront of the captives stood the equally restrained Li Jian and Yumu, their faces contorted with indignation and fury. Reporting, Lord Mifyun, Lord Hokage, there are 482 surviving captives on the battlefield, with 675 fatalities, including 542 from Konoha, and 845 injured among the cloud ninjas. Medical personnel have been dispatched for treatment. A warrior hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee to report the situation to Mifyun and Bai Yifei. Listening to the warrior's account, a wave of despondency washed over Bai Yifei, guilt flickering across his face. He lamented his tardiness, realizing that he had squandered too much time in the land of iron. Had he arrived sooner, the losses from Konoha would not have been so severe. Beside him, Rikuji seemed to sense his turmoil, silently placing his right hand on Bai Yifei's shoulder, conveying unspoken comfort and support through that firm grip. Feeling the warmth and strength of the hand upon his shoulder, Bai Yifei took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and turned to Mifyun, saying, General Mifyun, I entrust the custody of these ninjas to you. We shall take these 2 away. He gestured towards Li Jian and Yumu. Very well, Lord Hokage, the decision rests with you. By the way, Two cloud ninjas have escaped the encirclement. Should we pursue them? Mifune inquired with a nod. Upon hearing Mifune's question, Qianshou Yifei shook his head. His expression serene as he replied, "No need. I have already dispatched personnel to pursue them. I am grateful for the assistance from the Land of Iron during this operation. The majority of the Cloud Village S members are driven by brute force. Without a substantial military presence, they would not have capitulated so decisively. Moreover, if Konoha were to annihilate the entirety of the Cloud Ninjas, the losses would undeniably be considerable. The other shinobi villages would not let Konoha off so easily. Thus, I must allow the Land of Iron to bear a portion of this burden to safeguard Konoha's remaining strength." Chapter 91. Jishui and Pain inside the Konoha encampment. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Seated in the principal position, Senju Itachi maintained a composed demeanor. The tranquility was abruptly interrupted by a knock on the door. As Nara Shikaka entered with measured steps, his gaze was fixed directly upon Senju Itachi, and he spoke with reverence. "Hokage-sama. The samurai of the Land of Iron have already departed with the prisoners from the Hidden Cloud. When shall we commence our withdrawal?" Qianshou Yifei raised his head. His gaze serene, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "There is no need to rush. Let us wait a while longer." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiu asked no further questions, instead procuring a chair for himself and settling down in quiet patience. After a brief interval, a series of loud knocks resounded at the door. Lu Jiu rose and swiftly approached to open it. Standing at the threshold were two enigmatic figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured by tightly fitted masks. Beside them lay two robust, muscular men, currently in a state of unconsciousness. Upon perceiving Lu Jiu, the duo did not immediately enter. Rather, they slightly turned to cast inquisitive glances towards Qianshou Yifei within the room. "Come in. There is no need for concern. You are among allies," Qianshou Yifei spoke calmly, granting them entry. With his assent, the two men each lifted one of the unconscious figures and nodded respectfully to Lu Jiu before striding into the room. Their movements were efficient and decisive as they unceremoniously deposited the unconscious AI and Kalabi onto the floor. Qianshou Yifei gazed at the leading figure clad in black robes and spoke gently. "Very well. Once you return home, do remove your masks. We are all allies here. No need for concealment." The mask was slowly lifted, revealing the mature and composed visage of Uchiha Shursui, time having etched resolute lines upon his face. Shortly thereafter, the individual beside Shursui also unveiled his mask, showcasing a striking mane of orange-yellow hair, adorned with a series of small black cylinders upon his nose, exuding an air of enigmatic allure. Nara Shikaku observed these two mysterious figures, instinctively stroking his beard, a wave of inexplicable premonition washing over him. He could not shake the feeling that his previously tranquil yet troublesome life would soon be stirred into considerable upheaval upon their introduction. "Shikaku, allow me to introduce you to someone you should be familiar with, Uchiha Shursui, my guardian, who was previously thought to be deceased while on a special mission." Qianshou Yifei indicated towards Shursui. He then patted the shoulder of the individual beside him, introducing, "This is Yahiko. Both of them are members of my clandestine organization, known as AIN." At this juncture, Qianshou Yifei cleared his throat twice, a subtle, mischievous smirk flitting across his face as he cast a knowing glance at Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku, you see. Managing such a vast village while overseeing this organization's affairs has become quite overwhelming for me. Lord Hokage, Shikaku was about to decline the offer. "Oh, I knew I could count on you." Qianshou Yifei interjected, "Very well, the forthcoming plans will be coordinated between Shursui and you." He then directed his attention to Shursui and Yahiko, orchestrating their tasks with precision. "Shursui, Yahiko, your next mission will be to incite the lower classes of the small nations surrounding the Land of Fire. You may enlist the samurai of the Land of Iron, whose daimyo will offer full cooperation. Your primary focus will be to contend with the ninja from other villages. Specific operational details can be discussed with Shikaku before execution. With Shikaku's support, your endeavors will proceed with greater ease." Standing to the side, Shikaku's expression darkened further with each word, his face contorting into a frown as he beseeched Qianshou Yifei, "Lord Hokage, may I opt out of these matters? They seem exceedingly troublesome." "That is not an option." Qianshou Yifei resolutely declined, and though you had sensed it before, hearing it with your own ears now makes it unmistakable. "If you wish to withdraw, I must inform you that it is too late. You should focus on executing your mission." In truth, the upper echelons of Konoha have not been oblivious to Qianshou Yifei's series of actions. It is merely a tacit understanding that remains unspoken. Moreover, the third Hokage has already communicated with the Saratobi clan, instructing them to carry out Qianzhou Yifei's special orders without excessive inquiry. In recent years, the ideology of great leaders advocating the dismantling of class systems and promoting equality among all has spread widely across nations, resonating deeply within the hearts of the populace. Numerous regions have witnessed organized resistance movements, with the Land of Fire experiencing no fewer than 10 significant uprisings. Had it not been for the timely reforms instituted by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, such incidents might have escalated further. The situation in other major nations is even more severe, with continuous acts of rebellion that local governments are utterly incapable of suppressing. In some smaller nations, popular revolts have already achieved success. While other hidden villages may lack a clear understanding of the origins of these ideologies, the ninjas of Konoha are certainly not oblivious. With a modicum of reflection, it is not difficult to connect these events to Qianzhou Yifei. Lord Hokage, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, has completely placed his trust in Zilong. Following Zilong's feigned death at the hands of the Fourth Hokage, the Jinchuriki lost control in an instant, causing significant damage to the Sand Village. Ji Shui reported crucial intelligence to Qianzhou Yifei. Senju Itachi nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, indeed, Zilong has excelled in this matter, securing invaluable opportunities for our endeavors. I am well aware and have already instructed him to return to Konoha for adequate rest. As for Konoha now, you may reveal yourselves freely. By the way, how fares Garo in the Land of Lightning? Upon hearing Senju Itachi's inquiry, Shirsue's lips involuntarily twitched, as if recalling something amusing. He is faring quite well, integrating seamlessly with the common folk of the Land of Lightning, and has emerged as a competent leader. Observing Shirsue's expression, an ominous premonition surged within Senju Itachi. He reminisced about Goro's enthusiastic demeanor during the assignment allocation, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he clung to his leg. Tearfully pleading for the opportunity to venture to the Land of Lightning, Itachi had reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, you shall coordinate the subsequent plans with Kakuzu, who will relay updates to me. Also, Shirsue, have we ascertained the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Danzo? If not, let us amplify the bounty on them. Danzo can be eliminated directly, while any news regarding Orochimaru should be communicated to me. Understood, Hokage-sama, Shirsue replied respectfully. Senju Itachi then turned his gaze to Pain and Yahiko, cautioning, exercise extreme caution regarding the so-called evil deity in the Land of Rain. Ensure that it does not acquire your blood. If possible, subdue it. If not, proceed with sealing, for such beings cannot be slain. Now, Shirsue, assist me in dispelling their genjutsu. It is time to discuss matters of significance with them. Chapter 92. The frustrated Raikage AI gradually awoke from the haze, his consciousness returning as he beheld the rough, gray-brown wooden floor. Shaking his still-dazed head, he forcefully propped himself up, struggling to stand. Senju Itachi. Upon the sight of that face he loathed, AI instinctively clenched his fists, arms raised high, brimming with anger and resentment, as though he aimed to shatter everything before him. However, just as his fist was about to descend, a glint of cold steel flashed. A sharp kunai and a sturdy iron rod were silently pressed against his neck. The icy sensation coursed through his skin. The chilling aura of impending death behind him snapped AI to attention. Realizing his predicament, he quickly surveyed his surroundings and comprehended that he had been defeated and captured. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, AI swiftly approached the still unconscious Killer Bee, trembling as he placed a hand before Killer Bee's nostrils. Sensing the steady and robust breaths, AI's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he exhaled deeply. He then lifted his gaze to meet Senju Itachi's eyes, his expression tranquil yet resolute. Imbued with a sense of acceptance, Senju Itachi, we have lost. Do as you will. Upon hearing this, Qianzhou Yifei leisurely waved his hand. Receiving the signal, Ji Shui and Tiandao Pain gradually lowered their weapons, and the tense atmosphere consequently eased somewhat. Do not be so hasty to meet your demise. The 2 tails, the 8 tails, as well as the storm release bloodline limit, and the over 4,000 captured ninjas from Kumogakure, are you truly prepared to forsake them all? The voice of Senju Itachi resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, each word striking like a heavy hammer upon AI's heart. In an instant, AI's expression contorted with struggle, his soul ensnared in an abyss of torment and conflict. He understood that his life was but a mere grain in the vast ocean, insignificant in the face of death. Yet, the lives of those ninjas who had followed him through thick and thin, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the hidden cloud village, were equally precious. How could he bear to let them perish due to his own choices? At that moment, a faint snoring disrupted the tense atmosphere. The The crowd turned in unison toward the sound, revealing Killer Bee sprawled on the ground, lost in a deep slumber, even rolling over and absent-mindedly scratching his rear with his right hand. Observing Killer Bee's demeanor, Senju Itachi couldn't help but chuckle softly, marveling at the vastness of his heart. With a gentle clap of his hands, countless vines surged forth from the ground, swiftly weaving into a finely crafted wooden bed. Subsequently, several vines, resembling agile arms, delicately lifted Killer Bee and gently placed him upon the bed. "Please, take a seat," Qianzhou Yifei whispered softly while casting a knowing glance at Lugio. Understanding the unspoken message, Lugio promptly brought over a chair and placed it behind AI. "Surrender seems inappropriate. Shall the negotiations continue?" Qianzhou Yifei gazed at AI, whose expression fluctuated between despair and resolve, and inquired with a measured tone. His eyes scrutinized AI's form, internally astounded by the sheer tenacity of his physical constitution. His body was riddled with a multitude of wounds, yet he had managed to staunch the bleeding through sheer muscle control. Sensing Qianzhou Yifei's penetrating gaze, AI let out a resigned smile. "Do I possess any other options? The cunning of Konoha is truly formidable, forging an alliance with the land of iron. I am certain that should I refuse, calamity would befall my village in the blink of an eye." Deep down, he recognized that even without the intervention of the land of iron, Konoha's prowess was sufficient to plunge Konohagakure into dire straits. Yet, articulating this served to provide him with a modicum of solace amidst the harrowing defeat he faced. Since the establishment of Konohagakure, it had never endured such a devastating loss. As the leader of his village, he found himself in the humiliating position of standing before his adversaries, powerless to resist and constrained from retaliating. The fate of Konohagakure now rested precariously upon his decision, even if it meant enduring the ignominy of surrender. The atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating, laden with tension. Qianzhou Yifei and his companions awaited in silence, offering no prompts, fully aware of the gravity of the decision that weighed upon AI. "Brother, whatever choice you make, I shall stand by you," Kirabai had awakened in a corner, propped against the wall. The carefree demeanor that usually characterized him had vanished, replaced by an expression of solemnity and resolve. A wave of warmth surged within AI's heart. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of strength within him, and finally spoke. "I surrender, but you must guarantee the safety of the captured shinobi from Konohagakure. I wish for them to return unharmed." "Excellent. That is precisely the affirmation we awaited." Upon hearing the answer, Senju Itachi exhibited no semblance of surprise. As though everything lay within his expectations, he incessantly cast fervent glances at Nara Shikaku, his eyes brimming with urgency. Reluctantly, Shikaku rose from his seat and approached the nearby document rack to retrieve a fresh file. Internally, he lamented, "No wonder they insisted on keeping me here to hastily draft the peace treaty between Konoha and Konohagakure." Such urgency was a clear indication that they had been anticipating this moment. With a bewildered expression, accepted the document and began to scrutinize its contents meticulously. As he perused the densely packed stipulations, his countenance grew increasingly grim, his body's lightning-infused chakra surging uncontrollably, the air crackling with static energy. With a resounding clap, when he reached the final 2 pages, it could no longer contain his indignation. He forcefully slammed the document onto the table and bellowed, "Senju Itachi, a warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. This is utterly excessive." With a perplexed expression, Senju Itachi found himself utterly bewildered by the contents of the document penned by Rikuju, which had incited such fury in AI. Ignoring AI's explosive rage, he reached for the file and began to scrutinize it with utmost seriousness. The initial clauses appeared relatively mundane, merely outlining customary compensation terms. However, as he delved deeper, the veins on Senju Itachi's forehead began to throb ominously. "I, the Hokage of Konoha, have been single for many years. I request that the village of Konohagakure present its most beautiful women for my esteemed selection. The chosen one must marry into Konoha and shall not resist. Furthermore, all ninjutsu from Konohagakure is to be unconditionally offered to Konoha, and those possessing bloodline limits are preferably to be wed to me, the Hokage. The fusion of wood release with other bloodline limits is certain to yield a more powerful lineage." This string of outrageous demands seemed aimed not only at targeting the women of Konohagakure, but also at attempting to plunder the village's long-accumulated resources, transferring them entirely to Konoha. Qianzhou Yifei set down the document and shot a glare at Luge, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, does he think of me as a mere stallion?" Luge scratched his head helplessly, his gaze betraying no fear, as if to convey, "You asked me to write this. I simply pinned down whatever came to mind, so do not blame me." Chapter 93 After the Battle Farewell. Do visit often when you have the time. I sincerely apologize, but due to limited circumstances, I cannot host you for a meal. With a beaming smile, Senshu Itachi waved enthusiastically at the retreating figures of A and Kurabi. Yet, in the next moment, his tone shifted dramatically as he called out loudly. By the way, let us put everything else aside for now. We must swiftly gather the compensation funds. Konoha is utterly impoverished and cannot afford to sustain so many captives from Konohagakure. You have a deadline of 3 days. If you delay even a day longer, I shall start charging interest. Bang! At these words, A's steps became forceful, causing the ground beneath him to shatter instantly. In a swift motion, he seized Kurabi by the head, and like an arrow released from its bow, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Lord Hokage, how do you know that Konohagakure is so affluent? This compensation has nearly multiplied tenfold. Surely, Konohagakure cannot muster such an amount, questioned Shisui, his face etched with confusion. Unable to restrain his curiosity, with his arms outstretched, Senshu Itachi explained, this is still a rather modest request. The price offered by Rakuju is merely an estimation based on the current reserves of the Hidden Leaf's treasury. If we were to factor in the wealth of several prominent clans within the village, could it not be doubled? Moreover, considering the broader context, my demands are indeed reasonable and not excessive. However, I suspect this sum may suffice to incite a rift between the Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning. Observing the moment of enlightenment on Shisui's face, Senshu Itachi gestured towards a nearby building and said, Itachi and Kakashi are over there. You should go meet them. Otherwise, who knows where your next journey might lead you? All right then, I happen to have a gift for Itachi, Shisui replied, as he donned his mask once more and departed alongside Tenzo. Bai Yifei returned to his chamber and took hold of the map, diligently studying it. In the world of Hokage, aside from the 5 great nations, there exist numerous smaller countries such as the Land of Grass, the Land of River, and the Land of Birds. Relying solely on the strength of Konoha to conquer these minor nations is no simple feat, let alone contend with the other major powers. The cooldown period for Shisui's Kodo Amatsukami is excessively lengthy. Since taking control of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he has been unable to employ it again. Fortunately, under the joint efforts of Shisui and Bai Yifei, the national power of the Land of Fire has seen significant consolidation. Through Yifei's endeavors, many prestigious clans have garnered the public's approval. However, directly leveraging Shisui's abilities to manipulate the daimyo of the Land of Fire could easily draw the attention of other hidden villages, potentially reigniting conflict, which would be troublesome. Although Konoha could easily overpower a single village and could manage against 2 or 3, the prospect of the entire shinobi world uniting against them left Yifei feeling uncertain. Luku, come take a look. I will let Shisui and the others handle these smaller nations. I have expended too much energy and need to rest for a while. While Bai Yifei was preparing to delegate the task to Luku, other factions were already restless. On the battlefield after the Great War, a small white snake was leisurely slithering along. It keenly sensed the residual chakra fluctuations in the aftermath of the battle, weaving its way through the remnants. Eventually, the little serpent halted before a charred, pockmarked brown wooden post. It circled the post, scrutinizing it for a moment, before suddenly opening its mouth wide and, in an extraordinary manner, swallowed the entire post whole. After consuming the post, the snake did not leave immediately. Its golden slit pupils continued to survey the battlefield, seemingly searching for something. Finally, the snake made its way to a corner, where it swallowed a strand of white hair before departing the scene with evident satisfaction. After the snake's exit, a figure clad in a cloud-embroidered black robe appeared on the battlefield, as if conjured from thin air. Assessing the situation before him, the figure clenched his fists in frustration. Even if I unleashed the 9 tails, it would hardly inflict significant damage upon Konoha. Gazing at the battlefield, Obito felt the wounds on his body begin to throb anew. His Sharingan, concealed behind his mask, involuntarily rotated as he glanced at Konoha's encampment before utilizing Kamui to depart the battlefield. In the Land of Earth, Inoki's expression grew grave upon learning the outcome of the battle. Deep down, he had hoped for a victory for the Cloud Village, even if Cloud could not triumph. A mutual defeat would suffice. However, he was taken aback by Konoha's overwhelming victory, with the casualties being negligible compared to Konoha's overall strength. Had Cloud emerged victorious and Konoha defeated, Iwagakure could have seized the opportunity to extort Konoha significantly. He had already devised the rationale. The rogue ninja Deidara from Iwagakure had allegedly been spotted near Konoha, likely indicating that Konoha was harboring him. Useless. just a big body and a load of muscles. Noki was consumed by fury, unable to restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of curses. Subsequently, he resignedly tore apart the negotiation documents he had meticulously prepared. Report, Lord Suchikage. Speak, Lord Suchikage. The capital of the Land of Earth has been subjected to a devastating explosion orchestrated by Deidara. It appears he has allied himself with a certain organization, accompanied by an individual skilled in puppet manipulation. Bang! Noki slammed his palm onto the table, grimacing as he clutched his waist, gritting his teeth. Send people to pursue him. Also, dispatch a team to Konohagakure and demand an explanation from Raza. The Land of Fire's unparalleled geographical advantage had stirred ambitions in many towards Konohagakure, and Noki was not the sole instigator. However, Raza, having previously clashed with Konoha, acted with greater caution. Lord Kazekage, Konoha emerged victorious. Shall we proceed with our plans? An aide inquired. Raza remained composed, responding steadily. Proceed, but we must adjust our approach. Bring all the gold sand I have recently refined, along with some specialties from Konohagakure. Dispatch a delegation to Konoha for trade. With the recent conflict, Konoha will undoubtedly welcome our financial offerings, provided the price is right. Let the delegation procure ample resources to bring back. After sending off his subordinate, Raza furrowed his brow, deeply engrossed in the sealing techniques laid out before him. Meanwhile, in the Land of Water, Terumi May lounged languidly in her chair, her legs elegantly crossed, perusing a document with keen interest. Oh, how impressive. I wonder if it aligns with my tastes. I truly wish to meet the Hokage of Konoha personally. As she spoke, her tongue unconsciously caressed her lips. Lady Mizukage, CHJR, standing nearby, blushed and interjected. Ah, how unfortunate. Terumi May sighed softly, then continued. CHJR, prepare at once. We are heading to Konoha. I wish to witness this formidable man for myself. Our village is in dire need of revival, and it is an opportune moment to procure resources from Konoha. Through Terumi May's relentless efforts, the tumultuous Blood Mist village had finally embraced peace. Having been embroiled in conflict for so long, she had not had the chance to observe the other villages. This was an exquisite opportunity. It was said that the Hokage of Konoha was still unmarried. And with this thought, a subtle, enigmatic smile graced Terumi May's lips. Chapter 94. Let's go big. Brothers, let's go. We are heading home. The resonant voice of Senju Itfai echoed above the battlefield, filled with unwavering determination and grandeur, bearing the glory that rightfully belonged to us. Alongside the sacrifices made by our comrades on this very ground, a flicker of sorrow crossed his gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by resolute strength. He declared to our families, we have triumphed. Everything that belongs to Konoha shall not be taken away by anyone. Let us return home. He raised his arm high, his voice reverberating through the air, stirring ripples of response. The remaining ninjas steadfastly stationed on the battlefield swiftly assembled, their youthful yet weary faces illuminated with excitement and pride. Homeward, homeward, they all shouted, the chorus swelling in waves, as if it aimed to breach the heavens. They had truly won, safeguarding the honor of Konoha with their fervent blood and lives. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, they never wavered, fueled by an indomitable spirit, fighting valiantly to the end. Despite the absence of their Hokage on the battlefield, none harbored doubts. Each was filled with unwavering loyalty, pressing forward with courage. When Senju Itfai arrived, as tens of thousands of warriors from the Land of Iron surged forth like a tide, the scales of victory finally tipped in their favor. With a commanding gaze, Senju Itfai surveyed the scene below, where 1,542 ninjas stood in perfect formation, a smile of delight gracing his face. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together, and in an instant, a magnificent wooden dragon erupted from the earth. The dragon emanated an ancient and powerful aura, gradually coiling downwards. Its colossal head bowed low, while a staircase crafted from wood unfurled gracefully from its snout, extending steadily towards the awaiting ninjas. Brothers, come forth. Let us embark on an extraordinary adventure together, Senju Itfai proclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing this, Rokujiya shook his head in resignation. Yet a smile lingered on his lips. What a playful spirit! But this is rather extravagant, isn't it? Despite his playful complaint, he did not remain idle, promptly pulling Yamanaka Kaichi beside him as they strode confidently towards the staircase. With the two leading the way, Hinata Hajime and other ninjas shed their reservations, jostling eagerly to ascend. No way. During battle, you lead, and I will heed your command, but not this time. I want to be at the forefront. So the villagers see me first. Perhaps I'll catch the eye of a beautiful maiden. exclaimed a young ninja, his face alight with anticipation. Hey, you're quite the character. Changing your stance faster than turning a page. Those 2 blows I took for you were in vain. Another ninja retorted with a laugh, feigning a push towards his comrade. Observing the lively scene below, Senju Ifei's amusement deepened. With another clap, 2 more staircases materialized. Everyone, there is no need to rush. I assure you. There will be ample opportunity for each of you to make a grand appearance. A chorus of cheers erupted, excitement palpable in the air. Once all had climbed atop the dragon's head, Senju Ifei continued his performance. His chakra surged powerfully within him, and with a vigorous clap of his hands, the wood golem technique was instantly invoked. In the blink of an eye, a formidable and fierce wooden warrior reappeared, its presence commanding as it glared defiantly. The wooden dragon adeptly ascended, entwining itself around the mighty wooden golem. Under Senju Ifei's precise guidance, the golem took powerful strides, advancing at full speed towards the direction of Konoha. Initially, the multitude of Konoha ninjas remained dutifully atop the wooden dragon, but upon receiving Senju Ifei's encouragement, they became electrified with enthusiasm, darting about like a jubilant herd of deer upon the dragon and golem. In truth, when these 2 colossal war machines first graced the battlefield, the Konoha ninjas had eagerly anticipated the chance to witness them up close. However, due to their status, they hesitated to request the Hokage to demonstrate. Now, not only could they experience it firsthand, but they were free to frolic atop them, their delight reminiscent of playful monkeys, exploring every nook and cranny. Hey, Hajime, don't you have a similar technique? A transparent one? Release it so we can feast our eyes on it. As Akidu Dingswa munched on a bag of chips he had mysteriously produced, he playfully nudged the serious-faced Hinata Hizashi beside him, inquiring with curiosity. In an instant, Hizashi rolled his eyes dramatically and, without hesitation, delivered a swift punch to Dingswa's chest. The blow was rapid, yet lacked significant force. The freshly crunched chips were jolted from Dingswa's mouth, scattering across the air and landing squarely on his face. Damn it, that's Fujiyama. Can't you keep your mouth shut even for a bag of chips? Hizashi scolded, both amused and exasperated. Come on, Hizashi. A punch is one thing. But must you target my pressure points? This is my last bag of chips, it's such a waste. Dingswa grumbled, his voice a blend of irritation and playful protest. In such tense circumstances, is it too much to ask for a little leeway in my memory? As he grumbled, he extended his tongue to gather the remnants of chips clinging to his lips. What is going on? Why is everyone suddenly so far away from me? After finishing his snack, Dingswa looked around in confusion, only to find that those who had once stood nearby were now keeping their distance. Their faces contorted in distaste as if he were some monstrous threat. Senju Ifei sat quietly atop the wooden dragon, immersed in the vibrant and joyous atmosphere surrounding him, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. Brothers, we are almost there, he called out exuberantly. Wow, that was quick. Oh, Konoha doesn't seem that large after all. It appears our esteemed Hokage still has to put in more effort. The crowd engaged in lively discussion. Under Senju Ifei's relentless drive, what would typically require 3 days of travel was accomplished in a single day, from dawn till dusk. In Konoha village, the vigilant ninjas stationed on guard caught sight of the colossal figure approaching from a distance, their faces turning pale with fright as they promptly sounded the alarm. The piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the village, echoing through the air. Within moments, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze, and other ninjas stationed in the village, along with those who had returned early, swiftly gathered at the village entrance. Ah, Hokage-sama certainly knows how to have fun, Minato remarked, observing the familiar wooden figure in the distance, a smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. Nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered thoughtfully before stating, "Gather the villagers to welcome them. Let us not allow them to feel awkward." With that, he reignited his pipe, placing it between his lips, and leisurely turned to depart. Atop the wooden figure, 2 ninjas were engaged in a heated debate. "You old fool. I spotted this position first. What does it matter if you saw it first? I was the first to sit down." Suddenly, someone shouted, "What are you arguing about? Isn't there another spot available?" This scene replayed in various corners of the gathering. Finally, when the crowd at the village entrance became visible, all disputes ceased, and everyone quickly found a suitable position, striking their most impressive poses, eagerly anticipating the villagers' cheers. "Oh dear, I regret returning so early," lamented an elderly ninja leaning on a cane, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at the colossal figure stationed at the village entrance, especially when he spotted a fellow comrade proudly perched atop the wooden dragon, waving nonchalantly at him. His tears could no longer be contained, spilling forth. As he turned, meeting the gaze of the Konoha girls filled with fervor and admiration, the regret in his eyes became all the more palpable. Chapter 95. The fury of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. As twilight descended, Bai Yifei, having completed a day's worth of tasks in the Hokage's office, felt an overwhelming tide of fatigue wash over him. He stretched languidly, reaching for his teacup, savoring a sip of the warm tea that glided soothingly down his throat. "Let's have a meal." The voice of Bai Yifei shattered the tranquility of the office. He eagerly glanced to the side, where Jingyin was wholly absorbed in practicing chakra control, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Jingyin, shall we go together?" Senju Itachi set down his teacup, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Shizen lifted her gaze, revealing a gentle smile. "No, thank you, Lord Hokage. You may go. In a few days, Lady Tsunade will return, and I must diligently practice the healing ninjutsu she has taught me." "Ah, I was wondering what was the matter." With an air of indifference, Bai Yifei waved his hand dismissively and departed. The sun was inviting guests, and many flocked to join. After all, it would be foolish not to partake. As he spoke, he swiftly scooped up the petite pink piglet at Jingyin's feet, and in a flash, he leaped through the window like a bolt of black lightnings, leaving behind a trail of hearty laughter. "Half an hour. If I arrive late, I'll have to treat you to roasted suckling pig." "Ah, no. Put down the piglet." Jingyin's startled cry echoed through the office as she helplessly shook her head and chased after him. Meanwhile, within the esteemed residence of the Hokage in the Land of Lightning, the atmosphere was as tense as the oppressive calm before a storm. The Fourth Hokage, Ai, sat gravely opposite the daimyo, exuding an aura that instilled dread. "My lord, within 3 days, I expect you to procure the remaining 40 billion ryo." Ai's voice was low and resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Bang! The daimyo erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table, causing the teacups to leap and tea to spill onto the exquisite tablecloth. "Hokage, 40 billion ryo? You truly are asking for a king's ransom. Why should I bear the burden for the mistakes of the hidden cloud village? Is this not excessive?" Furrowing his brow, Ai crossed his arms, faint rays of lightning flickering around him, as an overwhelming pressure filled the room. "My lord, if it weren't for the hidden cloud village defending the borders against external threats for years, could you comfortably reside in this esteemed mansion? While the incident does bear some responsibility from the hidden cloud, when retaliation from the Land of Fire ensues, do you truly believe the Land of Lightning can remain unscathed? This 40 billion ryo is not negotiable. You will take it, whether you like it or not." The daimyo scoffed disdainfully, rising to pace the room, each step heavy with suppressed rage, as if attempting to extinguish the fire within. "You seek to shift the consequences of your village's misdeeds onto the citizens of the Land of Lightning? This 40 billion ryo could significantly improve the livelihoods of many and rebuild countless towns. I will not consent to fill your pit with it." Upon hearing the daimyo's words, Ai's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, and he abruptly stood, his formidable presence filling the room. "My lord, do not forget the responsibilities of the hidden cloud village. Should the Land of Lightning lose their guardianship, the consequences would be dire. The might of the Land of Fire is not to be underestimated. Without the presence of those cloud ninjas, not only the hidden cloud village, but the entire Land of Lightning would be in peril. I implore you to reconsider." The daimyo's steps faltered, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, but he quickly regained his firmness. "Yet you cannot be so brazen and rude. 40 billion ryo is simply too much. The most I can offer is 10 billion ryo, and that is already my utmost limit." Ai's expression darkened further, and the tension in the room became palpable, as if conflict were imminent. At that moment, a guardian ninja suddenly appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee, urgency in his voice. "My lord, Hokage-sama, we have received word from the Land of Fire. They seem to be mobilizing their forces, and the activities of the leaf ninjas at the borders have increased significantly." Ai, his gaze flickering, pondered silently. Was it not agreed to withdraw the troops? What is the situation in Konoha? After a moment, his expression shifted, and he took a deep breath, saying, "My lord, the situation is urgent. I implore you to reconsider. Over 4,000 of my Yunin ninjas await your response." The feudal lord fell into a long silence, gradually resuming his seat, rubbing his temples, appearing utterly exhausted. "Hokage, you asked me to deliberate further. Grant me 1 day." Upon hearing the lord's words, Ai nodded slightly and swiftly departed the room with Killer Bee. He was no brute lacking intellect. He understood Konoha's intentions. In this confrontation with the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning, he was reluctant to submit easily. The indignities suffered at the hands of Konoha left him unwilling to humbly plead with the Lord of the Land of Lightning again. As for the future, he would take it one step at a time. After Ai's departure, the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning furiously hurled the cup in his hand to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Useless. Useless. Before Konoha, they dare not utter a word, yet they put on airs before me. Addis. Expel all the ninjas from Yunin village among the guardians. From now on, we shall no longer employ ninjas from Yunin. Hire mercenaries from the black market at high wages. The feudal lord, in a moment of hesitation, restrained his words, bowed in acknowledgement, and turned to leave. As the sun set along the border of the Land of Lightning, its dying light bathed the earth in a golden hue. Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha, and Might Guy pursued the red-robed, white-haired Jiraiya like the wind, their figures flickering in and out of the golden glow. You three brats, what are you doing? Like mad dogs, you've chased me from Konoha to the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya called out as he ran, his voice tinged with exasperation and jest. Lord Jiraiya, if you return what is ours, we will naturally cease our pursuit, Kakashi replied, casually slicing through a few branches and accurately hurling them towards Jiraiya's back. Hey, you little rascal, that's an ambush. Jiraiya's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the branches, continuing to sprint forward with fervor. As the chase ensued, the scouts from the Land of Lightning, concealed nearby, dispersed to report the situation back to their respective leaders. At this moment, Senju Itachi was engaged in a convivial exchange with Minato, laughter and merriment filling the air. He deliberately ignored the flushed cheeks of Hisashi beside him, preoccupied with matchmaking Hinata and Naruto, as if the world's conflicts bore no relevance to him. In the shinobi world, nearly every nation boasts its own ninja village, however. Compared to the 5 great nations, the villages of the other countries appear inconsequential. The scheme to sow discord between the major nations and their respective ninja villages was a plan devised by Senju Itachi and Kakashi on the battlefield. The recent attack from Kumogakure presented him with an opportunity. Even if they could not entirely sever the ties between the two, they could certainly create a rift. Aside from the few individuals fleeing recklessly at the border of the Land of Lightning, the largest casino in the country was ablaze with lights and revelry. A striking woman, adorned in a green robe emblazoned with the character for gambling, sat at the gaming table, her gaze intent, though fortune had not favored her, resulting in considerable losses. Chapter 96. Senju Itachi confronted by debt collectors. Bang. A deafening explosion echoed as the door to the Hokage's office was kicked open with great force, slamming against the wall with a resounding thud. Golden locks billowed and a flowing green robe danced in the wind, accentuating her impressive figure. Tsunade stormed into the office with an intimidating presence, her steps brisk and powerful as she marched directly towards Senju Itachi's desk. She slammed her hands down on the table, leaning forward, her emerald eyes ablaze with fury, glaring at Senju Itachi as if she intended to devour him whole. Glug. Bai Yifei swallowed hard, unable to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him, as he struggled to reclaim his wandering gaze. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I swear I'll pluck your eyes out. Tsunade, keenly perceptive of Bai Yifei's lingering glance, reprimanded him without a hint of mercy. With that, she seized him by the collar, her strength lifting him effortlessly from his seat. What do you think you're doing? Just so you know, Shizen is watching. Whatever your intentions may be, this is nothing short of an outright threat. In a moment of sheer panic, Senju Itachi shouted, attempting to awaken the furious woman before him with silence. Silence is my creation. How could it possibly aid you? Tsunade scoffed, her tone brimming with confidence and certainty. That may not be the case. It is I who pays the salary for silence, Senju Itachi retorted, desperately seeking an opportunity for retaliation. At that moment, silence, clutching a little piglet, had stealthily maneuvered near the office door. Upon overhearing their exchange, an expression of embarrassment suddenly washed over her face. She slowly retreated, mumbling, It's not. The piglet needs to relieve itself. I'll just take it for a moment. No way. If you dare to leave, I shall roast it for dinner tomorrow. Senju Itachi shouted fiercely, attempting to keep her from escaping. In the office, Silence could only crouch pitifully on the floor, cradling the little piglet, her eyes filled with resignation. Tsunade and Senju Itachi disregarded their appearances entirely, sitting cross-legged beside her. Speak up, what is your intent? Senju Itachi inquired, feigning calmness. Bang. No sooner had he spoken than a fair yet power-laden fist struck him squarely in the eye. He felt stars exploding in front of him as he toppled to the side. You brat, how do you speak? Just a few years as Hokage and you've forgotten your sister? Tsunade scolded, rubbing her knuckles. Money. Tsunade finally articulated the purpose of her visit, her tone devoid of any room for negotiation. In response, Senju Itachi sprang to his feet, vehemently rejecting her. No way. Haven T, I already given you enough? Why are you asking for more? What nonsense? Give me 1,000,000. How much did you swindle from the Cloud Village this time? I lost over 7 million in the Land of Lightning for your sake, and now you want to reimburse me a pittance? Absolutely not. The more Tsunade spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice rising, her anger palpable on her face. Hearing her words, Senju Itachi was filled with regret. To secure the compensation from the Cloud Village, he had meticulously orchestrated a plan, cunningly luring Jiraiya to the Land of Lightning, stealthily hiding the books of Kakashi and others, and even entering Sage Mode, painfully pulling out a few strands of his own white hair as bait. As anticipated, everything unfolded as he had envisioned, successfully drawing the group to the border of the Land of Lightning. However, fearing he hadn't applied enough pressure on the Land of Lightning, he contacted Tsunade through a live slug. In retrospect, whether it was coincidence or intention, Tsunade and Jiraiya were positioned not far from the battlefield between Konoha and the Cloud Village, ready to respond immediately. While others had just endured a fierce battle and required rest, Kakashi and his companions, being young and vigorous, were entrusted with the crucial task. With 2 of the legendary 3 ninjas from Konoha and 3 direct disciples of the Hokage, he believed he had extended a significant concession to the Land of Lightning. With a sorrowful expression, Senju Itachi turned to Tsunade and began to lament. Sister Tsunade, you cannot fathom the burdens of being Hokage. Just take a glance at the very bricks and tiles of Konoha, and then at those expansive streets. Each of these comes at a price. Although our village emerged victorious in this recent war, I must provide a just account for each wounded and fallen member of Konoha, mustn't I? Sister Tsunade, I am truly at a loss. Do inquire with Shizen, for it is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather a lack of resources. As he spoke, he managed to squeeze out a few tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Observing Senju Itachi's tear-streaked face softened Tsunade's gaze, and her tone became gentler. All right, do not cry. I shall not demand more than 1,000,000. That will suffice. Ah, indeed, it is my dear sister who understands my plight, he replied. Shizen, please prepare the necessary documents to authorize the funds. Upon hearing this, Chinsho Ife immediately sprang to his feet, the earlier expression of worry vanishing in an instant. His swift movements left Tsunade momentarily stunned. Tsunade gazed at the money, her face a picture of bewilderment as she was escorted out by Shizen. Chinsho Ife finally breathed a sigh of relief, silently rejoicing that she had successfully sent away this formidable ant. Otherwise, the hard-earned money would undoubtedly have been significantly diminished. Chinsho Ife, as Senju Itachi had barely sipped his hot tea, the furious voice of Tsunade resounded once more. With a resounding crash, a familiar figure burst through the office door, which had just been repaired by Senju Itachi, crashing heavily to the ground. Hey, Itachi, good to see you again, Jiraiya. Battered and bruised, extended his right hand with great difficulty towards Senju Itachi. His face was marred with contusions, rendering his original appearance nearly unrecognizable. And the forced smile he managed appeared particularly ludicrous. Crack, crack. The sound of splintering floorboards echoed as Tsunade's clothes billowed without wind, her eyes ablaze with fury, accompanied by 3 trembling figures behind her. Run. Uchiha Itachi, trailing behind Tsunade, subtly moved his lips, conveying a message to Senju Itachi with almost imperceptible gestures. In an instant, a piercing gaze darted towards Itachi, causing his subtle movements to be abruptly stifled. The wind from a fist howled as it approached, and Senju Itachi instinctively prepared to retaliate. Yet, Tsunade's warning rang in his ears. If you dare to evade or retaliate, I will remain in Konoha indefinitely. In that fleeting moment, the fist that had been poised to strike faltered and fell limp, only for Tsunade's fist to land squarely on his cheek the very next second. The figure of Senju Ife soared towards Jiraiya like a kite with its string severed, crashing down with relentless force. Bang, bang, bang. Tsunade's strikes showed no sign of abating as she pummeled both Senju Ife and Jiraiya, venting her fury with vehement exclamations. You 2 scoundrels. You refuse to reimburse my 7 million, yet you grant this lecherous old man 10 million for his creative endeavors? How dare you? As she spoke, her fist rained down upon the 2 men with unyielding ferocity, sparing neither of them. Suddenly, a sultry voice interrupted Tsunade's onslaught. Wow. Do the people of Konoha engage in such fervent play? Would you mind if I join in? All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Oh, a beauty. Jiraiya exclaimed instinctively upon seeing her. Bang. In response, Tsunade delivered an even more forceful punch, sending Jiraiya hurtling away once more. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yifei forcibly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, silently lamenting in his heart. Chapter 97. The Visit of Kogami Mei. The graceful movements of Senju Itachi and Tsunade abruptly froze, as both turned in unison towards the source of the sound. At the entrance stood an enchanting beauty. Her cascading chestnut hair flowing like a waterfall, framing a figure both elegant and curvaceous. She donned a resplendent ocean blue dress, her fair shoulders exposed and adorned with the signature mesh of a ninja, exuding an irresistible allure. Meeting their gaze, Koike Mei's lips curled into a subtle smile. Forming an enticing arc, her eyes filled with curiosity as she scrutinized the curled-up Senju Itachi in the corner of the table. Haha. The Hokage certainly knows how to have fun, her voice rang out, crisp and melodious, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Upon witnessing the situation, Bai Yifei immediately executed a graceful carp leap, nimbly rising into the air, and then feigned composure as he adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire. Ahem. Silent? What on earth are you doing? You should have informed me in advance of our guest's arrival. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, attempting to regain some semblance of dignity. Quickly, prepare a sumptuous feast to welcome Lord Shueying and cleanse the dust of travel. In the midst of his words, he persistently cast sidelong glances at Silent, his eyes seemingly pleading for assistance in alleviating his predicament. Senju Itachi stealthily tiptoed, attempting to slip past Tsunade, just as he was on the verge of success. A pale yet powerful hand suddenly reached out, gripping his collar with a vice-like hold. My dear sister, we have guests here. Please do me a favor, after all. I am the shadow of our village and deserve a modicum of respect. With a smile that belied his desperation, Senju Itachi implored. Suddenly, Tsunade, with no hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to Senju Itachi's back, bellowing, What nonsense about face? She witnessed you getting pummeled just now. What face are we discussing? Hurry up and pay. Upon hearing their exchange, Terumi Mei remained unruffled, her hands gracefully crossed over her chest, maintaining an enchanting smile. Leaning against the office door, she watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, as though savoring a splendid farce. All right, I will give it to you. Senju Itachi conceded helplessly. Shizen, Shizen. He began to call out, only to realize that Shizen was absent. His gaze shifted urgently, landing on Kakashi, who stood nearby with a mischievous grin. Kakashi, lend me 5 million. I assure you I shall repay you afterward. The moment those words escaped his lips, Tsunade's gaze, sharp as lightning, shifted from Senju Itachi to Kakashi. She fixed her intense stare upon Kakashi for a prolonged moment before declaring, 10 million. Not a single penny less. In the end, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Itachi, their faces etched with anguish and reluctance, sorrowfully accompanied Tsunade out of the Hokage's office. My apologies, for causing the Mizukage to witness such a spectacle. They chuckled awkwardly. As Senju Itai awkwardly raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, a flustered smile adorned his face as he gazed at the enchanting Koimime. Her eyes sparkled with profound curiosity, and the smile gracing her crimson lips never wavered. It was unexpected to discover that the man capable of besting AI in battle possessed such an intriguing side. With that thought, she slowly extended her tongue, delicately gliding it over her lips, a glimmer of something unique flashing in her gaze as she inquired, I wonder if the Hokage has a partner? As she spoke, she gently lifted her right hand to touch her chin, gliding gracefully towards Senju Itai, closing the distance between them. Taken aback by her sudden proximity, he instinctively stepped back, struggling to articulate a response to Koimime's question, yet the words eluded him at the precipice of his lips. Lord Mizukage, allow me to show you around the village. He stammered, hastily shifting the subject. Very well, Koimime replied softly, her voice a gentle melody. Following their exchange, the two walked side by side down the streets of Konoha. Whether by design or coincidence, the others from the Mist Village trailed behind them at a respectful distance. In stark contrast to the villagers of Mist, the inhabitants of Konoha seemed utterly indifferent to Senju Itai's status as Hokage. Throughout their journey, aside from a brief appearance by Tsunade at the outset, the expansive Hokage office remained devoid of any other figures. In the bustling streets of Konoha, passers-by cast curious glances at Koimime, who walked beside Senju Itai, each face radiating an irrepressible air of gossip. It was unclear who had disseminated the news, but starting from Uchiha Fugaku, it seemed that with every 100 meters Senju Itai traversed, one or more individuals would appear to join the spectacle. As they turned a corner, Hinata and Niji approached, accompanied by Hizashi and Hayashi. Spotting Senju Itai from a distance, the two children excitedly wriggled free from their guardian's grasp, instinctively rushing towards him. Yet, as soon as their little legs began to move, both were swiftly caught by the scruff of their necks by larger hands. With wide, watery eyes, they were unceremoniously whisked away, accompanied by a chorus of pitiful whines. "Is the Hokage quite popular?" Koimime inquired. Observing the reactions of the villagers and fellow ninjas along their path, a smile gracing her lips. "Ha, I suppose so. I've grown quite familiar with everyone over time, which has led to this," he replied, a hint of warmth in his tone, with a light-hearted chuckle. Senju Itachi attempted to mask his embarrassment. As they walked along, he enthusiastically introduced the myriad wonders of Konoha, while Terumi Mei listened intently, her keen eyes absorbing every detail of the village. The thriving prosperity of Konoha stirred a sense of envy within her, particularly the villagers' unreserved warmth towards Senju Itachi. It was remarkable how effortlessly he mingled with the ordinary villagers, who would greet him with smiles and thumbs-up gestures, their eyes brimming with encouragement and admiration. Observing the village scene, masked ninjas were jovially urged by eager civilians to accept various offerings, leaving no room for refusal. In the streets, children frolicked and played, their laughter echoing in stark contrast to the somber and bloody atmosphere typical of Kirigakure. The wide, clean streets, hygienic surroundings, and the delightful street food stalls painted a picture of serenity, occasionally interrupted by the disciplined march of the security team, their demeanor serious and focused. Comparing this vibrant scene to the previously witnessed image of the Hokage being restrained and assaulted in the office, Terumi Mei's gaze towards Senju Itachi intensified with fervor. "Hey, you stinky Sasuke. Stop right there." Suddenly, two lively voices pierced through her thoughts. A blonde child chased after a dark-haired one, both shouting animatedly while tossing plastic shuriken at each other. "Ah, Hokage-sama, Naruto is bullying me." As the familiar figures approached, Sasuke dashed over, tightly wrapping his arms around Senju Itachi's leg, casting a defiant glance at Naruto. "Ah, stinky Sasuke, let go of Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama is mine." In response, Naruto, refusing to back down, lunged at Sasuke, tugging forcefully at his waist. Chapter 98. Are you my son? With a graceful extension of his arms, Chinsho Ifei effortlessly lifted Naruto and Sasuke, one in each hand, resembling a person carrying little chicks, even while suspended in midair. The two youngsters continued to claw and tussle with one another, each refusing to yield, determined to not relent until the other was subdued. These two rascals, are they blind? Can't they see I am entertaining esteemed guests? What chaos are they causing? Kansho Ifei, both exasperated and amused, bellowed. This shout was akin to a spell of immobilization, causing Naruto and Sasuke to freeze instantaneously, their movements abruptly halted. They then synchronously lifted their gazes towards Terumi Mei, who stood nearby. "Hello, sister. You are truly beautiful," Naruto exclaimed, radiating warmth like a little sun, his face aglow as he raised his hand, his sparkling blue eyes fixed intently on Terumi Mei, displaying an uncanny familiarity as if they were long-lost friends. In stark contrast, Sasuke exhibited a different demeanor, his small face flushed crimson, feeling somewhat awkward and uneasy. Managing to stammer out two words, "Hello, sister, are you the girlfriend of the Hokage?" "No, wait. My mother said that Tsunade is the Hokage's girlfriend," Naruto, with his unabashed curiosity, dared to inquire. No sooner had he spoken than a series of piglet-like grunts echoed from behind them. With a sudden instinct, Chinsho Ifei turned around, only to find Jingyin blushing profusely, standing there in a fluster, even dropping the little piglet she had been cradling in her arms onto the ground. "Lord Hokage, the meal is ready. We can invite Lord Mizukage to dine," Jingyin said hurriedly, swiftly bending down to retrieve the fallen pink piglet before darting away as if her feet were coated in oil. With a sense of resignation, Senju Itachi reluctantly set down Sasuke and playfully delivered a light slap to Naruto's backside. "You little rascal, should you dare to spout nonsense again, beware that I might leave your behind blooming." After uttering this playful threat, he placed Naruto beside Sasuke and hurriedly returned home, urging their father to hasten to the banquet hall. "If you continue to feign silence, I shall ensure their wages are docked." Upon hearing this, the two young lads bolted away, resembling two little rabbits being chased. As they rounded a corner, a small figure clad in yellow pants peeked out, cheekily slapping its backside in defiance, exuding a rather audacious demeanor. In the midst of the lively atmosphere, the nimble and quick-witted Senju Itachi did not indulge in idleness. With a swift flick of a wooden vine, it shot upward with remarkable speed, delivering a precise blow to the posterior of its target. In an instant, a shrill cry echoed from around the corner, soon followed by bursts of cheerful laughter and the sounds of playful scuffling. Standing quietly nearby, Terumi Mei observed the joyful interaction between the trio, her enchanting eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts that remained a mystery to all. Within the grand banquet hall, resplendent with lights, the esteemed leaders of the Hidden Leaf gathered with composed demeanor. The delegation from the Hidden Mist, led by Terumi Mei, took their seats, creating an atmosphere that was both solemn and amicable. In stark contrast to the delegation from the Hidden Cloud, the Hidden Mist arrived with a substantial amount of wealth, ostensibly for the purpose of establishing trade relations. In truth, prior to their arrival in the Leaf, the advanced team from the Hidden Mist had already disseminated information. However, the unexpected visit of Tsunade and Jiraiya disrupted everyone's plans, catching them all off guard. This led to the comical incident of the Hokage being unexpectedly assaulted. Yet everyone had grown accustomed to such occurrences. With Tsunade's arrival, the assembly hastily made their discreet exits. Welcome, esteemed Mizukichi. Your presence truly elevates the grandeur of our Hidden Leaf. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. We shall provide our utmost assistance. With a beaming smile, Senju Itachi raised his goblet high, tilting his head back to drain its contents in one swift motion, showcasing his unrestrained spirit. Terumi Mei, equally unyielding, matched his audacity by downing her drink with similar fervor, her elegance rivaling that of her male counterparts. After a lively exchange, the conversation flowed effortlessly, leading to a harmonious agreement. With Konoha facilitating the connection and the funding provided by the Hidden Mist Village, all necessary materials would be sourced by Konoha, while any surplus wealth, owing to their capabilities, would remain with Konoha. As the banquet unfolded, the clinking of cups resonated amidst the intoxicating aroma of fine spirits. Terumi Mei demonstrated remarkable fortitude, consuming several cups without a hint of inebriation, instead becoming more spirited and coaxing Senju Itachi into a drinking contest. In this exuberant and jubilant atmosphere, the initially cautious and reserved members of the Hidden Mist Village gradually relaxed, their faces illuminated by smiles. In the end, Senju Itachi could not withstand the effects of his indulgence, leaning against the wall and retching, barely able to maintain his balance. Silent, filled with concern, stood beside him, gently patting his back while chiding, "I told you to drink less, but you wouldn't listen. You get distracted by beautiful women and lose all sense. Now look at you, suffering the consequences." Ultimately, it took the combined efforts of Kakashi and Might Guy to carry the utterly inebriated Senju Itachi back home. The following day, at the entrance of Konohagakure, the sun poured its golden light upon the earth, bestowing a gilded aura upon the entire village. "Lord Mizukichi, are you not leaving?" Shinsho Ifei gazed in bewilderment at Terumi Mei, who stood beside him, waving farewell to her team. His eyes widened in confusion. Terumi Mei chuckled softly, saying, "Well, I won't be leaving just yet. I find you quite intriguing and would like to spend a few more days in your company. Besides, with the elite jonin from Konoha escorting you, there is little to fear." Her candid words provoked a fierce reaction from the silent figure next to Shinsho Ifei, who clenched her fists in frustration. It wasn't until her pet pig began to squirm in her arms that she snapped back to reality and released her grip. After bidding farewell to the Mist Village team, Shinsho Ifei returned to the village, now accompanied by not just one, but two companions. "Haha, Shizen. Why don't you take the Mizukichi for a tour around the village? I've just remembered some urgent matters to attend to, so I shall excuse myself from your company." Shinsho Ifei felt an unsettling chill creeping down his back, as if countless needles were poised to descend at any moment. He concocted a flimsy excuse and swiftly slipped away from the scene like a fleeting shadow. The true intentions of Komiai may remain an enigma to him, nonetheless. If it were truly for his own sake, a small sacrifice on his part would not be out of the question. With this thought, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of Shinsho Ifei's lips. However, in the next instant, a familiar yet eerie presence enveloped him. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to find a figure clad in merchant attire staring intently at him, their eyes betraying a complex array of emotions that were difficult to articulate. In an instant, Shinsho Ifei was taken aback, acutely sensing the aura emanating from the individual before him. A sudden tremor coursed through his heart, for the energy fluctuations were strikingly reminiscent of his own in Sage mode. Without hesitation, he swiftly materialized before the stranger, drawing forth his black abyss like a bolt of dark lightning, and steadily positioned it against the individual's throat. In a commanding tone, he demanded, "Who are you?" The fruit vendor, feeling the chilling intent of death at his neck, did not tremble in fear. Instead, he grinned broadly, a hint of mockery dancing in his smile. "Oh, Lord Hokage, how quickly you forget the esteemed individuals in your presence." Qianqiu Yifei furrowed his brows into a distinct pattern, pondering silently, "Though he bears a resemblance to me. He is not me. Besides my father, could he possibly be my illegitimate child?" With a face full of suspicion, he scrutinized the individual before him, hesitantly inquiring, "Are you my son?" "No, that cannot be right. You do not appear significantly younger than I. This seems implausible." Upon hearing these words, the fruit vendor's forehead throbbed with veins, and his chakra began to surge uncontrollably. In that instant, Qianqiu Yifei's heart tightened as he swiftly discerned the identity of the person before him. Chapter 99. Orochimaru's Deal Outside Konoha Village. The lush forest was intertwined with branches and leaves, casting a dappled play of light and shadow. Qianqiu Yifei stood tall, exuding an aura of vigilance. His gaze piercing like a torch, fixated intently on the seemingly ordinary fruit vendor across from him. The vendor's expression was peculiar as he slowly raised his left hand to his face, suddenly tearing away a layer of disguise, revealing a pale, yet familiar visage beneath. "Qianqiu Yifei, it has been a long time, hasn't it?" Orochimaru drawled, his tongue inadvertently caressing his lips, the gesture imbued with a chilling and sinister quality. Qianqiu Yifei gazed at the familiar yet daunting visage before him, a swirl of perplexity enveloping his thoughts. "Orochimaru, you possess quite the audacity. I find it hard to believe you are unaware that I have been searching for you." Orochimaru, upon hearing this, let out a chilling laugh, laced with a hint of derision. "Oh, I am quite aware. Have I not willingly walked into your trap? There is no need for the esteemed Hokage to mobilize forces on my account." In that moment, Orochimaru's gaze towards Qianqiu Yifei brimmed with fervent anticipation. As deep within his twisted psyche, he had already envisioned the individual before him as a specimen upon the dissection table, ripe for examination. Qianqiu Yifei sensed the peculiar gaze directed at him, and an immediate surge of chakra coursed through his body, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of discomfort, compelling him to wish to gouge out Orochimaru's eyes on the spot. "Do not be agitated. Do not entertain thoughts of violence upon seeing me. Moreover, this is not my true form, as I trust you have already discerned," Orochimaru stated leisurely, attempting to soothe Qianqiu Yifei. With a cold snort, Qianqiu Itachi remarked, "If you were not so incessantly preoccupied with studying me, I would gladly sit down and engage in a meaningful conversation." Sensing that Orochimaru had momentarily ceased his aggressive intentions, Qianqiu Itachi forcefully suppressed his body's instinctive urge to fight. Observing this, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and instantaneously summoned a robust white serpent. The serpent opened its gaping maw and expelled 2 sealed glass containers. Orochimaru picked up the containers, a fervent smile spreading across his face. "Itachi, this container in my right hand contains your cells, while the other holds those of the first Hokage." His excitement grew with each word, his expression becoming increasingly frenzied. "Through my research, I have found that your cells possess greater vitality than those of the first. I wish to delve deeper into this study." Orochimaru continued his incessant chatter. But Qianqiu Itachi grasped only one fundamental truth. This individual intended to use him for research, while hoping for his cooperation. "Let us instead engage in battle," he concluded. Qianqiu Yifei unceremoniously interrupted Orochimaru's delusions, dismissing the notion as sheer folly. Taken aback by this response, Orochimaru momentarily faltered, clearly unprepared for such a retort from Qianqiu Yifei. However, he swiftly regained his composure and fervently proclaimed, "Yifei, trust me, the fruits of my research will remain confidential, wholly belonging to Konoha." Qianqiu Yifei massaged his temples, inwardly lamenting the predicament he faced. The individual before him was exceedingly tenacious, resolute in his pursuit until he achieved his goal. It seemed that only through his complete annihilation could he be free from the relentless grip, akin to an indelible piece of gum that clung stubbornly. In the years since Orochimaru had departed from Konoha, no one could fathom the terrifying inventions he had concocted amidst his frenzied research. Take today, for instance. He had astonishingly managed to decipher the fluctuations of Yifei's sage mode energy. This implied that, should he so desire, he could masquerade as any inhabitant of the Hidden Leaf Village, rendering detection nearly impossible. The thought of eliminating him crossed Yifei's mind. Yet this man possessed a resilience rivaling that of a cockroach. Given his audacity to appear so brazenly, he undoubtedly harbored complete confidence in evading detection. To exacerbate matters, he wielded a revival ability that seemed almost like a cheat, leaving one to wonder how many hidden contingencies lay in wait in the shadows. Qianqiu Yifei fell into silence, his mind racing as he contemplated strategies. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed inwardly, "Xiaoji, come forth and fetch me a comprehensive guide to human biology." "Certainly, master," came Xiaoji's reply in his mind. "I have placed it at home. Please retrieve it yourself." With a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Senju Itachi turned to Orochimaru and said, "There is no need for you to study me any further. Just wait a moment. I shall return shortly." As soon as the words left his lips, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing before Orochimaru's eyes, leaving only a faint ripple of chakra in the air. Humph. The Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Itachi, how many secrets do you truly harbor? Orochimaru mused, his golden eyes reflecting an intensified intrigue as he gazed at the spot where Itachi had just been, fixating on the kunai left behind, etched with a circular taiji pattern. His curiosity growing ever stronger. Moments later, Senju Itachi reappeared before Orochimaru, now holding a 3-inch thick tome in his hands. "Here, take this," he said, extending the book toward Orochimaru, who instinctively reached out to accept it. At Itachi's prompting, Orochimaru opened the book and began to peruse its contents with great care. As he turned the pages, his astonishment became increasingly evident, his mouth gaped wider, and disbelief washed over his features. Suddenly, like a specter, Senju Itachi darted forward and snatched the book back from Orochimaru's grasp. "Give it back." Orochimaru instinctively lunged to retrieve it but grasped only air as Itachi deftly evaded him. Orochimaru's eyes brimmed with urgency, fixating on Itachi as if the book were not merely a tome, but the very essence of his existence. "Itachi, with such a remarkable treasure in your possession, why keep it hidden away? Hand it over. If you give me the book, I assure you, we can come to an agreeable arrangement," Orochimaru implored with fervor. Observing his desperation, Itachi replied with a smile, "I am willing to part with it. But surely you must offer something of equal value in exchange. Otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage. Name it. I will agree to anything within my capacity." Orochimaru responded without hesitation, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the book in Itachi's hands. "Very well. First, as you previously mentioned, all your research findings must be shared exclusively with Konoha." With a serious demeanor, Senju Itachi spoke earnestly. Orochimaru nodded vigorously, signaling him to continue. "Secondly, you are prohibited from laying a hand on anyone from Konoha. Furthermore, refrain from bothering me in the future." As he spoke, Senju Itachi abruptly tore the book in his hands in two, right before Orochimaru's eyes. Seeing this, Orochimaru instinctively reached out to intervene, but was a beat too late. Helplessly watching the book be torn apart, his expression filled with sorrow and reluctance. "If you annoy me or cause me displeasure, I shall destroy the remaining half," Senju Itachi stated coldly. "Very well." Orochimaru managed to squeeze out a word, trembling as he cautiously accepted the half of the book Senju Itachi offered, tenderly caressing its cover as if to soothe an injured treasure. "Goodbye. Make sure to study well, and remember to inform me of any findings," Senju Itachi remarked as he prepared to depart. Orochimaru blinked in confusion and inquired, "Is that all? Nothing more?" "Indeed. What else could there be? Shall I offer you my body in return?" As Senju Itachi playfully mocked, he vanished from sight, leaving Orochimaru standing there, lost in thought. Chapter 100. The New Student's Knock. Knock, knock. In the early morning, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. "Lord Hokage, it's time to rise. Lord Mizukage is departing today, and if you do not get up soon, she may very well leave without you." The crisp, slightly anxious voice of Shizun resounded from outside the door. "Ah, Shizun, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I want to go?" Immediately following, a sultry voice teased, "Ah, Lord Mizukage, what brings you here? Please, release me. Do not touch me." Shizun's voice was filled with panic and embarrassment. You can deny it all you want, but you cannot compete with me. Itai belongs to me." Tsunade's carefree laughter echoed through the air. Inside the room, Senju Itai was roused from his slumber by the commotion. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he ambled toward the door and opened it. "Ah, Shizun, what? Lord Hokage, please do not look." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp cry shattered his remaining drowsiness. Upon closer inspection, he saw Tsunade embracing Shizun from behind, her hands mischievously exploring Shizun's clothing, which left Shizun blushing furiously as she struggled to thwart Tsunade's advances. After ushering both women into the room, Senju Itai retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Shizun, her face aflame, nervously fidgeted with her fingers, appearing both flustered and bashful. Meanwhile, Tsunade curiously surveyed the room, her eyes filled with intrigue and exploration. "Lord Hokage, Lord Mizukage, may I prepare some noodles for you?" Once the atmosphere settled, Shizen confidently entered the kitchen, rummaged through the refrigerator, and called out loudly, "Is that all right?" "Yes. That would be delightful. Thank you, Shizen. I appreciate it." The voice of Senju Itachi resonated from the restroom. Upon hearing it, Kahaki Mimi walked over to the side of Shizen. "I am troubled, just like Itachi. You seem so familiar with this place. You must have visited quite frequently," she remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips as she casually surveyed the kitchenette layout. At her words, Shizun, who had been deftly moving about, suddenly faltered, stammering an explanation. I haven't come here often, just a few times when Lord Hokage was intoxicated, and I brought him back. Is that so? I noticed your tolerance for alcohol seems rather mediocre these days. Didn't he take the opportunity to take advantage of you, did he?" Kahaki Mimi teased, leaning closer to Shizun, her eyes sparkling with mischief. During her stay in Konoha, Kahaku Mimi found herself quite intrigued by this gentle and beautiful assistant to the Hokage. Each day, she either playfully teased Shizen or flirted with Senju Itachi. This leisurely and delightful lifestyle was something she had never experienced in the Hidden Mist Village. Were it not for her pressing duties, she would have wished to remain in Konoha indefinitely. After a simple meal, the two accompanied Kahaku Mimi to the entrance of Konoha. The farewell gathering was sparse, and Kahaku Mimi only informed Shizun and Senju Itachi of her departure time. "The distance is quite considerable. Do you truly not require me to send someone to escort you?" Senju Itachi inquired, observing Kahaki Mimi, who wore the hat of the Mizukage. In response, Kahaki Mimi gently lifted the veil before her, revealing her alluring crimson lips, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "As for others, it is of no concern. But if Lord Hokage wishes to personally see me off, I would be most delighted." Upon hearing this, Shizen's previously cheerful smile abruptly froze in place. Facing Kahaku Mimi's unabashed teasing, Senju Itachi responded with a chuckle. "Is that so? I fear that if I were to escort you, Mizukage, you might not return to the Hidden Mist Village in pristine condition. Shizen, if you step on my toes again, they might just break." Senju Itachi suddenly exclaimed. "It's all right, Lord Hokage. Shizen's medical ninjutsu is quite commendable and can assist you," Shizen replied, maintaining her composure. I'm off now. Shizen, do come to the Hidden Mist Village to visit your sister someday." Kahaki Mimi laughed heartily, waving her hand nonchalantly as she turned to leave. Watching Kahaku Mimi recede into the distance, Senju Itachi gestured, and in an instant, several hidden Umbu ninjas emerged like phantoms. "Lord Hokage, follow her closely and ensure the Mizukage reaches the Hidden Mist Village safely," Senju Itachi ordered with a serious demeanor. "Understood." The Umbu responded promptly, swiftly vanishing from sight. Closely tailing Kahaki Mimi's figure, Bai Yifei stood at the village entrance, gazing wistfully in the direction where Jiao Ming had departed, silently lamenting the allure of her figure. "Enough already, you can scarcely catch a glimpse of her silhouette, yet you still linger," he mused. "If you truly cannot bear it, why not simply follow her?" "Oh right. Today marks the commencement for the new students at the Ninja Academy, and there are merely half an hour remaining." Jingyin, cradling her plush companion, huffed in irritation before swiftly turning away. Upon hearing the mention of the new student orientation, Bai Yifei was suddenly jolted back to reality. He recalled that this year's entrants included Naruto and Hinata. No wonder Kakashi and Itachi had not come to disturb him today. They were preoccupied with preparations for the new student's arrival. Bai Yifei, reluctant to linger, hurriedly sped towards the direction of the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konohagakure, Naruto, sporting a brand new backpack, had a flushed face brimming with excitement. He tightly grasped Minato's left hand and tugged at Kushina with his right, bouncing between them while exuberantly chattering. Mom and Dad, I'm about to start school. Once I graduate, you must teach me all your ninja techniques." Minato, observing the exuberant Naruto, wore a gentle smile and softly replied, "Of course, but you must study diligently at school and take your lessons seriously. Otherwise, if you fail to graduate, you won't be able to become a ninja." Kushina chimed in, "Moreover, if your exam results aren't satisfactory, don't blame your mother for being strict with your little behind." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, his radiant smile unwavering. That won't happen. I'm destined to become Hokage. How could I possibly fail to graduate?" At that moment, a haughty voice interjected nearby. "The next Hokage will definitely be me. Don't even think about it." Upon hearing this, Naruto's face contorted in frustration as he retorted, "You stinky Sasuke, that's impossible. Hokage will absolutely be me." Minato and Kushina exchanged amused glances and decided to release Naruto's hands. allowing the children to resolve their own matters. They greeted Uchiha Fugaka amicably. "Good morning, Fugaka-san. Why is it you who brought Sasuke today? Isn't Itachi usually the one to do so?" Fugaka nodded slightly, explaining with a smile. "Itachi has applied to lead the new student class. He mentioned that he has been quite busy with missions and classes and has spent much time with Sasuke. By directly taking the new students, he can accompany him every day." As the group chatted, they made their way towards the Ninja Academy. The two little ones raced ahead, playfully chasing each other and laughing. At the broad gates of the Ninja Academy, a throng of adults and children gathered, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the entrance, several teachers were methodically registering the information of new students. "Everyone, please be quiet. Now we invite the Hokage to deliver the inaugural lesson of the school year," Irika announced from the stage, his voice clear and resonant. Below, the new students were filled with curiosity and anticipation, their eyes sparkling, while the parents looked on with warm smiles, tenderly observing their children. As Irika introduced the event, enthusiastic applause erupted. Senju Itachi, adorned in a remarkable Hokage attire, stood tall with an unwavering posture. With each deliberate step, he exuded a sense of strength and poise as he gracefully ascended the stage. Raising his hands with an elegant confidence, he emanated an intangible aura, and in an instant, the exuberant cheers from the audience began to subside into a profound silence. As Bai Yifei surveyed the audience, his gaze gently swept over each individual. He cleared his throat lightly, allowing a warm smile to blossom on his face before speaking. "Good morning, esteemed parents, teachers, and the budding blossoms of Konoha about to embark on your academic journey." His voice resonated throughout the playground, and as his words fell silent, thunderous applause erupted, even more fervent than before. Once the clapping began to subside, Bai Yifei continued. "Dear children, I welcome you to this pivotal stage of your lives. From this day forth, your journey of learning begins, a forging of willpower. For the future of Konoha lies firmly in your hands." Throughout his speech, his peripheral vision occasionally darted to the desk on the podium. As his final words lingered in the air, Bai Yifei smiled, slightly bowed in acknowledgement, and gracefully turned to descend the platform with poise. Under his leadership, Konoha has flourished over the years, with his educational policies now widely implemented, emphasizing the harmonious blend of theory and practice. The instructors at the Ninja Academy have thoroughly delved into the newly compiled knowledge of the Fourth Hokage. Among the many educators, Uchiha Itachi stands out as the premier mentor of great thought. His class is rich with depth and inspiration. Meanwhile, in the realm of first aid, Kakashi and Might Guy shine, their extensive practical experience ensuring students glean profound insights. Whenever they find a moment's respite, the trio eagerly attends the academy to impart knowledge and experience to the students. As for the seasoned ninjas, Bai Yifei has provided each with a copy of the newly compiled knowledge from the Fourth Hokage, allowing them the choice to study or not, devoid of any compulsion. With Konoha's continual growth, the number of new students enrolling each year has steadily increased. In consideration of Konoha's future, Bai Yifei has assigned all elite jonin a mandatory task. Each must visit the Ninja Academy monthly to teach a lesson. The subjects are unrestricted, ranging from the impartation of intricate ninjutsu to sharing invaluable training experiences. Furthermore, students will evaluate the instructor's post-class, and those who excel will receive monetary rewards. Below, Hayashi gazed affectionately at his adorable daughter Hinata, who was queuing, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He inadvertently noticed Shikamaru and others standing nearby and casually suggested to Minato and Fugaka beside him, "Haha, Minato, Fugaku, why don't we form a trio akin to Inoshikacho? What do you think?" Just then, Dingzwa, munching on snacks, caught wind of the lively conversation and eagerly approached. Excitement etched across his face. "Oh, what's happening? Are you planning to create some combo techniques? Do share. I can help brainstorm." Fugaka scratched his chin, a look of mild disdain crossing his features as he retorted, "Heh, Minato and I are more than sufficient. You can sit this one out. With that disdainful glance of yours, I can hardly discern when you are glaring at me. Frankly, I have no interest in forming a partnership with you." The moment those words escaped my lips, Hisashi erupted in fury, veins bulging around his eyes as he bellowed, "Are you blind? Open your eyes and see. This is how I glare at you." Yet, Fuyuki paid no heed to the enraged Hisashi, turning instead to face Minato and Dingzwa. "TCH, Minato, Dingzwa, I've heard that the Byakugan can see through things. Is that true? With so many women present today. If he activates the Byakugan, I seriously suspect that old man S intentions are less than pure." "Hey, don't slander me like that." Hisashi panicked upon hearing this. hastily deactivating the Byakugan and glancing around frantically, his expression rife with anxiety and innocence. When his gaze met Minato's, Minato instinctively stepped forward, shielding Kushina behind him. No. I am Minato, I truly did not, Hisashi stammered, flailing his arms in desperation to clarify. Meanwhile, having already been assigned to their classes, Naruto and Sasuke began to bicker once more. Naruto frowned, his face twisted in disgust as he remarked, Ugh, how dreadful. I can't believe I'm in the same class as you. Sasuke, unwilling to back down, shot back, huh? I haven't even expressed my disdain for you. And yet you're already complaining about me? These two seemed like natural adversaries, exchanging barbs in rapid succession, amidst the vibrant atmosphere of the school opening. Senju Itachi had returned to the Hokage's office after delivering his speech. Inside the office, 4 figures, 1 tall and 3 small, stood awkwardly, anxiously gazing at Senju Itachi, who was seated behind the Hokage's desk. Bai Yifei pointed to a child dressed in pink, with vibrant red hair adorned by a delicate flower. Her expression tinged with curiosity as she inquired of Shirzue, Where did you find this child? Shirzue lowered his head slightly, responding with utmost care, Lord Hokage. I discovered her while on a mission in the village hidden in the grass. We have conducted a thorough investigation, and her lineage is untainted. Her parents perished due to the ravages of war, leaving her utterly alone. I beseech you, Lord Hokage, to take her in, allowing her to find a home in Konohagakure. Senju Itachi turned to the other 2 children and continued to inquire, and this one, as well as that one, did you acquire them while carrying out your mission? Are you certain they were not taken from someone else? Lord Hokage, I swear by the name of Konoha, Shirzue hastily attempted to defend himself. Wait, it's all right. It's not that serious, no need to be so solemn. Bai Yifei smiled and waved his hand, interrupting Jishue's words. He then glanced at the 3 children standing upright, yet discreetly stealing glances at him, and teased, I didn't realize, you little rascal, you were quite adept at picking up children. Senju Itachi turned his gaze towards the tallest and most delicate-looking child beside Shizuki, and gently inquired, Hello there, young one, are you a boy or a girl? The child trembled slightly, responding with a hint of nervousness, Hokage-sama, I am a boy. Senju Itachi gently patted the heads of several children, gazing at the delicate paper flowers atop their heads, a flicker of compassion stirring within him. Shirzue, take them to the hospital for a comprehensive health checkup, and then seek out Jiraiya to assist with arranging accommodations at the orphanage. I will make the necessary arrangements on my end to facilitate their enrollment procedures by tomorrow. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Shirzue exclaimed, immediately bowing in gratitude, his tone brimming with appreciation. The 3 little ones beside him mimicked his gesture, their voices ringing out as they expressed their thanks to Senju Itachi. There's no need for such formality, he reassured them. As Senju Itachi spoke, he retrieved some money from the drawer and handed it over. With this money, he intended to purchase new clothes for the children and acquire supplies necessary for their schooling. From this day forth, they would be the children of Konoha. Once arrangements were made, Senju Itachi gazed at the departing figures of Shirzue leading the children away, a smile of contentment unconsciously gracing his lips. Chapter 102. The movements of Danzo, you all are remarkably swift in your actions. After addressing the arrangements for the 3 children, Shirzue re-entered the Hokage's office and sat across from Senju Itachi. A gentle smile adorned Shirzue's face as he replied, Hokage-sama, everything is well. Recently, the organization has welcomed several new members, all of whom possess exceptional abilities. Indeed, that is commendable. As I mentioned earlier, you and Nagato must keep those individuals under wraps. Bai Yifei's expression remained serene, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Shirzue, unable to suppress his curiosity, pressed further, Lord Hokage, why not simply eliminate them? Senju Itachi naturally remarked, why eliminate them? They are free labor, which is quite advantageous. When faced with perilous tasks, let them undertake it. Upon hearing this, Shirzue nodded in agreement, recognizing that he still possessed a degree of kindness and that he ought to learn from the Hokage in this regard. Senju Itachi continued, Shirzue, henceforth, whenever you encounter children who have been orphaned by war, do all that you can to rescue them. Those who possess the potential to become ninjas should be brought back to Konoha. Those without such potential should be directly sent to the orphanage in the Land of Fire. Understood, Lord Hokage, Shirzue replied, rising respectfully to salute. This was also the reason he felt assured in bringing those 3 children back. You have worked hard. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Konoha will always be your most steadfast support. Bai Yifei rose and gently patted Jishue's shoulder. Over the years, All external affairs, large and small, have relied on Jishui and his companions to manage. Jilong has already achieved his goals and retired, while Wulong revels in his pursuits. And the others remain stationed in the capital of the Land of Fire, not too far from home. Only Jishui, despite his youth, has become weathered and worn from the burdens of responsibility, his appearance nearly matching that of Qianshou Yifei. Lord Hokage, I wish to request additional personnel, Jishui spoke, interrupting Qianshou Yifei's contemplations. Qianshou Yifei regained his senses and turned to Shui, inquiring, how many individuals do you require? Or do you wish to specify certain names? Lord Hokage, while the upper echelons of the Akatsuki organization are not lacking in combat prowess, our lower ranks are solely comprised of white Zetsu. The hidden village of Hot Water has already fallen into our grasp, and the surrounding smaller nations' hidden villages are unlikely to endure for much longer. However, we find ourselves bereft of sufficient personnel to maintain order. If left unchecked, the absence of oversight from the hidden villages may soon plunge these smaller nations into chaos, potentially igniting another war. As Qianshou Yifei listened to Jishui's analysis, he nodded in agreement and remarked, indeed, that is the case. If it were to turn out that way, it would be entirely contrary to our initial intentions. How about this? You go find Rugio and coordinate with him regarding personnel. By the way, I will write you a letter. Should you require assistance from high-ranking combatants, take my letter to facilitate communication. At that moment, in the village of Grass, a figure long absent from Konoha quietly appeared. On an island belonging to the village of Grass, Danzo led a group of a dozen individuals to this location. Rising majestically on the island was a towering stone fortress known as the Ghost Lantern Castle. This castle had been commissioned by multiple nations to the village of Grass specifically for the imprisonment of rogue ninjas, and any ninja entering this place would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. The prison warden, Wu Wei, was well versed in the fire release, heavenly prison technique. Every individual who set foot in the prison would fall under the influence of this technique. If the afflicted attempted to refine their chakra, their bodies would ignite spontaneously. Moreover, the caster could not leave Ghost Lantern Castle, or they would meet the same fiery demise. Danzo, familiar with the path, arrived at the gates of Ghost Lantern Castle, whereupon the guards, recognizing him, opened the gates without any hindrance. Leaving behind a portion of his members, Danzo proceeded inside the castle with two companions. As they ventured further, the various inmates within Ghost Lantern Castle paused their activities, casting curious glances in their direction. Ah, he is back again. I wonder who will suffer this time. One inmate murmured. Humph. Wanting to escape yet lacking the courage to die, how frustrating. Another inmate lamented, echoing the sentiment. The prisoners engaged in lively discussions amongst themselves. But Danzo remained completely indifferent, continuing to stride forward without pause. Upon reaching the depths of Ghost Lantern Castle, Wu Wei had already prepared a lavish feast. Upon seeing Danzo, Wu Wei greeted him with a broad smile. Danzo, it's been a while. Please, take a seat. Danzo regarded the warm-hearted Wu Wei with a faint smile and directly inquired, Wu Wei, have you prepared the person I requested? Haha, it's all ready. Just a child. Nothing to worry about. It's not as if we need to make a grand affair of it. With that, Wu Wei clapped his hands, and two guards brought forth a child with a shock of white hair. Danzo, I have the person ready for you. However, when can you fulfill your promise to me? Danzo scrutinized the child before subtly glancing at the two guards behind him. Noticing this, one of them nodded slightly. Danzo then spoke, do not rush. The activation of the Paradise Box requires an immense amount of chakra. It cannot be hastened. Aside from the chakra of the Nine Tails, it is exceedingly difficult to find a substitute throughout the ninja world. Humph. The chakra of the Nine Tails, as if it were something trivial. How could you from Konoha possibly allow me to borrow it so easily? Furthermore, the host of the Nine Tails is someone we, as a humble village of Grass, cannot provoke. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Danzo calmly retrieved a photograph from his pocket. The image depicted a blissfully happy family of three. Minato had one arm around Kushina's waist, while the other cradled a golden-haired child. The child beamed with joy, his 6 whisker-like markings distinctly visible on his face. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the Yellow Flash are indeed formidable foes. Yet what if you possess leverage against them? Observing Wu Wei's vigilant gaze, Danzo continued. Let me share another piece of information with you. The Nine Tails has been divided into 2 halves, one residing within Kushina and the other within Minato. If you take this child, either of them could serve as the key to unlocking this enigma. I will take the child, forgo my meal, and attend to my affairs. Should you require anything, contact me with something of equal value. With that, Danzo left the photograph behind and departed from the land of water, carrying the white-haired child. Once outside the city, the figure holding the child removed his mask, revealing crimson eyes and white hair, his complexion pale. Danzo, true to your nature. Your mere words have accomplished this feat. Once I succeed, I shall assist you in dealing with Senju Itachi. By the way, please reach out to Orochimaru. I hear he has also been expelled from Konoha, and I am quite intrigued by his research. Chapter 103. Enlisting Tsunade. In a hidden corner of the shinobi world lies a serene and picturesque valley. A waterfall cascades majestically from a great height, surrounded by lush greenery that casts a canopy over the ground. The rugged stones, worn smooth by years of flowing water, are scattered haphazardly throughout the area. Within this natural sanctuary, a cave subtly reveals itself. Inside the spacious cavern, 5 figures are gathered. Pain, have our recent maneuvers felt somewhat amiss? Black and white Zetsu broke the silence, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Pain slowly lifted his head and calmly retorted, "What is it? You and Toby have come all this way just to ask this?" Pain, do not forget our plan. Up to this point, there has been little tangible progress. Black Zetsu replied, his words laced with inquiry. Are you growing impatient? Then why not take action yourself? Given our current circumstances, what do you believe the chances of success are? Pain responded bluntly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Toby and Black Zetsu fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Black Zetsu's lips curled slightly downward, and before he could speak, Toby stepped forward. Then let us hasten to expand our influence. Konoha is developing far too rapidly. If we continue to wait, we may struggle to contend with just Konoha, let alone the other shinobi villages. Seeing this, Conan chimed in, very well. We shall work swiftly to broaden our reach. Orochimaru from Konoha possesses significant strength. He should be considered a target. Agreed, let Toby approach Orochimaru for recruitment. Pain made a succinct decision, uttering a few words before turning on his heel and striding away. Conan and Shursui quickly followed suit, observing the retreating figures of the trio. Obito lowered his voice to inquire, did that person's aura reveal itself? No, it was completely undetectable. However, I have discreetly left behind minuscule spores, which will allow us to identify him later, Black Zetsu quietly responded. In truth, their primary concern did not lie with the mission at hand. The enigmatic individual who had joined the organization merely 2 years prior had instilled a sense of profound curiosity within them. Since his arrival, the entire trajectory of the organization had subtly shifted. Although Obito harbored doubts, he refrained from expressing them overtly. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu was already in a state of turmoil. Having concealed himself in the shadows, masquerading as a loyal follower of Uchiha Madara, aiming to manipulate these individuals for his own ends. Yet, the current circumstances had taken him by surprise. Those whom he and Obito had once controlled had begun to entertain new ideas. If this issue was not resolved swiftly, all of his prior schemes would come to naught. After Pain, Shursui, and the others departed, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Once they confirmed that Obito and Black Zetsu had not followed, Shursui finally spoke. This is untenable. They have begun to question my loyalty. If this continues, I fear for our safety. Pain fell into contemplation, while Conan observed the two, suggesting, according to Lord Defei, Obito has also been deceived by Black Zetsu. Why don't we attempt to persuade him? At Conan's proposal, Shursui's lips twitched slightly. Recalling their initial encounter with Obito, he realized that had Jiraiya not been present, his life would likely have been forfeit. Their first attempt to save Yahiko had failed. Fortunately, Jiraiya's presence had allowed them to meet Nagato and Conan without further incident. Subsequently, Jiraiya had covertly followed and observed them under the pretext of gathering inspiration for his novels. Had it not been for Senju Ifei's timely intervention, Obito and Black Zetsu might have already made a move against Jiraiya. It was precisely due to their initial meeting that Shursui had the opportunity to engage candidly with Nagato after joining the Akatsuki. With the pivotal information and guidance provided by Senju Ifei, he gradually sowed seeds of doubt regarding Black Zetsu within Nagato and Conan, inching them closer to a confrontation with Black Zetsu and Obito. Shursui understood the Uchiha clan all too well. Upon discovering that Obito was a member of the Uchiha, he recognized that persuading him would be no simple task. Unless all truths were laid bare before him without reservation, success was improbable. With this thought, Shursui unhesitatingly interjected to halt Conan's musings. Do not entertain such ideas. If persuasion were feasible, I would have attempted it when Lord Hokage assigned me to this mission. After hearing this, Pain nodded in agreement. Shursui, I need you to return to Konoha and consult with Lord Yifei. It seems likely that our subsequent plans will require significant adjustments. Understood. You and Conan must prioritize your safety, he replied. The moment the words were spoken, the figure vanished from sight with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office of Konohagakure, Senju Itai and Tsunade stared at each other, wide-eyed. Sister Tsunade, it's such a pity to let your extensive medical ninjutsu go to waste. Why not impart your skills to the children of Konoha? Senju Itai remarked, his face brimming with anticipation. Absolutely not. I am far too busy. If I agree to that, I would lose my freedom, and that is simply unacceptable, Tsunade replied, shaking her head vigorously without a second thought. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, isn't it reasonable for you to contribute to the village? How can you possibly justify this? Senju Itai feigned astonishment, raising his voice. TCH, Tsunade scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Senju Itai. You claim I offer no contributions? Very well, I shall take Shizen with me tomorrow. Without her by my side, I must admit, I am quite unaccustomed. You. Fine, I concede. You are indeed formidable. Qianqiu Yifei was momentarily rendered speechless, then turned to look at the anxious Jingyin standing beside him. Jingyin, could you assist me in checking how much remains in my private treasury? Also, please tally the total reserves of Konoha. Hokage-sama, your private treasury still holds over 5 billion, while Konoha's total reserves exceed 600 billion. After accounting for planned expenditures, approximately half remains available for discretionary use. As soon as Jingyin's words fell, Tsunade immediately donned a pitiful expression, lowered her head, and circled the table to embrace Qianqiu Yifei's arm, lamenting, Yifei, we are of the same clan, bound by our roots. You wouldn't have the heart to leave your elder sister destitute, would you? Just tell me whether you will teach or not. No need for daily lessons. A class once a week will suffice, and I shall provide you with a salary. However, do not even think about me handing you the money directly. That notion is utterly preposterous. Qianqiu Yifei extricated himself from Tsunade's ample embrace, earnestly rejecting her playful coaxing. Shizen, discreetly provide him with some of his funds. He will remain oblivious. With such a large sum, he surely cannot keep track, Tsunade whispered persistently to Shizen. Tsunade-sama, I cannot. All of this belongs to the Hokage. I am merely safeguarding it, Shizen stammered, her hands waving in refusal, clearly frightened. Upon hearing Shizen's response, Tsunade resorted to her usual antics. I knew it. Yifei's money is in your possession. How terrifying. And yet, you're still unmarried. In a moment of helplessness, Qianqiu Yifei was compelled to cover Tsunade's mouth. Each child is worth $1 million. As long as you can nurture them, money is not a concern. As for the other gifted children, you shall discover them yourself. Sakura and Ino possess exceptional talent in medical ninjutsu, and you must cultivate them diligently. What do you think? Upon finishing his words, he released his grip. Raise it a bit more. 90,000. All right, 1 million per child. It's a deal. Prepare the funds. Chapter 104, Naruto's Nightmare Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Senju Itachi sat behind his spacious desk, keenly gazing at the slender report card in Uchiha Itachi's hand. The results are in? Allow me to have a look. Qianqiu Yifei's face was adorned with curiosity, as he had long anticipated the results of this year's students. In the previous cohort, Niji had secured the top position, effortlessly excelling in both the conventional theories of ninjutsu and the newly introduced courses championed by Qianqiu Yifei. This year, as the promising representatives of the direct lineage of the Konoha clan, they naturally attracted the attention of the Hokage. Senju Itachi took the report card handed to him by Itachi, his gaze sweeping across the names. Shikamaru, Shikamaru, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Shikamaru, Shikamaru. He murmured softly, a bemused expression gradually forming on his face. To his surprise, aside from the subject of ninjutsu practice, all the top positions in the other subjects were claimed by Nara Shikamaru. Upon examining Naruto's scores, he noted that in ninjutsu practice, he trailed Sasuke by a mere 2 points, yet in all other subjects, his performance was disheartening, nearly landing him at the bottom of the rankings in each. Sasuke's grades are quite commendable, with most being second place. As Senju Yifei perused Sasuke's grades, his brow arched in surprise. How could this particular subject be lower than Naruto's? Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was the ideological education course, taught by Itachi. This lad has a penchant for specialization, which is quite concerning, particularly in your subject. Itachi, your prowess seems lacking. Perhaps a moment of reflection is in order. Senju Itachi wore a hint of a teasing smile at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Itachi. Itachi cleared his throat softly, his expression turning serious. Indeed. It appears I have not been sufficiently strict with Sasuke. As Senju Itachi continued to review the academic records, he discovered that Hinata Hyuga had achieved remarkable results, consistently placing within the top 5 in all subjects. Similarly, the performance of Ino Yamanaka was equally impressive, with most of her grades also within the top 5. He then picked up another report card, which detailed the scores of both Niji Hyuga and Kimimaro. Being slightly older, they were placed in a faster-paced class. Although their scores were not exceptionally high, they had not sunk to the bottom, which was a commendable feat in itself. Meanwhile, at Minato's home, a series of anguished screams shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere. Mom, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I truly regret it. Naruto wailed, clutching his behind, bouncing around the house like a nimble little monkey. Behind him, Kushina Uzumaki, with her vibrant red hair flying wildly, brandished a feather duster, advancing with a fierce determination. Each strike infused with a frustration born from unfulfilled expectations. Stop right there. If you run again, I'll make sure to leave you sore, Kushina threatened, watching as Naruto darted behind the cabinet, just out of her reach. I want to come out. If I do, you'll just hit me again? I'm not foolish. Naruto retorted from his hiding place, his voice tinged with tears yet laced with stubbornness. Suddenly, a massive crimson chakra arm emerged from behind Kushina, effortlessly seizing the cabinet and moving it aside, revealing a trembling little Naruto who was nearly paralyzed with fear. Dad! Naruto exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he spotted Minato sitting on the sofa, as if he had found a savior, and rushed toward him, still protecting his rear. However, upon seeing the oncoming Naruto, Minato panicked and without hesitation activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Naruto, please forgive your father. I too wish to avoid punishment, but I must make do with your suffering, he lamented. The echo of Naruto's heart-wrenching cries mingled with Kushina's furious shouts that reverberated throughout the room. If you would just study properly, why are you settling for such dismal scores? Nearly all your subjects are at the very bottom. Get ready, and don't even think about hiding. Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he pitifully clung to Kushina's leg, his heart sinking into despair over the bleakness of his future. Just a month into the new school year, he realized that he would have to endure this for at least another 6 years. The thought only intensified his lamentations. At the same time, in the Uchiha clan territory, Itachi's voice resonated with an unwavering authority. Sasuke, come here. I have something to ask you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's heart dropped, inexplicably tightening with anxiety. He cautiously approached Itachi, his head bowed almost to the ground. Brother, I was wrong, he quickly confessed, sensing that this time the outcome would not be favorable. Turn around and take off your pants. Itachi's tone left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face was filled with resistance. His eyes instantly became red, glistening with tears as he looked up at Itachi, pleading pitifully, Brother, I truly did not mean to. I just find that course so dull. It is not my fault. So you are blaming me then? Present your backside. A shriek pierced the air. The sharp sound of slapping echoed through the Uchiha clan grounds, and Sasuke's cries resonated all around. In another room, Mikoto, upon hearing this commotion, covered her ears in distress. Meanwhile, Senju Itama leisurely sipped his tea in the office, completely oblivious to the consequences of his jest. Suddenly sensing something, he rose and approached the window, opening it. At that very moment, a shadowy figure leaped in like a specter. Thousand-Hand Yifei gazed helplessly at Uchiha Shisui before him. Did I not inform you that there was nothing to worry about? Why must you insist on entering through the window? Shisui, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. My apologies, Hokage-sama. It has simply become a habit of mine. Have you been discovered? Chinsho Ifei's expression turned stern. Before Jishui could speak, he swiftly extended his hand, meticulously sensing the condition of Jishui's body. With a casual motion, a few minuscule spores drifted into his palm. Observing Chinsho Ifei's actions, Jishui also focused his mind to perceive the past. The moment his consciousness brushed against those spores, his visage changed dramatically. Lord Hokage, I am unaware of when these fell upon me. Does this mean my return to the village has already been discovered? Xiaonan and the water. Do not worry. This should merely be a means of identifying your identity. There is hardly any chakra fluctuation, insufficient for the collection of information. Senju Itachi interrupted Jishui's words, patiently elucidating while casually obliterating the spores. Subsequently, he activated Sage Mode and meticulously examined Jishui from head to toe. After confirming that there were no further abnormalities, Senju Itachi retracted Sage Mode. Lord Hokage, what shall we do next? Black Zetsu has begun to harbor suspicions about us, Jishui said. His expression tinged with concern as he looked towards Senju Itachi. After a moment of contemplation, Senju Itachi spoke. Very well, for our forthcoming endeavors. You shall prioritize the missions concerning Kuroju and Abido. By the way, has Orochimaru joined your ranks yet? Not yet, but arrangements have been made for contact. Kinchu Ifei subsequently produced half a book, casually tearing off a section and presenting it to Shirzue. With the addition of Orochimaru, he entrusted these texts to him, allowing him to study them as he saw fit. Shirzue did not hesitate, carefully securing the pages and patiently awaiting Kinchu Ifei's next instruction. Here, take these two kunai, he said, extending his hand. As Shirzue reached out, two wooden wristbands fit snugly around his wrists, one a vibrant yellow and the other a deep black. These kunai, one belongs to me and the other to Minato. As for these wristbands, destroy them if you encounter an insurmountable danger. The yellow corresponds to Minato. And both he and I will rush to your aid at any moment. Once everything was arranged, Shirzue prepared to depart. Observing Shirzue's silhouette, Kinchu Ifei reiterated, remember, prioritize your safety above all else. Chapter 105, Orochimaru and Shirzue Ha. This place is rather pleasant. Abido stood atop a peak outside the Sound Ninja Village, his black cloak billowing in the wind as he gazed down upon the modest village below, whispering softly. Moments later, the figures of black and white Zetsu quietly emerged from the earth beside him. Have you found it? This is the location provided by Pain. Is Orochimaru here? Abido inquired. Yes, Lord Madara. I shall lead you there immediately. With that, Black Zetsu leapt from the cliff, followed closely by Abido, as they swiftly navigated through the trees, ultimately halting before a cave. Thud, thud, thud. Just as they positioned themselves at the cave's entrance, several kunai shot towards them like lightning. Upon contact with Abido, the kunai seemed to pierce the air itself, passing straight through his form and embedding into the trees behind him. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu had already submerged into the ground, evading the trap's assault. Interesting, it's not a physical entity, but rather some form of space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru's familiar voice drifted from within the cave, and as he emerged, his golden slit-like pupils gleamed with intense curiosity. Abido turned to Orochimaru and straightforwardly declared, Orochimaru, being relentlessly pursued by Konoha is not a pleasant experience. Join us. Konoha is not as formidable as it seems, and you will eventually have your chance for revenge. However, Orochimaru remained unmoved, his gaze peculiar as he scrutinized the masked man before him, thinking to himself, is this person perhaps unwell? I am quite content here, with no deep-seated grudge against Konoha. Why would I provoke them? Just considering Konoha's current lineup is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Konoha? I cannot afford to offend them. Orochimaru's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any visible turmoil. The formidable figures of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kinchu Ifei, and Namikaze Minato, along with my two dear friends, could easily reduce me to ashes. I dare not provoke them. As for your organization, what do you possess that could rival Konoha? In other words, what value do you hold that would compel me to fight desperately against Konoha? Listening to Orochimaru's words, the expression beneath Abido's mask gradually turned to one of indifference. The visage of Senju Itachi involuntarily materialized before him, and the grudge born from that fateful strike would inevitably be avenged. After forcing himself to regain composure, Abido slowly spoke. I have heard that you were cast out from Konoha due to your human experimentation. Here, you may conduct your research freely. All the resources you require, manpower, materials, and finances will be provided for you. Very well, I shall accompany you. Should you manage to impress me, I will join your ranks. Orochimaru, bold and astute, pondered briefly before readily agreeing. Within the Akatsuki's base, figures such as Shirzue, Konan, Pain, and Kakazu gathered, silently awaiting the arrival of Orochimaru. When Orochimaru finally emerged, the memories buried deep within Konan and Nagato were suddenly stirred. The man who once sought their lives now converged with the chilling presence before them. As Orochimaru stepped into the cavern, his gaze was immediately drawn to Pain. The depths of Pain's eyes radiated an enigmatic brilliance, stirring within Orochimaru an overwhelming desire to delve deeper and conduct extensive research. Orochimaru discreetly released his sensory abilities, only to be jolted by the realization that those before him were all elite shinobi of the highest caliber. Facing any one of them alone, he could not guarantee victory. Very well, I shall join. After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru decisively made his choice. This organization possessed formidable strength, aside from Konoha. He could scarcely envision another village capable of withstanding their onslaught. By allying with them, he hoped to facilitate the progress of his research. Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Pain remained silent, extending his right hand calmly. Shinra Tensei. Without warning, Pain unleashed his jutsu upon Orochimaru. In an instant, an overwhelming force of attraction erupted from Pain's hand. Caught unawares, Orochimaru felt his body lighten, and in the next moment, Pain's face loomed larger before him. Before he could muster any resistance, Pain's grip tightened around his neck, and his cold voice echoed in Orochimaru's ears. "I am not fond of the look you just gave me. You may join the organization. Everything you require will be provided. And should it not be available, I shall procure it for you." At this juncture, Pain's tone shifted sharply. "However, you must complete the tasks assigned by the organization. Moreover, it would be wise not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts toward me." With those words, Pain released his hold on Orochimaru's neck, feeling the discomfort lingering around his throat. Orochimaru nonchalantly rotated his neck, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "A rather impressive technique. I look forward to our future collaboration." After a brief welcome ceremony, the members of the Akatsuki dispersed, each appearing to be engrossed in their own affairs. Once everyone had departed, Shursui approached Orochimaru, extracting a page from Senju Itachi's possession and presenting it to him. Orochimaru received the page and skimmed through it, his eyes filled with perplexity. However, upon noticing a particular piece of paper nestled within, his confusion evaporated, replaced by profound curiosity. After perusing the contents and disposing of them, Shursui's disguised voice whispered in Orochimaru's ear. Confirming that Orochimaru had heard him, he departed without a backward glance. Orochimaru surveyed the now deserted base, the flickering light within his golden slit pupils reflecting his thoughts. A cadre of rogue ninjas, each with extraordinary prowess, coupled with that enigmatic pair of eyes. Not to mention a Konoha infiltrator, how intriguing indeed. As this notion crossed his mind, his serpentine tongue involuntarily flicked out, slowly caressing his lips. "My spores have been discovered." I attempted once more, but he is now on guard, making it considerably difficult to succeed. Obito and Black Zetsu emerged from the cave, the latter thoughtfully addressing Obito. After listening to Zetsu's words, Obito spoke slowly. "If I have been discovered, so be it. It was merely an attempt. We shall remain vigilant regarding subsequent actions and observe Pain's next moves." "Understood. However, now that Orochimaru has joined, we should entrust him with the cells of Hashirama and White Zetsu for research. He ought to yield some remarkable results." Guided by Black Zetsu, Obito nodded in agreement. "Very well, make the arrangements and find a suitable opportunity to present them to him." Chapter 106, An Unexpected Visitor. Ding ding ding. Outside the training grounds of Konoha, a blonde boy and a black-haired boy, armed with shuriken, were locked in an intense battle. "Sasuke, have you forgotten to eat? Your punches are so feeble that they hardly register when they hit me," Naruto taunted while parrying. Sasuke responded with a disdainful snort. "Ha, your words are strong, but your punches are weaker than my collisions with thin air. Go, Sasuke. Go, Sasuke." Outside the training area, a red-haired girl, Sakura, cheered fervently for Sasuke, her voice ringing clear and bright. "Ah, you insufferable Sasuke. Today, I shall make you find your teeth scattered all over the ground." Upon witnessing Sakura cheer solely for Sasuke, Naruto's composure shattered. He let out a furious roar, tightened his grip on his kunai, and charged forward once more. Time passed, and after 6 arduous years of diligent training, the new generation of ninjas from Konoha had successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy. Under the attentive guidance of their respective mentors, they had remarkably accomplished numerous missions. Without the interference of Senju Itachi, the class assignments at the Ninja Academy closely mirrored their original trajectory. Moreover, with the flourishing development of Konoha Village, this graduating class boasted a significantly larger number of students than ever before. Free from the disturbances of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto, drawing upon the inherent vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, exhibited strength that rivaled Sasuke's. During their time at the Ninja Academy, the two had engaged in a subtle rivalry, their competition ever present. After becoming Kakashi's student, this underlying contest intensified, with neither willing to concede to the other. "Sasuke, why are you fighting with Naruto again? Hurry home for dinner. If you're late, Itachi might give you a beating." As the two became increasingly embroiled in their clash, a woman clad in Uchiha clan attire emerged from the woods. Her long, straight black hair flowed gracefully down her back, and her tall figure was complemented by striking features. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Sasuke immediately halted Naruto's attack, lightly tapping the ground beneath him and swiftly darting to her side like a streak of black lightning. Izumi, I understand. We shall return now. Hey, you smelly Sasuke, leaving now is tantamount to admitting defeat. Naruto exclaimed, watching in frustration as Sasuke turned his back to leave. His face flushed with anger. Hearing Naruto's outburst, Sasuke casually raised his right hand behind him in a dismissive gesture before elegantly departing. Haha, Naruto. You should hurry home for dinner as well. Otherwise, and Kushina will surely scold you, Izumi said, turning with a gentle smile directed at Naruto. At the mere mention of a beating, Naruto instinctively covered his backside, his face betraying a hint of terror. He hurriedly exclaimed, Sakura, Izumi, goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he zipped past Sasuke like a yellow whirlwind. Observing this, Sasuke's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a barely perceptible smile. And he quickly followed suit. Once they had departed, an unusual spatial disturbance suddenly rippled through the woods behind the training ground. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a black robe and a boy with yellow hair unexpectedly plummeted from the sky. Ouch! That hurt. Sasuke-san, where are we? The yellow-haired boy groaned, rubbing his sore backside as he struggled to stand, his curious gaze sweeping the surroundings before settling on the black-robed man beside him, confusion evident on his face. The black-robed man surveyed the area with vigilance, his eyes revealing a calm, yet sharp demeanor. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon the distant town, where towering walls loomed magnificently, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Within the city walls, towering edifices rise majestically into the sky. At the heart of the town stands a particularly prominent skyscraper, gazing down upon the entirety of Konoha like a vigilant giant. The emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village glimmers brilliantly under the sunlight atop the high-rise. Before the middle-aged Sasuke could utter a word, the exuberant young boy with yellow hair excitedly pointed at the skyscraper, exclaiming, SAS. Sasuke-san. That appears to be the symbol of Konoha. Unfazed by Boruto's astonishment, middle-aged Sasuke's emotions mirrored a complex turmoil. He swiftly hoisted Boruto and propelled himself towards the town, deftly evading patrolling guards and successfully infiltrating the town's interior. Wow, Sasuke-san, these streets are even broader than those in Konoha. Look. There are so many rotating cameras over there. Boruto exclaimed, his gaze darting around in wonder, captivated by the unfamiliar surroundings. Wait, no, Sasuke-san, could that be my mother from my childhood, and Uncle Neji? As Boruto eagerly admired the surrounding architecture, his gaze inadvertently shifted, and he was taken aback to see two individuals with Byakugan engaging in cheerful conversation as they passed by. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. Middle-aged Sasuke followed Boruto's gaze, and as he recognized those familiar faces, an overwhelming shock erupted in his expression. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, why has T Eureka Ika Paradise been updated yet? I've read your previous works twice. The sight of Hinata and Neji momentarily left Sasuke in a state of shock. Yet from a nearby bookstore emerged two more individuals with whom he was intimately acquainted. Kakashi, still donning his forehead protector to obscure his eyes, maintained his enigmatic demeanor, while Jiraiya squinted, lecherously surveying the passing beauties with a distinctly inappropriate air. Witnessing this scene intensified Sasuke's astonishment. Oh, your attire seems rather unfamiliar, Jiraiya remarked, curiously approaching Sasuke. Kakashi scrutinized Sasuke and Boruto, his gaze tinged with caution. Ah, we are acrobats from the land of Earth, merely passing through, hoping to seek our fortune here. Sasuke replied swiftly, simultaneously reaching into his cloak to retrieve a small orb, which he hurled into the air. The orb exploded in a dazzling display, releasing a myriad of vibrant confetti, reminiscent of fireworks. How delightful. If this is your first visit, you should register at the Konoha security office, otherwise performing privately is not permitted. I recall there is a substation just beyond this street where you can register, Jiraiya remarked, a smile gracing his face as he observed the confetti swirling above. Thank you very much, Sasuke responded appreciatively. Sasuke silently bid farewell to Jiraiya and Kakashi, subsequently signaling Boruto with his gaze to refrain from speaking. Given the towering buildings lining the streets, pedestrians opted to traverse on foot. Although Sasuke was consumed with urgency and aware of the Hokage Rock's location, he had no choice but to suppress his anxiety and proceed slowly among the crowd like everyone else. Mr. Sasuke, Konoha, this is still Konoha. It seems just like the Konoha of old, but how has it regressed as it developed? After enduring the journey, Boruto could no longer contain his curiosity and finally inquired, his face etched with confusion and brows tightly furrowed. Listening to Boruto's question, middle-aged Sasuke appeared equally bewildered. This was indeed Konoha. Yet it starkly contrasted with the Konoha he once knew, leaving his heart brimming with questions, desperately seeking to unravel the mystery of it all. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Kakashi had arrived at Konoha's surveillance room. Observing the two men, whose demeanor seemed suspicious and furtive, a member of the security team, while reviewing the footage, pointed at the screen displaying Sasuke and Boruto glancing around, and inquired of Kakashi and Jiraiya whether they should report this to Lord Hokage. Chapter 107, Otsutsuki Urashiki. In the Konoha village, on the 27th floor of the Hokage building, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow throughout the Hokage's office. Reclining in a chair by the window, Senju Itachi had his eyes gently closed, savoring sips from a thermos, relishing the comforting embrace of the sun's rays. Meanwhile, on the broad desk behind him, only a computer sat amidst a veil of fine dust illuminated by the sunlight. Senju Itachi adheres to the philosophy that without the ability to lead a team, one must toil alone to the point of exhaustion. He meticulously delineates the various departments within Konoha Village and comprehensively implements the 955 work system. Consequently, unless faced with insurmountable challenges, his subordinates refrain from disturbing him to seek his approval. Moreover, every Friday, Senju Itachi employs the technique of multiple shadow clones, dispatching them to inspect each department. This practice not only enhances their work ethic but also effectively deters the emergence of individuals with ulterior motives, akin to Danzo, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against spies from rival factions infiltrating Konoha, thus safeguarding the village's security. Suddenly, a resounding bang reverberated through the air as the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully kicked open, shattering the tranquility. In strode Shizen, clad in loose, casual attire, her demeanor fierce and commanding, her brows furrowed, and her eyes seemed ablaze with intensity. At the moment when Senju Itachi caught sight of Shizen, his previously languid demeanor evaporated instantly. He hurriedly rose from his reclined position and inquired with genuine concern, "Shizen, what brings you here? Were you not instructed to rest comfortably at home?" With a sharp motion, Shizen forcefully tossed a book onto the desk, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Senju Itachi. "Pray tell, why is this? Did you not instruct me to discard these books? Why then do they remain in the house?" Shinsho Ifei gazed at the comic adorned with colorful illustrations on the table, momentarily rendered speechless, his face alternating between pale and flushed as he stammered in his explanation. "No, Jinin, allow me to clarify, it is not as you perceive. You are not pregnant." "Are you?" I must release some tension." "Humph." Jinin huffed lightly, crossing her arms defiantly, her tone firm as she declared, "Dispose of it. Such things are not permitted in our home. You must endure, or I shall withhold your allowance. Alas, I shall heed your words, I shall dispose of it. Should there be another instance, I shall take drastic measures. I refuse to believe I cannot control myself." "Ah, why are you pinching me?" As his words faded, a sharp pain surged through Chinsho Ifei's waist, prompting him to turn and meet Jinin's furious yet somewhat bashful gaze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she scolded. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not speak recklessly." "Ha ha ha, very well, I shall take my leave. You must return home to rest. You are already 6 months along and still wandering about. Be obedient and rest." Chinsho Ifei hurriedly wore a smile, employing a flurry of sweet words and flattery, before finally coaxing Jinin to turn around and depart. After watching Jinin depart, Chinsho Ifei turned back to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling and vibrant Hidden Leaf Village. The streets were filled with a constant stream of traffic, villagers moving to and fro, their laughter and chatter resonating in the air. Observing the serene scene before him, a profound sense of pride swelled within his heart. He turned around, casually picking up the comic book that Jingen had tossed to him earlier, and reclined back into his lounge chair, intending to savor this moment of leisure. However, after flipping through barely 2 pages, his gaze suddenly sharpened. It seemed he had sensed a remarkably unique fluctuation of energy, one that felt both familiar and foreign. Without a moment to ponder, Chinsho Ifei vanished from the office in an instant, leaving behind a faint ripple of chakra in the air. When he reappeared, he found himself atop a restaurant on the most bustling street of the Hidden Leaf Village. Looking in the direction of the sensed presence, he stood frozen in place, his face a portrait of astonishment and disbelief. In his line of sight were a blonde-haired boy and a man in a black robe, both examining their surroundings with expressions of bewilderment. Astonished, Senju Ifei pondered deeply. This cannot be right. Why have they returned? Wasn't the future supposed to have been altered by me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a reason behind this. Leaving aside everything else, given the current state of Konoha, Even if someone were to return from the future, it certainly would not be Sasuke and Boruto. As he contemplated, Boruto and the middle-aged Sasuke in the street had already drawn the attention of Jiraiya and Kakashi, observing the two with such vigilance. A faint smile crept on Senju Ifei's lips. However, before he could delve further into his thoughts, an unfamiliar and malevolent chakra presence quietly emerged within his perception. Feeling the surge of chakra, a name flickered through Senju Ifei's mind, and his gaze instantly turned icy. His figure vanished once more, reappearing atop the library directly opposite the Hokage rock. Looking up, he beheld a figure clad in a flowing white robe, standing silently on the building across from him. The individual was tall and slender, with a stern countenance, coldly surveying the village of Konoha as if all things in the world were mere ants beneath his gaze. This time, Senju Ifei did not conceal his presence. The moment he appeared, the attention of Otsutsuki Urashiki was drawn towards him. Otsutsuki Urashiki raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. On the expansive rooftop of the library, Senju Ifei, adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, radiated brilliantly under the sunlight. The white fabric adorned with red patterns appearing particularly striking. His expression was indifferent, and he met Otsutsuki Urashiki's gaze with calm resolve. Due to his unique sage body, after mastering sage techniques, his appearance had changed little, merely acquiring a touch of maturity and composure compared to before. "Oh, Aunt, you are the current Hokage of Konoha?" Otsutsuki Urashiki remarked, surveying the village below with a mind full of questions, yet his pride as a member of the Otsutsuki clan made him dismissive of further inquiries. He slightly tilted his head back, his tone dripping with contempt and arrogance. "Humph. Otsutsuki clan, leave Konoha. This is not your playground." Such ant-like creatures speak with considerable bravado. A cold snort escaped Otsutsuki Urashiki, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Urashiki's words, Senju Ifei inwardly cursed, "Damn. What am I even saying to such a fool?" With a loud clap of his hands, the ground trembled violently. Enormous vines erupted from the earth beneath Otsutsuki Urashiki's feet, surging forth like a horde of enraged serpents, swiftly coiling around him. Sensing the powerful chakra emanating from below, Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly soared into the air. Twisting his body, he flung his fishing rod forward, launching an attack directly at Senju Ifei. "Aunt, you dare? How fast?" As Otsutsuki Pusher's voice faded, Senju Ifei materialized before him like a fleeting specter. With his right leg raised high, imbued with tremendous force, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at Pusher's face. In an instant, a flurry of red origami cranes danced through the air, and Otsutsuki Pusher reassembled on the opposite side of the library's top floor, his expression dark, eyes brimming with rage and disbelief. "Oh, it has been long since I have truly engaged in combat." Observing Otsutsuki Pusher's figure, Senju Ifei limbered up, the joints of his limbs cracking audibly. He fixed his gaze intently on Otsutsuki Pusher, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. In the next heartbeat, he propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball unleashed from its chamber, hurtling towards Otsutsuki Pusher. "You dare to provoke me, mere ant." Otsutsuki Pusher roared as he swung his fishing rod with ferocity, a fierce gust of wind accompanying the strike that collided with Senju Ifei's form. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and Otsutsuki Pusher was taken aback. Before he could comprehend the situation, a searing pain erupted from his back, propelling him through the air. How could this be possible? Otsutsuki Pusher soared aloft, the once serene library rooftop suddenly bursting forth with countless sharp wooden spikes, resembling a multitude of blades aimed at him. In midair, Otsutsuki Pusher's gaze sharpened. He wielded his fishing rod, the line sweeping out to sever the protruding spikes with precision. "You have enraged me." Otsutsuki Pusher executed a graceful backflip in the air, landing firmly. His eyes, now filled with murderous intent, glimmered with swirling chakra. Chapter 108. A strange Konoha thud. 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 The sounds of fierce collisions reverberated across the expansive rooftop as the battle reached a fever pitch. "Come on. Faster. This is still not enough." With a thunderous shout, Senju Ifei launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Upon sensing Uchiha's limits, he delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of Otsutsuki Uchiha. Caught off guard, Uchiha was sent flying like a kite with its string severed, leaving a long trail on the smooth ground. As he landed, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. "How dare you mock me?" Uchiha hissed through clenched teeth, his voice laced with venomous resentment. Slowly, he raised his hand to gently wipe away the blood, his eyes ablaze like burning flames, filled with an insatiable desire to consume Senju Ifei. As Bai Yifei observed the appearance of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, a trace of disdainful laughter curled at the corners of his lips. Is this truly the prowess possessed by one who claims to be a god? It is utterly feeble. At that moment, dozens of figures, like phantoms, swiftly leaped onto the rooftop from all directions. Their movements were agile and synchronized, encircling Otsutsuki Kinshiki in an instant. As the leader, Minato conducted a rapid survey of the battlefield before casting a glance at Bai Yifei, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement. With a smile, Senju Itachi remarked, "You all move quite swiftly. I have yet to even warm up, and here you are." His tone was casual, imbued with a hint of disdain towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. However, Senju Itachi's expression abruptly shifted, and he turned to the others, cautioning, "Everyone, be cautious. Do not let this fellow's hooks ensnare you. If you fall victim, your chakra will be siphoned away." Urashiki, trapped within the encirclement, remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. Yet, upon hearing Senju Itachi's words, a subtle flicker of astonishment crossed his otherwise stoic face. His pupils narrowed slightly as he gazed at Senju Itachi, his voice tinged with confusion and incredulity. "You haven't even been struck by my attack. How could you possibly know my technique?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yifei's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Can you guess how I came to know that?" The disdain and contempt in his demeanor incited a furious wrath within Pushi. "You insignificant insect, await my return. I shall undoubtedly come back." Pushi roared in anger, his voice brimming with resentment and menace. As his words faded, the space above him began to distort, and a dark, gaping void suddenly materialized. Damn it! In the moment when Senju Itachi and Minato sensed the anomaly, they rushed towards the portal with unwavering determination. However, despite their remarkable speed, they were still a moment too late. The figure of the portal swiftly vanished into the abyss, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only the faintly rippling entrance behind. Minato, heightened in vigilance, resolved to safeguard Kushina and Naruto, his focus set on the Nine Tails. During this period, take the time to rest and ensure the safety of your family. I will dispatch Itachi and Kakashi to assist you. Bai Yifei's expression was grave. He understood Poo's intentions and could not afford to lower his guard. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Minato replied without hesitation. Upon learning that the mysterious individual's target was the Nine Tails, he wasted no time, swiftly utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Senju Itachi gazed in the direction where Minato had departed, then turned to address the surrounding ninjas. "Everyone, disperse. Inform Fugaku to enhance the village's protective measures." Once all had vacated, Senju Itachi stood alone on the desolate rooftop. Lifting his gaze to the library's top, which lay in ruins due to the recent battle, he inhaled deeply, clapped his hands, and shortly thereafter, the library's roof was meticulously repaired and reinforced, restoring it to its former glory. Alas, while the building stood tall, should it sustain damage, it would surely place an immense burden on the Hokage. As Bai Yifei murmured to himself, he deftly employed the body flicker technique, swiftly traversing the rooftops of Konoha village. With each building he passed, he meticulously examined its summit and external structure, reinforcing them with the power of wood release. Simultaneously, he took the opportunity to affix several Flying Thunder God seals at strategic locations for future contingencies. On the street opposite Hokage Rock, Sasuke and Boruto stood gazing upwards, their eyes wide with awe, fixated on the four monumental stone carvings of the Hokage. "Mr. Sasuke, I recognize the first three Hokage, but who is this fourth one? Why isn't it my grandfather?" Boruto inquired, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. Hearing Boruto's question, the middle-aged Sasuke also appeared perplexed. He furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion as he stared at the unfamiliar visage of the fourth Hokage. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet he found no clarity. Rather than respond immediately to Boruto's inquiry, he turned to survey the bustling Konoha behind him. The streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of prosperity, yet to him, everything appeared strikingly alien. His brow knitted in contemplation, he sank into deep thought. "Sasuke, stop right there. Our previous match remains unfinished." A sudden, bright voice shattered Sasuke's reverie. I'm not competing. I'm off to find my brother. You can compete with someone else," another voice chimed in. Sasuke and Boruto turned towards the source of the voices, spotting two familiar figures darting around the corner. The one trailing was a young boy with yellow hair, none other than the youthful Naruto, his face flushed and breathless, clearly having pursued for quite some time. The figure in front was also a small silhouette, equally out of breath. It was the young Sasuke. "Dad," Boruto murmured instinctively upon seeing the yellow-haired boy. "Let us follow them," the young Sasuke said, observing the departing figures. The two moved cautiously, concealing themselves as they trailed behind Naruto and his companion. Soon, they arrived beneath a 7-story building. Hello, this is the Konoha Security Bureau. How may I assist you? As middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto hesitated, a member of the Konoha guard at the entrance noticed them and stepped forward. The guard, clad in a neat uniform, exhibited a glimmer of vigilance in his eyes. Greetings. We are acrobats from the land of Earth, and we heard we need to secure a permit to perform in Konoha. Could you please direct us to where we can obtain one? Middle-aged Sasuke responded swiftly, maintaining a calm demeanor and natural tone. Oh, I see. It must be quite a journey coming from so far. Come, I shall guide you to the office. It will expedite the process, the guard replied with a friendly smile, his warmth evident in his tone. Thank you, Sasuke replied. Sasuke nodded slightly in gratitude. Under the guidance of a member of the security team, the middle-aged Sasuke swiftly completed the necessary paperwork for his permit. Brother, you promised to teach me ninjutsu today. Why have you gone back on your word? Haha, Sasuke. Be patient. Once I finish my tasks, I will teach you. For now, go play with Naruto in the 5th floor lounge. At that moment, a familiar voice reached the ears of young Sasuke. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to see Itachi crouching before his younger self with a gentle smile, lifting his right hand to softly tap the little Sasuke's forehead. In that fleeting moment, the middle-aged Sasuke felt as if he was merging with that youthful figure, reliving the familiar sensation on his brow. For an instant, he stood frozen, his gaze filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Hello, do we know each other? Unbeknownst to him, Itachi had approached the middle-aged Sasuke. He scrutinized the man before him, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, prompting him to inquire. No, you must be mistaken. This is our first time in Konoha. Boruto, let us go. The middle-aged Sasuke snapped back to reality, offering a brief polite response before hastily departing. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Itachi's eyes revealed a flicker of contemplation. Mr. Sasuke, wasn't he that your brother? Why didn't you talk to him longer? Boruto, trailing behind Sasuke, asked with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with curiosity about Sasuke's abrupt departure. There is no need. We have yet to familiarize ourselves with this place, and the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Urashiki remain uncertain. It's best not to get too entangled. Sasuke continued walking briskly, quickening his pace towards the location of the Uchiha clan, as it lingered in his memories. After navigating through winding paths, a grand entrance soon came into view. The gilded characters spelling Uchiha glistened under the sunlight, complemented by the unique emblem of the Uchiha clan, presenting an aura of solemnity and authority. In an instant, a warm tear uncontrollably slid down the corner of the middle-aged Sasuke's eye. He gazed at the Uchiha clan members coming and going, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable urge to rush in and embrace his family. However, reason firmly restrained his impulses. Go in and take a look. Your parents are inside. Just then, a stranger's voice abruptly pierced through the middle-aged Sasuke's thoughts from behind. Sasuke whirled around, his eyes brimming with vigilance. You are the current Fourth Hokage of Konoha? The middle-aged Sasuke scrutinized the unexpected figure before him with piercing intensity, his right hand instinctively moving towards the hilt of his blade. What is the matter? Throughout the entirety of Konohagakure, who besides myself would dare to stroll through the village adorned in the attire of the Hokage? With a raised eyebrow, Bai Yifei spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone. However, the middle-aged Sasuke remained unfazed, his gaze brimming with a vigilance that resembled a tangible blade, showing no signs of abating. So, do you know who I am? He inquired. Oh, how tedious your chatter is. Faik and Hinosuke may very well be embroiled in a brawl at this very moment. Are you coming or not? If you are, then hasten and follow. With a sense of impatience, Senju Ifei uttered a dismissive remark before striding purposefully towards the entrance of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke paused momentarily, grappling with his thoughts before resolutely clenching his teeth and hastily following suit. As Sasuke and Boruto approached the gates of the Uchiha clan, two guards swiftly advanced to intercept them, their tone polite yet authoritative. Greetings, this is the Uchiha clan territory. Please present your identification. Unlike Senju Ifei, who was granted unhindered passage, they found their path obstructed. They are my friends, allow them entry, he asserted. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, Senju Ifei called out without looking back, his voice resonating steadily. Oh, so it is a friend of the Hokage. Please, come in, come in. You should have mentioned it earlier. I made an unnecessary trip here. What a laugh. Upon hearing this, the guard's face instantly brightened with a smile. teasingly commenting while stepping aside to allow passage. Sasuke, gazing at the unfamiliar Uchiha clansman before him, felt his heart race, pounding as if it sought to break free from his chest. Each vigorous beat seemed to urgently convey the overwhelming excitement hidden deep within him. He followed closely behind Bai Yifei, his eyes eagerly scanning every corner of the Uchiha territory. This place, once so familiar, now felt predominantly alien, prompting him to unconsciously quicken his pace as he surveyed his surroundings. In the courtyard, Bai Yifei navigated effortlessly, showing no sign of concern for the two individuals trailing behind him, swiftly creating a distance. "Hey, I'm down to my last card. Why don't you play already? Hurry up." "Huh, I'm going all out. I certainly don't intend to let you bask in triumph any longer," exclaimed one. "Goodness, Fujiwara, you foolish fellow. We're on the same team. Why would you blow up my hand?" retorted another. "Humph, the cards are in my possession, so it's not your place to instruct me on how to play. I merely wanted to see that smug expression of yours. What, not satisfied? Come on, let us settle this. I'm feeling a bit restless myself." Before they could draw closer, a tumultuous argument erupted, crashing over them like a tidal wave. Following the source of the commotion, they beheld Fujiwara and Nichizuki beneath a pavilion, both adorned with white paper strips on their faces, their appearance quite ludicrous. Meanwhile, Mikoto observed with a smile, her eyes filled with exasperation as she watched the two squabble. Royal flush. A 2 against a 3. With a flourish, Mikoto played her last card, leaving Fujiwara and Nichizuki exchanging bewildered glances. "What the devil? You didn't even have a king, and yet you didn't signal me?" Fujiwara exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. Nichizuki, upon hearing this, grabbed a paper strip, dampened it, and with a swift motion, slapped it onto Fujiwara's nostrils, retorting sharply. "And you dare speak? Weren't you all high and mighty when you blew up my hand just now? How absurd. Is it necessary to slap a paper strip on me with such force? Fine, I'll return the favor," Fujiwara grumbled. "Lord Hokage, what brings you here?" Mikoto, ever observant, was the first to notice Bai Yifei's arrival. She rose gracefully and offered a slight bow. Hearing Mikoto's voice, the two clan heads momentarily froze, their playful antics coming to an abrupt halt. "Ah, Lord Hokage, your timing is impeccable. Once I finish with this old rascal, let us play some mahjong together," Fujiwara said, still holding Nichizuki's face while turning to greet Bai Yifei. "Ahem." Mikoto cleared her throat lightly, casting a glance at Sasuke and Boruto, inquiring, "These two seem unfamiliar. Lord Hokage, are they your guests?" In an instant, a flurry of rustling as they adjusted their attire ensued, accompanied by a few fluttering paper strips. As Fujiwara and Nichizuki hurriedly composed themselves, their expressions once again serious. "Lord Hokage, please, come in and take a seat. Who might these two be?" The earlier casualness vanished without a trace, as Fujiwara and Nichizuki hastened to welcome Bai Yifei. Fujiwara's gaze lingered curiously on the middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto, his eyes filled with inquisitiveness. "Ha ha ha, they are all friends of ours, no need for formality. This friend of mine has long wished to meet you, and today he finally had the time to join me." With a bright smile, Bai Yifei casually nudged the middle-aged Sasuke, who was a step behind him, forward. "Ahem, Mikoto." "Mikoto." Before Fugaku could greet the middle-aged Sasuke, he noticed his wife's gaze intensely fixated on the stranger, her eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. "I apologize. I was momentarily lost in thought, feeling as though I've seen you somewhere before. I am truly sorry." Mikoto, regaining her composure, slightly bowed and expressed her apologies to the middle-aged Sasuke. Observing this, the middle-aged Sasuke instinctively turned to the side, avoiding Mikoto's gesture of respect, his demeanor appearing somewhat awkward as he stammered, "It's all right. Hello, I'm Uchiha Tenming. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gazing at the gentle yet familiar figure before him, his mind went blank, leaving him utterly at a loss for words. Upon hearing the middle-aged Sasuke's introduction, Mikoto smiled warmly. "Good day, sir. I am Uchiha Mikoto, and this is my husband, Uchiha Fugaku." Following their introductions, a sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere. Fugaku's eyes narrowed suspiciously at the man in front of him, his gaze reflecting deep contemplation as he endeavored to unearth the stranger's identity. Meanwhile, Hinata displayed an air of indifference, his eyes curiously darting between the three. "Ahem, well, Fugaku, we haven't had lunch yet. Would you mind if we joined you for a meal? I've been longing for your sister-in-law's culinary delights. They are simply irresistible." With a hint of helplessness, Bai Yifei cleared his throat, breaking the slightly awkward tension. "Sure, please wait a moment, Lord Hokage. I shall make the necessary arrangements and whip up a few signature dishes." Before Fugaku could respond, Makoto cheerfully agreed. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your kindness. Before Bai Yifei could say anything, Sasuke instinctively replied, almost letting slip a word that he quickly swallowed. A flicker of panic crossed Sasuke's eyes as he turned to watch Makoto's retreating figure. Casting a grateful glance at Bai Yifei. Chapter 110. Sasuke meets Sasuke. Lord Hokage, please take a seat. Fugaku guided Bai Yifei and the others into the banquet hall. Once everyone settled, he directed a glance at Hinata, his eyes laden with a subtle hint. Suddenly, a sharp kick caught Hinata off guard, causing him to widen his eyes in confusion as he looked at Fugaku. What was that for? Why did you kick me? Internally, Fugaku rolled his eyes, thinking, this old fool, how can he be so oblivious, just standing there as if waiting for a spectacle in my home? Yet, he maintained a serious facade and said, ahem. Haven't tea you already eaten? Why are you still lingering? At our age, overeating isn't it could be detrimental to our health. Yet, as if oblivious to the subtleties in Fugaku's words, Niju strode directly to Shinju Itachi's side, plopping down with a sense of entitlement, retorting boldly, what is the matter? Am I not allowed to keep company with the Hokage? If you wish to dismiss me, think again. Sasuke sat quietly in his designated spot, casting a complex gaze upon the two clan leaders before him. The figures from his memories bore little resemblance to the jovial characters present now. What on earth was happening in this world? What predicament had Otsutsuki Urashiki thrust himself into? The Hokage before him was a stranger, entirely different from the father he remembered. Moreover, this Konoha had flourished beyond the bounds of his recollection. In an instant, an overwhelming curiosity about this world eclipsed Sasuke's thoughts of pursuing Urashiki's whereabouts. Have we met before, my friend? Fugaku, finding it futile to dislodge Niju, shifted his attention to Sasuke. Upon hearing Fugaku's inquiry, Sasuke instinctively straightened his posture, his gaze gravitating toward Fugaku as he respectfully replied, Father Fugaku, we have not crossed paths. However, I have long admired the strength of the Uchiha clan, which is why I came to pay my respects. Ha, is that so? Brother Tianming, I never anticipated your discerning eye, Fugaku exclaimed, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation as he grasped Sasuke's hand, embracing him with warmth and camaraderie. Now, Brother Tianming, since the Hokage brought you here, and I am a few years your senior, you may call me elder brother. Let me tell you, our clan's Sharingan is truly the mightiest in Konoha. No other ocular abilities, like the Byakugan, can even compare. Niju, overhearing Fugaku's words, merely scoffed, astonishingly refraining from retorting. Sasuke allowed Fugaku to lead him, nodding occasionally in response, but his eyes brimmed with helplessness as he glanced towards Shinju Itachi, seeking support. Hey, that mop of yellow hair looks familiar, resembling Minato and Naruto's color. Oh, don't ruffle my hair. Ignoring the pleading gaze cast by Shinju Itachi towards Sasuke, he firmly placed his hand upon Boruto's head, gently yet assertively tousling his hair. Dad, Mom, I'm back. As everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks, the youthful voice echoed from outside the banquet hall. Moments later, a black-haired boy entered with an exuberant skip. Oh, look, we have guests. Upon stepping through the door, little Sasuke caught sight of the gathered crowd, murmuring softly to himself before skillfully pivoting to make his escape once more. Snap! With a swift clap of his hands, Thousand Hands Yifei summoned a vine that surged from the ground, ensnaring Sasuke around the waist with precision. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, he was yanked towards Yifei's side. Heh, you little rascal, you run quite swiftly. Yet, you fail to greet me? Shinju Itachi adeptly grasped the collar of young Sasuke's clothing, placing him skillfully upon his knee. Lord Hokage, I concede my error. There are guests present. Please spare me some dignity in front of them. Young Sasuke tightly clasped his hands over his behind, squirming incessantly, clearly accustomed to such treatment. Observing Shinju Itachi's actions, the middle-aged Sasuke inexplicably felt a twinge of discomfort in his own posterior. Dinner is served. Everyone, tidy up and prepare to eat. At the entrance, Makoto entered with several others, carrying steaming dishes of food. Upon catching sight of the delectable feast on the table, young Sasuke's eyes lit up instantly, ceasing his struggles and obediently taking a seat. You are our guests. Please, indulge yourselves first. At the behest of Shinju Itachi and Fugaku, Sasuke deftly picked up his chopsticks, gingerly selecting a piece of sushi and savoring it with care. Is it delicious? Makoto inquired with a smile, directing her gaze at the middle-aged Sasuke. Indeed, it is delightful. Sasuke succinctly responded before hastily stuffing the remaining half of the sushi into his mouth. Subsequently, he paid no heed to anything else. bowing his head and voraciously devouring his meal. Perhaps it was an illusion. But Senju Itachi seemed to catch a glimmer of tears shimmering in the eyes of the middle-aged Sasuke, watching the middle-aged Sasuke devour his food with fervor. Young Sasuke silently halted his own hand, thoughtfully nudging dishes that were further away toward him. The middle-aged Sasuke, disregarding all semblance of decorum, swept away the food on the table with the ferocity of a tempest. Only when his stomach could no longer accommodate even a morsel did he reluctantly set down his utensils. At that moment, he became aware of the entire table's attention fixated upon him, prompting an embarrassed chuckle and an explanation. My apologies, resources are scarce in the land of Earth, and it has been quite some time since I have savored such exquisite cuisine. I am grateful for your generous hospitality. Upon hearing his words, Makoto regarded him intently, a hint of tenderness in her gaze. As long as you find it pleasing. Strangely enough, I cooked according to Sasuke's preferences. Yet I had no idea you would enjoy it so much. Should you wish, you are always welcome to dine at my home. It is merely a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. Indeed, if you wish to partake, do not hesitate. My mother-esque cooking is truly delightful. Young Sasuke chimed in, lifting his chin and warmly inviting the middle-aged Sasuke. Haha, precisely. If you desire to eat, do not be shy. Come whenever you please. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable kinship with you, as if we were family, Fugaku added with a smile, listening to the enthusiastic exchanges among the group. The middle-aged Sasuke discreetly concealed his slightly trembling arms within the folds of his black robe, striving to mask the tumult within. Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Senju Itachi seized the opportune moment to interject. Haha, well, we have dined. It is time to discuss serious matters. Fugaku, today the village has been invaded by outsiders. You must personally oversee the situation with Itachi. Do not merely act as a detached observer, living more leisurely than I. Furthermore, enhance the protection of the Namikaze family, and ensure that both Itachi and Kakashi remain vigilant and secret. As Senju Itachi spoke, he turned his gaze towards Hinata and said, Hinata, you and Hate should assist in organizing things. The security team had initially agreed that you both would share the responsibility, yet it has ultimately fallen solely on Itachi's shoulders. After finishing his statement, Senju Itachi rose and addressed Sasuke. Come, Satonari, accompany me to the Hokage's office. There are matters we need to discuss. Chapter 111. Since we are here, let us enjoy it. Behold, how does my governance of Konoha strike you? In the spacious and bright Hokage's office, Senju Itachi stood with his back to Sasuke, gesturing towards the flourishing village of Konoha below. Sasuke stepped forward and soon reached the floor-to-ceiling window, where he gazed out, taking in the entire view of Konoha without reservation. Indeed, it is exceedingly prosperous. Even now, I find it hard to believe this is Konoha. Ha ha ha, indeed. To create such a thriving scene, it cost a fortune. I have poured hundreds of billions into this endeavor. Could it not be prosperous? You possess a keen eye. By the way, given your unique status, please find your own seats. I shall not trouble others to attend to you. At Senju Itachi's gesture, Sasuke and Boruto pulled up chairs and joined him at the window. Fourth Hokage, how should I address you appropriately? Senju Itachi, you may simply call me by my name. Everyone refers to me as Sir out of their own volition. I have never enforced any rigid requirements regarding titles. Upon hearing Sasuke's inquiry, Senju Itachi waved his hand dismissively and then busied himself with preparing tea. Observing Senju Itachi's leisure in making tea, Sasuke could not help but ask, Mr. Itachi, did you not summon me to discuss important matters? Why are you so leisurely brewing tea? Do not rush. Your ocular power and chakra are nearly depleted. Worrying will not yield any benefits. Do you intend to confront Otsutsuki Kinshiki in this state? Upon hearing Senju Itachi's calm words, Sasuke abruptly stood up. Who are you truly? How do you know everything? Is this really Konoha? Sasuke fixed his gaze on Senju Itachi, swiftly removing the eye mask that had concealed his Rinnegan. In an instant, both his Sharingan and Rinnegan activated simultaneously. He focused all his remaining ocular power and chakra to sense the conditions of himself, Boruto, and Senju Itachi. Bai Yifei observed Sasuke's actions without uttering a word to intervene, allowing him to conduct his examination. Come, partake in some tea and savor my cherished collection. Senju Itachi carefully poured the brewed tea into 3 cups. Only after Sasuke ceased his actions did he address the two of them. However, Sasuke completely ignored Senju Itachi's greeting. Exhausting the last vestiges of his ocular power and chakra, he suddenly drew a kunai and ruthlessly plunged it into his own thigh. In an instant, blood gushed forth profusely. What on earth is happening? Is this truly not an illusion? Or is this illusion so profound that I am utterly incapable of perceiving it? Witnessing Sasuke's astonishing actions, Senju Itachi stood frozen, teacup in hand, at a loss for how to respond. Goodness, are you out of your mind? Seeing Sasuke undergoing treatment from the leech clone, Senju Itachi couldn't help but curse vehemently. I promised to explain everything to you. Why the urgency? To stab yourself like that? You truly have a ruthless disposition. Clean this mess up, or you both will regret it. As Senju Itachi extended his finger to reprimand Sasuke, he simultaneously turned to supervise Boruto as he diligently wiped the floor. I truly apologize, Mr. Itachi. In my moment of haste, I lost control. Never mind. I shall not hold it against you. That brat over there still has a few drops of blood. Make sure to clean it thoroughly. Upon hearing Senju Itachi's directive, Boruto pouted and earnestly continued to scrub the ground. Let me put it this way. I am equally perplexed as to why you have found yourselves here. So do not inquire further. However, one thing is certain. This is no illusionary realm. I have already engaged in combat with Otsutsuki Urashiki, and since we are here, you need not worry excessively about other matters. Observing Sasuke's perplexed expression, Senju Itachi continued, I have dispatched personnel to investigate Otsutsuki Urashiki. Moreover, the Nine Tails is not residing within Naruto, but has been divided and sealed within Kushina and Minato. Given Urashiki's current capabilities, it is uncertain whether he can contend with them. As he absorbed Senju Itachi's words, Sasuke's gaze darkened, plunging him into profound contemplation. Mr. Itachi, do you mean to say we have returned to the past? Yet the developmental trajectory of this timeline differs significantly from my own. Mr. Itachi, why is it that in our timeline, there is no figure such as yourself? Just as the two engaged in conversation, Boruto, still focused on wiping the floor, unexpectedly interjected with this question. The attention of Senju Itachi was suddenly captivated by Boruto, and he shot him an irritable glare. Memories of the distressing moment when he almost fell into Orochimaru's clutches resurfacing in his mind. Who could have known? Just mind your own business. The issues abound. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the three were engaged in conversation, a knock resounded at the door of the Hokage's office. Enter, came the response. As the sound of knocking ceased, the door swung open. Sasuke instinctively sprang to his feet. Hokage-sama. Itachi stepped inside, bowing respectfully to Senju Itachi. He then turned his gaze towards Sasuke, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What brings you here? Come, have a seat and share your thoughts. It's been ages since you last visited your sensei. What wind has blown you here today? Senju Itachi deftly retrieved a cup, skillfully pouring tea and handing it across the table. Itachi, no longer standing, smoothly pulled over a chair and settled down with ease. Master. You certainly have a knack for humor. After all, the affairs of the security team are quite intricate. With such a large village, managing security must indeed be a considerable challenge. Alas, I am at a loss, as you cannot rely on Fugaku and Hayashi. So you must bear more of the burden yourself. By the way, weren't you assigned to protect the Namikaze family alongside Kakashi? What brings you here? Upon hearing Senju Itachi's inquiry, Itachi offered a slight smile, his gaze subtly drifting towards Sasuke. Master, brother guy has returned from a mission. Given his ability to absorb others' chakra, it would be most fitting for him to oversee the protection of the Namikaze family. The two engaged in a lively exchange, entirely disregarding the presence of the other two individuals. Sasuke, gazing intently at the serene and vibrant Itachi before him, endeavored to digest the implications woven into their conversation. Come. Itachi, allow me to introduce you. This is Uchiha Naruto. He possesses considerable knowledge regarding the adversaries we are about to face. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek his insight. Sasuke was fixated on Itachi when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Senju Itachi's voice. Mr. Itachi, hold on. Do not be so quick to decline. Since you are here, let Itachi guide you to appreciate the present state of Konoha. To relax and indulge a little, it would not be amiss. Itachi, please step outside and wait for a moment. Without granting Sasuke an opportunity to speak, Senju Itachi decisively interrupted him. Once Itachi departed, Senju Itachi refocused his gaze on Sasuke. Do not fear disrupting the future of this world. My presence has already upended it. Pursue your desires without restraint. Chapter 112. Itachi and Sasuke. After leaving the Hokage's office, Itachi and the mature Sasuke strolled side by side through the streets of Konoha. The evening glow gradually descended, casting a golden sheen akin to a delicate veil over the two. Passers-by wore smiles, engaging in lively conversation as they navigated the alleys. Their joy evident. Children chased one another, their laughter ringing like silver bells in the air. Itachi, with a gentle smile, surveyed his surroundings with warm eyes. Villagers greeted him with nods, and occasionally a child would approach, holding a tricolored dumpling, innocently asking, "Brother Itachi, would you like to eat a dumpling? The uncles and aunts in the village say you enjoy them too. They're delicious. I've already had some. You should eat yours, but remember to have only a little, or you'll get cavities." Itachi smiled, gently ruffling the child's hair, exuding a warmth akin to a friendly older brother. Witnessing this beautiful scene, the previously silent mature Sasuke finally spoke. "Mr. Itachi, have the villagers of Konoha always been so close to the Uchiha clan, or is it just towards you?" Hearing Sasuke's inquiry, Itachi turned to him, the smile never leaving his lips. The orange-red sunset illuminated Itachi, accentuating his upright figure. As Sasuke gazed into the glow, his eyes widened involuntarily. In a fleeting moment, the image of that blood-soaked figure, shrouded in orange-red chakra yet still smiling, seemed to manifest before him once more. Sasuke's lips quivered slightly before he returned to smile. Observing Sasuke's momentary distraction, Itachi softly replied, "It is not just me, it is the same for all Uchiha members." "Oh, is that so? How wonderful. Such Konoha is indeed rare," Sasuke remarked, snapping back to reality, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "Yet it has not always been this way. Before the Fourth Hokage took office, our clan was often met with disdain from the villagers. However, my master was different. He actively sought contact with my father, took me as his pupil, and gifted me a weapon." As he spoke, Itachi drew the CHY sword from behind him. Sasuke instinctively reached out to touch the invisible blade, only to be met with an overwhelming aura of sharpness that compelled him to withdraw his hand hastily. "My master named it CHY. No matter the circumstances, I must strive diligently. I cannot disappoint my master's expectations." Itachi observed Sasuke's actions without interference, instead smiling as he introduced the CHY sword. And what happened next? Did Danzo and the third not oppose this? Sasuke attentively listened to Itachi's narration, and then curiously inquired. It was unclear what actions their master had taken, yet the third Hokage seemed to consistently align himself with him. Their master had not intervened, leading to a fierce conflict between the third Hokage and Danzo, after which Danzo departed from Konoha with his trusted subordinates, vanishing without a trace. Since that time, no one in the village had disrupted the peace. Their master devoted himself entirely to advancing Konoha's economy, taking the lead in fostering peaceful relations with various factions. From that point on, new ninja academies and hospitals were established, and the laws governing the village were revised, disrupting the existing structures of the police force and Umbu, thereby granting everyone the opportunity to participate. Itachi recounted these events one by one, and in Sasuke's gaze, he perceived boundless admiration and longing. Gaining a deeper understanding of the enigmatic Fourth Hokage, when Itachi became parched from speaking, Sasuke thoughtfully offered him a bottle of water. "Thank you," Itachi said as he accepted it. Observing his younger brother, who appeared youthful and vibrant, Sasuke smiled and asked, "Is Danzo still alive?" Itachi swallowed his drink, slightly taken aback by Sasuke's question, but he politely replied, "No, our master deemed him not a threat, hence he has allowed him to wander freely." "Brother, mother calls you home for dinner." At that moment, the sun had completely set, leaving only a faint crimson glow on the horizon. As the colorful lights along the streets of Konoha began to illuminate, a small figure clad in blue with black hair joyfully ran towards them. "Mr. Tenmei, let us go together. I have some questions to ask you after dinner." Itachi, glancing at the approaching figure, turned to the middle-aged Sasuke and said. Upon receiving a nod of agreement from the older Sasuke, Itachi quickened his pace to meet the young Sasuke. "Didn't I tell you to run slowly? What if you bump into something?" Itachi gently tapped young Sasuke's forehead with a smile. "Ha, got it. Brother, carry me. Consider it a punishment for not teaching me ninjutsu today, hee. Hello, Mr. Tenmei." Hearing young Sasuke's words, Itachi turned back to smile at the middle-aged Sasuke, then skillfully crouched down before young Sasuke. "Haha, oh, let us go. Time for dinner." Gazing at the scene of the two brothers, especially the cheerful young figure, the middle-aged Sasuke's face was adorned with a warm smile. "Shall we go together?" "Mr. Tenmei, Mom mentioned you after you left today. Let us have dinner together." Young Sasuke enthusiastically invited. Following young Sasuke's suggestion, Itachi turned to look at middle-aged Sasuke. Under the hopeful gazes of both, the older Sasuke smiled and replied, "Well, all right. I appreciate your hospitality once again." As the night deepened, in the garden of the Uchiha clan, the middle-aged Sasuke lay on the lawn, gazing up at the luminous moon in the night sky. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Sasuke slowly sat up. "Mr. Itachi, has Sasuke fallen asleep?" Yes, he has. As the night grew late, Itachi settled beside Sasuke. Observing Itachi's presence, the middle-aged Sasuke spoke. I have grown accustomed to staying up late. At this hour, slumber eludes me. Itachi, the version of you from that world must have endured considerable hardship. Itachi's voice gently resonated nearby. Sasuke instinctively turned, meeting Itachi's gaze filled with concern. How? How did you know? Sasuke stammered, disbelief evident in his eyes. It is here, Itachi replied, gesturing to his chest. He then regarded Sasuke with a tender expression, slowly raising his left fist. I wish to know what you have experienced. Would you share it with me? Sasuke, warmed by Itachi's gentle smile and the raised fist, returned a relieved grin and lifted his right fist, lightly connecting it with the suspended fist before him. Time slipped by quietly until suddenly Itachi's Sharingan activated, the three tomo swiftly materializing. In an instant, the three tomo merged, resembling the blades of a pinwheel, spinning rapidly within his eye. A few warm tears began to trickle down Itachi's face, and their fists gradually parted. The cool moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the two like a delicate veil. Itachi gently lifted his hand, two fingers softly tapping Sasuke's forehead. Take a good rest. I am here with you. Chapter 113, The Turmoil of the Hidden Cloud. Mom, Dad. I'm off. Bye. The gentle morning sun poured into the room as young Sasuke hurriedly shoved some breakfast into his mouth, grabbing 2 eggs before dashing out. In the guest room, middle-aged Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented clarity in his mind. He quickly rose, pushing open the door and scanning the familiar yet strange surroundings, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by Itachi, who wore a warm smile, seemingly waiting for him. You're up. How did you rest last night? Itachi inquired kindly. At hearing this, Sasuke instinctively curled his lips into a slight smile, replying, Yes, I slept quite well. Just as he was about to say more, he hesitated, ultimately swallowing his words. Meanwhile, in the home of the Namikaze family, 4 figures, 2 adults and 2 children, sat neatly at the dining table. Naruto, why are you being picky again? Why have you pushed all the vegetables aside? Look at Boruto. He asks about your age, and doesn't he have such fussiness? Jiuxing Nai watched as Naruto meticulously picked out the vegetables, unable to restrain herself from raising her voice, laced with playful reproach. Her exclamation startled Boruto, who sat nearby. He discreetly observed the unfamiliar grandparents before glancing at Naruto, enveloped in a cocoon of paternal and maternal affection, and hurriedly quickened his pace in grabbing the food, devouring it eagerly. The previous day, Senju Itama had intentionally kept Boruto behind after bidding farewell to Itachi and Sasuke, passing by the Namikaze household. He noticed the resemblance in hair color between Boruto and Minato, thus entrusting Boruto to the care of Minato and Jiuxing Nai, the Namikaze couple, without further inquiry. Welcomed Boruto with beaming smiles. The atmosphere in Konohagakure was tranquil, in stark contrast to the turmoil currently engulfing Kumogakure. Ha, a swarm of ants. Do they dare to attempt to slay a god? Otsutsuki Urashiki, with a conspicuous red fishing rod slung over his shoulder and 2 wooden figures in hand, laughed boisterously. As he spoke, he deftly flicked his wrist, sending the fishing line from the rod zipping out, accurately piercing through the wooden figure. In an instant, a swirling mass of blue-black chakra was drawn forth. Subsequently, Urashiki casually discarded the wooden figure to the ground as though it were refuse. Darui, witnessing this, propelled himself upward, skillfully catching the rapidly descending wooden figure. Seeing this, a furrowed his brow, glancing at the faintly breathing wooden figure and sensing the emptiness of chakra within himself. Gritting his teeth, he painfully rose from the deep pit. Everyone, unleash your ninjutsu from a distance. We must not allow his fishing hook to ensnare us. As the declaration fell, the Kumogakure shinobi began to form hand seals in unison. In the blink of an eye, numerous ninjutsu of various attributes surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming Urashiki. However, in the face of such an onslaught, Urashiki remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and collected. With an agile grace, he navigated through the flurry of ninjutsu, ephemeral figures flickering amidst the techniques. Remarkably, none of the attacks found their mark, all fell short. Humph, a mere swarm of ants, Urashiki scoffed, and at his waist, the fishing basket began to resonate with waves of chakra. In an instant, bolts of lightning erupted from the basket, striking down fiercely upon the shinobi below. Accompanied by cries of despair, several Kumogakure ninjas fell to the ground. Yet, Urashiki's assault did not cease there. Soon after, torrents of blue flames surged forth from the basket, resembling a raging inferno, as they surged toward the Kumogakure shinobi. Boom. At a critical juncture, a tailed beast ball hurtled through the air like a meteor, exuding an overwhelming force that instantly scattered the blue flames. Oh, what a predicament! As the brilliance of the tailed beast ball faded, Killer Bee's figure emerged upon the battlefield, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the hovering Tsutsuki Kinshiki. The Eight Tails mused. Humph, he has come to me willingly. A glimmer of greed flickered in Kinshiki's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged towards Killer Bee. Be cautious. Don't let his fishhook ensnare you. A's voice rang out, laced with urgency as he urged caution upon seeing Killer Bee's appearance. Got it, Killer Bee replied, summoning a short blade in each hand, and he swung them towards Kinshiki's fishing rod. However, upon contact, the blade shattered with a sharp crack. Recognizing the danger, Killer Bee swiftly retreated. He belongs to the Tsutsuki clan, and he is likely targeting the tailed beast. Exercise extreme caution. The voice of the Eight Tails echoed in Killer Bee's mind, filled with trepidation. Just as Killer Bee attempted to respond, a formidable pull enveloped him, drawing him irresistibly toward Kinshiki. The Eight Tails form materialized, its four tails thrusting into the ground behind Killer Bee to anchor him. Sensing the immense chakra emanating from the Eight Tails, Kinshiki disdainfully scoffed. The chakra of the Eight Tails shall be mine. Such insignificant vermin dare to resist? With that, he struck once more. His fishing rod darting forth with the swiftness of a released arrow, the chakra-infused hook slicing through the air, aimed directly at Killer Bee's abdomen. Remaining composed, Killer Bee pushed off the ground with force, deftly evading the attack. In the next moment, his chakra flared intensely, his arms bending as he launched a counterattack towards Kinshiki. A resounding crash echoed, shaking the very earth. Kinshiki stood unscathed, while the rocks behind him erupted violently, debris flying like projectiles. Save your efforts, with your strength. You cannot touch me, Kinshiki declared, his voice barely fading before he vanished like a specter. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Killer Bee. His fishing rod raised high, ready to strike at Killer Bee's back. Quick as lightning, Killer Bee spun around and shouted, "Lightning release!" Thunderclap choreography. In an instant, Karabi was enveloped by lightning and the chakra of the Eight Tails, transforming into a dazzling blue light that forcefully deflected Urashi's fishhook. Immediately thereafter, he harnessed this momentum and charged toward Urashi at breakneck speed. Upon their collision, a cloud of dust erupted, and surging waves of blue flames burst forth. Karabi's figure was violently propelled away like a kite severed from its string, carving a deep trench into the ground. Simultaneously, Urashi activated the Yomi no Hirazaka, a dark portal appearing silently behind Karabi. Before Karabi could react, Urashi's fishhook pierced deeply into his back. As a vast amount of chakra was siphoned away, another black hole emerged, and Urashi coldly surveyed the numerous ninjas before him, slowly vanishing into the abyss. Chapter 114, The Beaten Minato O. Kakashi-sensei, is it true? Are we really going to undertake an S-rank mission? At the entrance of Konoha village, Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixated on the S-rank mission scroll at Kakashi's waist. His voice tinged with excitement. Kakashi lazily perused his book, not even raising his eyelids as he nonchalantly replied, "Not just us. Wait a moment, they'll be here shortly." Really? There are others arriving later than Kakashi-sensei? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, but before he could finish his sentence, a resounding thud echoed as he received a heavy blow to the head. Cradling his aching head, tears welling in his eyes, he pitifully curled up under a nearby tree. "Serves you right," Sasuke remarked, arms crossed, observing Naruto's disheveled state with disdainful mockery. Sasuke's aloof demeanor transformed Sakura into an enamored admirer, her eyes sparkling with pink hearts. "Go for it, Lee. I'm catching up to you soon. Ignite your youth. Don't let me surpass you." A vibrant shout resonated from afar. Hearing this, Kakashi silently closed his book. "Haha, Kakashi, I apologize for the delay. Something came up," my guy said as he bent his arm slightly and sprang up gracefully like a swallow, landing firmly in front of Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Niji and others followed behind Guy, greeting him politely. "Hello everyone, let us go. It's time to embark on our mission." After exchanging pleasantries, Kakashi and Guy led the group away from Konoha village. Shortly after their departure, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from the Namikaze household. Moments later, a thunderous explosion shook the second floor, causing the walls to splinter and drawing the attention of passers-by on the street. "Kushina, let me explain. It's not as you think. I truly don't know him." Minato supported himself with both hands, his legs straining as he hurriedly retreated. Before him, Kushina's crimson hair danced wildly, and behind her, a deep reddish-brown chakra began to coalesce. with several iron chains flickering into view, winding menacingly toward Minato. Do you not recognize me? Then who was it that you unintentionally called father yesterday? Kushina's voice was laced with fury as the chain swiftly ensnared Minato's hands, followed by a powerful punch that struck him squarely in the eye. I don't know. I truly don't know. Kushina, you must believe me. Minato's face was a portrait of grievance as he pleaded his case loudly. Believe you? There are only 2 men in this household. Could that child possibly be calling Naruto? Just look at their ages. Kushina paid no heed, her chakra surging wildly as her fist rained down upon Minato like a relentless storm. No, it's truly not what you think. Kushina, the neighbors are watching. Grant me a modicum of dignity. Minato dodged while imploring her. I cannot. That child is of similar age to Naruto. How could you betray me like this? You heartless scoundrel. Kushina was both furious and anxious, unable to contain her tears, and her blows intensified. This is unbelievable. Meanwhile, Senju Itama, who was leisurely reading manga in the office, suddenly turned pale, vanishing from his spot in an instant. No way, Minato usually seems quite honest. Who would have thought otherwise? Indeed, poor Kushina has suffered for so long, kept in the dark. Just listen to her sorrowful cries. They are childhood friends after all. As Senju Itachi arrived near the home of Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique, he overheard the surrounding crowd engaging in lively discussions. His previously tense demeanor instantly relaxed, and he curiously turned his gaze towards Minato's residence. Aunt, could you spare me some sunflower seeds? Shinsho Ifei approached an elderly woman who was munching on sunflower seeds and cheerfully inquired, Oh, Lord Hokage, when did you arrive? Startled, the woman gazed at Shinsho Ifei in astonishment. Haha, I just arrived. Dear lady, what is the situation with the Namikaze household? As he accepted the sunflower seed she offered, he curiously probed further. The woman sighed, her face a portrait of concern. Alas, Lord Hokage, you are unaware. Yesterday a child visited the Namikaze home, reportedly calling Minato father. Today, both the child and Naruto have ventured out, and the couple has begun to quarrel. Is there still hope for Minato, Lord Hokage? As she spoke, she turned her head and realized that Shinsho Ifei had vanished without a trace. Lord Hokage, you must testify for me. I truly do not know that child. Minato, who had leapt in through the cave entrance, clung to Shinsho Ifei as if grasping a lifeline, his voice tinged with desperation. Oh my Kushina, that child is one I found. He has no connection to Minato. Ahem, everyone disperse. It is all a misunderstanding. That child is an orphan. I brought him home out of pity, but it seems my good intentions have backfired. My apologies. Haha. Please, everyone, go about your business. In an attempt to disperse the onlookers, Shinsho Ifei spoke persuasively. Turning around, he was met with the seemingly murderous glares of Minato and Kushina. With no other option, he reluctantly steeled himself to assist them in repairing their home. Ah, well, Minato, let me explain. On second thought, perhaps you should hold off for now. Before Senju Itachi could finish his words, he utilized the Flying Thunder God Kunai left by Itachi to depart. Moments later, he brought the middle-aged Sasuke and Itachi, who were investigating the traces of Uchiha, to his side. Well, that's the situation. That child is Naruto's son, calling him dad. He is indeed your grandson. Do you understand now? With the corroboration of middle-aged Sasuke and Itachi, Senju Itachi exerted considerable effort to clarify the matter to the two of them. Thank you ever so much, Hokage-sama. Minato gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with palpable resentment. By the way, Hokage-sama, where's my grandson? Yesterday, I mistakenly thought he was Minato's illegitimate child and barely greeted him. Kushina, disregarding Minato's bruised visage, urgently inquired of Senju Itachi. He is in the library. As soon as Senju Itachi's voice faded, Kushina dashed out like a gust of wind. Upon witnessing the scene, Senju Itachi hastily summoned a slug to heal Minato's external wounds. Ants, leave the six tails to me. In the woods bordering the land of fire, Otsutsuki Urashiki swaggered with a fishing rod. His face etched with arrogance as he disdainfully gazed at the two men clad in black cloaks before him. Hearing a sound from behind, Obito momentarily froze, then twisted space in his hands, drawing the six tails Jinchuriki, Yujido, into the Kamui dimension. Otsutsuki clan? The black and white Zetsu accompanying Obito turned to glance at Urashiki, whose attire bore a hint of familiarity, and could not resist inquiring. Ants, did you not hear me say to leave the six tails? Urashiki feigned ignorance to Zetsu's words. His gaze fixated on Obito, his tone dripping with contempt. Chapter 115, The Wrath of Obito. The red fishing rod swung violently through the air, the hook at its end shooting forth like an arrow, aimed straight for Obito. He stood motionless, watching as the hook pierced his body without resistance. As the attack landed, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Urashiki's mouth, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the hook had effortlessly passed through Obito's form. With a forceful tug, Urashiki yanked the hook free, staring at the now empty hook with a hint of astonishment. In an instant, a massive fireball hurtled toward him. Urashiki's eyes shifted to blue, and with a swift reaction, he narrowly avoided the fireball as it whizzed past him. Evading the attack, he quickly plunged his hand into the fishing basket, retrieving a large mass of crackling chakra. In that moment, he became enveloped in arcs of lightning, propelling himself at an incredible speed toward Obito once more. Observing the ferocious advance of Otsutsuki Urashiki, Zetsu silently sank into the ground, pondering the presence of the Otsutsuki clan in this location. Boom! Urashiki's figure struck like a bolt of black lightning, crashing through Obito's body and slamming heavily into the ground. Interesting. Is this a form of space-time ninjutsu? Urashiki remarked, as his eyes transformed once again, the blue Rinnegan fading to reveal white eyes, veins bulging around the sockets. Obito turned his gaze toward Urashiki, his Sharingan revolving slowly as he murmured, "Rinnegan? Or Byakugan? Do not attempt to pry into my abilities with your inferior eyes," Urashiki retorted. Raising his fishing rod to launch another attack, his Byakugan fixated on Obito's movements, yet predictably, his strike met with emptiness once more. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito swiftly formed hand seals, and with his motion, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, enveloped in an endless wave of heat, surging toward Urashiki. Urashiki remained rooted in place. The fishing rod in his hand was raised high before it came crashing down, cleaving the enormous fireball in two, each half plummeting into the woods behind Purushi, resulting in a violent roar. Having successfully evaded the fireball, Purushi swung his rod, the fishing line writhing like a nimble serpent, coiling towards Obito, while Purushi himself charged forward with great speed. Obito, agile as ever, deftly sidestepped the incoming line, advancing fearlessly to meet Purushi's assault. In an instant, a kunai manifested in his hand, gleaming coldly as it was thrust towards Purushi's eyes. Purushi swiftly turned his head to evade this lethal strike, immediately following up with a knee thrust aimed at Obito's abdomen. In response, Obito brought his hand down to block. As their palms met, he unleashed his Kamui technique. In that moment, the very fabric of space around Purushi twisted and warped, causing him to vanish from Obito's sight, much like the Six-Tails Jinchuriki disappearing. Sutsuki clan? Kagaya. What is the meaning of this? Obito questioned, gazing at Purushi, now ensnared within the confines of his Kamui space. He turned his head to the ground beside him. Hearing Obito's voice, Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the earth, sensing the situation before fully revealing himself. The Tsutsuki clan is Black Zetsu began, but was interrupted as a black hole suddenly appeared nearby, and Purushi, who had been absorbed into the space, began to float out. In his hand, Purushi clutched a turbulent mass of pale blue chakra. Before Obito's eyes, he placed this chakra into his fishing basket. Then, looking down upon Obito, he casually remarked, "Ninja, you are quite amusing. However, this belongs to me now. Next time we fight, try to use your brain a bit more. Ha ha ha. Farewell." Upon hearing Purushi's words and sensing the overwhelming chakra emanating from him, Obito was instantly consumed by rage and swiftly formed hand seals. The trees closest to Purushi began to grow wildly, countless sharp wooden spikes shooting forth like arrows aimed directly at him. Yet, as if mocking Obito, Purushi, seemingly foreseeing the attack, took a single step back, causing the multitude of wooden spikes to impale the ground where he had just stood. "Goodbye," Purushi smiled as he said. Before Obito could launch another strike, the black hole reappeared. Purushi waved politely, his figure flashing as he slipped into the void, vanishing before Obito's eyes in the blink of an eye. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted where Purushi had just departed, and in a fit of fury, Obito retaliated, the sheer force of his attack toppling trees in the vicinity. He extracted the lifeless body of the Six-Tails Jinchuriki from the Kamui space and casually discarded it into the crater formed by the battle, then glared angrily at Black Zetsu. "Let us go back and find Pain. We must thoroughly investigate this fellow. His goals align with ours, and he must be eliminated." "Ah, Kakashi-sensei, how much longer must we walk? We've been out for so long, yet we have yet to arrive at our designated task location." Naruto, in a fit of boredom, playfully teased Sasuke with a blade of grass, while voicing his complaints to Kakashi. Sasuke, however, swiftly swatted him away, leaving Naruto feeling rather disheartened as he continued to grumble. Hearing this, Kakashi slowly closed the book in his hands and directed his gaze towards Guy and Lee, who were practicing their handstands ahead. "Guy, Naruto mentioned he wished to join you in igniting the flames of youth. What? Kakashi-sensei, I didn't say that. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Kakashi seized the back of his shirt and, with a powerful throw, launched him towards Might Guy as if he were a sandbag. Leaf Hurricane. Upon witnessing Naruto hurtling towards him, Might Guy swiftly turned, pinched his legs together, and caught Naruto with unwavering steadiness. Ah, Naruto, come. Let us walk on our hands for 1,000 meters. Might Guy exclaimed with exuberance. Well, now I can finally enjoy some quiet time to read, Kakashi mused. Flipping open his beloved book once more, now devoid of Naruto's incessant chatter. An hour later, Kakashi and the 8 of them arrived at a vast farming estate. Nani? Kakashi-sensei, our S-rank mission is to clean this farm? Naruto exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not only Naruto, but Sasuke, Neji, and the others also gazed at Kakashi and Might Guy in utter confusion. Indeed, this farm must be cleaned within 2 hours. Given its immense scale, how could it not qualify as an S-rank mission? Oh, everyone, let us get moving and see who can accomplish the most, Might Guy declared, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. In an instant, Lee dashed forth like an arrow, seizing the tools prepared by the farmer and energetically set to work. Kakashi, without hesitation, kicked Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji towards the tools, showing no mercy. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home. Under Kakashi's imposing presence, the 3, with forlorn expressions, hurriedly followed Lee's lead. What? Do you two also wish for me to kick you over? Kakashi glanced back at Sakura and Ino, who remained stationary, and threatened them. What are you staring at? Are you wondering why Guy and I aren't working? Kakashi asked as he caught Sakura's gaze fixed upon him. No, Kakashi-sensei, you both should rest well. I'll get to work right away. Observing the 6 youngsters diligently laboring, Kakashi found a clean spot to recline comfortably. Kakashi, what are our tasks? Just wait. Kakashi languidly responded to Might Guy's inquiry, his gaze pleasantly perusing the pages of the book in his hands. Chapter 116, The Hook. Shoo, lower your voice, Naruto whispered, his expression a mix of tension and mischievous delight, akin to a thief, as he and Sasuke stealthily approached Kakashi's resting spot. With each cautious step, Naruto moved as if afraid to disturb something of great significance, frequently glancing back to quietly remind the equally cautious Sasuke. Behind them, Neji activated his Byakugan, his eyes wide and alert, the chakra within him subtly surging, ever watchful of Kakashi's every movement. Sakura and Tenten huddled closely behind Neji, their hands instinctively gripping the edges of their garments, nervously fixating on Naruto and Sasuke's retreating figures, scarcely daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Lee tirelessly circled the training grounds, their footsteps and spirited chants echoing distantly. Naruto and Sasuke took their time, each step transforming the mere 10 meters into an eternity, and it took them a full 5 minutes to inch behind the sunlit haystack where Kakashi rested. They exchanged a knowing glance before turning back to Neji. Understanding their unspoken communication, Neji nodded slightly, signaling that all was safe. With Neji's reassurance, the cautious expressions on their faces vanished, replaced by uncontrollable grins that stretched widely across their faces. They swiftly raised the cow dung speared on a stick, mustering their strength as they hurled it forcefully over the haystack. However, at the moment of release, the dung, which should have followed a parabolic trajectory, inexplicably veered with a mysterious force, hurtling back towards the faces of the 2 boys at an alarming speed. The sudden turn of events left them no time to react. Splatter. The chunks of dung struck their faces with uncanny precision, even filling their open mouths. Momentarily stunned, Naruto and Sasuke collapsed onto the ground, gagging violently. Ugh, ugh. The cacophony of retching erupted as they clawed at the ground, desperately wiping their faces with hay, attempting to rid themselves of the nauseating substance. They shouted, water. Ugh, Neji. Ugh, quickly, water. Upon hearing their cries, Neji and the others hurriedly approached with water bottles in hand. Neji cautiously extended a bottle to Naruto, while Sakura trembled as she offered water to Sasuke. In her flustered state, she inadvertently smeared the dung from Sasuke onto her own hands, instantly shrieking, "Ah? Sasuke, you've got dung on me. Goodness, what are you all doing? If you're hungry, just eat. Why resort to dung? If this gets out, people will think I'm abusing you." Kakashi stretched languidly, sauntering out from behind a haystack, his eyes narrowing slightly, radiating an unmistakable sense of delight. Ah, Kakashi-sensei. Upon catching sight of Kakashi, Naruto erupted in a fit of fury, resembling an enraged calf, utterly oblivious to the manure smeared across his face and clothes. With his hands caked in filth, he lunged toward Kakashi, brandishing his soiled appendages. Just as Naruto was about to make contact, Kakashi remained unfazed, elegantly sidestepping the onslaught. With a gentle tug on Naruto's clean sleeve, he effortlessly flung him away, sending Naruto soaring toward Neji like a rag doll. Neji instinctively recoiled as Naruto barreled toward him, but a sudden, immense force gripped his shoulder. Glancing back, he found Kakashi, having stealthily appeared behind him, firmly restraining him. As Naruto's filthy hands drew nearer, Neji, unable to evade the impending disaster, felt despair wash over him. Tears welling in his eyes as he resigned himself to the sacrifice of one side of his face. Come, enjoy this delectable beef. Why are you three not partaking? Inside a house adjacent to the farm, a lavish beef feast adorned the table, its aroma wafting enticingly. Kakashi, Guy, Lee, and others gathered around, indulging with gleeful laughter and glistening mouths. Meanwhile, Naruto, Neji, and Sasuke squatted pitifully at the doorway, each clutching a ladle, incessantly splashing water on their faces to rinse away the foulness. Their eyes widened in fury as they glared at Kakashi inside, as if they could devour him whole with their stares. Naruto Uzumaki. At last, I have found you. A figure gradually emerged, his gaze piercing and fixated on the rinsing Naruto, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Otsutsuki Urashiki's veins bulged as he activated his ocular technique, scrutinizing the interior with keen interest. Ants, utterly unremarkable. After assessing the strength of those within, Urashiki muttered disdainfully to himself. He then cast a vigilant glance around the farming area, ensuring no corner was overlooked. Once assured that no ambush lay in wait, Urashiki lunged toward Naruto like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was staggering, generating a gust of wind that left a fleeting afterimage in his wake. Instantly, a fishing rod was hurled forth, the hook glinting ominously, akin to a venomous serpent aiming straight for Naruto's core. With a sharp clang, the sound of metal colliding reverberated. A short blade, appearing from seemingly nowhere, deftly deflected the assault of the hook. Sunlight danced upon the blade, reflecting dazzling spots of light that pierced Urashiki's vision. Realizing his attack had been thwarted, Urashiki's expression soured as he coldly remarked, I underestimated you. I did not anticipate such a response. Must you disrupt my meal? Who are you, and why are you attacking my students? Kakashi sheathed his fishbone sword, raising his left hand slightly to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, lazily surveying the distant figure of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. An enemy. Might Guy mumbled through a sizable mouthful of beef, his words barely intelligible. He cast a reluctant glance back at the uneaten portion of his lunch, as if bidding farewell to his beloved meal, before striding out of the room to stand beside Kakashi. His gaze burned with fury as he fixated on Kinshiki, who had interrupted their repast. Children, step back. This fellow is beyond your capability to handle. As he spoke, Kakashi moved forward, ensuring Naruto and Sasuke were securely shielded behind him. Hey, could that guy who was interrupting lunch refrain from standing so tall? It's giving me neck pain. Guy grinned widely, revealing his trademark 8 gleaming teeth, entirely unfazed by the overwhelming pressure radiating from Kinshiki. Vile insect. At Guy's words, Kinshiki's previously impassive expression contorted into one of unrestrained rage. In a flash, he lunged forward, wielding his fishing rod like a frenzied beast, launching a savage assault against Guy. Kakashi, keep an eye on them, Guy uttered before swiftly drawing his nunchaku. In the blink of an eye, he engaged Kinshiki in fierce combat. The nunchaku whirled in Guy's hands, creating an impenetrable barrier as Kinshiki's fishing rod sought an opening for attack but found none. With a tremendous crash, the ground trembled as the two warriors retreated simultaneously after their intense exchange. Kinshiki glared darkly at Guy, his mind racing with disbelief. What brings me to confront such formidable adversaries? His gaze shifted, landing on Naruto, who was shielded by Kakashi, and a thought sparked within him, swiftly redirecting his assault. In an instant, as he charged toward Kakashi, several streams of blue flames erupted from his fishing basket, hurtling directly towards Kakashi's position. Boom, boom, boom. The blue flames detonated like cannon fire, sending shockwaves that stirred up clouds of dust. Kakashi and the others scattered, seeking cover from the onslaught. Seizing the moment of chaos, Kinshiki swung his fishing rod once more, the glinting hook flashing ominously, like lightning aimed again at Naruto. Here it comes. Just as the hook was about to make contact with Naruto, a familiar, somewhat nonchalant voice floated into Kinshiki's ears. At the same moment, A brilliant yellow figure appeared before Naruto, steadfastly intercepting Kinshiki's attack. Chapter 117. The Battle Against Kinshiki. Kinshu Ifei gazed at the floating Pirashi, releasing his grip on Itachi and the middle-aged Sasuke. Pirashi turned towards the sound, and in an instant, fury ignited in his eyes. Insect, I have yet to seek you out, yet you have delivered yourself to me. His gaze was filled with wrath as it fell upon Kinshu Ifei. Upon hearing Pirashi's words, Kinshu Ifei nonchalantly extended his pinky finger, leisurely cleaning his ear, and then placed it to his lips, giving a gentle blow. His eyes shifted towards Minato beside him, and he remarked, "Ah, Minato, this wretched creature, pale and resembling a dead dog. I can't shake the feeling that I've encountered him before. He looks strangely familiar." Lord Hokage, your words resonate with me. I too recall the individual who escaped through a tunnel in the library yesterday, strikingly similar in appearance, Minato replied, his brow slightly furrowing in contemplation. The two exchanged banter, causing the veins on Pirashi's forehead to bulge in fury. With a roar of indignation, he rapidly condensed a massive-tailed beast ball before him, hurling it towards Kinshu Ifei with ferocious speed. In the face of the imminent threat, Kinshu Ifei remained unperturbed. At that moment, an unusual wave rippled through the space before him, causing the colossal-tailed beast ball to vanish as if it had sunk into the abyss, not even stirring a ripple. Simultaneously, in a desolate area outside of Wagakure in the land of Earth, the tailed beast ball materialized without warning, crashing violently onto the sandy ground. In an instant, flames soared skyward, billowing smoke engulfed the surroundings, and the deafening explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. Noki, who had been seated steadily, instinctively sprang to his feet at the sound of the explosion, only to feel a resurgence of his back injury, eliciting a pained cry. Lord Suchikage, be mindful of your back. Ignoring his own discomfort, Noki sensed the violent tremors of the building and promptly commanded, "Quick, investigate the cause." Another space-time ninjutsu. Pirashi glared at the unmoving Kinshu Ifei, his teeth clenched in frustration. Minato, and that Uchiha, whatever his name is, keep a watchful eye on the children. Senju Ifei meticulously orchestrated the arrangement, entrusting Kakashi, Gai, and Itachi with the task. I shall cover for you. Should you fail, you will have much to answer for upon your return, he declared. Understood. The group responded in unison. With Ifei's command issued, Minato swiftly hurled a dozen shuriken, encircling Naruto and the others to form a protective barrier. Middle-aged Sasuke instinctively opened his mouth to retort, only to feel a powerful hand resting on his shoulder. Turning, he met Itachi's steady gaze, accompanied by Itachi's voice whispering in his ear, "Have you forgotten my words? Take a moment to rest." As he spoke, Itachi slowly drew the Chungying sword, striding purposefully towards Uchiha. Sasuke observed Itachi's retreating figure before moving to stand beside Minato. "Oh, Kakashi, Itachi, go!" Gai shouted, and the ground beneath him shattered as he brandished his nunchaku, charging towards Uchiha with unparalleled speed. Uchiha hovered in midair, watching Gai approach with alarming swiftness, his fishing rod carving a dark red arc as he sneered, "A swarm of ants, fit only to be my chakra bait." Yet before his derision could fully manifest, Gai's nunchaku whistled through the air, a fierce wind trailing behind. "I shall not allow my youth to bring shame upon my master." With the sound of a sonic boom, he aimed a powerful strike at Uchiha's head. Uchiha's Rinnegan flickered momentarily as the fishing line, akin to a serpent, deftly ensnared the midsection of the nunchaku. Gai swiftly twisted his wrist, the iron chain snapping taut and igniting sparks, as the nunchaku's tail pivoted at an uncanny angle, launching another assault towards Uchiha's temple. Uchiha quickly tilted his head back, narrowly evading Gai's onslaught. As he tugged at the fishing line, he discovered it remained stubbornly immobile. "I told you. Watching you flail about in the air makes my neck ache. Come down." Gai's voice rang out as the chain of his nunchaku ensnared the fishing line. As he landed, he exerted force with both arms, causing Uchiha to lose balance and plummet towards the ground. Simultaneously, a sharp bird call echoed across the vast pasture. As Uchiha touched down, Kakashi thrust his short sword, imbued with the piercing sound of Chidori, into the earth. Lightning chakra surged through the damp grass roots, enveloping the entire field in a blue radiance, as if woven into a pulsating net of electricity. Uchiha, witnessing the encroaching electric web, hastily lifted his foot, preparing to leap once more. However, at that moment, a flurry of sword shadows descended upon him like a tempest. Without hesitation, Uchiha unleashed a cascade of yellow sand from the fishing basket at his waist, which rapidly accumulated beneath him, forming a solid foundation. "Gai, Kakashi shouted loudly. With this cry, the vast electric net instantly constricted, enveloping the area in a crackling energy, while several electrified blades of grass stood upright like steel needles. Having retreated from the electric field, Might Guy charged back into the fray. Kakashi concentrated fully on sensing the situation within the electric net, continually providing safe landing spots for Itachi and Guy. To the southwest, Itachi swung the Shuriken sword, relentlessly attacking Purushi while occasionally interjecting commands. The moment Itachi's voice reached him, another figure of Kakashi appeared behind a haystack, swiftly forming hand signs. In an instant, a water mirror materialized in the opposite direction indicated by Itachi. Sunlight illuminated the water's surface, and the rays refracted into numerous sharp, sword shadows, hurtling towards Purushi with fierce intensity. Despicable! Purushi, sensing the oncoming sharp intent of the swords, gritted his teeth in fury. The surrounding electric field interfered with his time-manipulating ninjutsu to some degree. With a swift cut, the Shuriken sword slashed across Purushi's chest, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Utilizing the sunlight and blood, Purushi finally discerned the form of the Shuriken sword. And, feeling the intense pain radiating from his chest, Purushi roared in anger. The blue flames within his fishing basket surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly withering the surrounding grass, igniting it in flames. Purushi broke through Kakashi's electric field, wielding his fishing rod and forcing Might Guy aside. Kakashi, seeing this, wasted no time, observing the flames at Purushi's feet. He seized a nearby haystack and hurled it forcefully towards him. Guy and Itachi quickly joined in as well. In an instant, haystacks flew through the air, turning to ashes under the scorching blue flames surrounding Purushi. Is this all you've got? Purushi soared from the ashes, his gaze icy as he regarded the three still hurling haystacks at him. The surrounding blue flames flared even more violently, as if intent on consuming everything in their path. Boom, boom, boom. With the flames spreading unchecked, the meadow erupted in a violent explosion, sending a cloud of dust into the air, while the burning haystacks detonated with a resounding crash. Gate of opening, activate. Might Guy bellowed, as green flames enveloped him instantly. Guy wielded his nunchaku, darting like a green lightning bolt into the swirling dust. With his movements, a colossal fire tornado spiraled upward from the smoke, carrying an overwhelming momentum as it surged toward Purushi. Simultaneously, Kakashi's lightning clone and his true self swiftly penetrated the dust. With the Shuriken sword in hand, Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, meticulously tracking the battle within the haze. In the next moment, he too plunged into the obscuring dust. Lightning release, electric eel, Amaterasu, Day Tiger, revamp. The voices of the three individuals resonated almost simultaneously. The white tiger's head, compressed from grass ash, flickered with a serpentine current of electricity intertwined with faintly visible black flames. Surged forth towards Pushi with great intensity. Chapter 118, A Lack of Martial Virtue Boom. The daytime tiger descended, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Itachi simultaneously emerged from the swirling dust. Wow, Teacher Guy, you truly are remarkable. Ah, Kakashi-sensei is so powerful. Clearly, my brother is the strongest. As the group composed themselves and stepped out, the praises from Lee, Naruto, and Sasuke followed in quick succession. A swarm of ants, with Pushi's voice cutting through the haze. The small group instinctively fell silent. As the dust gradually settled, Pushi, cloaked in darkness, emerged from the depths of a pit, dragging his mangled arm behind him. Hey, did you see that? I've told you all before, when taking a life, ensure the job is done thoroughly, crush the bones and scatter the ashes. Return and practice harder. Each of you must run an additional 5 laps around the village daily. Noticing that Senju Itai and the others regarded him with utter disdain, Pushi reached for his own eyes, extracting both of his Rinnegan and casually popped them into his mouth, chewing away. After consuming his Rinnegan, Pushi, still unsatisfied, seized his chakra-filled fish basket at his waist and devoured it as well. Ugh, what is he doing? He.s. eating his own eyes. Sakura, Tenten, and the others observed Pushi's bizarre actions, simultaneously retching. Though they had taken lives as ninjas, witnessing someone consume their own flesh was an unprecedented spectacle. As Pushi seized his grotesque feast, a radiant curtain of light materialized before him. He stepped through the luminescent veil, and a dazzling brilliance emanated outward. Momentarily, a pair of black talons emerged from the light, followed by Pushi himself, his face marked by an impression of a black sandal. On either side of his forehead sprouted 2 asymmetrical wing-like appendages, his eyes gleaming gold, and at his brow sat a glimmering Rinnegan. His severed arm had regenerated, and his tattered robe restored to its former state. I curse you all to a wretched fate. His words, laced with murderous intent, echoed ominously as a wave of violent and sinister chakra surged forth. With his hands braced and white wings unfurled, Pushi ascended once more, surveying the ground below where Senju Itai and the others stood. I shall handle my own affairs. You may continue. Shinsho Ifei observed the airborne Purashi with a hint of disdain in his tone. Insect, I concede that I underestimated you. Prepare to meet your demise. As he spoke, Purashi unfurled his wings and surged towards Shinsho Ifei with great speed. A thunderous crash echoed as Purashi's assault was forcefully intercepted by Might Guy, who wielded nunchaku. His legs slightly bent, shattering the ground beneath him. Purashi's talons were firmly held at bay by the nunchaku, unable to make any advancement. In response, Purashi flapped his wings with vigor, executing a swift rotation that sent both himself and Guy hurtling away. During this interval, Kakashi and Itachi advanced with their swords, one on the left and the other on the right, their bodies crackling with lightning, their speed and strength maximized to an extraordinary degree. Their blades danced in the air, leaving Purashi no respite, while the Sharingan was activated, keenly tracking every motion of Purashi. The duo's synergy was impeccable, their pure physical prowess dazzling to the onlookers. Devoid of any chakra for Purashi to absorb. I shall vanquish you. Purashi seethed with fury, taking Kakashi's strike head-on and retaliating with a kick that forced Itachi back. With the entanglement of the two now severed, Purashi swiftly distanced himself, ascending into the skies. Before he could rise too high, Might Guy, summoning all his strength, struck Purashi's head with a powerful blow, sending him crashing violently to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tensu. As Guy landed, Purashi's voice emerged from the dust. In an instant, an array of chakra orbs, purple, blue, red, and green, shot forth indiscriminately towards Kakashi and Shinsho Ifei and the others. Die, all of you perish. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the assault, Purashi darted like a white streak through the smoke, heading towards Naruto's position. Kamui! Kakashi's voice rang out. And in an instant, the space before Naruto began to distort, a splatter of blood marking the ground as Purashi's right hand was severed entirely. Rasengan! Before Purashi could recover from the agony, Minato materialized before him, delivering a devastating Rasengan to Purashi's face. He was propelled backward, carving a long trench across the field. Purashi swiftly rose, half of the fleshy crest on his forehead obliterated. As he moved, his severed right hand reformed, and the injury on his forehead visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. Soaring into the air, a massive chakra began to coalesce around Purashi. Tensu. With the gathering of chakra, a colossal purple orb formed in Purashi's grasp, a dragon silhouette emerging, its Maagape to engulf the two. The seventh gate, shock gate, open. Guy's roar echoed, a tempestuous wave of energy billowing forth, uprooting vast swathes of earth beneath him. Oh, Teacher Guy? The Azure Beast literally gazed at the formidable Might Guy, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. The dual nunchaku in Guy's hands danced through the air, creating fleeting shadows, while a faint silhouette of an azure dragon swirled around him in a mesmerizing ascent and descent. Amaterasu. As the azure dragon encircled him, Itachi's voice resonated. Within the depths of his Sharingan, the gears of a pinwheel spun, and several strands of black flames ignited around Guy, cloaking the increasingly vivid azure dragon in a layer of fiery, ebony scales. Azure Dragon. With the strike of Purushi, the black-flamed azure dragon soared into the heavens, fearlessly charging toward the violet orb of light held in the jaws of the colossal dragon. Kamui. Thunderous lightning illuminated the sky. Kakashi, who had been closely observing the battlefield, felt an accumulation of lightning chakra throughout his being, a single tear of blood trailing down his cheek. The whirlpool of Kamui erupted from the tip of the Yuchong sword, as the blade extended abruptly to a length of 5 meters, crackling with electricity. As the azure dragon ascended, the Yuchong sword found its mark within the dragon's jaws, crashing fiercely into the violet orb alongside the azure dragon. Boom. Upon contact, the two forces clashed momentarily before the electric blade pierced through the orb, ascending relentlessly to impale Purushi directly in the chest. Blood spewed from Purushi's mouth as he desperately endeavored to maintain his assault, gradually pressing toward Guy's direction. Damn it. You're pushing your luck. Hearing the taunt echo in his ears, Purushi felt a wave of nausea. You dare to act as a sparring partner, yet you wish to kill my disciple. As the latter words escaped his lips, Purushi felt the world spinning violently, followed by a jarring descent to the ground. He lay sprawled on the earth, the Yuchong short sword piercing through his chest, You all lack martial ethics, resorting to a sneak attack. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, a shadow darted past, and instantly, Purushi lost all consciousness. Bai Yifei retracted the black abyss. Observing the dismembered Pushi as he slowly spoke, even in a 3-on-1 situation, you still preach about martial ethics. Haha, well done, my worthy disciple. Now, let us return home to rest. With an appreciative gaze, Bai Yifei extended his thumb in commendation towards the weary trio. Hearing his words, Might Guy, supported by Itachi, lamented. Ah, teacher, what a pity. That move was originally intended for you. Upon hearing this, the once praising Bai Yifei silently withdrew his thumb and retrieved his black abyss once more. Amaterasu. As he observed the playful skirmish between the two, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, and fierce black flames ignited upon Pushi's form. Noting Itachi's actions, Bai Yifei halted his impending kick towards Guy, casting a look of approval that suggested he was teachable. After everyone had tidied up and departed, a shadow emerged from the battleground, making its way towards the black ashes left by Pushi's flames. Chapter 119, Kabuto and Orochimaru, are we returning? In the Hokage's office, Itachi directed his gaze towards Sasuke, inquiring softly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell into a momentary contemplation. After a brief pause, he lifted his head. Meeting Itachi's eyes with unwavering resolve, No, there is still one matter I wish to address personally. As he spoke, he turned to Bai Yifei. Mr. Yifei is correct. I am not afraid of the changes the future may bring while working here. I intend to personally eliminate Danzo and eradicate the hidden threats lurking within this world. As his words concluded, a violent surge of chakra emanated from Sasuke, and in an instant, his Manjiki Sharingan activated, revealing the palpable hatred within. I will accompany you. Itachi extended his right hand, firmly resting it on Sasuke's shoulder, his words imbued with resolute determination. Very well then, since you have made up your minds, I shall not impede you. Go forth and act. Senju Ichirita languidly reclined on a chaise longue, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two individuals. Rising to his feet, he cast a kunai inscribed with his flying thunder god seal towards Itachi. Itachi, take this kunai and gather more personnel from the Ambu. That old fellow is up to something. Prioritize your safety above all else. Additionally, seek information regarding his whereabouts. You may start at the capital and inquire with Rikuzen. Understood. Thank you, master. As he watched the two depart, Senju Ichirita made his way towards the Konoha hospital. In the spacious and well-lit ward, Might Guy was lifting a bottle of a milky white liquid with his right hand, while astonishingly hoisting a barbell with his left, fervently engaged in his workout. The moment Senju Ichirita stepped into the ward, Guy caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, causing him to lose grip in fright. The barbell flew from his grasp, landing precisely in a prearranged pile of clothing with a resounding thud. With unrelenting force, Senju Itachi delivered a sharp blow to Kai's head, causing tears to well up in his eyes from the sudden pain. I told you to rest well. What are you doing here in this state? Where has Dai gone? Oh, I understand now, master. Father has gone to prepare a meal for me. Having been raised under the relentless discipline of Senju Itachi, Kai had always heeded his words without daring to defy him openly. As they conversed, the doctor responsible for assessing Might Guy's condition entered the room. Lord Hokage, you have arrived. Observing the respectful bow of Kabuto, Senju Itachi couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Indeed, he was a prodigy favored by Orochimaru, a genius in the medical field, unmatched in all of Konoha. Despite his youth, he had ascended through the ranks of the hospital due to his exceptional abilities. I am here to check on Kai's condition. I have already examined him. There are no major issues. With the latest type, 3-gene serum, his damaged meridians will recover within 2 days at most. Haha, that is excellent news. I entrust Kai's care to you. Upon hearing Kabuto's reassurances, Senju Itachi felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. After issuing a few simple instructions to Kai, he turned to leave. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. Before he had ventured far, he heard Kabuto's urgent call from behind. Senju Flying paused his steps, gazing at the hurriedly approaching Du clad in a white coat, his expression reflecting confusion. What is it? Is there something else? Could it be that Kai's treatment has encountered an issue? No. Du hastily waved his hands in denial. After taking a breath, he looked at Senju Flying with a hint of nervousness and inquired, Hokage-sama, I wish to meet the person who developed these potions. I aspire to become his disciple. Are you certain? Senju Flying regarded Du with an odd expression. Could it be that these two would once again ignite an extraordinary spark? Hokage-sama, I am certain. I appreciate your assistance, Du declared resolutely, bowing deeply. After a moment of contemplation, Senju Flying responded, Very well, I shall contact him first and subsequently arrange for your meeting. Remember, you must never disclose his identity. Yes. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Upon hearing Shinjuit Flying's acquiescence to his request, Dyu's face blossomed with uncontainable joy. Over the years, Orochimaru had made numerous contributions to Konoha. Just considering the gene therapy potions, countless lives of Konoha ninjas had been saved. Furthermore, the cloning technology had enabled those with physical disabilities to resume normal lives. Lost in thought, Shinjuit Flying returned to his office. He walked directly into the secret chamber accessible only to himself. Within the chamber, several dark compartments awaited. Shinju Itachi opened one of them, revealing a small snake coiled within. This was indeed a product of Orochimaru's biological research. This peculiar serpent required only a minimal amount of water each month to survive, and in many respects, it had transcended the boundaries of conventional biology, exhibiting an astonishingly low energy requirement for its existence. Please assist me in contacting Orochimaru. As soon as Bai Yifei's voice faded, the once coiled little serpent gradually unfurled its body. 5 seconds later, the small snake let out a peculiar smile and emitted the uniquely chilling, hoarse voice of Orochimaru. Hokage-sama, what brings you here on such a breeze? Have I just exhausted the last of the medicine for Konoha? Ah, how you jest. Do you truly believe my visit is solely for the sake of medicine? As Shinju Ifei's words fell, Orochimaru lapsed into a brief silence. After a moment, he spoke again. All right, send me the cells of those who require cloned prosthetics. I have arranged for someone to collect them. In a month, the newly cloned prosthetics will be ready for you. Very well. Incidentally, I have a few notable individuals associated with you. Orochimaru, let us not digress. Allow me to introduce a disciple who will surely meet your expectations. I will send you this batch of injured individual cells as well, so you must nurture them well. Orochimaru's chilling laughter echoed in the dim chamber. Is that so? I am quite curious about the person you would recommend. However, let me make one thing clear. My disciple must be ruthless. Rest assured, they are indeed a formidable character. Not at all inferior to you. With the conversation concluded, Shinju Ifei returned to his office. He had always been cautious regarding the potions offered by Orochimaru. He would first utilize a wood clone to conduct tests, followed by trials with death row inmates from Konoha, ensuring absolute safety before distributing any potion. Moreover, he had established a layer of covert safeguards concerning Orochimaru, of which the latter remained entirely unaware. In the capital of the Land of Fire, near the residence of the daimyo, the Konoha ninja encampment bustled. Nara Shikazen observed Itachi and Sasuke before taking the Flying Thunder God Kunai from Shinju Ifei to examine it closely. Follow me, he instructed. The two remained silent, quietly following Shikazen through a concealed passage. As they progressed, the path opened to reveal a vast underground base before them. Sasuke glanced at the ordinary individuals busily working inside and cast a questioning look towards Itachi. They are villagers from the community, rotated every 3 days, with different responsibilities each time. Otherwise, relying solely on ninjas would be insufficient to sustain such an extensive intelligence network. Upon reaching their destination, Shikazen began. Retrieve the detailed activity range of Danzo over the past month and half a year, including all individuals he has interacted with, detailed as possible. Chapter 120, Encounter the Land of Lightning? How could Danzo end up there? Sasuke scrutinized the information before him, his brow furrowed in perplexity as he inquired of Shikazen. Shikazen cast a slightly dubious glance at Sasuke, but considering his close relationship with Itachi, he patiently began to explain. A few years ago, due to the Hokage strategies, a rift formed between the hidden Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning. After losing the support of the Cloud Village, although there remain scattered ninjas serving the Land of Lightning, they are leaderless, and the nation frequently descends into chaos. In such a scenario, it is only natural that the Land of Lightning has become a gathering place for many rogue ninjas and mercenaries. It is not surprising that Danzo is active there. In the Valley of Clouds, Danzo's most recent appearance was a week ago, accompanied by a white-clad ninja whose strength is not to be underestimated. As Sasuke listened to Luchiwan's explanation, Itachi entered the scene, holding a scroll. Upon hearing Itachi's words, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Luchiwan's mouth as he remarked, "In the Valley of Clouds? How intriguing. No need to investigate further. Someone, please organize this information." He then turned to the two and said, "Come. I will take you to meet someone." Exiting the underground base, the group soon arrived at a tavern. "Gentlemen, will you be drinking or dining?" The tavern attendant greeted them warmly. "2 portions of Yunshin, please," Luchiwan replied. Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression subtly shifted, but he quickly plastered on a beaming smile and said, "Right this way, gentlemen." A private room awaits. Upon entering the private room, they found a seemingly disheveled man reclining casually, savoring his drink. Noticing Lu Chuan's arrival, the man straightened himself, propping himself up on the table. This is Senior Hiroshi Noura, a former member of Lord Hokage's Shadow Guard. Having Hiroshi lead the way to the Valley of Clouds is indeed most appropriate. Lu Chuan briefly introduced him to Sasuke before explaining their intentions alongside Itachi. Ah, splendid. If I keep lying around like this, I might as well regress. Just in time. Before I retire back to the village, I can exert my last bit of energy, Hiroshi chuckled in agreement. After bidding farewell to Lu Chuan, the trio of Sasuke, Itachi, and Hiroshi set off at full speed towards the Valley of Clouds. What kind of person is Lord Hokage? Sasuke could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of the two. Brother, have a sip of this freshly brewed vintage. Hiroshi, who was leaping ahead, tossed a gourd of wine back without turning around. As Sasuke was about to refuse, Hiroshi's voice echoed again. Take a few sips. You carry too heavy a heart. It won't hurt to relax a bit, and it won't delay our journey. With that, Hiroshi produced his own gourd and took a hearty swig. Sasuke instinctively glanced at Itachi, and seeing that he did not object, he opened the gourd and took a tentative sip. Haha, that's the spirit. Hiroshi laughed heartily before asking, what do you think of Konoha and the Land of Fire? Konoha is prosperous, powerful, and shrouded in mystery. Sasuke reflected on his observations from the past few days. Senju Itachi had never lifted a finger, yet with merely Kakashi, Itachi, and Might Guy, they effortlessly subdued Urashi. Within Konoha, there were numerous ninjas as strong or stronger than the three of them. Such a Konoha, if aimed at the Konoha of his original timeline, could likely sweep through without any effort at all. He even sensed that what he had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Just like the vast intelligence network of the underground base in the Land of Fire, it left him profoundly astonished. Pausing for a moment, he continued. As for the Land of Fire, throughout the journey, I have not witnessed any banditry or chaos, and the citizens live in peace and prosperity. In the capital, there are no bullies taking advantage of their power. It is a scene of harmony. Haha, that's exactly it. This is all thanks to Lord Hokage. Do not inquire about the nature of his character. Simply feel it with your heart. Once, many who questioned him have ultimately become his staunch supporters. Listening to the exchange between the two, Itachi smiled faintly. He recalled memories seen through Sasuke. Had it not been for his master, he would have undoubtedly annihilated his entire clan by now. All right, we have arrived. Let us halt here. Itachi and Sasuke gazed at Hiroshi in confusion. Hiroshi approached the lake at the border of the Land of Fire, placed his fingers in his mouth, and emitted a sharp whistle. A massive serpent's head slowly emerged from the water. Harmony, come, take us to the Valley of Clouds base. Is that the legendary serpent? Sasuke stared in astonishment at the familiar giant snake. Itachi turned his head, looking towards Hiroshi. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Otherwise, it will be exhausting to run. This is a provision from Lord Hokage. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Suppressing their curiosity, Itachi and Sasuke climbed onto the serpent's head. The enormous creature adjusted its direction and began to slither towards a concealed valley. Upon reaching a cave entrance, Harmony immediately burrowed inside. In the darkness, Harmony moved swiftly. When the three emerged into the light, they found themselves enveloped in a misty realm. Oh, is that not Hiroshi? A voice, tinged with an effeminate tone, drifted from nearby. A half-naked figure, with heavily made-up features, approached them with a sultry sway. Get away from me, you delicate fool. You are truly becoming increasingly unrestrained. As the flamboyant Goro Mauri approached, Hiroshi kicked out with great force. Goro nimbly dodged, responding with a lilt. What is the matter? Are you here on a mission? And you brought along two dashing young men. As he spoke, he cast a flirtatious glance at Itachi and Sasuke, sending shivers down their spines. Enough of this nonsense, Itachi. Where is Lord Hokage's kunai? Hiroshi interjected. Upon hearing Hiroshi's words, Itachi promptly retrieved the kunai of Senju Itama. After examining it carefully, Goro reverently returned it to Itachi. Let us proceed. I have news regarding Danzo. The captain is present as well. We shall ensure he is dealt with thoroughly this time. Goro Mauri set aside his playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he led them out of the mist-laden cave. Mr. Goro, why didn't you go to the hot springs with Aaron today? Someone joked along the way. Hey, you little rascal, didn't you notice I have friends with me? As they walked, the local residents greeted Goro warmly, exchanging playful banter. After traversing a small hill, they paused before a hot spring. Captain, have you finished bathing? Hee. If you haven't, I might just join you. Goro Mauri chuckled mischievously, pretending to open the door to a hot spring house. A voice from within called out, Goro. How dare you? Do you believe I won't report you to the village and have Lord Hokage relocate you back? Upon hearing a familiar voice emanating from within the room, Itachi promptly pushed open the grand door and entered. Goro. You. Ah, Itachi, is that you? Come, let us soak together. It invigorates the blood and alleviates fatigue. Quite delightful. Chapter 121. The reunion of the three heroes. Come, have a drink. Within the steamy embrace of the hot spring, the air shimmered as if in a dreamlike realm. Shui, with a pristine white towel draped atop his head, reached for the sake placed at the edge of the hot spring, skillfully filling 3 cups to the brim, then steadily slid the tray towards Itachi and Sasuke. Ah, fine sake. You certainly know how to indulge. Itachi extended his hand, grasping a cup from the tray, taking a delicate sip before pushing the tray towards Sasuke. Turning his gaze towards Shui, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Brother Shui, what brings you here? Is it not permissible for an undercover agent to seek relaxation after such a prolonged tenure? Shui chuckled, raising a cup to his lips, allowing his body to gradually sink into the warm waters, only his head remaining above the surface. In that moment, he shed the vigilance characteristic of his time in the Akatsuki and the reverence he felt when confronting Tobirama Senju, exuding an air of languid ease and contentment. Turning his head, Shui regarded the silently observant Sasuke, appraising him before opting for the term brother as he inquired, What brings you and this companion here? At that moment, Sasuke was quietly scrutinizing Shui. The Uchiha clan had suffered a tragic fate, and his brother's profound influence from the man before him left him with a complex array of emotions. Sensing Shusui's gaze upon him, Sasuke candidly replied, We are here for Danzo, intending to eliminate him. Oh really? How fortuitous. Just as he spoke, Shui abruptly paused, quickly shifting his gaze to Itachi, understanding immediately. Itachi smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Speak freely. We are all allies here, or we would not have convened. Haha, indeed, my apologies for my earlier assumptions. Shui laughed, bowing slightly to Sasuke as a gesture of contrition. He continued, There is a rogue named Baryu, whom you may not have heard of. He is a renegade from Konoha and attacked one of Orochimaru's research facilities months ago, stealing critical research. Upon investigation, we discovered he is entangled with Danzo and is currently in the Land of Lightning. Our purpose here is to confront Baryu. Orochimaru's research must not be allowed to leak, for it is exceedingly perilous. Upon hearing Shusui's account, Itachi's lips curled into a smile, responding, Then it is fortuitous. We shall act in concert, coordinating our efforts for greater efficacy. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping echoed, accompanied by a cool, feminine voice from outside. Shui, is everything ready? When shall we commence our operation? Yes, just a moment. It will be ready shortly. Hearing the voice, Shui quickly rose, urging Itachi and Sasuke to prepare before hastening towards the door, flinging it open. Outside stood a woman, elegant and poised. She donned a kimono adorned with exquisite white daisy patterns, cinched at the waist with a delicate bow that accentuated her slender figure. Her long, sky-blue hair cascaded down like satin, her skin as pale as freshly fallen snow, and her deep, tranquil eyes seemed to harbor countless untold stories. Xiaoyan stood quietly, observing the 3 individuals who emerged through the door, a flicker of contemplation crossing her gaze. Xiaoyan, my partner, Shui introduced her to the group, then turned to Itachi and Sasuke, adding, These 2 are my brothers. It's a fortuitous encounter, and since our mission objectives align, why not join forces? The group exchanged greetings. Itachi subtly nudged Shui with his elbow and whispered teasingly, No wonder you and the master declined my proposal to take your place. You owe me a meal. In a house nestled within the Valley of Clouds, Shui, Itachi, and others gathered. So, Goro, have you located Danzo and his associates? Shui inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed on Goro. All our scouts, both overt and covert, have been dispatched. We should receive news shortly. Just a little longer, Goro replied. Shui, remaining calm, produced his Akatsuki attire and handed it to Goro, instructing, Please replicate 2 sets for me. The quality can be slightly inferior, but they must be ready before our mission. Understood, Captain, Goro responded, swiftly exiting. The moment Xiaonan appeared, Sasuke recognized her. Now, seeing the Akatsuki garb before him, memories surged back with vivid intensity. His curiosity about the enigmatic Senju Itai deepened, leading him to ponder, what is the nature of this world? Am I traversing back to the past, or am I in an alternate parallel realm? As time quietly passed, Goro returned, holding a stack of documents along with the hastily prepared Akatsuki garments. Captain, It's quite late. Can we not postpone until tomorrow? Garo and Hiroshi voiced their concerns as they noticed the others beginning to change. Haha, we cannot afford to delay. Now that we track their whereabouts, it's best to resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, if today's investigation alerts them, our efforts may be in vain. Let us go, Jishui declared, swiftly donning his mask. In an instant, under the luminous moonlight, the four figures moved like lightning, vanishing from Garo and Hiroshi's side in the blink of an eye. Watching their departing figures, Garo turned and hurried back inside. What is the matter? Hiroshi asked, bewildered by Garo's demeanor. That location is not far from the hidden cloud village, should a battle erupt. It could attract their attention. We must prepare in advance to prevent their intervention, Garo stated gravely. Surely, with the captain and Itachi's strength, they would be aware of that. Hiroshi countered, still inclined to trust in Itachi and Jishui's capabilities. Garo raised his hand and struck Hiroshi on the head. What on earth? Why did you hit me? Hiroshi exclaimed, clutching his head, his expression one of indignation. It was you I struck, Garo retorted. With numerous subordinates under Danzo, their team comprised only 4 individuals. What if someone managed to escape? Garo shot Hiroshi a glare. Come on, gather the others and head over there. Once the battle commences, we will encircle Danzo and his men. As the two conspired and prepared for action, Itachi, Shisui, and others had already stealthily approached Danzo's hideout. Shisui activated his Sharingan, surveying the gathering of Danzo's group from his elevated position. There were 5 with the aura of elite Jonin, 1 with the presence of a Kage, and another whose strength remained undetected. The rest comprised Chunin and Jinin. He spoke in a hushed tone. Conan, set up explosive tags on the mountain to the west, and also prepare some on the flat terrain to the south. Conan nodded gently, her wings fluttering slightly as she took to the night sky like a white specter, swiftly heading in the direction indicated by Shisui. Brother Shisui, the eastern side is close to the cloud village. If we make too much noise, we might attract their attention, Itachi cautioned, a hint of concern in his voice. Shisui, maintaining his composure, replied confidently, it's fine. The cloud village is currently preoccupied with their own troubles. They were severely weakened by a mysterious assailant yesterday. Even if we were to call upon them today, they would likely hesitate to respond. As soon as Shisui finished speaking, Itachi and Sasuke exchanged glances, their minds conjuring the image of yesterday's assault by the mysterious figure. Infiltrate and eliminate them all, leaving no one behind. Upon Conan's return, Shisui spoke gravely, then led the charge downwards. Chapter 122. The fateful Danzo with an air of ruthless efficiency, Itachi, wielding a kunai, pierced the back of an enemy with unyielding force beneath the cloak of night. A similar scene unfolded as Shisui and his companions executed their plan throughout the valley. In mere moments, nearly 30 foes had fallen to the hands of the 4. The pungent scent of blood began to saturate the air within the valley. Attention! Enemies are near. A sudden voice echoed through the canyon, likely triggered by the discovery of a body or the scent of blood. In the next instant, Sasuke appeared behind the speaker, delivering a lethal strike. However, the alarm had already been raised, and nearly 100 adversaries surged towards the source of the sound. Conan, prepare the explosive tags and surround the area, commanded Itachi. Shisui, Tenkai, onward. Initially, I intended to stealthily eliminate a few more, but I was unexpectedly discovered so soon. Jisui decided to abandon the pretense, casting aside the kunai and shuriken in his hands. As his voice rang out, Itachi drew the CHY sword from his back, while Sasuke unsheathed his kusanagi from his waist. Like wolves infiltrating a flock of sheep, each wielding a sword, the two seemed to be locked in a relentless duel, their fervor intensifying with each strike, their movements growing increasingly fierce. Observing the graceful maneuvers of the two, Jisui glanced at the short sword in his grasp, pondering whether it was time to procure a longer blade and seek out Lord Hokage. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from outside, prompting Danzo to emerge from the cave. Upon witnessing the trio, who resembled harbingers of death, Danzo roared in fury, "Summon Obito! Everyone else, advance! Danzo, meet your demise!" Sasuke's enraged voice echoed. Before Danzo could discern the source of the sound, Sasuke had already materialized at his side. Confronted with Sasuke's crimson Sharingan and the swirling patterns of his Rinnegan, Danzo was taken aback, instinctively grasping a kunai to barely block Sasuke's assault. "You are of the Uchiha clan." Utilizing Sasuke's momentum, Danzo swiftly retreated, the glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes as he beheld Sasuke's Sharingan. Wind release, vacuum sphere. After a moment of shock, Danzo rapidly formed hand seals, conjuring a sphere of wind that shot toward Sasuke at an alarming speed. Sasuke sidestepped, evading Danzo's attack, and charged at him once more. "Leave him to me. I will deal with Danzo." Observing Sasuke's actions, Itachi swiftly dispatched a nearby ninja and called out to Jisue, before himself launching towards Danzo. "You two imbeciles. Conan. If anyone attempts to flee, detonate the explosives." Forced into a corner, Jisue executed the body flicker technique to its utmost, darting across the battlefield and systematically eliminating his targets. Clang. Sasuke's sword clashed with Danzo's kunai once more, activating the Chidori. With a piercing cry akin to a bird, he twisted his wrist and struck down, severing Danzo's right hand. Dark One. Seemingly devoid of sensation, Danzo did not even glance at his fallen hand. With his voice, a towering ninja erupted from the ground. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through the shoulder of this ninja, leveraging the momentum to cleave off his entire left arm. Amaterasu. Itachi's voice resounded as the ninja's head was engulfed in black flames, extinguishing his life moments later. "You two are of the Uchiha clan." Observing Itachi and Sasuke, who were not far from him, Danzo spoke calmly, as his right hand regenerated. "Useless trash, you all may as well reveal yourselves." As the two individuals remained unresponsive, Danzo cast a sidelong glance at the ninja who had been completely engulfed by the black flames and spoke again, simultaneously retreating swiftly. With the conclusion of Danzo's words, 3 bare-chested figures emerged rapidly from the cave behind him. The foremost among them was crackling with lightning, his robust muscles rippling as he ran. A massive fist aimed at Itachi's head. With a serene gaze, Itachi slightly crouched, extending his right hand and, leveraging the momentum, forcefully slammed the incoming assailant into the ground. Observing the two remaining adversaries, Itachi turned to Sasuke, signaling him to proceed. He would handle them, nodding in mutual understanding. Sasuke swiftly pursued the direction from which Danzo had departed. Wind release, vacuum wave. Noticing Sasuke in relentless pursuit, Danzo formed hand seals once more, unleashing a barrage of compressed wind blades toward Sasuke. As the wind blades hurtled toward him, Sasuke's Rinnegan shifted, and in an instant, he exchanged positions with Danzo. Startled, Danzo had no time to evade and was struck by his own multitude of wind blades. "Who are you?" he seethed, pain radiating through his body as he glared furiously at Sasuke. In the next moment, 5 shurikens flew toward Sasuke, while Danzo hastily formed more hand seals. Instantly, the number of shurikens multiplied, descending upon Sasuke in a dense swarm. Clang! A series of resounding impacts echoed as all the shurikens clattered to the ground, revealing Sasuke, encased in purple ribs, standing before Danzo. "Danzo, today you shall meet your demise." With Sasuke's declaration, a massive purple hand emerged from the skeletal structure, forcefully striking toward Danzo. Boom! With a resounding slap, blood erupted from Danzo's mouth as he was flung from the cave entrance. Crouched on the ground, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Watching as Sasuke emerged slowly from the cave, gradually, Danzo began to tear away the bandages that enveloped his body. A pallid figure came into view before Sasuke. And almost immediately, Danzo's arm bent sharply, clawing at his chest. Blood gushed forth, seemingly triggering some mechanism. Danzo's form began to swell, pale branches sprouting from his body, enveloping him in layers. Suddenly, the earth beneath Sasuke cracked open, and a thick wooden spike erupted, piercing through Susanoo and creating fissures in the purple ribs. "Die. I demand your death." In an instant, Danzo transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant, his hoarse voice echoing through the valley. After crushing the 2 ninjas before him, he strode menacingly toward Sasuke. "Humph. Merely a worthless fool intent on stealing the power of others." As the imposing figure of Danzo approached, Sasuke spoke softly. And in an instant, the Susanoo enveloping him began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a colossal purple giant with wings emerged, casting a towering shadow over Danzo below. The purple Susanoo drew forth a long sword and struck down towards Danzo's forehead. Observing Sasuke's formidable Susanoo, Shursue's eyes reflected deep contemplation as he quickly recalled the information of each Uchiha clan member. Meanwhile, Itachi, wielding the blade CHY, severed the head of the 3rd ninja with a decisive blow, turning to gaze at the towering purple Susanoo, his sorrow for Sasuke evident. Boom! A tremendous surge of chakra resonated from the cave where Danzo sought to retreat. You have disrupted my plans. You will pay dearly for this." With the perfect alignment of time, place, and people, after acquiring Orochimaru's research, Hiruzen had abandoned his obsession with Kakashi's Sharingan, redirecting his efforts towards the study of wood release. All elements were in place, save for the right moment, but now he was compelled to act prematurely. As a roar erupted, a white figure broke through the mountains, racing forth with incredible speed. Chapter 123. One red, one purple, one green. The white figure appeared like a specter, infused with fury, and upon landing, swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, a tremendous force akin to an invisible vortex enveloped all the ninjas before Hiruzen, including Sasuke and Itachi, who were closest to him. The moment Sasuke sensed the fluctuation of chakra within him, he deftly maneuvered his Susanoo, its massive purple wings flapping powerfully, allowing him to escape the grasp of the vortex at a remarkable speed, taking Itachi with him. Trying to flee? Leave them behind, Hiruzen bellowed. As the chakra from the ninjas was completely drained, they collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Hiruzen moved with the speed of lightning, his agility rivaling that of Sasuke's Susanoo. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Hiruzen closed the distance towards Sasuke, Konan suddenly produced a bow and arrow made of paper. With practiced precision, she knocked an arrow and released a flurry of paper projectiles that rained down upon Hiruzen, forcing him to halt his advance. The four of them regrouped successfully, and Sasuke dispelled the Susanoo as they turned their collective gaze toward Hiruzen, who seemed significantly stronger than before. Shursui, sensing the immense power radiating from Hiruzen, wore an expression of grave concern. Ding! Boom! A precise shot from Konan struck Hiruzen, producing a clash of metal sounds, followed by the explosive detonation of the ceiling tag attached to the arrow. In an instant, smoke billowed around Hiruzen. However, he emerged unscathed from the haze, his gaze calm as he assessed the group before him, even going so far as to explain. Steel release allows my body to be fortified. No metal weapon can harm me in the slightest, and such a minor explosion is equally ineffective against me. Konan, maintain your support from the periphery. Should he employ the previously absorbed chakra ninjutsu once more, you shall transform into paper, extricating us from his absorption range. Shursui spoke methodically, orchestrating the plan. Konan nodded slightly, then unfurled her wings, maintaining a distance from the others before hovering in the air. Together now. As Shurzui's words resonated, Sasuke, Itachi, and the third member surged forth towards Bairuhu. Are you all from the Uchiha clan? Ha! What a pity. You shall be of no use to me. Wind release. Lightning cloud burst. Bairuhu gazed at the approaching trio, swiftly forming seals. In an instant, dense black clouds billowed forth from his being, unleashing ferocious bolts of lightning that cascaded towards the three. As the thunder threatened to descend, Sasuke gripped his long sword tightly and swiftly performed the seals. Chidori. The Kusanagi blade emitted a piercing cry as it cleaved through Baru's stormy clouds, striking directly at him. Dark release, absorption hole. Bairuhu adeptly parried Sasuke's Kusanagi with one hand. And in that fleeting moment, Sasuke's Chidori was entirely absorbed by Bairuhu. Futile. Your ninjutsu cannot harm me, Bairuhu scoffed. As Sasuke retreated from his strike, he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, this was unlike the Rinnegan of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Crack. Crack. Just as Sasuke withdrew, Itachi and Shurzui's assaults followed in rapid succession. Yet they were effortlessly intercepted by the white bandages that suddenly emerged from Bairuhu's sleeve. Whoosh. Before the trio could react, Bairuhu transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear directly before Sasuke. Here, take it back. Chidori. The sharp cries of the Chidori echoed once more, with a force surpassing that of Sasuke's Chidori, aimed directly at his chest. In this critical moment, Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, swapping places with a nearby rock, which was instantaneously shattered into countless fragments. As for speed, Shursui, witnessing the scene, swiftly activated his three-tomo Sharingan, significantly enhancing his dynamic vision while fully unleashing his body flicker technique, engaging in battle with Obito while wielding a short sword. Simultaneously, Itachi was enveloped in a dense layer of electric arcs, his speed surging as he too activated his three-tomo Sharingan, joining the fray with the CHY sword in hand. Obito, wrapped in white bandages, fought fiercely against the two. Seeing this situation, Sasuke hesitated no longer. He activated his Sharingan and leaped into the battlefield. Careful. Don't let them discover us. Nearby, Garo and Hiroshi, accompanied by a dozen others, cautiously concealed themselves in a ravine near the hidden cloud village. As a patrol team passed by, Garo lowered his voice, nervously warning the group. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated, and the ground trembled violently beneath them, causing them to instinctively retract their necks into the ravine. Wow, our captain is really fierce. What are they trying to demolish? Thankfully, we didn't go over there. Otherwise, they might have gone berserk and taken us out too. How terrifying, Goro remarked, dramatically shrinking towards a burly man beside him, sending shivers down Hiroshi's spine. Inform Lord Raikage. There's fighting in the south, a ninja whispered. Understood. As the sound of light footsteps faded away, Garo cautiously peeked out and said, "Let us go. It's clear now. We can sneak over." With that, Garo led the way, carefully stepping out as the group stealthily made their way towards the Raikage location. Hide. Suddenly, the entire hidden cloud village was illuminated as bright as day. At Goro's shout, Hiroshi swiftly formed hand seals, and a ravine appeared beneath their feet, sheltering them once more. Damn it, whether human or ghost, who dares to wreak havoc on our territory? When has the hidden cloud village ever endured such humiliation? Indeed, the Raikage has summoned everyone. He is likely truly enraged this time. We should hurry, they agreed. The sound of numerous footsteps and discussions echoed above them. What should we do? Once they gather their forces, they'll probably head towards our captain. Should we intercept them? Hiroshi asked, his expression grave. Hearing this, Goro slapped him without hesitation. If you want to go to your doom, do it yourself. With your physique, you think you can stop the Fourth Raikage? You'd barely last a punch. What then? With so many hidden cloud ninjas heading over, how will our captain retreat? Don't worry, let us wait until they pass. At this moment, a large assembly of ninjas was gathered before Ei in the village of Konohagakure. Illichjin and Killer Bee had yet to awaken, leaving Ei to oversee the village. I shall take a few elite shinobi to investigate. The current state of Konohagakure cannot withstand further turmoil, Ei stated gravely. Yes, Lord Raikage, Illichjin replied respectfully. After conveying his orders, Ei exerted tremendous force beneath his feet, causing the ground to shatter instantaneously. Like an arrow released from its bow, he surged towards the site of conflict. As his speed increased, the battle-worn canyon gradually came into view. In the distance, 3 colossal and vividly colored figures, one red, one purple, and one green, were fiercely assaulting a massive, unknown creature of a grayish-brown hue. Chapter 124, Return of Wood Release. Surrounded by an orange-red Susanoo, Itachi swung down his 10-fist sword. The enormous wooden figure, a manifestation of the cursed spirit, was immediately severed of an arm. What is this power? The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bairuho's half-body emerged from atop the wooden figure, his gaze filled with terror as he surveyed the 3 immense Susanoo surrounding him. Wood Release. The wood release of the first Hokage is the strongest. I painstakingly seized it from Orochimaru. I cannot lose to you. Bairuho roared, and as his voice faded, the severed arm astonishingly regenerated at an incredible pace, launching itself toward Itachi's Susanoo. However, before his fist could connect with Itachi's Susanoo, a massive green weapon, adorned with ripples, pierced through the wooden arm like a bolt of green lightning. You two can play for a while, but be careful. Your vision may severely decline, Sasuke remarked helplessly. Observing Itachi, who had activated his Susanoo under his guidance, and Shursui, who whimsically followed suit. Haha, worry not. With Orochimaru here, it will be fine. Shursui chuckled in response to Sasuke's comment, yet he complied and dispelled his Susanoo. With Shursui's dismissal, Itachi swiftly slashed at Bairuho and also released his Susanoo. I leave it to you. Be swift and decisive, Itachi said, feeling discomfort in his eyes and accepting Sasuke's goodwill. Understood, Sasuke replied, drawing forth his Susanoo's longsword. Executing fluid movements akin to slicing fruit, and effortlessly cleaving the wooden figure into several pieces. As the wooden figure shattered, Bairuho tumbled from its head. Now appearing frail and withering, his breath shallow and labored. Hiki, it is all your fault for disrupting my plans. With the right timing, location, and allies. Had I secured them all, I would be the most perfect existence in this world. The power of the Sharingan is truly formidable. I should not have underestimated Kakashi. Bairu's final words escaped his lips as his head tilted, and he succumbed to eternal silence. Amaterasu. Witnessing Sasuke resolve the battle, Itachi seized the opportunity to unleash Amaterasu. The searing black flames instantaneously engulfing Bairu until he was completely consumed. Only then did Itachi finally relax. Thankfully, you two arrived. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled against him alongside Konan. Shursui surveyed the ravaged canyon, relief tinging his voice. I never anticipated Bairu to be such a formidable opponent. Wind release, steel release, lightning release, dark release, and wood release, all rare bloodline limits. It must be said, without the combined prowess of Itachi and Sasuke's martial skills, he alone would never have been able to corner Bairu to this extent. This wood release must be a product of Orochimaru, right? Itachi glanced at Shursui, interrupting his thoughts. Indeed, it could be considered a failed experiment. I am uncertain how this individual became aware of it. But he launched a surprise attack on Orochimaru's laboratory while we were away. By the time we arrived, several would-release clones developed by Orochimaru had already been taken by him. Listening to their conversation, Sasuke stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Shirzue, inquiring, "Do you know about the large serpent that brought us here? What is the situation?" The harmony, also an experiment by Orochimaru, is known only to myself, Nagato, Konan, and Orochimaru within the organization. It is a clone product derived from summoning beasts. The name was bestowed by Lord Hokage, and I raised it. It lacks offensive capabilities, but its speed has been modified by Orochimaru, making it suitable for transport, an escape route for Goro and the others. Who is it? Just as Shirzue spoke, Sasuke suddenly drew the Kusanagi, his figure darting like lightning as he cleaved through a boulder. Behind the rock, a trembling white-haired boy huddled in fear. "Raikage-sama, there has been an attack on the village." At that moment, they stood resolutely atop a distant mountain, observing the gradually calming battle in the canyon and the vanishing colossal figures. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, it turned, fury etched across his face, exclaiming, "Let us return." Employing such despicable tactics for a diversion is intolerable. With that, a decisively turned and quickly retreated towards the hidden cloud village. Be cautious, do not harm them. Just restrain them. Within the hidden cloud village, several ninja brandishing shurikens indiscriminately attacked their own villagers. Other ninjas evaded the onslaught while desperately attempting to subdue them. Are you capable? We haven't even evacuated the hidden cloud village yet. After all these years, your illusions have shown no improvement whatsoever. Stop whining, if you're so capable. Why don't you step up? Goro was wholly absorbed in his illusionary art, enduring the incessant prattle of Hiroshi, suppressing the urge to administer a swift jab. The moment arrived. The objective was achieved: retreat. The speaker was a sensory ninja, who promptly withdrew his chakra the instant AI's silhouette entered his perceptive range. Upon hearing this, Hiroshi swiftly formed hand seals, and the group beneath the ground scurried away like agile moles, retracing their steps. "Oh dear, Captain, are you truly abandoning me so soon? Won't you spare a few more days to keep me company?" Above, the serene figures of Shirzue, Itachi, Konan, Sasuke, and the silver-haired girl gazed calmly at Goro, who feigned wiping away tears with a handkerchief below. "Hiroshi, are you not returning?" "Captain, I shall remain here for a few days longer and return later." Hearing their conversation, Goro's peculiar sobs erupted once more. "Come along. After all, Lord Hokage mentioned he hasn't seen you in ages. And I am certain Kakashi is equally eager to reunite with you." Observing Goro's theatrical display, Shirzue spoke with a hint of indifference. At the mere mention of Kakashi's name, Goro instantly regained his composure. "Captain, please attend to your duties swiftly, and whatever you do, do not mention me in front of Kakashi. I implore you." As he spoke, Goro bent slightly, bowing respectfully. After bidding farewell to the two, Hiroshi turned and plunged into the tunnel, hastening his underground journey. "Brother Shirzue, what transpired between Kakashi and Goro? Do share the tale." Itachi, curious, leaned forward with anticipation. "Oh, I am not sure if that is appropriate." As he spoke, Shirzue cast a slightly embarrassed glance at Konan and Ryushu. "Humph." Sensing Shirzue's gaze, Konan snorted, leading Ryushu to the opposite side of Hiroshi's head. In response, Shirzue offered an awkward smile and began to narrate the story to Itachi with vivid detail. As he recounted, a gleam sparkled in Itachi's eyes. Even Sasuke leaned in, intrigued. Chapter 125. You are a bit off, Achu. While assisting Senju Itachi in organizing his belongings, Kakashi unexpectedly erupted into a series of sneezes, the sounds echoing conspicuously in the quiet room. "What is going on here? So young, and already pretending to be unwell? I warned you not to linger with Jiraiya. Yet you chose to ignore my advice." As Senju Ifei spoke, he deftly tossed the ninjutsu manual, recently acquired from Ash Ketchum, towards Kakashi from the inner room. He then turned, his expression a blend of concern and playful teasing, gazing earnestly at Kakashi. "You are yet to start a family, so you must exercise some restraint. I am still hoping to hold my grandchildren. How about this? Tomorrow, you can train with Guy." "What? Master, I was merely sneezing. It's not that serious," Kakashi replied, a resigned look on his face as he attempted to defend himself. With a loud thud, Senju Ifei placed a hefty stack of books before Kakashi. "Is this all you have? You still haven't organized it. If you claim to be unfazed, I am left feeling anxious on your behalf." "Very well. I shall arrange Guy's training for tomorrow shortly." Seeing this, Kakashi could only nod in acquiescence, though his movements in organizing the books were noticeably heavier, tinged with reluctance. Earth release, heavy stone technique, increased weight technique, ice release, crystal release, wind release, boiling release. As Kakashi casually sorted through the books, his attention was suddenly captured by a title on one of the covers, and he became animated. Master, where did you acquire such a plethora of ninjutsu manuals? Unfazed by Kakashi's exclamation, Senju Yifei replied calmly, some were sent by the Lukian clan, while others I have compiled myself. Soon, we shall take these to the library. Whether you can learn them is secondary. The crucial aspect is knowing how to respond if we encounter relevant ninjutsu during missions. He then casually picked up a few books containing information about the Tsutsuki clan and handed them to Kakashi. Are you ready? Hurry, let us go. Senju Yifei evenly divided the books into 2 stacks, effortlessly lifting one while urging Kakashi onward. Kakashi, with both hands clutching the books, bent down and strained to lift them. The stack barely elevated an inch before wobbling violently, causing him to lose control and collapse onto the pile. Youth today lacks stamina yet refuses to admit it. You can't even lift this small stack of books. Senju Itai gazed at Kakashi, his eyes brimming with unabashed disdain. Master, shall we switch places? Kakashi observed Senju Itai's relaxed demeanor and recalled the recently witnessed Earth release ninjutsu, understanding the underlying implication, yet adopting an expression that conveyed his disinterest in exposing him. Ignoring Kakashi's suggestion, he clutched his book and departed on his own. Upon descending the stairs, they crossed a single street, arriving at the library. Compared to the surrounding residential buildings, the library was modest in height, boasting only 5 stories. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku Mitokamen, and other elder ninjas of Konoha often spent their time within this library. The library's spacious layout included various facilities such as relaxation and study areas, which were continually expanded and improved based on actual needs. The first 3 floors housed a collection of leisure reading materials, including Secrets of the Ninja World, instructional texts from the Ninja Academy, and a variety of intriguing novels gathered from various regions. The 4th floor contained a compilation of commonly practiced ninjutsu in Konoha, overseen and established personally by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Detailed records of ordinary techniques like the Shadow Clone Technique, Healing Jutsu, and Fireball Technique, as well as more familiar techniques mastered by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others, were accessible for any interested villagers. The 5th floor stored more complex ninjutsu, featuring techniques such as Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, and Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, along with some specialized ninjutsu tomes brought by Senju Itai. As for the lesser-known underground level, it housed the sealing book meticulously recompiled by Senju Itai, along with his would-release techniques and other clandestine secrets from several major ninja clans. The first 4 floors were open to all Konoha villagers, while access to the 5th floor required permission from either Senju Itai or Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 6th floor, however, was strictly off-limits to anyone below the rank of Kage, and even Kage-level individuals needed prior consent from Senju Itai to enter. Third Hokage, the task awaits. With a collection of books in hand, Senju Itachi made his way to the 5th floor of the library. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was leisurely reclined in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in the pages of a book. Ah, Itachi, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen languidly set his book aside, stifling a yawn as he rose slowly, instinctively glancing at the volumes in Senju Itachi's grasp. Hey, that old Koot Nakis ninjutsu manual. Let me have a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen's interest peaked instantly, and he dashed over to Senju Itachi, snatching the tome on the light and heavy rock technique, eagerly examining its contents. Impressive. Where did you acquire this? Now I have fresh material to delve into, haha. Perhaps I too shall soar through the skies like that old man in the future. After setting the book down, Sarutobi Hiruzen casually took the other volumes from Senju Itachi's arms. Upon receiving them, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you've already mastered this." As he spoke, he released the book he had been holding, and the seemingly hefty stack of volumes hovered gracefully in midair, showing no signs of descending. Just then, accompanied by the sound of heavy and hurried footsteps, Kakashi struggled to ascend the stairs, books clutched tightly in his arms. The moment his foot touched the 5th floor, he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, inadvertently sending the books in his grasp flying towards Senju Itachi. Be careful, watch your step. With a gentle lift of his hand, Shinsho Ife caused the books to float steadily before him, remaining suspended and not descending to the ground. Kakashi observed this scene with a sense of speechlessness in his heart. Farewell, Lord Third, I shall not intrude upon you any longer. After meticulously organizing the books, Senju Itachi prepared to return to the office. On his way, he resolutely pulled back Kakashi, who was attempting to slip away unnoticed. Kakashi, you have a mission. You are to journey to the village hidden in the mist to escort a shipment of supplies. Tsunade has mentioned that something significant is underway, though her intentions remain unclear. You shall depart tomorrow alongside Guy. Do not neglect your training during the journey. Additionally, ensure to bring along several jonin. It would be prudent to make a stop in the Land of Iron. As it has come to my attention that a number of rogue ninjas have been sighted in the area, your assistance in addressing this matter would be appreciated. After arranging his tasks, Senju Itachi began to compose a letter, instructing Kakashi to personally deliver it to Sannin. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. And upon permission granted, 5 figures entered sequentially. Itachi, following Shursui, caught sight of Kakashi in the office, and a sly smile crept across his face. Even Sasuke cast a scrutinizing glance at Kakashi. Chapter 126. I am truly not his biological child. Upon entering, the group respectfully bowed to Senju Itachi. Shursui? Conan? What brings you together with them? And who is this child? Setting down his pen, Itachi regarded the trio with a perplexed expression. After Shursui recounted their encounter and the demise of Danzo, Itachi began to comprehend the situation. Kakashi, come here for a moment. After listening to Shursui's account, Itachi summoned Kakashi to his side. Gently placing his right hand on Kakashi's forehead, he conducted a thorough examination before allowing Kakashi to stand again. All is well. Danzo has perished, and the mark on Kakashi has vanished without consequence. Hearing Itachi's words, both Shursui and Itachi exhaled in relief. After which Shursui retrieved an envelope from his pocket and presented it to Itachi. Lord Hokage, this is from Garo for you. Upon receiving the letter, Senju Itachi opened it and began to read. The contents were lengthy, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. The discourse was filled with lavish praise for Senju Itachi. But it was not until the last 2 paragraphs on the 5th page that the main points were addressed earnestly. In summary, the entire Land of Thunder was in turmoil, with a significant portion of the populace rebelling under his intentional guidance. Numerous factions had already formed, and efforts to disseminate ideological education were ongoing throughout the country. During Itachi's reading, Itachi's brother Sasuke exchanged knowing glances with Kakashi, gesturing animatedly. Initially, Kakashi was perplexed, but upon seeing Shursui's similarly expressive countenance, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. What are you 3 up to? Itachi inquired, raising his gaze just as Kakashi discreetly positioned himself behind Shursui. Mind your image. We have Conan and this young one present. If word gets out that my disciples engage in such unscrupulous jutsu, what will become of my reputation? If there are matters to attend to, you may proceed. What is this? Itachi asked, noticing the white-haired girl beside Conan. Lord Hokage. This was discovered at Danzo and Bairu's location. It was procured from the city of Kirigakure by Danzo. Very well. I shall have someone take her to the orphanage for a thorough examination. By the way, on this trip, you 2 should also take Kimimaro along. His bloodline illness has worsened, and we need Orochimaru's expertise. Over the years, Shursui had frequently brought children back to the village, numbering no less than 500. Older children were tasked with caring for younger ones, while professionals attended to those even smaller. When they reached an appropriate age, arrangements were made for them to attend the ninja academy. Villagers who had lost children in the wars were also welcome to adopt. To prevent any mistreatment of the adopted children, Itachi instituted regular inspections. Neither Shursui nor Conan was surprised by Itachi's decisions. Upon receiving his consent, Shursui playfully nudged Kakashi aside and drew Itachi's brother closer. Master, Shursui wishes for a long sword, stating that his short blade is uncomfortable to wield. Is that so? There is no shame in expressing such a desire, Itachi replied, turning to Kakashi. Just a moment. He rose and entered the office, beginning to shake the small box inside. After a friendly exchange, Itachi emerged holding 2 boxes. Here, this is for you. Conan, this is what I prepared for you. He handed the 2 boxes to them. And Shursui eagerly opened his, expressing heartfelt gratitude as he bid farewell to Itachi. Conan, too, wore a bright smile, though her excitement was more subdued than Shursui's. Itachi, Kakashi. Conan, please step outside. I need to speak with Tenmei for a moment. Thank you, Mr. Itachi. After several individuals departed, Sasuke cast a grateful glance towards Senju Itachi, bowing deeply in appreciation. No need for thanks. We are all from the village. I cannot allow Danzo to wreak havoc. My decision not to eliminate him yet is merely out of respect for the third Hokage. It is only a matter of time. What comes next? Will you return directly with Boruto, or do you wish to linger a few more days? I suspect Fugaku and Makoto have already deduced your identity. Observing Sasuke's perpetually stoic demeanor, Itachi couldn't help but reminisce about Kakashi when they first met. Perhaps tomorrow. Today, I shall bid them farewell properly. Mr. Itachi, we must part ways eventually. Naruto still requires my presence, and I apologize for the intrusion during my visit. Thank you. Sasuke once again bowed respectfully, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Senju Itachi. Very well, I shall refrain from seeing you off tomorrow. Rest assured, I will ensure that they encounter a life unlike any other upon their return. Sasuke departed respectfully, choosing not to return immediately, but instead meandering alone through Konoha. As he felt the aura of Boruto drawing near, he savored the warmth of the bustling world around him, gradually making his way towards the Namikaze household. Put that down. That is my favorite doll. Inside the Namikaze residence, two blonde boys clutched a doll nearly their height, neither willing to relinquish their grip. Naruto, let go and allow Boruto to play with it. You are far too old to be sleeping with a doll. Amidst their bickering, Kushina stormed into the room, wielding a spatula with an air of authority. Without hesitation, she seized Naruto by the ear, reprimanding him sternly. Dad, Mom is being unfair. Come see. As Kushina showed no inclination to assist him, Naruto called out desperately for his father. Upon hearing his son's voice, Minato instinctively touched his own eyes, which began to throb with pain, compelling him to feign ignorance and continue with his tasks. Ugh, so they were right all along. I truly am not your biological son. Fine, I'm leaving. Wah. After calling out for quite some time, without any support from Minato or Kushina, and recalling the neighbor's words, Naruto's eyes glimmered with realization. Without further ado, he adeptly grabbed his backpack and began to pack his belongings one by one. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Boruto felt somewhat at a loss. Minato and Kushina were aware of his identity. He merely intended to tease his father. Yet, witnessing Naruto's tears softened his heart in an instant. Let him go. This isn't the first time. Come, Boruto, Auntie has prepared your favorite meal. With him gone, you won't have to share, which is just perfect. With that, Kushina took Boruto's hand and led him towards the dining area, a flash of yellow darting past them. By the time Kushina and Boruto realized what had happened, Naruto had already seated himself in his favored spot. I can only run away further once I've had my fill. Sasuke stood outside the Namikaze residence, quietly listening to the sounds within, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Are you leaving? The doors suddenly swung open, revealing Minato, who looked at Sasuke before him. Yes. I will depart tomorrow. Let Boruto tidy up, and I want to enter. Declining Minato's invitation, Sasuke articulated his purpose. Well then, how's Naruto faring in that world? He is doing splendidly. He has already become the 7th Hokage, the strongest in the ninja realm. The strongest in the ninja world? He must have endured considerable hardships. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Minato murmured softly, then produced a letter, handing it to Sasuke. Please help me deliver this to him. Chapter 127. Onoki's contemplation. Have they departed? Sensing someone entering from behind, Senju Itachi inquired. Hearing Itachi's question, Kakashi closed the office door and replied, Yes, they have left. Inside the Hokage's office, Senju Itachi stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his posture regal. Kakashi halted a half-step away, casting his gaze down upon the village below. That is good, Itachi responded softly, his contemplative expression swiftly transforming into one of curiosity. Kakashi, by the way, what exactly transpired between you and Garo? Pray, share it with me for a bit of amusement. Upon hearing Itachi's inquiry, a vein throbbed subtly on Kakashi's forehead. I must take my leave. I have tasks to attend to, and those 3 children are waiting for me. With that, the office door was hastily pushed open, and with a loud bang, Kakashi's figure vanished in an instant. Humph, that brat, if he chooses not to share. So be it. After all, I will be heading to the land of lightning sooner or later, no rush. Returning to his desk, he opened his computer and immersed himself in a new round of busyness. On the screen, he noticed a request submitted by Kaku, seeking funds for the large-scale construction of railways connecting Konoha to various regions of the Land of Fire, aimed at facilitating subsequent material transport and easing the movement of people across regions. Senju Itachi, after a brief moment of contemplation, decisively approved the application with a flourish of his pen. Although the funds previously acquired from AI had been exhausted, the flourishing inter-village trade of Konoha had transformed the village into an economic hub. The wealth stored in the treasury could be allocated for the construction of railway infrastructure without undue strain. Minato, are you there? Please come to my office. He called out after finalizing the funding matters. Not long after, Minato entered the room, bowing respectfully. What is your command, Hokage-sama? It is this. Rikuju has proposed a significant expansion of the railway system. Dispatch Umbu ninjas to the neighboring small nations to negotiate, encouraging them to extend the railway into the land of fire, thereby strengthening our mutual connections. Understood. With that, Minato swiftly departed. At present, the establishment of a transportation network is imperative. Through the careful planning of Konoha and the covert strategies of Shursui, most of the surrounding small nations have begun to look to Konoha for guidance. With Konoha's dedicated support over the years, these nations have experienced remarkable development. Moreover, whenever restless ninjas emerge within these countries, they invariably vanish without a trace, compelling the daimyos of these small nations to submit to Konoha's authority. Bai Yifei turned to gaze at the village of Konohagakure below, casually retrieving paper and pen from the drawer. He meticulously inscribed the names of the Akatsuki members, Obito, Kagaya, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Deidara, while deliberately omitting Nagato, Shizune, Konan, and Orochimaru. Upon completing this series of names, he drew two prominent circles, inscribing Uchiha Madara's name within one and a Grand Kagaya in the other. After a moment of contemplation, he took up the pen once more, marking an emphatic cross over the names of Madara and Kagaya. Subsequently, he scrutinized the list of Akatsuki members, placing a question mark beneath Obito's name and sequentially listing the opposing figures below. Deidara versus Kakashi, Kasame against Might Guy, Kakuzu facing Minato, and Sasori. With a sigh of completion, Bai Yifei lifted the paper and gently exhaled upon its surface, murmuring to himself, "You have had ample time for your reckless pursuits. It is now my turn to act." In the office of the Tsuchikage within Awoke, the diminutive Inoki sat resolutely in his oversized chair, attentively listening to the report from Lus. What? The explosion from 2 days ago remains unresolved? Lord Tsuchikage, we have exerted every effort. The entirety of the land of Earth has been scrutinized, yet no individual possesses the capability to unleash such a formidable attack, except for a Jinchuriki, Lus replied. Standing straight before Inoki, his expression grave, he understood well that this assault could not possibly have been orchestrated by the lone Jinchuriki remaining in Awoke. As for the Jinchuriki from neighboring villages, there was no reason for them to intrude into the land of Earth merely to launch a tailed beast bomb and then vanish silently. The two men exchanged glances, and Inoki sighed heavily, continuing to inquire, what of the mysterious organization responsible for extracting the five tails? Any leads? None. However, the fourth Kazekage may possess some information, though he is reluctant to cooperate with us, thereby preventing us from acquiring any valuable insights. Bang! Inoki slammed his hand upon the table, his brow furrowing deeply. Nothing? Not a shred of evidence? The strength of the five-tails Jinchuriki is formidable. Which organization could so effortlessly eliminate him? Furthermore, has anyone responded to the bounty I posted on the black market? Kakuzu has accepted the task. However, it remains uncertain whether he has undertaken the execution. Kakuzu, you say? Inoki stroked his beard, lost in thought. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Maintain vigilant surveillance. Should Kakuzu return to claim the bounty, report to me at once. Understood. After delivering his report, Lus respectfully withdrew. He held profound admiration for his father. After enduring numerous shinobi world wars, without his father's strategic foresight, Iwagakure would never have attained its current stature. In the current ninja world, apart from Konoha, Inoki holds no fear of Iwagakure. As he gazes at the retreating figure of his son, he murmurs softly, repeatedly uttering the name Konoha, while his fingers unconsciously tap lightly on the armrest of his chair. Since the last 5 Kage summit, Konoha's momentum has surged beyond imagination. Although he has not set foot in Konoha for years, every merchant returning from Konoha speaks highly of its prosperity. Initially, he scoffed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to abdicate in favor of a mere youth. However, after a conversation with Shinju Itachi, he began to realize that he might have misjudged the situation. Furthermore, with Konoha's decisive victory over Kumogakure, and the burgeoning friendship between Konoha and Kirigakure, the Sand Village's Raza is also showing signs of inclination towards Konoha. The fourth Hokage, along with that old man Sarutobi, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Minato, gave him a headache. Lost in thought, Inoki's hand, which had been tapping the chair, slowly moved to his temple, gently massaging it. Chapter 128. New arrangements in the training grounds of Konoha. A group of young shinobi was fervently engaged in training. Sasuke and Naruto, armed with kunai, were locked in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. Under the guidance of Minato and Kushina, Naruto's strength had steadily surpassed that of Sasuke. Without the Sharingan activated, Sasuke could barely withstand Naruto's relentless attacks using only his taijutsu. Haha, Sasuke, you've lost. Naruto exclaimed, his laughter ringing out as Sasuke cried out in defeat, instantly drawing the attention of those around them. Seizing the moment, Naruto skillfully utilized the body flicker technique to evade Sasuke's furious strike, reappearing behind him. With hands clasped together, he unleashed Konoha's premier taijutsu technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain. Observing the scene, Senju Itachi stifled a laugh, playfully slapping Kakashi, who was engrossed in a book, on the head. Is this how you are mentoring the next generation of Konoha? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kakashi closed his book, shrugging his shoulders. What can I say? My master taught me this way. If you have an issue, perhaps you should speak to him. Ah, so you've learned to retort now, Itachi replied, preparing to snatch the book from Kakashi's hands when a gasp erupted from the training ground. Following the sound, they saw Sasuke's eyes glowing crimson, a black tomo swirling within, keeping pace with Naruto's movements. Oh ho, he has awakened the Sharingan. As he gazed upon Sasuke in the arena, Senju Yifei could not help but reminisce about the moment when he unleashed a Sharingan in a fit of rage over the loss of his family. A little later than anticipated, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. You should select those with exceptional abilities and place them under Itachi's guidance, allowing him to hone their skills appropriately. Afterward, take them on more challenging missions. Without the experience of real combat, they will not mature. Indeed, Sasuke has the mentorship of Itachi and Fugaku, while Naruto benefits from the guidance of Kushina and Minato. Other prominent clans such as the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara also possess their own legacies. Thus there is no need for him to worry. His gaze then shifted to the civilian ninjas and the orphans brought back by Shursui. Among them, Haku, being older and most capable, stands out. Aside from Niji, who can contend with him, the others are currently no match. Asuma. Chakra-infused eyes roamed the surroundings as Senju Itachi called out to Asuma, who was playfully bantering with Kurenai. Upon hearing Itachi's voice, Asuma instinctively discarded the cigarette he held, then approached Itachi. Hokage-sama, what is the matter? Is it those troublesome brats who are underperforming? Indeed, take a look for yourself. That chubby one only knows how to evade. And that pineapple-headed boy is on the verge of dozing off. Only the blonde girl is putting in some effort, but her taijutsu is utterly abysmal. Following Itachi's gesture, they observed Ino chasing after Choji, who was being mercilessly pummeled, while Shikamaru lounged lazily in the shade of a great tree, already half asleep. Our clans have been intertwined since childhood. I have no concerns about their ninjutsu, but you must address their taijutsu and temperament. If they can't improve, perhaps they should train alongside Team Guy. After speaking, Itachi subtly pulled Asuma aside. Asuma, I need a favor. What kind of favor? Asuma's tone grew softer as he noticed Itachi's demeanor. Please retrieve the third Hokage and the other elders from the library. Although those children have experienced Jonin to guide them, their skills are somewhat limited. These kids are either commoners or orphans. Without proper mentorship, their progress will be stunted. The elders possess valuable experience. Let them illuminate the future of Konoha. Asuma regarded Itachi, a troubled expression crossing his face. Hokage-sama, my father. I can't persuade him. Observing Asuma's countenance, Itachi crossed his arms and pondered. Well then, there's an upcoming long-term mission that will take 1 or 2 months. I'll send Kurenai and Kakashi. Both are single, and who knows what may blossom from that. As their mentor. Wait, Hokage-sama, I can handle my father, it's no issue. But could you allow me to undertake this mission with Kurenai? Asuma grasped Itachi's arm, a charming smile gracing his face. Well, that may be a bit inappropriate, as Hokage. I shouldn't be asking for compensation, Itachi replied, feigning reluctance. As for the 3 elders, I'll do everything in my power to summon them for you. My father will come free of charge, and I'll cover the salaries of the other 2. The youth shows promise. Very well. Make it happen as quickly as possible. With a chuckle, Itachi observed the frustrated Asuma depart before turning his attention back to the children training in the field. Kakashi. After this, arrange some time at the casino to win back Tsunade's money. When she comes looking for me, ensure you hand over Sakura and Ino. Understood, Kakashi replied. Upon hearing the arrangements made by Senju Itachi, Kakashi, and the leading Jonin, Xianglin, expressed their willingness with enthusiasm. After finalizing all preparations, Senju Itachi finally turned his attention to the group led by Guy. Little Lee was executing handstands while running laps around the training ground. Previously, when he faced Niji, Niji showed no mercy, and after 10 rounds, Little Lee was sent flying. Unfazed by his defeat, Little Lee immediately began devising a plan to enhance his physical training. As for Niji, he patiently engaged in sparring with Tian, while simultaneously correcting her chakra flow. Niji, Tian, and Little Lee, come over here, called Senju Itachi. Upon hearing his voice, Niji halted his movements and hastily approached. Father-in-law, what is it? He inquired. You're quite the charmer, already seeking a daughter-in-law? Teased Senju Itachi, causing both Tian and Niji to flush with embarrassment. Haha, still shy, are we? Niji, you have nearly mastered the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. It would be beneficial for you to practice some long-range ninjutsu as well. With that, Senju Itachi shifted his gaze towards Guy, who was performing squats. Guy, go and teach those three the ninjutsu I instructed you in. Tian, your scroll is impressive. Consider this, when you launch weapons from your scroll. The impact may be lacking, but if you coordinate your efforts with Little Lee and Niji and articulate your thoughts clearly. The eager listeners were invigorated by his words. After dismissing them, Senju Itachi continued to summon other children, providing guidance to each in turn. In the training ground of Konoha, the elder generation imparted their wisdom to the younger generation. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, a convoy bearing the insignia of the hidden cloud village had just arrived. Lord Raikage, we have reached the Land of Fire. Should we proceed directly to Konoha or first visit the capital? As the report reached him, A's voice resonated from within the vehicle. Let us go straight to Konoha. Chapter 129, The Legendary Three of Konoha? Lord Hokage, the Fourth Raikage and his entourage have arrived at the village entrance. After receiving permission, Moonlight Gale entered the office with measured steps, his demeanor respectful as he slightly bowed before Senju Itachi. How did you arrive so swiftly? Weren't you at the border yesterday? I have yet to make any preparations, Senju Itachi murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. Gale, you must immediately relay orders for them to prepare all reception matters to the highest standard. I shall personally go to the village entrance to welcome them. Bai Yifei swiftly organized his thoughts and issued a rapid command. As you wish, Lord Hokage. After receiving the order, Moonlight Gale turned and departed with alacrity. As Bai Yifei rose to his feet, he gently adjusted the Hokage's ceremonial robe, the gilded red patterns shimmering in the sunlight. He then strode down the stairs, making his way toward the entrance of Konoha village. At the village entrance, she and a group of Raikage guards stood alert, closely accompanying AI. AI lifted his gaze, his eyes slowly traversing the rejuvenated Konoha, filled with scrutiny and contemplation as he took in the scene before him. Is this truly the Konoha of today? He mused quietly to himself, the vibrant spectacle prompting an involuntary comparison to Konohagakure in his mind. Before him, Konoha's towering edifices rose in abundance, distinctly differing in style from Konohagakure. The imposing Hokage building, dignified and grand, instantly captured AI's attention, its clean windows reflecting the village's vigorous vitality. At the village entrance, merchant caravans flowed in and out like a bustling river, the faces of traders beaming with genuine joy as they animatedly discussed their profits amidst a chorus of laughter and cheer. Lord Raikage, by comparison, the development of Konohagakure pales in significance to that of Konoha, she remarked softly, adding to the sentiment. Must you even state the obvious? I can see it plainly myself. AI replied, turning slightly to regard she with a calm demeanor. Lord Raikage, shall we proceed inside? Darui inquired, surveying the surroundings with vigilance. Let us wait a moment longer and observe how Konoha intends to greet us. AI gestured dismissively, his expression serene. There is no need for such wariness. Now that we have arrived in Konoha, if they harbored any ill intentions, they would have acted long before our arrival. In truth, since their arrival at the village entrance, no fewer than 50 ninjas had covertly set their sights on them, a presence AI could distinctly sense, including that of Minato. The Fourth Raikage's visit is unannounced. I apologize for the lack of proper reception. The voice of Senju Itachi echoed from afar, and as it descended, AI felt the oppressive gaze that had weighed upon him gradually dissipate. He lifted his eyes to meet Senju Itachi's gaze, and in that fleeting moment, a weight settled heavily in his heart. Was it merely an illusion, or did the sense of pressure emanating from Senju Itachi subtly intensify? No matter. We have intruded upon your affairs uninvited. I am deeply surprised that the Fourth Hokage has come to greet us personally. AI inclined his body slightly in a gesture of polite acknowledgement. Thud, thud, thud. Several figures sprang forth like phantoms from the side, landing gracefully and aligning themselves neatly behind Senju Itachi, with Minato and Itachi among them. AI's gaze was instantly drawn to Minato, who responded with a gentle and friendly smile. Remaining silent. Reikage, please follow me. I have prepared accommodations for you. After your arduous journey, let me first lead you to a place for proper rest. Senju Itachi gestured invitingly, his words sincere. Under Senju Itachi's guidance, the Reikage and his entourage proceeded steadily towards the village of Konoha. Oh, ladies, please do not rush. One at a time. For the filming of this intimate paradise, the esteemed Jiraiya has personally selected the cast, so please line up. They heard as they passed by a building. Kakashi stood at the forefront, holding a stack of colorful flyers, surrounded by a throng of graceful, beautiful women. The ladies jostled one another, eagerly vying to snatch the flyers from Kakashi's hands. Through the glass doors of the building, one could faintly see Jiraiya inside, clad in red, with wild white hair and sunglasses. Is that Kakashi, one of the legendary three of Konoha? AI mused as he gazed at the figure distributing flyers. His memories merging with the earlier scene of confrontation on the battlefield, prompting him to hesitantly inquire, what? The legendary three of Konoha? Upon hearing this, Senju Itachi was momentarily taken aback, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he turned to gaze at AI. Observing this, she promptly stepped forward, softly elucidating, Lord Hokage. This refers to the illustrious titles earned by your three disciples over the past few years in the ninja world. They are known as Silver Frost Thunderblade Kakashi, Azure Beast Might Guy, and Dark Knight Azura Uchiha Itachi, collectively referred to as the three heroes of Konoha. Ah, is that so? I was unaware, Senju Itachi remarked, directing his attention towards Uchiha Itachi, who, with a resigned smile, slightly nodded in tacit agreement. Suddenly, a resounding crash interrupted their conversation, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see Jiraiya hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, as he smashed through the door. In swift succession, Tsunade emerged, fist raised. A fierce expression etched across her face. Jiraiya, in a disheveled state, scrambled to his feet and knelt on one knee, adeptly raising his voice in defense. Ah, Tsunade. Allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive. I was merely auditioning for roles. You can ask Kakashi if you doubt me. Tsunade, seething with rage, cast an accusatory glare at Kakashi, who instinctively took a couple of steps back, brandishing the flyer in his hand as he hastily proclaimed, Lady Tsunade, I was forcibly brought here by Lord Jiraiya. You must believe me. However, it is indeed for the auditions. Ah, haha. Reikage, I apologize for the spectacle, he continued. They are not usually like this. Let us proceed. These matters are trivial and hardly worth mentioning. With a face full of embarrassment, Senju Itachi hastily gestured to Minato, signaling him to address the matter promptly to avoid tarnishing the image of Konoha. Ai and Kira observed the scene with keen interest, sharing a tacit understanding and refraining from exposing Senju Itachi's subtle maneuver. The group proceeded to the dining hall, where a sumptuous feast awaited them. The fourth Reikage, A, was known for his straightforward and forthright demeanor. Throughout their walk, he had not perceived any malice from Senju Itachi. Once seated, A raised his glass, stood, and gazed earnestly at Senju Itachi. Fourth Hokage, I, A, offer my sincerest apologies and express my gratitude for your gracious hospitality, putting aside past grievances. Today, I raise my cup in honor of you, thanks to Konoha's exquisite wine. Haha, Reikage, you flatter me. Hatred only begets more hatred. You have treated me with courtesy, and I shall reciprocate with equal respect. It is a mutual understanding. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Senju Itachi, understood the implications of AI's words. He raised his glass and gently clinked it against AI's before tilting his head back and consuming the contents in one swift motion. After finishing, AI lifted his glass once more, his expression solemn. As the fourth Hokage, I have one more request to make of you, and I hope you will acquiesce. Chapter 130, a bold request. Are you asking us to assist in treating Killer Bee? Senju Itachi interjected, directly addressing AI's forthcoming intentions. Indeed. I hope the fourth Hokage can lend me your aid, AI replied, his tone imbued with earnestness, his brow furrowed. In the Konoha Hospital's intensive care unit, the usually vibrant Killer Bee lay still, a stark contrast to his typical exuberance. He rested on the pristine white bed, various tubes protruding from his body, linking him to a multitude of medical apparatuses. The devices flickered and fluctuated, displaying his vital signs. Several Konoha physicians, clad in white coats, focused intently on the instruments, their clipboards filled with dense data. Outside the ward, AI and his companions paced anxiously. After half an hour, the door creaked open, releasing a soft sound. A physician emerged. Upon seeing the doctor, AI sprang forward as if propelled by a spring, his gaze fixed intensely upon the physician, brimming with anticipation and tension. The doctor met AI's eager gaze, quickly stating, his physical condition is stable, even stronger than that of a typical shinobi. However, his life force is waning rapidly, and there are some instabilities on the psychological front. Each word from the doctor struck AI's heart like a hammer, resonating with gravity. Is there still hope for salvation? AI's hands gripped the doctor's shoulders tightly, his anxiety causing him to unconsciously tighten his grip, his fingertips turning pale. His voice quivered with urgency. Reikage-sama. Reikage-sama. She. Standing beside AI, observed the doctor's pained expression and grasped AI's arm, calling out loudly to restore his composure. My apologies for hurting you. AI quickly released his grasp, guilt washing over him as he bowed in apology. The doctor, rubbing his sore shoulder, replied, It is quite all right, Reikage-sama. We can only sustain his vital signs with medication. For a complete recovery, the current Konoha hospital can only rely on Lady Tsunade. A hint of helplessness laced the doctor's tone. Thank you. I shall seek her at once. With that, AI swiftly turned and departed, accompanied by the Konoha personnel as he made his way to the Hokage's office. Bang, bang, bang. AI stood before the door of the Hokage's office, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. He then politely knocked on the door. Please enter. Came the calm voice of Senju Itama from within. Upon hearing this response, AI pushed open the door and stepped inside. His gaze was filled with determination and sincerity as he spoke. Fourth Hokage, I implore you to take me to Tsunade. The situation is one only she can resolve. I am willing to bear any cost you deem necessary. As he spoke, AI slightly bowed, lowering his usually proud head before Senju Itama. Very well. I shall take you to her. However, whether she chooses to intervene rests entirely upon you. After Senju Yifei spoke, he led AI with ease to the largest casino in Konoha. As expected, Tsunade was fervently sweating it out at the tables, her eyes shimmering with excitement and fervor. This is all my capital. This time, I shall turn the tide, Tsunade declared, slamming her remaining funds onto the gambling table with a resounding smack. Utterly oblivious to the two figures that had materialized behind her, the individual betting against Tsunade blinked in surprise upon seeing Senju Yifei, as if seeking his counsel. In response, Senju Yifei blinked back, first twice with his left eye and then twice with his right, exchanging a clandestine signal only they could comprehend. Another loss. Tsunade lamented upon seeing the outcome, her earlier exhilaration swiftly replaced by disappointment. Frustrated, she slapped the table and stood up, preparing to seek additional funds from Jiraiya. Yifei. The fourth Hokage? When did you two arrive? Tsunade finally noticed the two behind her, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Let us go. This is not a place for idle chatter. Without waiting for AI to respond, Senju Yifei grasped Tsunade and directed her toward the hospital. Upon reaching Tsunade's office, Senju Yifei, with a hint of disdain, used wind release to disperse the dust in the room. Sister Tsunade, AI wishes to request your assistance in saving Killer Bee. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's gaze shifted to AI, her eyes beginning to whirl with contemplation. 100 billion, Tsunade suddenly stated. Bang! Upon hearing her demand, Senju Yifei stumbled, nearly losing his balance, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Even more astonishing was AI's lack of immediate refusal. Instead, he pondered the proposition earnestly. Frowning deeply, he seemed lost in thought until, after a moment, he replied, I apologize, but Konohagakure currently lacks such cash flow. We only have 50 billion. I wonder if that amount could persuade you to assist Killer Bee. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by AI's candid counteroffer. She then cleared her ears, signaling for AI to repeat himself. After reconfirmation, Tsunade sprang to her feet, her face aglow with excitement. Ha ha ha, as expected of the fourth Hokage, bold and generous. Unlike some who are miserly, unwilling to part with even 5 million. Rest assured, your matters are in my capable hands. As she spoke, Tsunade excitedly patted AI's shoulder, causing the stoic man to flinch slightly, a pained expression flickering across his face. With AI's hopeful gaze upon her, Tsunade confidently strode into Killer Bee's hospital room. Meanwhile, outside of Konoha, Kakuzu remarked, You truly accept any bounty, don't you? Hee, but I like that. Haiden and Kakuzu perched atop a tree, surveying the situation at the entrance of Konoha. Haiden's face bore that signature, eerie grin, his eyes glimmering with a mad light. Upon hearing Haiden's words, Kakuzu turned to look, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, The bounty is high enough? Of course, I shall accept it. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Kakuzu leaped down from the treetop to the ground, his movements agile and silent. We can't enter through the front. That's out of the question. With such a long wall. Let us explore elsewhere. There must be some lapses in their defenses. Kakuzu's eyes revealed a glimmer of shrewdness and calculation. After summoning Haiden, the two circled around the walls of Konoha, continuously observing. Konoha is truly bustling. It must house countless people. As he gazed at everything within the walls, a sinister smile crept across Haiden's lips, sending a chill down one's spine. Indeed, the bounty for the head of the fourth Hokage is 66 million, while Minato's is 28 million, and the third's is worth 400 million. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans are also quite valuable, not to mention Konoha's new trio of elite, each averaging around 80 million. Kakuzu's dark eyes incessantly scrutinized the interior of Konoha, his mind calculating the potential profits and risks of this endeavor. The bounty he had taken from the black market in the land of Earth for the destruction of the Hokage's building was a staggering 15 billion, stirring a desire within him that he could hardly contain. As he contemplated this, Kakuzu couldn't resist the urge to touch the thick stack of explosive tags nestled within his cloak. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he envisioned the Hokage's building collapsing in flames. Chapter 131. The Hokage's training aid within the hidden chamber of the Hokage's office in Konoha, all was tranquil and silent. The steady, rhythmic sound of breathing echoed softly in the chamber. With his eyes tightly shut, Senju Ifei sat cross-legged on the ground in a standard posture, exuding an aura of calmness. As he breathed rhythmically, his robe swayed gently as if stirred by an invisible force. An ethereal taiji pattern gradually emanated from his surroundings, rippling outward like the gentle waves on a water surface, encircling him in a serene embrace. Time flowed languidly, and the intangible taiji grew increasingly substantial, intertwining with the life force and natural energy surrounding Senju Ifei, which augmented at a visibly perceptible pace. Outside the secret chamber, in the spacious Hokage office, Shizen, Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, and Nara Shikaka sat cross-legged, their expressions focused. They eagerly absorbed the intensifying life force and natural energy in the air, their chakra gradually circulating and enhancing. Initially, only Kakashi, Might Guy, and Itachi noticed that practicing near Senju Ifei provided unexpected assistance in recovering from their exhaustion or refining their chakra. Eventually, Minato, Shizen, and others uncovered this secret and discovered that whenever Senju Ifei engaged in cultivation, this assistance would significantly amplify. Over time, this became an unspoken secret within the village of Konoha, with each practitioner consciously sealing their lips with a vow of silence regarding this key to enhancing the village's strength. Yet, Senju Ifei remained oblivious to the identity of the one who instigated it all. Upholding the principle of waste not, want not, Senju Ifei commanded the construction of an entire floor dedicated to the Hokage office. The center was reserved for his secret chamber and resting area, while the remaining space was transformed into a spacious training area for communal use. Every time he practiced, he would issue a summons to the knowledgeable individuals in Konoha, inviting them to partake in this opportunity for strength enhancement. A long exhalation of turbid air escaped Senju Ifei's lips as the nearly materialized taiji pattern firmly supported him, suspending him in midair. He slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, it seemed as if the taiji pattern flowed within his gaze, deep and enigmatic. Following this, he extended his arms, and the taiji pattern once again became ethereal, surging forth with the rich life force and natural energy, expanding like a mighty tide. The colossal taiji pattern radiated from the highest tier of the Hokage building, swiftly enveloping the entire village of Konoha. Subsequently, the life force and natural energy entwined within transformed into glimmers of light, softly descending into every corner of Konoha. Almost there, Qianqiu Ifei felt the surging changes of energy within him, softly murmuring to himself. He then slowly extended his hands, revealing two patterns resembling fish, one white and one black, joyfully swimming in the palms of his hands, as if they possessed their own vitality. Ha ha ha, Xiaoji, I feel somewhat invincible. What should I do? Should I go challenge Kagaya for some fun? The corners of Qianqiu Ifei's mouth curled upward, and a glimmer of confidence sparkled in his eyes as he addressed the voice of Xiaoji echoing in his mind. Ahem, master, that's quite enough. At best, you have merely attained the level of the six paths, and it remains uncertain whether you could contend with Kagaya. Xiaoji unreservedly doused him with a bucket of cold water. Hearing this, Qianqiu Ifei couldn't help but curl his lips in frustration. It is exceedingly difficult. Without your assistance, my pace of cultivation is unbearably slow. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be capable of delivering a powerful kick to the god of Daidamya by now. Master, do not fret. let us gather our emotions a bit more. Success will inevitably follow. Look at you. Are you not performing admirably? Indeed, my elder brother is once again sulking. Master, please continue with your tasks. I shall have a word with him. With that, Xiaoji vanished once more from his mind, leaving Bai Yifei alone in the secret chamber. Ah, truly. Lord Hokage is remarkable, he sighed. The injuries sustained during the recent mission have nearly healed now. Xiao Doubtingswa casually retrieved a bag of potato chips, indulging in them while scrutinizing the faded scar on his arm. As Bai Yifei completed his training, the individuals outside ceased absorbing natural energy and began to engage in lively discussions. Higi, Shizen, what brings you here? Couldn't you cultivate at home? What is the reason for your presence? Tonight, I shall prepare a special meal just for you. As Senju Yifei pushed open the door to the secluded chamber, he immediately approached Shizen, playfully teasing her. This scene elicited a wave of amused reactions from the other ninjas. Higi, Lord Hokage, have you decided on the child's name? Minato and Kushina, standing together, inquired with broad smiles. Upon hearing Minato's question, the other ninjas chimed in enthusiastically. Haha, surely you have decided. If it's a girl, her name will be Welling. The boy's name will be determined later. Senju Yifei responded with a smile. Oh, prioritizing daughters over sons, Lord Hokage, that seems rather unfair. The crowd jested, as Senju Yifei gently caressed Shizen's belly, unable to suppress his own laughter. Meanwhile, outside a hospital room in Konoha, Reikage. You should take a moment to rest. It has been over a day and night. With Lady Tsunade's treatment, Kairabi will surely be fine, Hikari urged. Observing the stern and upright posture of Ei, through the window of the room, one could see Tsunade enveloped in green chakra, intently focusing her energy on Kairabi. Suddenly, Ei stood up from his chair, closed his eyes, and felt a subtle ripple of chakra throughout his body. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Hikari, have you noticed? The natural energy and life force in the air have both slightly increased, Ei remarked, his expression grave. Hikari, upon hearing this, promptly closed his eyes to concentrate. Indeed, although the enhancement was minimal, it was still discernible. Konoha cannot remain adversaries any longer. Ei pondered for a while before speaking, his gaze filled with vigilance. From the very first day he entered Konoha, he should have sensed the peculiarities within. A mere door apart, yet there was a clear distinction. At that time, he had been solely focused on seeking medical aid for Kairabi, leaving little room for other observations. The sudden rise in natural energy and life force, albeit slight, had nonetheless captured his immediate attention. The sound of rolling wheels approached, drawing nearer. Two medical staff members clad in white coats and masks hurriedly pushed a small cart toward them. Upon reaching the two men, they halted. And one of the staff addressed Ei. Reikage, this is the special chakra recovery potion requested by Lady Tsunade from the reserve. Each vial is valued at 100 million. We can only proceed with its use if you agree to the payment. Ei observed the medical personnel, noticing beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Please make a swift decision. Once outside the special storage of the reserve, this potion can only be preserved for half an hour. If it is not used, we must return it promptly. Delivering it without prior payment is already a breach of protocol. The medical staff urged once more. Use it, use it. Hikari, why are you still hesitating? Hurry and arrange for the payment. A reluctant Ei, observing the anxious expressions on the faces of the two individuals, promptly urged them onward. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he watched them push the potion into the ward, his gaze firmly fixed on Kairabi. Chapter 132. A stroll? Outside a wall in the Hidden Leaf Village, Haiden lowered his voice and called out urgently to Kakuzu. From atop the towering, robust trees, Kakuzu leapt down with the grace of an eagle, landing effortlessly beside Haiden without disturbing a speck of dust. The lush greenery surrounding the village was indeed impressive, enveloping it in a protective embrace. Kakuzu's deep voice resonated as if emanating from the depths of his chest, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Upon arriving in the Hidden Leaf, the pair seemed tireless and undeterred by inconvenience, circling the entire village. The outer wall was elegantly circular, gently cradling the village within. It was not particularly high, and with their capabilities, they could easily vault over it. After a meticulous inspection, they noted that only the trees at the village's entrance had been neatly cleared to create a path, while in all other directions, the tall trees stood like vigilant sentinels, uniformly surrounding the village. Whether this was intentional or not remained uncertain, if one considered the trees at the village entrance as a singular entity. Then the surrounding woods could be divided into 8 distinct sections, each nearly indistinguishable in width and size. The two ascended the wall with agility, standing atop it. Their piercing gazes surveying the scene before them, precisely calculating the distance to the Hokage Tower. Perhaps we should disguise ourselves and use the front entrance, Haiden suggested. His eyes glinting with a spark of cunning as he turned to Kakuzu. A dense cluster of buildings rose before them, bustling streets filled with a throng of people. The atmosphere alive with activity. Whether traversing above or below ground, such conspicuous behavior would undoubtedly attract attention. Humph, troublesome, Kakuzu scoffed, pivoting smoothly to leap down from the wall. At that moment, just beneath the wall where they stood, several ninjas led by Tsukuyomi swiftly emerged, seemingly materializing from the shadows. With a soft thud, Nara Shikamaru rose from the bushes, casually discarding a toothpick from his mouth. He spread his hands in exasperation, remarking, "Are these two just toying with us? They've been circling the hidden leaf all afternoon. Do they think we are mere fools? Let us retreat for now and inform the Hokage to bolster defenses at the entrance." Tsukuyomi sighed, his expression mirroring Shikamaru's frustration as he initiated the march toward the Hokage Tower. A moment later, two individuals clad in ordinary attire nimbly descended from the wall. The ninjas of the Hidden Leaf possess quite the endurance. They've let us slip by for an entire afternoon without making a move. I was hoping to take down a few for some bounty, Haiden chuckled. As Fade once spoke, his footsteps instinctively quickened. Approaching the crowd, the two exchanged a glance to confirm their intentions, then stealthily blended into the throng, making their way toward the Hokage building. Lord Hokage, in accordance with your command, we have circled around them once. The vigilance has been relaxed. They should have entered by now. Moonlight Shibuki respectfully addressed Senju Itachi, his tone imbued with reverence. Understood. You may proceed, Itachi replied. They are rather perilous. I have dispatched Minato and Itachi to take over. You and the others can observe. The serene expression of Senju Itachi belied the methodical manner in which he orchestrated events. Yes, Lord Hokage. However, a nagging doubt crept in, despite their prolonged journey. Why had they yet to reach the Hokage building? Suddenly, Kakuzu halted, his brow furrowed, scrutinizing the surroundings with a keen sense of alertness. Haiden, puzzled, glanced around and scratched his head. Isn't it apparent that we've been getting closer all along? Could it be the buildings that are the issue? The winding paths seem to prolong our journey. He raised his gaze toward the towering edifices beside him, then turned to look at the distant Hokage building. Instinctively pressing his hand against his neck, Kakuzu, however, remained unresponsive to Haiden's remarks, his focus unwavering on the throngs of passersby. Abruptly, he sprang into action like a panther. Seizing a pedestrian by the throat, twisting with a swift and decisive motion. Kakuzu, what are you doing? We'll expose ourselves. Haiden gasped in alarm, instinctively attempting to intervene. But the surroundings began to shift at an alarming rate. The people nearby dissipated like smoke, and the towering structures gradually vanished, replaced by sturdy trees. Genjutsu? When did this happen? Haiden was taken aback, and before he could regain his composure, several figures materialized, encircling them. The legendary Leaf Village trio and the Yellow Flash? Upon their arrival, both Kakuzu and Haiden instantly recognized them. When did you discover us? Kakuzu inquired, refraining from any rash actions, his curiosity piqued. When you appeared at the village entrance, answered Minato, his tone gentle, eager to clarify the situation for them. Kakuzu, it seems we have been outmaneuvered, Haiden mused. His anger surging as he recalled how they had been toyed with throughout the day, naively believing they were the ones orchestrating the game. Underestimating Konoha was a grave mistake. It appears our departure from here will not be as effortless as we had hoped. Kakuzu assessed the four individuals surrounding them, each exuding a formidable aura that demanded respect. Those who had earned titles within the ninja world had done so through countless life and death encounters. As the conversation unfolded, Kakuzu keenly observed that more individuals were converging upon their location. Suddenly, the unexpected sound of a scroll unfurling broke the tension, starkly contrasting the serious atmosphere. Kakuzu and Haiden turned their attention to Kakashi, who was examining the scroll intently. Haiden, a rogue ninja from the hidden hot water village, worships a malevolent deity. His methods of attack involve curses. He first acquires the enemy's blood to perform the curse, then utilizes his own immortality to inflict self-harm, brutally slaying his foes. Kakashi stated with a steady voice, articulating each word with precision. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu, a ninja from Takigakure, had failed in his assassination attempt on the first Hokage and was blamed for it. Subsequently, after failing to assassinate his own village leader, he defected. Mastering the art of Earthgrudge Fear, he possessed 5 hearts, each allowing him to perform techniques of 5 elemental natures: lightning, wind, fire, water, and earth. To defeat him, one must destroy all 5 hearts. As Kakashi recounted this, the expressions on Kakuzu and Heiden's faces grew increasingly grim. Any last words? Speak quickly. Seemingly oblivious to the murderous glances from the two, Kakashi lazily retracted the scroll. Kakuzu, it's time to fight. Find your opportunity. Unlike Kakuzu, Haiden showed no fear even when his tactics were seen through. In the midst of speaking, he swiftly drew his 3-bladed scythe, his gaze scanning the area before launching toward Might Guy like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 133. Tsukuyami as Haiden charged towards him. Guy pressed down hard with his feet, swiftly retreating. A set of gleaming white teeth emerged as he laughed. Though I would love to fight you. You are not my opponent. Farewell. Clang. Sparks flew as Itachi, wielding the shuriken, firmly blocked Heiden's attack, leaving a noticeable dent in Heiden's scythe. Uchiha Itachi. As he spoke, a peculiar smile crept across Heiden's face. His gaze shifted upward, and a pair of crimson eyes came into view. Genjutsu, Tsukuyami. As if recalling something, Haiden instinctively attempted to close his eyes, but was a moment too late. In an instant, he perceived his surroundings transforming dramatically, and as he instinctively sought to retaliate, he realized his limbs were bound to a cross. Before him lay a blood-red void, devoid of any presence, and in the next moment, Itachi appeared before Haiden. Useless. You cannot kill me. As a devoted follower of the Lord of Evil, I am immortal. Is that so? Then I hope you can endure. Swish, swish, swish. Within the illusory realm of the Genjutsu, Itachi wielded the shuriken, swiftly slicing through Heiden's garments as they fell to the ground. He then thrust the blade once more, causing blood to spill from Heiden's abdomen. Subsequently, 3 crows materialized in the illusion, pecking at Heiden's bleeding wound. With each peck, blood erupted. And under the relentless assault of the crows, the gash in Heiden's abdomen widened. Unlike a sharp weapon piercing, each peck required the crows to jerk their heads, using the force to tear away the tightly connected flesh. Accompanied by the crows tearing, the pain, magnified several times by the Genjutsu, surged through Heiden's nerves. Bound to the cross, Haiden writhed in agony, his face contorting as his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. Aren't you accustomed to watching others struggle? How does it feel? The voice of Itachi whispered into Heiden's ears like the murmurs of a demon. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Heiden's pupils dilated, bloodshot and filled with anguish, his jaw clenched tight, leaving him utterly speechless. Here, time, space, and matter are all under my dominion. Let us see just how long you, a devotee of the malevolent deity, can endure. Itachi's voice reverberated throughout this crimson realm, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if he were the sovereign of this world, and Haiden merely a plaything in his grasp. In that moment, Haiden seemed to grasp the despair reflected in the eyes of those he had tormented in the past. Remaining time, 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. After Itachi finished speaking, the horror in Heiden's eyes deepened. He could scarcely believe that such an agonizing ordeal had only lasted 2 seconds, and that this torment would persist for over 160 hours. As he pondered this, another raven emerged from the shadows, landing steadily atop Heiden's head, its sharp talons embedding themselves deep into his scalp, delivering a jolt of pain. With each passing second, the raven would caw, urging him to persevere. The countdown restarts. You must endure for another 604, 800 seconds. As Itachi's voice faded, his figure transformed into multiple ravens, all swooping down towards Haiden. In an instant, more wretched cries echoed through the world of Tsukuyami, the blood-red moonlight cascading upon Haiden, as if draping him in a shroud of crimson. Each time he succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness, he would awaken to yet another round of torment, rendering his existence a living hell. Yet, while this torment felt interminable, the actual time outside the realm of Tsukuyami was merely the brief moment of eye contact between the two. As Itachi sheathed his sword, Haiden collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The veins on his neck bulged like twisted serpents, and he lay motionless, his feeble breath the only testament to his survival. Haiden! Haiden! Kakuzu shouted, witnessing his partner's condition, yet he received no response. Observing this, Kakuzu swung his right fist towards Haiden with force, the fist connected by dark gray tendrils extending rapidly to strike Heiden's form. Futile. This is no ordinary illusion. Even if you kill him, he shall not awaken, Itachi explained, offering a kind warning. Ignoring Itachi, Kakuzu gripped Haiden, attempting to pull him closer. A flash of yellow darted past, a black dagger slicing through the air, severing both Kakuzu's right hand and Haiden in one swift motion. I'm afraid your opponent is me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he spoke, Kakuzu swiftly produced a multitude of shurikens from his hands, hurling them in rapid succession around him. Observing this motion, Minato's expression grew somber. The seemingly casual throw of the shurikens precisely blocked every conceivable escape route. Fixated on Minato, Kakuzu's dark Akatsuki cloak fluttered in the wind, and from within its depths, eerie tendrils gradually emerged, swaying gently. Earth release, earth spear. With a series of hand seals, Kakuzu transformed his left arm into a sharp earthen spear, thrusting it toward Minato. Simultaneously, the right arm that had quietly fallen near Haiden morphed into another spear, swiftly targeting Itachi. Just as the earth spear was about to pierce Minato, he vanished in an instant, reappearing to Kakuzu's left, brandishing a black short blade aimed at Haiden. Witnessing Minato's swift movements, Kakuzu's cloak tore, and a dark-masked entity emerged from behind him. Wind release, pressure damage. In an instant, a tremendous gust erupted from the mask, carrying sharp wind blades toward Minato, compelling him to abandon his assault. In Kakuzu's line of sight, the earthen spear he had formed with his right arm struck Itachi. Yet before he could revel in this success, Itachi transformed into a flock of crows, dispersing in every direction. Cursing under his breath, Kakuzu evaded Minato's renewed attack by bending low, retracting the black tendrils that connected to his flung arm. Rasengan, a pale blue sphere of chakra coalesced in Minato's hand. Unbeknownst to Kakuzu, a shuriken inscribed with the flying thunder god seal had been left at his feet. Against the masked figure behind him, Minato forcefully pressed down the Rasengan, shattering the mask in an instant. Kakuzu felt an overwhelming force strike his back, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he leaped away, leaving deep footprints in the ground. The explosive shockwave radiated outward, stirring up dust and debris. Chapter 134. Kakuzu's defeat. Steadying himself, Kakuzu slowly turned to face Minato, his gaze unwavering. Recalling their recent fierce exchange, his heart was filled with astonishment. While he had unleashed his wind release technique, creating a cloud of dust, Minato had seized that fleeting moment to accurately launch the shuriken inscribed with the sealing technique right at his feet. Lightning release, false darkness. With a low growl, a massive surge of lightning chakra gathered at Kakuzu's left shoulder as he swiftly retreated toward Haiden like a phantom. In an instant, lightning flashed, resembling a bolt of thunder as it surged toward Minato. Just as Minato's form vanished, Kakuzu wasted no time and unleashed another technique. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Almost as soon as he spoke, a colossal fireball shot forth at incredible speed toward Minato's last known position. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. The terrifying heat radiated outward from the epicenter of the blast, causing the surrounding trees to succumb to the force and crash to the ground. Kakuzu fixated his gaze on the direction of the Fourth Hokage, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Meanwhile, a bolt of lightning ninjutsu quietly coalesced upon his left shoulder. As the dust gradually settled, Kakuzu's eyes remained locked onto the crater left by the explosion. There, he beheld the Fourth Hokage kneeling, slowly lifting his head until their eyes met in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakuzu shouted, "Lightning release, false darkness." The long concentrated lightning technique erupted forth like a lethal flash, hurtling toward the Hokage. With a resounding boom, a plume of white smoke ascended, and the struck Hokage transformed into two wooden stakes. Kakuzu's heart raced, his gaze sharpening as he swiftly searched for the Hokage's whereabouts. Suddenly, a familiar sense of danger surged from his side. A sharp pain pierced through his left shoulder, followed by the distinct sound of his mask shattering. With no time to ponder, the tentacles of the earth-grudge fear writhed with urgency, and two black-masked entities burst forth from his body. Utilizing the momentum from his shattered shoulder, Kakuzu executed a roll, narrowly evading the Hokage's second strike. On his shoulder, the black tendrils writhed incessantly, and the wounds on Kakuzu's body began to heal at an astonishing rate. When did this happen? After a chaotic tumble, Kakuzu rose, his eyes filled with caution as he observed a peculiar mark that had suddenly appeared on his right arm, fixating intently on the Hokage. "It was left when I intercepted your right hand," the Hokage said calmly. "You are quite formidable. It has been a long time since I encountered someone who could push me to such lengths in a one-on-one confrontation." Kakuzu regarded the Hokage with a glimmer of admiration. The Hokage nodded slightly, responding, "Thank you for the compliment. As expected of someone who has faced the first Hokage, you are quite powerful." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Hokage flickered, a black streak of lightning, wielding a dark short blade, surged toward Kakuzu once more. Boom! A fireball launched from the Hokage's side like a cannonball, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Utilizing the mark left on Kakuzu's right hand, He reappeared beside him, the short blade gleaming coldly as it lunged straight for Kakuzu's heart. Kakuzu reacted swiftly, evading the attack with ease. Simultaneously, a water dragon, imbued with tremendous force, surged toward the Hokage once more. The water dragon roared downwards, and the Hokage vanished again. Observing the disappearing figure of the Hokage, a subtle smile crept upon Kakuzu's lips, revealing a hint of profound intent. Fire release, head hardening. Without the slightest hesitation, Kakuzu unleashed a formidable fire-style ninjutsu that surged towards the thicket on the right like a torrential flood. Everything seemed to unfold according to Kakuzu's calculations, and without surprise. The figure of Minato materialized there, only to be mercilessly engulfed by the massive fireball in an instant. Minato-sensei. Kakashi, who had been nervously observing from the sidelines, instinctively shouted, his hand swiftly brandishing the Chikudo short sword, his gaze locking onto the inferno with hawk-like intensity. I'm fine, but that was indeed perilous. I nearly got hit. As the flames gradually dissipated, Minato emerged unscathed, his heart still racing as he patted his chest anxiously. At some point, all the shuriken he had scattered had converged in that very spot. Had it not been for his swift hand seals, he would likely have been incapacitated by now. A commendable battle instinct, Kakuzu remarked, unable to resist praising Minato, who appeared almost entirely unscathed. With a swift motion, Minato accurately hurled several shuriken once more, then rapidly formed hand seals. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. A roaring water dragon, imbued with overwhelming power, surged towards the black creature adorned with a red mask. The creature, however, showed no fear and immediately retaliated with its own fire-style ninjutsu. Water mist enveloped the area, and Minato's gaze shifted slightly as he vanished from his original position. Sensing this, Kakuzu's heart raced, and he forcefully swung his right arm towards the distance. As anticipated, Minato's figure appeared beside him mid-flight. Utilizing the momentum, Minato executed a swift somersault, charging fiercely towards Kakuzu. Observing Minato's direct approach, Kakuzu's left hand transformed into an earthen spear, wielding immense force, aimed directly at Minato's head. Clang! The short blade clashed against the earthen spear, producing a sharp sound, and as both parties were momentarily locked in a stalemate, another water dragon surged towards Minato with ferocity. Boom! The water dragon crashed down upon the ground, yet Minato had already vanished without a trace. Crack! Within the still lingering water mist, the sound of shattering reverberated clearly. A black short blade was lodged firmly into the mask, yet Minato was nowhere to be seen. Kakuzu's dark green eyes darted around, searching intently. Bang! A cloud of white mist slowly ascended, and the three-bladed scythe that had been lying quietly beside Haiden suddenly transformed into Minato. The Rasengan in his hand rapidly coalesced, darting towards the black creature, which was facing away from Haiden. With a dull thud, the creature's head, along with its mask, exploded. Minato retracted his right hand and walked slowly to retrieve his black short blade, gripping it horizontally as he approached Kakuzu step by step. Observing Minato's advance, Kakuzu's expression remained as tranquil as still water. A formidable opponent, I have no regrets in my defeat. There was no trace of resentment in Kakuzu's voice, only a profound acceptance. It was arranged by Lord Hokage. He mentioned that among the Akatsuki, he holds you in high regard and instructed me to be your adversary. Minato gazed at Kakuzu and calmly remarked, it seems that all of this was orchestrated by you. Kakuzu refrained from continuing, his words abruptly ceasing. Before him stood Minato, enveloped in a radiant golden chakra. With a gentle shift of his feet, Minato approached Kakuzu. So this is your true strength. I have no regrets in my defeat. Kakuzu observed, his eyes filled with a sense of acceptance. You are indeed a worthy adversary. Rest easy. Minato's voice was deep and tranquil. As he spoke, a short blade gradually pierced Kakuzu's body. With Kakuzu's eyes slowly closing, Minato gently laid him on the ground. Itachi, Kakashi, you two handle the aftermath. I will escort Haiden to see the Hokage. Chapter 135, Making the Most of Resources. Hokage-sama, Kakuzu has been slain by my hand, and Haiden is now detained in the Umbu prison, awaiting your judgment. In the Hokage's office, Minato respectfully reported to Senju Itama. Very well, thank you for your efforts. Do you wish to rest, or shall we go together to see Haiden? Let us go together. The intel suggests he cannot die, which piques my interest. Minato replied with a smile, intrigued by Senju Itama's inquiry. The two made their way to the Umbu prison where Haiden was held, bound tightly in iron chains, still appearing to be in a state of pain and unconsciousness. Kancho Yifei and Bluffing Shuemin scrutinized the veins on Feiduan's neck, along with the beads of sweat that continued to trickle down. Is Itachi's genjutsu Tsukuyami, truly that powerful? With a perplexed expression, Senju Itachi reflected on Kakashi's behavior when he fell victim to the trap. Unlike Kakashi, Haiden's lethal technique involved inflicting harm upon himself, which should have allowed him to endure more than Kakashi. Yet, he appeared to be in a more pitiable state. Upon hearing this, Minato shared the same look of confusion, pondering the matter without opportunity for experimentation. Observing Haiden's condition, it was evident that the potency of the technique was no trifling matter. As the two deliberated, Kakashi, Itachi, and Might Guy entered the room. Ah, Itachi, your timing is impeccable. How long did you cast that genjutsu? Senju Itachi inquired. Approaching, Itachi replied, Master, I maintained it for 7 days and nights, yet the true experience he endured far surpassed that duration. 7 days and nights? Not merely 3? Kakashi mused, sensing a peculiar notion that Senju Itachi's inquiry seemed directed at him. Unconsciously, he touched his neck and shifted his gaze toward Haiden. Huh? Itachi paused momentarily before continuing. His records indicate he is impervious to pain, so I extended the duration. Furthermore, inspired by the tale you shared about the eagle pecking the man, I altered the punishment from my stabbing him to having crows peck at him, enhancing his perception of pain. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement shone in Itachi's eyes. Master, I discovered that your method of punishment is far more effective than my previous interrogations. Next time, I shall try the slow slicing you mentioned. Cough. Observing Itachi's eager demeanor, Senju Itachi discreetly winced and cleared his throat. There's no need for that. I merely shared a story. I did not intend for you to implement it. Be cautious next time, especially with ordinary criminals. Not only Senju Itachi, but upon hearing Itachi's explanation, both Guy and Kakashi instinctively took a step back. Kakashi, when sparring with Itachi, avoid striking his face. Otherwise, beware of retaliation from this lad. Indeed, that makes sense. I share your thoughts. Tomorrow, let's practice discerning sound and position. The hushed conspiracy resonated oddly within the quiet confines of the prison, causing Itachi to instinctively cover his backside. Suddenly, a crisp sound of slaps echoed as Kakashi and Might Guy each received a swift smack. Enough chatter. Get down there and lead the team properly. Or I might just have Itachi grant you a month's worth of Tsukuyami. In the midst of his speech, Senju Itachi unsheathed a kunai, deftly severing a finger from Haiden and placing it into a plastic bag, which he then tossed to Kakashi. Please take this to the office. Understood. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, bemused, as he turned to depart with the severed digit in hand. Itachi, keep a close watch on Haiden. Bind him securely, preventing any chance of contact with others. Once he awakens, interrogate him for all the information he possesses. Yes. Upon departing from the shadows, Senju Itachi returned to his office. Just as Kakashi was about to leave, he fortuitously found himself obstructed at the doorway by Senju Itachi. Put me down. Huh? Put down what? Upon hearing Senju Itachi's words, Kakashi feigned ignorance, subtly beginning to retreat towards the exit. Oh, master, I was wrong. Moments later, Kakashi lay flat upon the ground, his right hand forcefully striking the floor, tears shimmering in his eyes as he cried out for mercy. Chakra-infused, Senju Yifei found himself precariously perched upon Kakashi's back, employing his right leg to press against Kakashi's right limb, thus ensnaring it within the crook of his left knee. With both hands exerting considerable force, he wrenched Kakashi's left leg downward. Where is it? Hand it over, he demanded, intensifying his grip, causing Kakashi to emit a yelp of anguish. No, master. I will retrieve it. Just release me, and I shall return it to you at once. Very well, but do not repeat this behavior. I have new techniques prepared for you should you do so, he replied calmly, accepting his treasured comic from Kakashi's grasp. He added, when you visit my home. In my study, the fourth book on the third shelf, pull it open to reveal a hidden compartment. All the comics within are yours to take, as I have finished reading them. Upon hearing Senju Yifei's words, Kakashi sprang to his feet, grinning as he placed a hand upon Yifei's shoulder. Ah, if only you had mentioned this sooner, I would not have had to endure such torment. Farewell, I shall leave you to your business, he exclaimed before hastily exiting the office. What a cheeky rascal, he muttered to himself, with a mocking laugh. Senju Yifei turned and picked up the severed finger of Fade Wan from the table, entering the secret chamber. Skillfully, he took out the small white snake that connected him to Orochimaru. After a brief pause, the distinctive voice of Orochimaru emerged from the serpent's mouth. What is it, Hokage-sama? What can I do for you? Gazing at the small white snake before him, Senju Yifei inquired, how do you find the apprentice I introduced to you? He suits my taste quite well. With his addition, I can delegate many of my research tasks to him. Orochimaru replied with a chuckle. That's good to hear. By the way, how is Kimimara's condition? Senju Yifei asked, recalling the last remaining scion of the ninja world. Not bad. With the aid of Hashirama's cells and my modified heavenly curse mark, his illness has been stabilized, Orochimaru explained. By the way, his ailment bears a striking resemblance to the cancer cells in your book. Do you have any similar literature? I wish to delve deeper into this study. A hint of anticipation seeped through Orochimaru's cold, hoarse voice, while the small white snake before Senju Yifei began to blink its golden slit-like pupils incessantly. After a brief silence, Senju Yifei responded, very well. I shall have Kakashi deliver 2 books to you tomorrow, along with Fade One's finger. The golden slit pupils of the small snake widened slightly. Has Fade One been slain? Fade One is alive. It is Kakuzu who has perished, Senju Yifei clarified. Interesting. It seems the organization remains unaware of their situation, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru paused delicately before adding, could you also send over Kakuzu's corpse? I would like to examine it. And if possible, please do not waste his heart. Chapter 136, A Failed Practical Lesson in the Training Ground Outside Konoha Village. Might Guy, Itachi, and Kakashi stood at 3 distinct points, each armed and eyeing Kakashi with intense scrutiny. Not far from them, a group of Konoha's new generation gathered around the training area. Their attention riveted on the trio. A gentle breeze rustled their hair, enveloping the training ground in a solemn atmosphere that affected everyone present. Even the usually mischievous Naruto sat quietly in his place. Guy, Itachi says you are an acorn. Kakashi's sudden remark shattered the stillness. Might Guy, who had been fixated on Kakashi, subtly redirected his nunchaku toward Itachi. Upon noticing Guy's movement, Itachi felt a chill, although he understood the implication of Kakashi's words. He had never actually voiced such a thing. Turning his gaze back to Kakashi, a glint of mischief flashed in the latter's eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, Kakashi's figure darted forward with incredible speed, charging towards Itachi without affording him a chance to explain. The 3 had sparred countless times, their movements almost instinctive. Itachi instinctively sidestepped, allowing the blades of his sword, SHY, and the short sword, Yuchong, to clash, sending sparks flying. At that very instant, Might Guy's nunchaku came crashing down. Itachi, leveraging his left hand against the ground, narrowly evaded Guy's attack. The nunchaku struck the ground, sending dust swirling around them. It's a matter I've never mentioned, Guy-sensei. Itachi quickly said. Think about it. Who do you think was the first to know? It was Kakashi-sensei who spread the word. Ah, Itachi. You've learned to lead others astray. Guy interjected. Don't listen to him, Kakashi. Interrupting Itachi, Kakashi accelerated, delivering a swift kick towards Itachi's abdomen. Itachi gripped SHY horizontally, using the momentum to retreat rapidly. Guy-sensei, let us team up against Kakashi. Afterward, I'll tell you about what he has been hiding. Guy, already overwhelmed by the banter between the two, found himself momentarily distracted by Itachi's words, causing the nunchaku aimed at Itachi to slip from his grasp. It expertly latched onto a tree stump, changing direction flawlessly towards Kakashi. Haha, Itachi, wager your youth on it. You must tell me, Guy exclaimed excitedly, as he and the nunchaku surged forward to attack Kakashi. Seeing Guy's sudden change of allegiance, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. He kicked away the oncoming nunchaku, only to face the thrust of SHY aimed at his side. The 3 seemed to unleash their full potential, their sparring intensifying within the training grounds. Accompanied by the clinking sounds of clashing weapons, their figures became mere blurs as they engaged fiercely. Sasuke, can you see clearly? Naruto asked in awe, watching the fierce battle unfold before him, unable to discern any of their movements. He instinctively poked Sasuke beside him. Ugh! Instead of a response, he was met with the sound of retching. Turning around, he saw Sasuke, his crimson Sharingan spinning chaotically, appearing dazed as he leaned against Naruto, struggling to suppress his nausea. What the heck? You've made yourself dizzy, Naruto quipped, while gently patting Sasuke's back. Ah, Kakashi, let go. A cry pierced the air, interrupting Naruto and Sasuke's exchange. Both looked up to witness the 3, once locked in fierce combat, now entangled in a rather complicated predicament. Kakashi held Guy's nunchaku, inadvertently positioned directly towards Itachi's backside. Guy lay sprawled atop Itachi, his legs ensnared by Kakashi's. Seeing the predicament, Kakashi freed his right hand and forcefully twisted Itachi's left leg, pressing it down against Guy's knee, eliciting simultaneous cries of pain from both. One lamented a sore leg, while the other lamented a sore backside. What a peculiar formation is this? Amidst the strange atmosphere, Senju Itachi's figure appeared beside Niji and Hinata, inquiring with a puzzled tone, "Godfather? What brings you here?" Niji responded, feeling the warmth emanating from the large hand resting above him. "Kakashi-sensei and the others said they would provide us with practical taijutsu training." With his right hand on Niji and his left hand on Hinata, Senju Itachi couldn't resist the urge to fondle the soft hair in his grasp a little longer. "Godfather. Enough already. If you keep this up, I'll go bald." Niji pressed down on Senju Itachi's large hand with both hands, exerting all his strength in an attempt to pry it away. Smack. Feeling Niji's resistance, Senju Itachi flicked his fingers against Niji's forehead. "You little rascal. You've grown bold enough to disdain your godfather. Just look at Hinata. Learn from her." As he spoke, Senju Itachi pinched Hinata's cheek playfully, saying, "Ignore your brother Niji. Let me vent my frustration." Having grown up alongside Niji, both Hinata and Niji had long since taken to calling Senju Itachi godfather. Understood." Hinata replied softly with a smile. "You two, enough already. Don't corrupt the children." He strode over to the trio, still writhing in agony on the ground, casually pulling Itachi's hand away from Kakashi's waist and disdainfully kicking the intertwined legs of the three. Smack, smack, smack. He delivered a swift reprimand to each of them, and they promptly arranged themselves in a line, heads bowed in shame as they stared at their feet. "Aha, you three seem quite adept at this position of contrition. I thought that after 2 years without laying a hand on you, you might have forgotten my methods," Senju Itachi remarked, casting a glance at the numerous children observing the spectacle. "Children, avert your eyes. Turn around immediately. Anyone who dares to peek will join in the punishment." In unison, all the children, including Naruto, turned away at once. "You will take turns, starting with Kakashi, then Itachi, and Guy." Upon hearing Senju Itachi's words, Kakashi resignedly straightened his posture, every muscle taut. After a few cries of distress, Senju Itachi finally allowed the surrounding children to turn back around. "Itachi Guy, continue with the instruction. Teach well. If you misbehave again, beware of further punishment. Kakashi, bring Team 7 along with me." In response, Kakashi wiggled his way behind Senju Itachi, glancing back at Naruto and the others with a wave. "Ha ha ha, look at Kakashi-sensei's movements." Naruto mimicked Kakashi's swaying as he followed. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped Naruto, causing him to revert to his normal walking posture immediately. Before long, they arrived at a caravan stationed at the village entrance. "Kakashi, you are to escort this caravan safely to the land of water. This cart is ours, and you will escort it to the land of rivers along the way." "Huh? That sounds troublesome. Isn't it going to take several days?" Unlike Kakashi, upon hearing about a mission, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially since it was a task directly assigned by Lord Hokage. "Oh, Lord Hokage, what is the level of this mission?" Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Senju Itachi tousled his spiky blonde hair. "A mission assigned by me, you say? It must certainly be at least an A rank." "Oh, Kakashi-sensei, gather your things. Let us depart swiftly." In the midst of his words, Naruto dashed off towards his home, and without hesitation, Sasuke followed suit. "What are you waiting for, Sakura?" urged Senju Itachi, prompting Sakura to also sprint homewards. Watching the trio depart, Senju Itachi turned his gaze towards Kakashi, cautioning him to be vigilant, for there may be an ambush awaiting them. Chapter 137. The thrilling trio on the road to Takigakure. A convoy enveloped in thick canvas was making its way forward. There were only 4 vehicles in total. The convoy's leader, Dai Mufan, lounged leisurely in the first carriage, exuding an air of tranquility. Behind him, only a few drivers accompanied the vehicle, with no guards in sight. Ever since Konoha vigorously developed trade routes, he had traversed this path no less than 180 times. Initially, there were some foolish bandits attempting to rob them, but with the protection of Konoha's shinobi, they managed to avert danger each time. However, in the past 2 years, for reasons unknown, not a single bandit could be spotted within the land of fire or the borders of the land of waterfalls. If not for precautionary measures, he would not have even considered hiring shinobi for protection. As Dai Mufan basked in the sun, he lazily glanced at the quartet ahead of the convoy, tilting his head to shield his eyes, eventually dozing off. Under the sunlight, Kakashi's silver hair shimmered brightly as he calmly perused the book in his hands, nodding in agreement as he became deeply engrossed in its contents. "Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say this was an A-rank mission? It has been 2 days, and we have encountered nothing," Naruto exclaimed, bouncing about as he chased a butterfly. Once the butterfly flitted away, Naruto approached Kakashi with diminished enthusiasm. "TCH, what are you thinking? An A-rank mission would not have us here, Sasuke replied dismissively before Kakashi could respond. Must you always speak out of turn? I am merely hoping to let Kakashi-sensei enjoy the scenery around us, Naruto retorted with pride, turning away from Sasuke to approach Sakura. Before he could finish his sentence, Sakura delivered a punch that sent Naruto tumbling backward. Whom do you think you're flicking your boogers at? With a single punch, Naruto was sent flying. Yet, not satisfied, Sakura swiftly charged forward and delivered several hard kicks to Naruto's backside. Observing Naruto sprawled on the ground, Sasuke stealthily moved closer, seizing the opportunity to land a couple of kicks as well. Sasuke, you kicked me. Just as Sasuke raised his foot to deliver a third blow, Naruto, ever vigilant, turned to face him. Upon meeting Naruto's gaze, Sasuke gritted his teeth and decided to increase his force, delivering a powerful kick before promptly turning to flee. It's definitely you. I can tell that Sakura's kicks are not as strong as yours. In the midst of his words, Naruto scrambled to his feet and swiftly pursued Sasuke's retreating figure. Those two little rascals are truly mischievous. Once we return, I shall inform Minato-sensei and Itachi to give you both extra training, Kakashi said, stretching lazily and yawning, his words somewhat muffled. Suddenly, Kakashi's expression sharpened, and he dashed forward, leaving only a deep footprint in his wake. Stinky Sasuke, you better stop. You big fool, you will never catch me. Though they chased each other, the distance between them remained unchanged. Abruptly, sensing something, Sasuke spun around and, bending down, caught Naruto just as he leaped into the air, forcefully repositioning them both. Swish, swish. Two shurikens grazed Sasuke's back, drawing thin lines of blood. Bang. Sasuke fell hard onto his back, hitting the ground with a thud, while Naruto quickly scrambled up, anxiously cradling the pained Sasuke. Sasuke, are you okay? Are you hurt? Ding. Without pausing to respond, Sasuke drew a kunai and skillfully deflected a shuriken that had been launched from the nearby woods. You fool, I won't die. Focus and prepare for battle. Crunch. The sound of splintering would echoed as Kakashi seized a ninja by the neck and forcefully smashed him against a sturdy tree. Bang. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and the ninja Kakashi had captured transformed into a puddle of water, spilling onto the ground. Are you all right? Kakashi withdrew his sword, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. I'm fine, but Sasuke. I'm fine too. Sasuke interrupted Naruto, quickly regaining his footing. You two retreat and assist Sakura in protecting the convoy. Remember, execute the mission without letting the target escape your awareness. As Kakashi's stern admonition rang out, Naruto and Sasuke hastily made their way towards Sakura. Standing alone at the front of the convoy with a kunai in hand, Sakura anxiously surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting the approaching Naruto and Sasuke, she finally exhaled in relief. Ding. Bang. The sound of fierce combat emanated from Kakashi's direction. A few individuals gazed into the distance, where dust swirled and trees were uprooted, as various ninjutsu were continuously unleashed. Fire dragons soared skyward, colliding with water dragons. In an instant, mist billowed forth, rapidly advancing towards the group. Fire release, fireball technique. Observing the encroaching mist, Sasuke hastily formed hand seals, utilizing the fire release technique to incinerate the oncoming vapor. Sasuke, be careful. Naruto's voice rang out. At the moment Sasuke concluded his fire technique, a shadow darted forth, brandishing a kunai aimed directly at Sasuke. With a thud, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Naruto positioned himself in front of Sasuke, his left hand completely impaled by the kunai. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the black-clad assailant's right hand with his free hand, retaliating with a kunai thrust that struck the assailant squarely in the chest. Sasuke and Sakura, witnessing the unfolding events, acted without hesitation, driving their kunai forcefully into the neck of the black-clad figure before them. As the assailant collapsed, Sasuke exhaled in relief, swiftly retrieving medical supplies from his pouch to staunch Naruto's bleeding. Sakura, maintain vigilance while I tend to Naruto's wounds. Do not utilize medical ninjutsu. Conserve your chakra. Preventing Sakura from assisting, Sasuke hastened his ministrations. Suddenly, a familiar figure was hurled backward, crashing violently beside them. Kakashi-sensei. The trio exclaimed in unison, rushing to support Kakashi. Coughing and spitting blood, Kakashi swiftly lowered his mask and assessed the three black-clad ninjas approaching with deliberate steps. The Silver Frost Thunderblade of Konoha? Merely a hollow reputation. Nothing more. The leader of the black-clad ninjas scoffed dismissively while stretching his limbs. Well done, you dispatched one. Seemingly unfazed by the taunt, Kakashi regarded Naruto and Sasuke with approval. The weakest was deliberately let go, yet I did not expect the three to eliminate him. Contemplating this, Kakashi instinctively stroked his chin, pondering the implications of such a kill. As Kakashi immersed himself in thought, two more black-clad figures leaped from the trees, scrutinizing the group intently, observing the sudden arrivals. The trio across from Kakashi began to exchange hushed words. What is happening? Are there others? I am unsure. Boss, were we not the only four privy to this matter? In the midst of a discussion among three individuals, one of the two newly appeared figures clad in black swiftly approached Sasuke. Sasuke drew his kunai, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the dark-clad man before him, exuding an aura that suggested a willingness to engage in a deadly confrontation should he take another step forward. Wounded? Who did this? A familiar voice pierced Sasuke's ears. Before he could respond, the black-clad figure conducted a thorough examination of Sasuke from head to toe. Hey, Itachi. Most of the blood on Sasuke is mine. Observing Itachi's anxious inspection, Naruto raised his injured left hand, gesturing towards him. With a sigh of relief upon confirming Sasuke's safety, Itachi gently ruffled the heads of the three companions. All right, leave the rest to us. As Itachi checked Sasuke's injuries, Might Guy approached Kakashi. What happened? Two Jonin and a Chunin have beaten you to this state? You're even spitting blood. Kakashi, faced with Guy's teasing, could only respond with a silent, sardonic chuckle. His mind echoing the warning from Shinju Itama. There will be ambushes along the way. Had he known it was these two who would attack him, he would not have held back. No wonder they relentlessly assaulted him while he had been reluctant to retaliate. Frustrated, he sheathed his CHCH sword and sat cross-legged on the ground, waving dismissively at Itachi and Guy. Hurry up, my senior brothers. I'm injured and need to rest. Understood. Without further jesting, both Itachi and Guy brandished their respective weapons, the nunchaku and the shinkage sword, adopting a steely demeanor as they fixed their emotionless gazes upon the three adversaries before them. Who injured my brother? Who harmed Kakashi? They inquired in unison, their formidable presence bearing down on their opponents. It was those two. The Chunin, trembling in fear, hesitantly pointed towards the two Jonin beside him. Leave one alive to inquire about their organization and intentions. Afterward, you both can handle it. Kakashi's languid voice resonated. Without delay, Itachi and Guy sprang into action. Moments later, two lifeless bodies lay distorted upon the forest floor, leaving only the quaking Chunin to divulge all he knew. A rebellious faction from the Takigakure. After a brief understanding of the situation, Kakashi spoke again. Itachi, you and Guy take the convoy to the land of waterfalls and deal with them while completing my mission. I will escort them directly to the land of rivers. Without detours. Off you go. Goodbye. Without waiting for agreement, Kakashi busied himself with the last vehicle. What? Are you not leaving yet? Kakashi guided the cart, glancing back at the three young ones still frozen in place. Upon hearing his call, they swiftly dashed towards him, leaving Itachi and Kai still in a daze. Kakashi-sensei. I'm injured. May I rest on the cart? After a mere 2 hours of travel, Naruto, observing Kakashi comfortably seated, reading while steering the cart, raised his left hand and began to whine. Yes, indeed, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke and Naruto are both wounded. Allow them a moment to rest on the cart, Sakura chimed in. Noting their disheveled appearances, Kakashi closed his book and addressed them. If you wish to sit, then sit. There is ample space, and I have not restricted you. Haha, Kakashi-sensei is the best. With Kakashi's consent, the trio eagerly scrambled onto the rear of the cart. After finding a few comfortable spots, they began to bask in the sunlight. Kakashi-sensei, what is loaded in this cart? Who are we delivering it to? Naruto inquired, lying on the raised section and enjoying the softness beneath him. I'm not exactly sure what it contains. The Hokage did not inform me, but we are to transport it to Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, the three immediately sat up. Sasuke, with a wary gaze, questioned Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, isn't Orochimaru a rogue ninja from our village? Oh, is that so? My apologies. It's been so long that I forgot. However, this matter must remain between us, Kakashi replied after a moment of contemplation. But it's no problem. I can simply hand you all over to him. TCH, deceiving children? We are all teenagers, Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes at Kakashi before lying back down. In the land of rivers, within a sinister and eerie cavern, Kakashi navigated the cart with practiced ease. Inside, the three young ones clung tightly together, their heads swiveling as they surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, the cart came to an abrupt halt, and the sound of a snake flicking its tongue filled the air. A colossal azure snake had slowly descended from the cavern ceiling, its crimson tongue flickering as its golden, slit-like eyes distinctly reflected the trio's forms. Ah! In an instant, a piercing cacophony echoed throughout the cavern. Silence! Whoever makes another sound will truly be thrown here, Kakashi threatened, compelling the three to stop their cries and instead resort to soft whimpers. You've worked hard. Kakashi gently stroked the azure snake's head and then lifted the three onto it. The azure serpent, having been unburdened of the cart by Kakashi, began to ascend deeper into the cavern with the trio in tow. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, what are these? After placing several individuals at their destination, the green serpent disguised itself anew. Naruto surveyed the surroundings, his voice trembling incessantly. Following Naruto's pointed direction, neat rows of glass containers came into view, filled with an enigmatic green liquid. Within this liquid lay a bewildering array of human limbs, eyes, ears, hearts, and various organs, overwhelming to behold. As they ventured deeper, ghostly white figures suspended above them became apparent, connected by countless tubes converging in a singular direction. Have you brought the items and people? A hoarse, chilling voice echoed from ahead as two stone doors thunderously swung open, revealing a multitude of electronic screens before the group. They searched the vicinity and eventually located the source of the voice, a pallid figure clad in a long robe, peering at them with a curious gaze. The trio recoiled in unison at the sight of the figure's elongated neck, gripping Kakashi's arm tightly, terrified into silence. Chapter 139, New Equipment. Yes, everything is here. Uchiha Sasuke. You may examine his Sharingan. And this blonde-haired lad, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, while this young lady possesses commendable medical ninjutsu, she will remain to assist you. Upon Kakashi's utterance, the trio, who had been clutching him, immediately released their hold and retreated several paces, their eyes filled with panic. Ah, indeed, worth investigating, Orochimaru remarked, retracting his elongated neck and moving towards Kakashi's rear. As Orochimaru advanced, the three young ones hastily retreated, their eyes betraying profound fear. Watch where you step. You trod on me. A pained voice emanated from beneath them, causing the group to scream in fright. On the ground lay a white hand, precisely under Naruto's foot. Observing the lips on the hand opening and closing, Naruto leaped into Sasuke's embrace, trembling as he clung to his neck. After Naruto jumped away, the white hand began to explore its surroundings and, upon finding a closed eyeball, opened its mouth to swallow it whole. The hand pulsated, and ultimately, a scarlet double tomo eyeball sprouted from its severed arm. What are you doing here? Were you not instructed to assist Kabuto with the suturing? Orochimaru inquired calmly, picking up the severed hand from the ground. Not in a hurry. I came to fetch some equipment and shall return shortly. As Orochimaru called out, a left leg swiftly leaped forth. Take hand 352 to retrieve the equipment. From now on, cooperate with it. The trio stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to scream at the sight before them. After dismissing a hand and a leg, Orochimaru approached the cart that Kakashi had pulled. With deft precision, he unfastened the preservation device set by Senju Itachi and carelessly discarded the corpse of Haiden onto the ground. Eagerly, Orochimaru picked up the two books within, examining them with great interest. Excellent. This will undoubtedly lead to new breakthroughs in my experiments, he declared, with the books in hand. He turned away without a glance and made his way toward his laboratory. A pale figure at the cave's apex was gently lowered, hoisting Haiden's body and a fallen bundle, following closely behind Orochimaru to neatly arrange them on the experimental table. 25. Prepare the items I have set aside. Do not keep them waiting too long, lest they disturb my research, Orochimaru instructed, reluctantly closing the book in his hands and casting a disdainful glance at Kakashi and the others still lingering in the cave. Number 25 busily went to work, swiftly filling the previously empty cart. This belongs to Might Guy, this is yours, and this is for Itachi. The usage instructions are included inside. Hurry along now, and do not interrupt my studies. Orochimaru introduced the three items that had been set aside. With a clap of his hands, the previously absent green serpent reappeared, gazing respectfully at Orochimaru. Take them outside, he commanded. Before the group could react, the serpent, obeying Orochimaru's order, grasped the cart and lowered its head, awaiting their next move. Hey, why are you all still holding on? Are you truly intent on remaining here to be studied? Kakashi leaped onto the serpent's head, looking curiously at the trio who remained huddled together, frozen in place. Upon hearing Kakashi's prompt, they snapped back to reality and quickly leapt onto the serpent's head, following it out of the cave without a backward glance. Gagging upon exiting the cave, as sunlight bathed them anew, the trio immediately collapsed to the ground, retching. Kakashi-sensei, Why didn't you tell me there were corpses inside? I slept on top of a corpse the entire way. Naruto exclaimed between heaves, his eyes wide with distress. You didn't ask, now hurry home and rest, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, comfortably steering the cart while the trio grimaced in discomfort behind him. Sasuke, that place was terrifying. That creepy uncle was clearly not a good person. Naruto squinted. His features contorted in a mix of anxiety as he recalled the harrowing sights witnessed within the cave. As he listened to Naruto's incessant chatter, Sasuke's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool of confusion. The presence of the two-tomo Sharingan had become alarmingly commonplace, with limbs adorned by this ocular power seemingly emerging at random. Moreover, if he had not misjudged, the last figure to descend appeared to possess not only the two-tomo Sharingan, but also what seemed to be a three-tomo variant. Burdened by a myriad of questions, Sasuke chose to disregard Naruto's prattle. Meanwhile, within the cavern where a few had just departed, Orochimaru was intently engrossed in the tome before him. On the dissection table lay a white figure designated as 25, wielding an array of instruments, methodically dismembering Kaku, arranging each segment with precision. Lord Orochimaru, there are newcomers at the entrance, reported a colossal mouth etched into the stone ceiling above him. Let them in, he commanded. Almost immediately, the nearest electronic screen flickered to reveal a figure clad in a dark robe adorned with cloud motifs. Zetsu, permit him entry. Moments later, the two stood face to face. Orochimaru, it has been a while. Your laboratory appears to be thriving, Black Zetsu remarked, his tone laced with admiration as he surveyed the surroundings. His gaze fell upon the dissection table, noting the new research materials. Ah, so you have fresh subjects for study. No wonder you've been oblivious to the organization's missions. Is there something you seek? We had an agreement. I handle the research, and the rest is for you to manage. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Black Zetsu remained silent as he shed his long cloak. He then unfastened his garment, revealing a peculiar, dimly glowing gray-black eyeball embedded in the wide expanse of his chest. Orochimaru, we should collaborate. Are you not intrigued by the physical structures of us all? This eyeball should pique your interest. I can provide a portion of its tissue for your research. Perhaps you can devise a means to restore its vitality. Orochimaru scrutinized the eyeball, a glint of cunning flickering in his gaze. I am not particularly interested. The Sharingan, Byakugan, and various other bloodline limits have been my focus for many years. As he spoke, Orochimaru summoned the waiting 25, directing his attention to the crimson eyes of the subject. The three-tomo Sharingan, I have successfully cloned 5 specimens. I am confident that soon, I shall also unlock the secrets of the Manjiki Sharingan. His eyes sparkled with conviction, his obsession with research rendering him increasingly pale as he prepared to turn away. The Rinnegan. The voice of the Black Absolute resonated behind him, causing Orochimaru to halt mid-step. He then turned his neck a full 180 degrees, his eyes gleaming as he gazed upon the eye before him. Chapter 140. Let Naruto be the brother. As dawn broke, the village of Konoha remained shrouded in tranquility. In the quiet streets, Jiraiya strode with a carefree demeanor to the doorstep of the Namikaze residence, raising his hand to knock vigorously on the door. Minato, is my grandson home? I need to speak with him. His voice shattered the morning stillness. Inside, Minato, who was assisting Kushina in preparing breakfast, recognized the familiar voice from outside, and a gentle smile graced his face as he opened the door. Teacher Jiraiya. Naruto has gone out with Kakashi on a mission and hasn't returned yet. Oh, is that little Itachi's doing? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Indeed. It is a task arranged by the Hokage, Minato nodded, patiently explaining. Not only Kakashi's team, but other squads have also been dispatched for missions recently. Oh well. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. Make sure to inform me when Naruto returns. I've been feeling creatively drained lately and was hoping to take him out for some exercise. With that, he decisively turned away, feeling exceedingly bored without Kakashi, his devoted fan, and Naruto, his wellspring of inspiration. Watching Jiraiya's departing figure, Minato shook his head helplessly. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. Was that Teacher Jiraiya? Did he say he wanted to take Naruto out? A shiver ran down Minato's spine, and cold sweat broke out uncontrollably, goosebumps prickling all over him. Kushina, it's fine. Naruto isn't home. After all, he spoke soothingly, cautiously attempting to calm the irate Kushina, gently extracting the knife she held tightly in her grip. Now. Put down the knife. Jiraiya and Naruto were notorious for their penchant for peeping. Whenever they were together, they would inevitably find themselves in trouble. At one point, Naruto even devised a rather infamous jutsu known as the seduction technique. That day, chaos reigned in Konoha as Kushina, wielding a kitchen knife, chased after Naruto and Jiraiya across 3 streets. Recalling the absurd escapades Jiraiya and Naruto had embarked upon, Minato couldn't help but smile wryly. He tenderly stroked Kushina's back, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Kushina, perhaps we should consider having another child, a brother or sister for Naruto. If he were to be an older brother, it might inspire him to mature. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kushina's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. And no, that might not be wise. The last time we had Naruto, the Nine-Tails nearly went berserk, and that assailant has yet to be found. If everything will be all right. Minato gently interrupted the words of Kuzuki, his gaze filled with unwavering reassurance. With the Hokage present, I have also sought his opinion on this matter. He stated that we should follow our own inclinations without worrying about anything else. Well, if that's the case, I will trust you, Kuzuki shyly nodded. Upon hearing this, a joyful smile graced Minato's face as he lifted Kuzuki in his arms and proceeded toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, within the home of Senju Itai, a figure crouched low, rummaging through the study in a frantic manner. He eagerly opened one hidden compartment after another, his eyes brimming with confusion and urgency. Yet, as time passed, each compartment revealed itself to be empty. No, why is there still nothing? Senju Itai despaired as he collapsed onto the floor, his lips continuously murmuring in a soft tone. It's impossible. How could Shizen find everything? He was filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend how the items he had concealed so meticulously could be uncovered by Shizen. At that moment, Shizen gently pushed open the study door and entered. Upon seeing Senju Itai sitting on the floor with a dejected expression, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what happened? Why do you look so disheartened so early in the morning?" "Haha, it's nothing at all." Bai Yifei abruptly rose to his feet, a faint smile gracing his face. "Wasn't it merely a minor mishap? No harm done. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it." With that, he swiftly got up and approached Jean, carefully supporting her while gently caressing her abdomen. With a soft clap, Jean playfully swatted Bai Yifei's hand away, chiding, "The baby might still be asleep. What are you doing?" Then, with a look of satisfaction, she continued, "No need for you to cook. Annie is here and has already taken care of it. I must inform you that I have confiscated your secret stash of money as well, so be more mindful in the future." Observing Jean's smug demeanor, Bai Yifei quickly donned an expression of feigned submission. "Please, I don't need the books. Just leave me a little money, Jean, my dear wife." He launched into a charming onslaught, persistently coaxing her until he finally secured a modest allowance of 1,000 yuan. In stark contrast to the 1 million he had secretly stashed away, this sum felt woefully inadequate. After breakfast, Bai Yifei seized the opportunity to discreetly pull the housekeeper aside. "Auntie, has anyone visited the house in the past few days?" he inquired softly. Auntie Mehui pondered for a moment before responding. "Lord Hokage Kakashi came by a few days ago, and just yesterday, Lord Jiraiya and Guy brought Niji along." "Excellent. Thank you, Auntie. I shall get to work now." "Jean, I leave you in her capable hands," he concluded. As Senju Itai departed from home, he strode purposefully towards the office, his mind already engaged in contemplation. "My Guy, with your prominent brows and expressive eyes, you certainly know how to stir things up. And Niji, you little rascal, I've wasted years in pampering you." He muttered silently to himself as he approached his desk, swiftly scanning the array of tasks laid before him, his lips moving in quiet murmurs. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a particular task, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, this one will do. I shall personally conduct a lesson for you all. Just watch. I'll have you bettered in for 3 days." Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Niji was diligently practicing taijutsu alongside Lee and Tintin. Achoo! Unexpectedly, he sneezed. "Oh, quite impressive. You're even here before I am." Might Guy, with 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, appeared utterly exhausted, yet he resisted the urge to succumb to fatigue. He delivered 2 sharp slaps to his own face, instantly revitalizing his spirit. "Come, let us ignite our youth. First, we shall run 30 laps around this forest." With that declaration, he dashed forward. However, before their morning warm-up exercises could conclude, Noara Kakashi ambled over with a toothpick in his mouth, carrying a scroll. "Guy, the Hokage has assigned you a mission. Come and collect it. We depart today." He handed the scroll to Guy, ensuring he had perused the task before turning to leave. "Yash, at last. It is time for you to engage in real combat," Guy exclaimed excitedly, pumping his fist in the air, gathering his belongings. Let us head to the land of iron to deal with a few troublesome ninjas. Chapter 141. Encounter with Terumi Mei within the Hokage's office. Senju Itai sat across from Kakashi, who had just returned from a mission. What? Not a single one left? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly springing from his seat. His face a canvas of incredulity. Indeed, not a single volume remains. They were all claimed by Guy and Jiraiya. Senju Yifei helplessly spread his hands. A hint of frustration etched upon his face. Kakashi rose in indignation, the chair scraping sharply against the floor. There is still a chance. I encountered Lord Jiraiya at the village entrance. He took Naruto and left. I shall pursue them now and should still have an opportunity. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, leaving Senju Yifei with a resolute silhouette. Hey, you seem quite spirited. I hope you can retrieve a few books for me. Kancho Yifei gazed in the direction where Kakashi had departed, a faintly teasing smile gracing his lips. However, he had no intention of idly waiting. He swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie to call out to Minato and Riku. Hello, is Minato there? Hello? Minato? He called repeatedly. But the other end of the walkie-talkie remained shrouded in silence, with no response. Shinsho Yifei curled his lips and switched the channel. Hello, Dujo, are you there? I am here, Hokage-sama. What are your commands? The calm voice of Dujo immediately responded. With great urgency, Senju Itachi summoned Rikuji to his office, and with a swift motion, he slapped the Hokage's seat, exclaiming, Come, Rikuji, help me occupy this position for just today. I have some personal matters to attend to. Rikuji, observing Senju Itachi's eager demeanor, could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Hokage-sama, please do not jest. I am utterly swamped with work. Your absence for a day is manageable, but if I take a day off, tomorrow's paperwork will surely drown me. You may attend to your affairs. And I have postponed all matters requiring your approval until tomorrow. The office can manage just fine without you for a day or two. Oh, how can you say such a thing? As the esteemed Hokage, I am not so leisurely. Under the weight of Senju Itachi's hopeful gaze, Rikuji ultimately nodded resolutely. You wound my heart. I have decided to extend my outing for a day. The affairs of the village will be entrusted to you and Minato. Farewell. As Senju Itfai spoke, he waved his hand and, in an instant, utilized the flying thunder god technique to arrive at the grove at the village entrance, immediately setting off towards the land of iron. Meanwhile, in a forest within the land of fire, Terumi Mei was leading Jur and a group of mist shinobi towards the direction of Konoha. Lord Mizukage, will we truly receive their assistance when we reach Konoha? Jur inquired softly, a hint of concern evident in his eyes. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes sparkled as a confident smile graced her lips. They will agree. If not, I suppose I might have to sacrifice a bit of my charm, she remarked playfully, her words laced with a teasing allure. Jur's face flushed crimson, his gaze instinctively averting. Despite years of training, he remained utterly defenseless against Terumi Mei's captivating presence. Attention, someone is approaching. Aoi, who had been quietly following on Terumi Mei's left, suddenly spoke in a low voice, his tone filled with vigilance. In that instant, Terumi Mei furrowed her brows, her gaze sharp as it fixed upon the woods ahead, her chakra subtly surging as she entered a state of alertness. Halt. Full alert, ready to counterattack. Terumi Mei commanded in a hushed tone, proceeding cautiously forward. Aoi activated his Byakugan, closely trailing beside Terumi Mei, his eyes keenly scanning for the source of the imminent danger. The mist shinobi behind them swiftly sprang into action, drawing their kunai and forming a defensive circle, warily surveying their surroundings. Ah, Terumi Mei, based on this direction, are you heading towards Konoha? Above the heads of the mist shinobi, Senju Itfai had transformed into a stout tree trunk, firmly perched on a branch. He emanated an unusual natural aura, expertly cloaking all sensing abilities, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect his presence. Shinsho Yifei stroked his chin, pondering to himself, what is the matter with these fellows? I have yet to send AI away, and now another has appeared, Kagami Mei. He chuckled, as if a whimsical idea had struck him, unable to suppress a bizarre laugh. This abrupt laughter echoed sharply through the tranquil woods. In an instant, the fog-hidden ninjas below became alert, swiftly gathering together and gazing upward towards the direction of Shinsho Yifei. There, a robust man with bulging muscles emerged into their view. His face was coarse, surrounded by a thick beard, and his chest hair was wild and unruly. At that moment, he held his left arm across his chest while stroking his thick beard with his right hand. His eyes narrowed, leering malevolently at the lithe figure of Kagami Mei, clad in blue attire below. Earth Release, Yellow Springs Swamp. With a swift and fluid motion, Shinsho Yifei performed a rapid series of hand seals. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse of soil beneath the trees transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring the unsuspecting mist ninjas. Beautiful one, yield to me, or else I shall annihilate them all. Senju Itai leapt gracefully from the branch, his eyes glinting mischievously as he surveyed the likes of Koyomi-mei, who had successfully evaded the treacherous swamp. Upon hearing such flippant words, Nagatoro was instantly consumed by fury. Chakra surged around him as he unleashed a formidable water blade. Propelled by an overwhelming force, aimed directly at Senju Itai with great swiftness. Qian Shoifei, calm and unhurried, gently leaned to the side, effortlessly evading the attack. The water-toothed blade struck the ground before a mist ninja behind Qian Shoifei, unleashing a tremendous force that sent a large spray of dirt into the air, covering the ninja's face. Look, he aimed at you. It has nothing to do with me. With a radiant smile, Senju Ifei pointed at Jur while teasing the unfortunate ninja. You. Jur, both infuriated and anxious, hesitated as he recalled the companions trapped beside Senju Ifei, rendering him cautious and unwilling to act rashly. Reflecting on the earlier moment of fury that nearly harmed his own, a cold sweat began to beat on his back as he regained his composure. Suddenly, as the tension hung in the air, Ao sprang into action, launching several shurikens that glimmered with a chilling light, hurtling towards Senju Ifei with the speed of lightning. Clang! With a leisurely grace, Thousand-Hand Ifei raised his hand to form a seal, and a solid rock materialized before him, steadfastly blocking all the shurikens. Lord Mizukage, pay us no mind. Strike with all your might. The fog-hidden ninjas, ensnared in the swamp, struggled desperately, only to realize with horror that their bodies were ensnared by an unknown force, rendering them immobile. How bothersome. You interrupt my conversation with the beauty. With a slight furrow of his brow, Senju Ifei moved like a specter, exhibiting an agility that belied his robust physique, swiftly incapacitating all the trapped ninjas one by one. He casually lifted a dazed mist ninja, a smirk of disdain playing upon his lips. Continue to attack me, and he shall be the next to perish. He then turned his gaze towards the composed Terumi-mei, inquiring, So, my lovely, have you made your decision? Will you accompany me, or shall I send them to their demise? Chapter 142, Dissolution Release. Boiling release. Terumi-mei remained silent, contemplating in her heart, water release, dissolution release, boiling release, regardless of which. Her lethal techniques could not be employed without endangering her own comrades. Upon reaching this conclusion, she let out a light chuckle, discreetly signaling to the remaining 5 behind her. Simultaneously, she cast a sultry glance at Senju Ifei. Brother, everything is negotiable. First, relinquish my comrades. Very well. I trust that the esteemed Mizukage would not forsake her allies. With an air of nonchalance, Senju Ifei released the unconscious mist ninja, displaying an utter disregard for the remaining individuals. Suddenly, the few individuals behind Terumi-mei simultaneously executed the mist technique, enveloping the surroundings in a dense fog. Standing still, Senju Ifei felt the presence of the mist ninjas who had been rescued, devoid of any intent to intervene. Boil release, skillful mist technique. At the very moment when all personnel were evacuated, Terumi-mei swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a highly acidic, scalding mist intermingled with ordinary thick fog, rushing towards Senju Ifei. Without evasion, he experimentally cast a kunai, which began to dissolve at a visible rate upon contact with the caustic mist. This technique is impressive. I shall have her test it later to see if it can dissolve Haiden. He murmured softly, retreating rapidly while a faint white substance enveloped him. Boil release. Is this the chakra composition? Through the analysis of the white substance, Senju Ifei discerned the chakra composition of the boil release clearly. Having exchanged various ninjutsu scrolls at a low price from Shozu since childhood, he had directly learned dust release from Noki, while other techniques were merely scrolls. He had attempted to practice and simulate them, but could never find a suitable fusion method. Reminiscing about the experience of developing spark with lightnings, he realized that in Sage mode, the fusion process would be much smoother. After years of cultivation, his proficiency in utilizing the black and white substances had improved, leading him to contemplate the idea of covertly learning from Terumi-mei today, utilizing the thick mist. Senju Ifei activated Sage mode and cast transformation technique to conceal his visage once more, recalling the hand seals for the skillful mist technique. The fire and water nature chakra within him began to clash and merge continuously. The Taiji symbol on his forehead spun rapidly, and strands of natural energy seeped forth, soothing the tumult of the 2 types of chakra. Upon completing the hand seals, the skillful mist technique was unleashed, and the scalding mist erupted from Senju Ifei's mouth, the only shortcoming being that its acidity was inferior to that of Terumi-mei's. Who are you? How do you possess the boil release technique? Terumi Mei's voice resonated with disbelief amidst the thick fog. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With a deft application of wind release ninjutsu, Senju Itachi dispelled the dense fog enveloping the forest. Strolling leisurely towards the astonished Kimi, a sinister smile adorned his face. Who would have thought we share such a connection? Why not just acquiesce to my request? Kimi furrowed her brows, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes as she took a step back, her chakra swirling within her. You, with your unsightly appearance, dare to entertain such lofty notions. Alas, my heart belongs to another, ceased her nonsensical prattle. Upon hearing her words, not only was Senju Itachi taken aback, but even the figures of Jur and Ao behind her wore expressions of bewilderment. Feigning anger, Senju Itachi huffed and exclaimed, "Who is this? That pretty boy? I shall deal with him." His chest hair bristled, harmonizing with his robust voice, perfectly embodying his current demeanor. The Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Itachi. Kimi spoke coolly, nearly causing Senju Itachi to choke on his own saliva. Liquid release. Dissolution technique. Seizing the moment while Senju Itachi was momentarily stunned, Kimi unleashed a torrent of magma that enveloped him like a vast net. Just as I wished, she mused with delight, using the magma as cover. Several layers of wooden vine armor encased Senju Itachi, with a layer of white substance subtly pulsating beneath. Sizzling. The outer armor was ensnared by the magma, searing and corroding, producing a continuous cacophony. Having thoroughly analyzed the liquid release, Senju Itachi clapped his hands together. Earth release. Heart's decapitation technique. He vanished within the wooden armor, burrowing underground towards Kimi's location. With a decisive motion, he grasped Kimi's ankle, dragging her entirely beneath the surface, leaving only her head exposed. Splash. As Chincho Ife emerged from the earth, the trapped Kagayame transformed into a pool of water, scattering across the ground. Dissolution. Acidic eruption. A torrent of strong acid surged towards Chincho Ife from behind, but he swiftly evaded it, his foot pressing down with force. In an instant, the ground was ravaged by the corrosive acid, creating a gaping pit. Water release. Water dragon bullet. In the desolate forest devoid of water, a colossal water dragon materialized, soaring towards Chincho Ife. Fire release. Fireball. This seemingly ordinary ninjutsu, empowered by Chincho Ife's immense chakra, transformed into a gigantic fireball, clashing fiercely with the water dragon, showing no signs of backing down. Wind release, earth release, fire release, boiling release, an unknown jutsu that obstructed others' perception. In this overwhelming chakra, who on earth are you? Such formidable abilities cannot remain unknown in the entire shinobi world. A profound sense of helplessness surged within Kagayame. She could clearly discern that the individual before her was not utilizing his full strength. Go, seek support from Konoha. I will hold him off. Kagayame formed hand seals while swiftly arranging for the awakened ninjas and Nagato behind her. Lord Mizukage. Nagato attempted to speak further, but Kagayame interrupted him. No time for chatter, hurry. Even if I fall into his hands, he won't kill me immediately. Without you all, I can unleash my full potential. Dissolution, monstrous eruption. A torrent of magma erupted from Kagayame's mouth, and she delicately wiped the corner of her lips. Continuing her hand seals, a stream of strong acid erupted forth, blocking Chincho Ife's retreat. Water release. Water formation pillar. A massive water sphere shot from Chincho Ife's mouth, rapidly expanding to intercept both the magma and the strong acid. Kagayame's heart sank as she beheld the water formation pillar, which was several times mightier than her own, and she quickly turned to the others who had already retreated, hastily fleeing in the opposite direction without looking back. Ha ha ha, my dear, it's futile. Don't run, you cannot escape my grasp. Surrender to me. Accompanied by lascivious laughter, Chincho Ife had already reached Kagayame's side, casting a lingering gaze over her alluring figure. Dissolution, monstrous eruption. To Kagayame's astonishment, a small stream of magma erupted from Chincho Ife's mouth. In her shock, she momentarily forgot to evade, and the magma cascaded down onto her blue dress. Sizzle. Kagayame reacted swiftly. At the moment the magma made contact with her attire, she tore away the fabric that had been tainted, revealing her skin shrouded in delicate netting. The sight, tantalizingly obscured, caused Chincho Ife's eyes to widen in surprise. You bastard! You're seeking death! Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Kagayame was filled with fury, halting her escape and charging fiercely at Chincho Ife, embodying a spirit of mutual destruction. Oh no, it seems I've gone too far. Chapter 143. The task concludes in silence. Mi Ming's eyes glinted with a chilling light as she swiftly drew forth a kunai, thrusting it directly towards Senju Yifei. Thousand-handed Yifei moved with grace, deftly evading and skillfully seizing the moment. With a swift turn, he left Kaguya Otsutsuki grasping at air, her kunai embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk, splintering the wood into fragments. Dust escape, technique of world separation. The thousand-handed Yifei bellowed with a commanding voice, raising his hand as a terrifying wave of chakra surged forth. In an instant, the vast expanse of trees beside Terumi Mei dissipated like a fleeting dream, leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake. Dust release? You possess the bloodline of Noki, and yet you wield such power. Terumi Mei felt a shock within her heart, her gaze fixated on thousand-handed Yifei. Brimming with vigilance and confusion, she searched her memories repeatedly, yet could not recall the existence of such a figure within the ninja world. That, Lord Mizukichi. I was merely jesting. Do you believe me? Look, your subordinates, those ninjas, if I truly wish to engage, I could easily obliterate them with a mere flick of my wrist. Yet, here they stand, untouched and unharmed, do they not? Shinsho Yifei promptly spoke, his tone laced with a hint of supplication, fearful that Kame Mei might once again resort to violence, engaging him in a life-and-death struggle. Oh, to toy with 6 elite shinobi and 10 accompanying chunin, alongside a powerhouse of shadow-level strength, do you truly regard this as mere frivolity? Kame Mei arched an eyebrow, her words dripping with skepticism. As she spoke, she raised her left hand, delicately adjusting her tattered outer robe, subtly concealing the inadvertent exposure from the recent fierce battle. I was indeed jesting. Those words were but playful banter. Farewell, whether you choose to believe it or not, I have already convinced myself. Shinsho Yifei, sensing the precariousness of the situation, seized his entanglement with Kaguya Mei and, with a swift gesture, hastened towards his intended destination, leaving Kaguya Mei in a state of bewilderment. Rooted in place, as she gazed at the retreating figure of Shinsho Yifei, a silent sigh of relief escaped her lips. Instead of pursuing him, she promptly set off in the direction where Nagatoki and the others had departed. Kansho Yifei sensed that Koyami Mei had not pursued him, and immediately reverted to his original form, utilizing the earth release, lightweight rock technique to swiftly make his way toward the land of iron. Ah, that's it, Lee, splendid work. At that moment, in a forest somewhere in the land of iron, Mike Guy, accompanied by Lee and others, was embroiled in an intense battle with several ninjas. The opposing team comprised AJ Nin, 2 CH Nin, and 3 Genin. With his remarkable taijutsu skills, Lee engaged fiercely with one of the Genin, neither side yielding an inch. Seizing the opportunity, Lee surged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the ninja's kunai flying. He then pivoted and unleashed a tremendous kick, sending the ninja hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. On Niji's side, his Byakugan activated instantly, leveraging his formidable close combat prowess to dart forward like a specter. He unleashed a relentless barrage of the 8 trigrams 64 palms with the swiftness of a tempest. Without affording his opponent a moment's respite, he swiftly incapacitated the Genin, rendering them unable to continue fighting. At that moment, he watched Tenten's battle intently, concern etched in his eyes. Tenten, with determination, exerted herself to unfurl a colossal scroll that towered above her. In an instant, numerous shuriken shot forth like lightning. The ninja reacted quickly, dodging adeptly while deflecting several shuriken that others could not evade. However, Tenten failed to grant him a moment's respite. A shuriken embedded with an explosive tag had already landed where he was about to descend. The moment he touched the ground, the explosive tag detonated with a thunderous roar. In an instant, debris flew in all directions, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Tenten disregarded the ninja who had been dispatched by the specialized kunai, turning to meet Niji's gaze with a smile gracing her lips. Haha, splendid. Let me give you another. Mike Guy commended the fighters who had concluded their battles, giving them a thumbs up in praise. He then delivered a swift kick to a CH Nin he was facing, propelling him toward the trio before turning his focus to the remaining 2 adversaries. Damn it. Underestimating me, you'll wait for these 3 brats to accompany you to your demise. The CH Nin, propelled back, quickly regained his footing, spitting blood, eyes filled with malice. As he charged at Niji with his kunai, Niji reacted with remarkable speed, activating his Byakugan to keenly observe the opponent's every move. He swiftly drew his kunai, firmly blocking the CH Nin's assault. Meanwhile, Lee leaped high into the air, executing a powerful flying kick aimed at the CH Nin's head. The CH Nin, realizing the imminent danger, hastily jumped aside to evade. However, he was met with a flurry of shuriken fired by Tenten. Clang, clang. The Nin, wielding kunai, struggled to parry the shurikens hurtling towards him, managing to block some but sustaining several cuts on his arms and body. As he observed Niji and his companions closing in on him, the Nin hastily launched a few shurikens of his own while rapidly forming hand seals, causing the ground beneath their feet to undulate violently. Realizing he could not evade the attack, Niji swiftly dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lee and Tintin. With his hands moving in a blur, he unleashed his full power of the heavenly spin, creating a formidable barrier that intercepted all incoming shurikens. Niji, catch! Tintin's melodious voice rang out just as Niji successfully blocked the last of the shurikens. He quickly assumed a defensive stance, only to see a barrage of kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, hurtling towards him like meteors. Tintin and Lee coordinated seamlessly, maintaining a strategic distance. The kunai flew from Tintin's hand, accelerated further by Lee's formidable taijutsu. As the kunai passed by Niji, he utilized the heavenly spin and tai chi, executing a third acceleration and directional adjustment, guiding the kunai as if they possessed sentience, racing towards the Nin. One after another, the projectiles surged forward with increasing velocity. The Nin dodged frantically, overwhelmed by the onslaught. Having witnessed the demise of his comrade, he understood the lethal potential of these kunai and dared not confront them head-on. Tintin, explode! Niji shouted urgently after releasing the final kunai. In an instant, the Nin froze, instinctively glancing down at his feet, only to realize he had unwittingly stepped into the encirclement of kunai. Boom! A cacophony erupted as multiple kunai detonated simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent sharp fragments flying like daggers, mercilessly shredding the Nin into pieces. Ah, what impeccable teamwork! Task complete. Let us return and continue our training. Might Guy, having dispatched the remaining two foes, beamed his signature radiant smile. His eyes filled with encouragement as he addressed Niji and the others. Upon hearing Guy's motivating words, Lee reciprocated with an equally bright smile. The group excitedly gathered, exchanging animated remarks as they joyfully recounted their near-perfect collaboration. Huh! The ninjas of Konoha dare to slay my subordinates. They are truly oblivious to their own mortality. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air, startling the group. Might Guy instinctively shielded his teammates, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he confronted the unfamiliar figure that had materialized before them, every muscle in his body taut and poised for battle. Niji, too, instinctively activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing the stranger before him. Sensei, he possesses an immense chakra reserve, unlike anything I have encountered, Niji remarked, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stepped forward resolutely, firmly placing himself between Tintin and Lee. Is this the Azure Beast of Konoha? I shall test your true strength. With a look of utter disdain, Senju Itachi propelled himself forward, his right fist cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh. Aimed squarely at Might Guy. Guy, exhibiting remarkable reflexes, showed no hesitation as he swiftly drew his nunchaku, crossing them to defend against the impending strike. In an instant, the immense force of the blow drove Guy's feet deep into the ground, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, carving a deep trench into the unforgiving earth. Step back immediately. Do not engage him up close. He is beyond your capacity to contend with. If you have the chance, flee. Guy's demeanor shifted dramatically, shedding his usual joviality for an unprecedented gravity, as he shouted urgently to Niji and the others. In the next moment, he exerted tremendous force through his legs, creating a shallow crater in the ground beneath him. Brandishing his nunchaku with the ferocity of a swirling black tempest, he launched a rapid assault towards Senju Itachi, the gust generated by his strikes hurtling directly toward Itachi's head. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Bai took a slight step back, feeling the fierce gust of the staff narrowly graze the tips of his hair, causing him to squint slightly. Kaya's strike missed its mark, yet he showed no sign of hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, the nunchaku slipped from his grasp. Simultaneously, his left arm shot forward, the iron chain spiraling around it before settling firmly in his left hand. Without delay, he exerted his strength once more, the nunchaku now infused with an even greater momentum, launching another attack aimed at Bai head. Good heavens! This young man intends to kill his master. A sudden shock coursed through him. A flicker of surprise crossed the face of Senju Itachi, prompting her to swiftly retreat 2 steps, narrowly evading the range of the impending assault. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air as several shurikens hurtled towards her, closely followed by a handful of kunai, slicing through the atmosphere with a sharp whistle. Boom! Niji's voice echoed from a distance. In an instant, the kunai, still airborne, crackled and emitted smoke. As they neared Senju Itachi, the explosive tags detonated with a thunderous roar. The force of the explosion obliterated the kunai, shattering them into countless minute fragments, which darted towards Senju Itachi like a flurry of razor-sharp blades. Ah, impressive. It seems that shortly after I offered my suggestion, this young lady has already made remarkable progress. Kansho Yifei gazed at the myriad of tiny fragments. His eyes filled not with fear but with wonder. He stood his ground, making no attempt to evade or dodge, allowing the shards to strike him. When the fragments hit his garments, they instantaneously tore through the fabric. However, upon making contact with his skin, they merely left behind faint white marks. A commendable endeavor. Yet regrettably, the potency fell somewhat short. Senju Itachi shook his head and swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, four identical figures materialized out of thin air. Charging towards the crowd with remarkable speed, Niji activated his Byakugan, intently observing every movement of Senju Itachi. He sensed the overwhelming chakra emanating from him. Even when divided into 4 parts, each fragment far exceeded their current capacity to endure. Kai's heart raced with anxiety as he contemplated opening the 8 gates. However, he was unprepared for the sheer velocity of Senju Itachi, who accelerated with astonishing swiftness, striking him forcefully at a vital point, effectively interrupting his attempt to open the 8 gates. Teacher Kai. Seeing Kai propelled backward like a broken kite, Lee's eyes widened with horror. At that moment, Senju Itachi's clones were already upon them, and Lee, desperate and frantic, resolved to unleash his utmost potential. With a swift movement, one of Senju Itachi's clones kicked a branch from the ground, using it as a precise projectile that struck Lee's 4th chakra point, halting his actions abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 3 shadow clones reached the trio, one clone delivering a powerful punch that sent Niji flying as he tried to intervene. The other 2 clones, like phantoms, deftly seized Lee and Tintin by their throats. In the face of despair reflected in Kai and Niji's eyes, the figures vanished in a few swift movements. Sensing the remaining 6 gates unsealed, Kai hesitated not for a moment and opened them instantly. In that fleeting second, he was enveloped in a green aura, wielding his nunchaku like a frenzied beast, ready to rescue Lee and Tintin. Do not entertain the notion of saving them. Those who dare to slay my subordinates must pay the price. The doppelganger of Senju Itachi firmly restrained the struggling Niji, while the original quickly formed hand seals. Fire Dragon Bullet. A colossal fire dragon, with claws bared, surged toward Guy. Guy's gaze sharpened, and he wielded his nunchaku with precision, unleashing a series of fierce airwaves that collided with the fire dragon. The ensuing clash produced a deafening roar, ultimately eroding the entirety of the fire dragon. Bang! Just as Guy sought to catch his breath, Senju Itachi leapt high into the air, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, delivering a powerful punch to Guy's shoulder. Caught off guard, Guy was sent hurtling backward. Struggling to regain his footing and prepare for a counterattack, he was suddenly confronted with Niji, hurled at him with force by Senju Itachi's doppelganger. Faced with this unexpected predicament, Guy was compelled to retract his poised attack, catching Niji with one hand. At that moment, an excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, sweeping over him like a relentless tide, striking hard at the 8 chakra points of the 8 gates technique. As the agony subsided, my Guy felt an unprecedented wave of weakness wash over him, his energy dissipating instantaneously. Gently lowering Niji, who he cradled in his arms, Guy's expression turned grave. This was the first time since mastering the 8 gates that he had been forcefully interrupted. Nearby in the woods, the anguished cries of Lee and Tintin echoed, heart-wrenching in their intensity. Tintin Lee. Niji struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes aflame with fury as he brandished a kunai, intent on charging at Senju Itachi. Niji, calm down. Might Guy swiftly extended his arm to halt the enraged Niji, gripping his nunchaku tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. This was the first time he felt such helplessness. His greatest technique rendered useless as he could do nothing but watch his student be taken away. In the woods, Lee, clad in his green spandex, shouted at the top of his lungs while stealthily gauging Senju Itachi's reactions. Hokage-sama, is that enough? My throat hurts. Tintin whispered, gazing at the now unmasked Senju Itachi with a pitiful expression. Enough, let Lee shout a few more times. You rest for now. With a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Senju Itachi exuded a hint of mischief. A swift clap resounded as he gently struck Shaoli on the nape of his neck, saying, be a bit more tragic, it lacks genuine emotion. Tian. Lend Shaoli a hand once more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes widened, filled with a desperate plea directed at Tian Tian. Hee, all right. With an innocent grin, Tian Tian placed her small hand on Xiao Li's waist and twisted with vigor. Immediately, a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted, sending tremors through Might Gai's heart. Meanwhile, Niji, unable to hear Tian Tian's voice, felt a resolute surge within, contemplating a desperate struggle against Senju Itachi. Accept your fate. Today, there is no escape for you. Two additional clones emerged slowly from the forest, casually discarding the shattered scroll and blood-stained green attire onto the ground. As they spoke, for Senju Itachi simultaneously advanced towards the two. Their hearts turned to ash, tears flowed uncontrollably from their eyes, and they remained unresponsive to Itachi's approach, as if their very souls had been extracted. Chapter 145, Lessons After Battle. Lift your heads. The voice of Senju Itachi was chilling and devoid of any emotion, piercing directly into the ears of Kai and Niji. Yet, these two appeared utterly soulless, unresponsive to the command, gazing at the despondent figures before him. Senju Itachi felt an unexpected pang of sorrow. One was his beloved disciple, whom he had painstakingly trained, and the other was a cherished surrogate son, whom he regarded with paternal affection. Initially intending merely to impart a lesson of retribution, he now realized he may have been excessively harsh. What is this? Have they abandoned their desire for vengeance? That watermelon-haired boy and the girl with the round hairstyle were subjected to torment that was nothing short of brutal. Their cries were, indeed, quite gratifying to hear. Senju Itachi deliberately sought to provoke them. I will fight you. Niji sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, raising his fist like an enraged bull, charging wildly at Senju Itachi. However, before Niji's fist could reach their target, Might Gai swiftly intervened, pulling Niji back to his side. Let us go, Kai shouted, his iron grip firmly clasping Niji's shoulder, with a forceful shove sending Niji backward. Then, seizing his nunchaku, he propelled himself forward, launching a fierce attack aimed at Senju Itachi's head. Qianqiu Yifei stood still, not moving an inch. His right hand shot out like a steel hook, firmly grasping the dual nunchaku that came hurtling towards him. Simultaneously, his left hand, with fingers united like a sharpened blade, thrust forward with precision, striking mercilessly at the inner side of Kai's elbow before he could withdraw. Kai felt a sharp pain surge through his arm as the nunchaku slipped from his grasp. Before he could regain his bearings, Qianqiu Yifei suddenly crouched low, executing a powerful sweeping kick that landed heavily on Kai's knee, sending him sprawling to the ground. In the next moment, Might Gai felt as if the world was spinning. He was hoisted by his ankle and violently shaken. You wretched creature, day in and day out. You refused to learn, fixated only on following Kakashi's lead to pilfer my books. You even brought Niji and Jiraiya along, taking every single one of my precious tomes without exception. How did I end up with such a disappointing apprentice? The familiar tirade echoed in his ears. Ugh. You are truly cruel, using genjutsu against me. Let me tell you, my Konoha Azure Beast will not utter a word. As he retched, Might Gai gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with unwavering resolve. Hearing his words, Qianqiu Yifei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, increasing the force of his shaking. You insolent fool. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am indeed your genuine master. After a few more moments of vigorous shaking, noticing that Might Gai was on the verge of losing his stomach, Qianqiu Yifei finally ceased his actions. Come out now. With a sudden clap of his hands, Senju Itachi summoned the vines in the forest, which writhed like vivid serpents, gradually revealing a tightly cocooned figure. As the vines slowly receded, Niji's silhouette emerged before the onlookers, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Senju Itachi, along with the unscathed Li and Tenten behind him. Stand upright, all of you. The voice of Senju Itachi was deep and commanding. Kai, you are their instructor. Begin by summarizing the shortcomings of this occasion. In the heart of the forest, Senju Itachi sat firmly upon a chair woven of vines, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the four individuals before him, who remained silent and bowed. Hey, I'm addressing you. Hurry up and summarize, Senju Itachi urged. Under his insistence, Might Gai finally stammered, sorry, master. Next time I must ensure that stealing goes unnoticed. You imbecile! I asked you to reflect on your deficiencies in our battle, not to mention your thievery. In a fit of rage, Senju Itachi unleashed a vine that surged from the ground like an arrow, striking Might Gai fiercely on the posterior. Beside him, Niji, Li, and Tenten watched in astonishment, instinctively covering their own behinds. You were entrusted with these students, and this is the result, a bunch of foolish children who neither fight nor flee. Gai, assume a horse stance. You three, come here. Senju Itachi bellowed. Lord Hokage, Godfather, the three of them shuffled towards Senju Itachi, heads bowed and not daring to utter a word. Guy instructed you to retreat. Why did you not comply? Had you three acted swiftly, Guy would not have to worry about you. In a one-on-one scenario, even if he cannot defeat his opponent, retreating would be far simpler. Was this not something the academy taught you? Bai Yifei cast a stern gaze, scrutinizing each of them one by one. With Bai Yifei's earnest admonition, the little ones lowered their heads progressively, almost touching the ground. Do you all comprehend? Suddenly, Itachi raised his voice, startling Shaoli, who was covertly exchanging glances with Might Guy, causing him to shiver. Ah, Hokage-sama. I understand, Shaoli exclaimed, lifting his head and puffing out his chest, his voice resonating throughout the forest. All right, let us tidy up and return to the village together. Remember this lesson. Do not seek to be a hero in the future. When it's time to retreat, one must retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. As Bai Yifei spoke, he gently tapped each person's head before rising to deliver a swift kick to Might Guy's rear. The group retraced their steps, their spirits buoyed by their narrow escape, chattering animatedly along the way. Particularly, Tiantian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she fixated on Bai Yifei's retreating figure. These youngsters had only heard tales of Bai Yifei's heroic feats, rarely witnessing his prowess firsthand. The sole occasion they had was during the incident at the farm, where he merely delivered the final blow, failing to showcase his other ninjutsu and taijutsu skills. Niji, is it true that the Hokage is your godfather? Did he secretly teach you any extraordinary ninjutsu? Tian leaned closer to Niji, whispering curiously. Niji's ears flushed crimson as he slightly turned his head away. And no, my godfather said that whatever Master Guy teaches me, he knows. So he prefers that I learn from Master Guy. Haha, enough of your discussion. Once we return, I will grant you permission to have your teacher take you to the 5th floor of the library. Then, the 3rd Hokage will select suitable ninjutsu and taijutsu for your circumstances, and you shall diligently practice them. With a gentle hand resting on Niji's head and the other pinching Tian's cheek, Bai Yifei looked at them with a broad smile. Suddenly, Shaoli, who was practicing handstands with Kai nearby, dashed over like a gust of wind, exclaiming, Lord Hokage, can I join as well? Of course. There are plenty of taijutsu manuals there. You can ask Kai to select a few for you, came the reply. Oh, let us charge forth and ignite our youth, hastening our return to the village. Shaoli shouted in excitement. Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Leaf village, Luo Sha, accompanied by several children of similar age to Niji, was followed by a group of Sand Village ninjas, quietly gazing at the bustling and vibrant Hidden Leaf village before them. Chapter 146. The anxious Inoki in the guest room of the Leaf Village, Ai, Luo Sha, and Terumi Mei exchanged glances. What brings you here? Terumi Mei inquired, her chin resting on her hand, her expression one of curiosity. Listening to her words, Luo Sha furrowed his brow slightly and replied, What? Is it only permissible for you to visit, while I am barred from wandering around Hidden Leaf? Upon finishing his sentence, Luo Sha surveyed the surroundings. Hidden Leaf seems quite at ease with us. 3 powerful leaders from different villages, merely sitting here without concern for us conspiring to cause chaos. Go ahead, try to stir trouble. Lord Wind Shadow, Terumi Mei said lazily as she took a sip of her milk tea, casting a nonchalant glance at Luo Sha. After all, the 4th Hokage is not in the village. If you lead, I will certainly accompany you. We might just take Hidden Leaf from within. Unfazed by her jest, Luo Sha maintained his calm demeanor. The Mizukage is jesting. My Sand Village's strength pales in comparison to that of the Mist and Cloud villages. In this regard, we will rely on the leadership of the 2 of you. How unmanly. You expect me, a weak woman, to take the lead? She retorted. Haha, my apologies, esteemed guests. I was unaware of your visit and have already informed Lord Hokage. He is on his way back, interrupted Rikuju, stepping through the door and interrupting their conversation. Of course. If you have urgent matters, we can discuss them with me and Minato, he added. Not urgent. I have arranged everything within the village, Luo Sha replied with a smile. He then turned to Ai and continued, Fourth Hokage, do you recall the matter I raised during the last 5 Kage summit? Ai, who had remained silent, shifted slightly and sighed. I should have heeded your counsel. My arrogance has led to the current predicament. The mechanism of joint defense was proposed by the 4th Kazekage. During the 3rd Shinobi World War, the 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure mysteriously vanished, causing widespread panic among the villagers. To this day, no trace of him has been found. Among the major shinobi villages, aside from the internally conflicted Kirigakure, Sunagakure was the weakest, which led to the proposal of establishing a defensive alliance with the other major villages. However, the Fourth Hokage dismissed this initiative, and to this day, it remains unimplemented. After risking his life in vain, Raza came to realize the formidable strength of Konohagakure. Over the years, he engaged in continuous trade with Konoha, striving to strengthen the relationship between Sunagakure and Konoha. His relentless efforts bore fruit, as he eventually established a prosperous commercial relationship with Konoha, which inspired his visit to the village. Enough of this. You two are making no headway. It would be better to hand this matter directly to Konoha. The milk tea here is quite delightful, and there are numerous intriguing novelties in the streets of Konoha. Shall we explore together? Suggested Terumi Mei, savoring the last sip of her milk tea and licking her lips in appreciation, as she observed the solemn expressions of the Kazekage and Hokage. The two exchanged glances and rose simultaneously. Raza addressed Doku. I apologize for the inconvenience. I shall be in Konoha for a few days. Haha, there is no need for apologies. Lord Kazekage, please enjoy your stay. If you require assistance, I can arrange for personnel to accompany you, Doku replied with a courteous smile. Before Raza could respond, Terumi Mei interjected, there is no need for anything so elaborate. A few attendants will suffice. We can manage on our own to avoid inadvertently trespassing into Konoha's confidential areas. Very well, Doku agreed. After a simple arrangement, Terumi Mei and her companions ventured into the streets. On the streets of Konoha, a peculiar procession of individuals, each adorned in diverse attire and bearing different forehead protectors, wandered aimlessly. CHJR, please help me buy a cup of that milk tea. It looks quite unique. Compare the flavors and see which one is superior. Perhaps we can alter the recipe for our own shop in Kirigakure, Terumi Mei remarked as she walked, her gaze scanning the shops along the street. Hey, standing like a stoic pillar with arms crossed and an unwavering gaze, had spent the longest time in Konoha. Yet, he often remained in the guest house, where meals were provided for him, and his outings were solely to visit the hospital to check on Killer Bee, given his status as Hokage. It felt inappropriate to meander aimlessly around Konoha. It was only with the company of two individuals of similar standing that he found the opportunity to truly explore Konoha. Raza observed beside him, then turned to the shopaholic Terumi Mei. They stood side by side, taking in their surroundings. Hokage, what are your thoughts on Konoha? Does it compare favorably with your governance of Kumogakure? Upon hearing Rasha's inquiry, AI turned his head and, after a brief moment of contemplation, spoke slowly. I cannot compare. Senju Itai is a remarkable talent. He has managed the development of Konoha exceptionally well, far surpassing me. After hearing this, Rasha rubbed his chin and remarked to AI, indeed, Konoha has grown too formidable. Since we are here, why not seize this opportunity to negotiate peace with Konoha, if they are willing? Sunagakure and Kumogakure would have likely been swallowed long ago. What do you think? Let us wait for him to return, and we shall discuss it together. Rasha's words echoed in AI's ears, and he understood the truth in Rasha's statement. The fact that Senju Itai could confidently leave him in Konoha while he departed alone spoke volumes about his faith in the current strength of Konoha. Saratobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and the so-called legendary three of Konoha, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Rasha quietly enumerated these formidable figures, all of whom, aside from Senju Itai, represented the might of Konoha in plain sight. With a long sigh, AI acknowledged, yes, there are surely other strategies we are unaware of. As he spoke, memories of that fateful night in the land of lightning drifted into his mind, an apparition of red, green, and purple. For some reason, he felt an inextricable connection to Konoha in this matter. Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, at Awagakure, Inoki scrutinized the intelligence scroll with a grave expression. Father, is there a significant event occurring? Asked Karatsuchi with a hint of confusion. In response, Inoki handed the scroll to her, saying, take a look for yourself. Afterward, consolidate all our shinobi for comprehensive preparations. Karatsuchi's countenance shifted dramatically as she unrolled the scroll. Hokage, Mizukage, and Kazekage have successively arrived at Konoha. The three have been gathered there for a day and have not yet departed. Father, this may not be something that can be resolved with mere preparations. Of course, I am aware of that. Quickly inform the village elders to prepare for defense and arrange for about 10 shinobi to accompany me to Konoha before they leave. Inoki's face was stern, and his tone brooked no dissent as he orchestrated the arrangements. Observing Inoki's demeanor, Karatsuchi suppressed her urge to protest and hastily exited the office. Chapter 147. The elder of the library. Without delay, Inoki, having managed affairs in Awagakure, set off with urgency towards Konoha. Equally anxious was Senju Itai. inundated by messages from Daku. Pigeons and crows, employing various means of communication, compelled Senju Itai to hasten his pace, even resorting to the flying thunder god technique. In Konoha, the three Kage were not in a hurry but rather leisurely strolled through the village, ultimately pausing outside the Konoha library. "Excuse me, sir. May we enter and take a look around?" Gazing upon the expansive and uniquely designed edifice before them, Terumi May inquired with a smile to the Leaf personnel in the group. "Yes, esteemed guests may enter. The first 3 floors are open for your exploration." Upon receiving permission, Rasha and his companions joined the throng as they made their way into the library. The vast library was bustling with activity, populated by both ninjas and civilians alike. The reading area near the windows was nearly filled to capacity, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility and peace, with the soft rustling of pages echoing throughout the space. As the group moved, the tea and rest areas were neatly arranged, and the patrons perused various books, their steps instinctively lightened. In unison, the group discreetly dismissed the additional accompanying personnel, retaining only their immediate bodyguards and a few Leaf representatives. As they strolled and observed, weaving between the shelves, Rasha lowered his voice to query the Leaf personnel beside him. "Is this all the Hokage's idea?" "Indeed, it is said that the Hokage invested considerable effort into this," came the reply. "It is evident that much thought has been put into it." Nodding in agreement, Rasha ascended to the 2nd floor upon confirming it was accessible. In stark contrast to the 1st floor, the 2nd was predominantly filled with children. The group regarded the youngsters engrossed in their books with expressions of curiosity. Noticing their reaction, a Leaf attendant offered an explanation. "Esteemed adults, the majority of the reading materials on the 1st floor cater to an adult audience, while this level is dedicated to children's literature. Furthermore, observe the rest area. It has been soundproofed and is furnished with snacks, beverages, and toys for the children to enjoy." Surveying their surroundings with keen interest, Terumi May nodded thoughtfully. Rasha, contemplating the matter, finally inquired, "May I bring my children here to explore in the coming days?" "Certainly. Many of the children here are from merchant families. They come to conduct business while their children occupy themselves with reading and games." After receiving the answers he sought, Luosha appeared noticeably happier as he took the lead towards the 3rd floor. The atmosphere on the 3rd floor was markedly different, with far fewer individuals, each seemingly engrossed in their tasks. Luosha surveyed the nearest bookshelf, which held titles such as language and character studies for first-year students and in-depth moral knowledge. A glance around revealed that the majority of the books were indeed supplementary educational materials, and there were many of them. Most of those busy individuals were engaged in printing these books, while others were jotting down notes in their texts, which upon inquiry, Luosha learned were preparations for the following day's lessons. Having explored the first 3 floors, the group developed a growing curiosity about the upper levels. The staircase leading to the 4th floor was bustling with people ascending and descending, some even gesturing animatedly as they walked. Observing the eagerness of the others to ascend, the 3 attendants from Konoha subtly shifted to block the stairs. "Haha, esteemed guest from afar, why not join us for a chat?" An aged voice resonated as Saratobi Hiruzen descended from the 4th floor, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the group. "Greetings, senior." The trio bowed respectfully in unison, ultimately following Saratobi Hiruzen up to the 4th floor. "Here, we have some common E and D rank ninjutsu. Over there is the C rank, and further ahead lie the B rank techniques. Come, let me show you the A rank ones." As Saratobi Hiruzen walked and introduced the various categories, the group began to comprehend the reason for restricted access to the 4th floor. Upon reaching Saratobi's exclusive lounge, the group sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting him as he prepared tea. "Here, try this. Why are the 3 of you here together? Where's that rascal Itachi?" Luosha lifted his cup and took a delicate sip, then set it down. "The 4th Hokage might be preoccupied. He hasn't returned to the village yet. That rascal is probably off playing somewhere. By the way, do you have any particular matters that brought you here?" The group collectively set down their cups, and AI spoke up. "Senior, I have come seeking medical assistance. Killer Bee is currently receiving treatment in Konoha. Thank you for that." "Oh, that's good to hear. If Sanade is involved, there should be no issues." A hint of pride colored Saratobi Hiruzen's tone as he spoke of his pupil, bringing him a sense of honor. "Senior, may I inquire if I could copy some of the books from the 3rd floor before I leave? I wish to take them back so the children in Kirigakure can also learn from them." After the 2 finished their conversation, Terumi May asked, her eyes glimmering with hope as she looked towards Saratobi Hiruzen. After a moment of contemplation, Saratobi Hiruzen replied, "I cannot say for certain. It would be best to discuss this with Itachi when he returns. I have been retired for many years now, merely teaching the younger generation and perusing books. I have lost touch with matters from other villages. The speech was steady, neither hurried nor slow, imbued with a hint of languor. As if the formidable ninja renowned throughout the shinobi world before them had transformed into an ordinary old man. "Hi, Hizashi, are you there?" A raspy voice called out from outside, accompanied by a knock on the door. Upon opening it, Tonari Kokono entered, carrying a child and gazing at the few individuals inside. After a brief pause, she promptly greeted them. "Feel free to wander around the fourth floor. I must attend to my class with the children." Without lingering, Sarutobi Izashi exchanged pleasantries with the others and retrieved a book from his drawer, heading towards the fifth floor with his hands clasped behind his back. "Is that the comprehensive guide to heroic ninjutsu?" The others, having received Hizashi's consent, began to meander through the fourth floor. Koyuki picked up a book with a red cover depicting a frog and began to peruse its pages. Rasha and AI followed suit, browsing through the titles. AI extracted a volume titled Detailed Analysis of the Fourth Hokage's Ninjutsu from the shelf. The book encompassed all A-rank ninjutsu, including all techniques below that tier, detailing not only the hand signs but also the methods of cultivation and personal insights. The group became engrossed in their reading, oblivious to the passage of time until the library's closing hour arrived, and they exited into the glow of neon lights outside. How terrifying, Koyuki exhaled, this level of cohesion. Presenting such a vast array of ninjutsu so openly. If I'm not mistaken, it nearly encapsulates all the ninjutsu knowledge of the Leaf Village. Reflecting on the books displayed on the fourth floor, Koyuki inhaled deeply, her expression one of disbelief. Our defeat was not unwarranted. With such a Leaf Village, the future is bound to be even more formidable. A generation of heroic ninjas devoted to education. It's unfathomable what lies ahead for the Leaf. AI's resolute gaze mirrored the flickering lights, and as he finished speaking, he too exhaled a deep breath. Haha, indeed, the third Hokage is remarkable. Today's lecture was incredibly detailed. I've learned 2 new techniques. Yes, the third's demeanor was quite impressive today. He nearly kept us from leaving. A group of 15 and 16-year-old children exited through the side door of the library, their excited voices reaching the ears of the gathered individuals. Chapter 148, The Summit of the Four Shadows. Apologies for the wait, everyone. I had a matter to attend to, which caused my delay. In the Konoha conference room, Senju Itaki expressed his apologies to Rasha and Koyuki. "No worries. It afforded us ample time to appreciate the prosperity of Konoha," Rasha replied with a carefree smile. Observing Koyuki nodding in agreement, Itaki felt a pang of guilt. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Did both of you coordinate your visit to Konoha for this time?" "No. I arrived before the wind shadow. My purpose here is to discuss future development plans with Konoha and to learn about its governance system, while also hoping to see Shizen." Zhao Meiming was the first to speak, her face beaming with a smile. "I wonder if the Hokage would be so kind as to welcome me?" She chuckled. "Oh, what a curious remark, Mizukichi. Of course, you are most welcome. Tsunade has been speaking of you incessantly." Turning her gaze towards Rasha, Senju Itachi politely inquired, "Wind Shadow, may I ask the purpose of your visit to Konoha?" Listening to Senju Itachi's words, Rasha calmly replied, "I seek collaboration with Konoha. More specifically, I hope that Konoha can assist me in safeguarding my person." "The one-tailed Jinchuriki?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "Recently, there have been attempts on the tailed beasts, and I fear that my village's one-tail has been targeted. The 5-tailed Jinchuriki from Awagakure has already perished." As Rasha concluded, A interjected, "The 2-tailed Jinchuriki is deceased, and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki is still in critical condition." Upon hearing this, both men turned their gazes towards Zhao Meiming. With the previous generation's Mizukichi gone and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki having defected, our village need not worry about the Jinchuriki situation, Zhao Meiming stated, her demeanor relaxed, betraying no hint of concern. The two fell momentarily silent, redirecting their attention to Senju Itachi. After their conversation, Senju Itachi began to ponder. "So, the 2 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails have already been captured. That leaves 5-tailed beasts remaining. The 9 tails is not a cause for concern, as we have Minato. The 4 tails is in Awagakure, and you have brought the 1 tail with you. This leaves only the 6 tails and 7 tails unaccounted for. I apologize for this predicament. If I had adhered to the plans established during the last 5 Kage summit and forged a united front, this situation would not have arisen," he lamented, lowering his head in deep regret. "There's no need for despair. It is not too late to establish a coalition now. At the very least, The One Tail and Nine Tails remain in our possession. Since the enemy's intentions are now clear, we must act swiftly to secure the remaining tailed beasts before they do. With unwavering confidence, Senju Yifei spoke seriously, revealing that the leader of their apparent adversary was, in fact, one of their own, with half of the internal members having been strategically placed by him. His primary concern now was the Otsutsuki clan. As for the Akatsuki organization, they posed little threat, serving merely to instill fear in other villages. The next order of business was the establishment of a joint defense organization. AI was the first to pose a question. Kahaku, Mei, and Rasha turned their gazes towards Senju Yifei. Ahem, Rikuji, what do you think? Senju Yifei naturally looked towards Rikuji, who seemed to have anticipated this moment and spoke decisively. Lord Hokage, I will descend and discuss matters with the other hidden villages to strive for a reasonable defense structure by tomorrow. Very well, thank you for your hard work. After a brief discussion, they solidified the remaining plans. The 5 villages would jointly establish a defensive line. With the Wind Shadow taking a detour on his return to inform Noki of this decision, should he disagree, they would revert to a 4-village arrangement. The Mist Village would seek the whereabouts of the Six Tails Jinchuriki, attempting to persuade him to join, and if unsuccessful, would directly dispatch personnel to capture him. The remaining 7 Tails would be sought by Konoha in the Land of Waterfall, bringing him back to Konoha to prevent capture by the Akatsuki. Thus, an informal meeting concluded in the Konoha conference room, solidifying their agreement. This organization tasked with capturing tailed beasts has sent 2 individuals to Konoha. One was slain, and the other captured. Would any of you be interested in accompanying me to investigate? As the meeting adjourned, Senju Yifei recalled that Konoha's Umbu prison held a particularly dangerous individual. The others immediately turned their attention towards him. An AI's expression shifted to one of fury in that instant. Let us go together. In the Umbu prison, within a solitary cell, Haiden sat motionless on the ground, his expression vacant. After enduring 7 days and nights of torment through genjutsu, he had become devoid of emotion, no longer resembling the sadistic killer he once was. Outside the cell, Senju Yifei and the others observed Haiden. He doesn't seem particularly strong. Is this the level of this organization? Rasha's voice dripped with disdain. Upon hearing Rasha, the previously motionless Haiden slowly rose, his gaze blankly fixed upon them. Suddenly, with a violent lurch, Haiden lunged towards them, colliding with the iron bars, producing a resounding clang. His eyes then gleamed with madness as he stretched his arm through the gap, desperately attempting to reach Senju Yifei and the others. Observing Haiden's deranged state, Senju Yifei couldn't help but admire Uchiha Itachi. The mere use of genjutsu had reduced him to this state. If 2 more were to come, he might well take his own life. Let me out, let me out. The great lord of the evil gods awaits my sacrifice. Haiden desperately struggled to break free. His shoulder blades crushed under the immense pressure of the iron rod, producing a sound that was painfully grating to the ears. Though his strength was lacking, his abilities were rather peculiar. He could not be killed and possessed the power to curse others. As long as he obtained a single drop of your blood, your demise was assured. Unable to be slain? Shall I put that to the test? Indeed, let us proceed. As Senjuit nodded, a flash of golden sand streaked by, and Fei Duan's head fell to the ground with a thud. Yet, his frenzied movements and expressions remained unchanged, his lips still chanting the name of his malevolent deity. In the astonished gazes of those present, Fei Duan's head reattached itself seamlessly to his body, prompting the skeptical Rasha to conduct several tests, each yielding the same result. Intriguing. Allow me to try. Koji Mei observed Fei Duan's repeated resurrection with growing interest, swiftly forming hand seals. A cloud of intensely acidic vapor enveloped Fei Duan, and upon contact with the corrosive mist, he began to visibly dissolve at an alarming rate. In mere moments, he transformed into a pool of blood, showing no signs of revival. So, this can indeed bring about his demise, Koji Mei remarked, wiping a bead of white moisture from the corner of her mouth, her gaze brimming with confidence. Witnessing this spectacle, AI remained silent throughout, only speaking when he saw Fei Duan's demise. It was not he who attacked the hidden cloud village, but a figure clad in white. They may not be affiliated. Was that person wielding a fishing rod as a weapon? Yes, how did you know? Did Konoha encounter him as well? He is formidable. We couldn't even manage to confront him. He is also dead. Before Senjuit could respond to AI's inquiry, the pool of blood on the ground suddenly began to bubble. Chapter 149, The Arrival. The bubbling intensified and quickened, accompanied by a series of relentless eruptions. The blood began to coalesce, and an indistinct figure emerged before them. This can truly resurrect? Rasha exclaimed. panic evident in his expression as he regarded the form materializing from the blood. Liquid release. Liquid monster technique. Without hesitation, Koji Mei unleashed another jutsu, enveloping the blood in a viscous, acidic magma. With a sizzling sound, steam rose from the surface of the blood, and the figure formed from it was encased in the solidifying magma. This should suffice, Koji Mei declared, arms crossed and confidence radiating from her eyes. Crack, crack. Before anyone could relax, the solidified gray magma began to fissure. From within, the blood vanished, revealing a shadow covered in dark crimson stains standing amidst it. A swarm of ants, daring to slay my follower. The voice was imbued with a murderous intent, seemingly emanating from the depths of the abyss, sending a chill coursing through the hearts of those present. With the emergence of this voice, an invisible pressure enveloped the entirety of Konoha, causing both Raza and Terumi Mei to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Lightning crackled around AI, his golden hair standing on end as he braved this terrifying aura. The oppressive force spread, gradually coalescing into a dark, ominous cloud above Konoha. The pedestrians momentarily halted, an inexplicable dread compelling them to stop and gaze skyward. At that same moment, the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the likes of Nara Shikaku and the active ninjas such as Minato Namikaze, hastened towards the Umbu. Are you the malevolent deity? As he felt the overwhelming pressure, Senju Itachi could not help but feel a shiver of trepidation. The malevolent deity, whose followers were said to possess immortality, seemed to have truly claimed Haiden this time. Otherwise, such a dark god would not have descended in wrath. Insects, do you dare to meet my gaze? The shadow of the malevolent deity roared in fury, its vast aura soaring once more, causing the very foundation of the Umbu base to tremble. I demand that all here become my sacrifices. As it spoke, the black apparition suddenly expanded, ascending through layers of flooring towards the heavens. This was indeed a grave predicament. Observing the shadow's ascent, Senju Itachi clapped his hands together, summoning a robust vine that erupted from the earth, ensnaring him as he broke through the Umbu prison in pursuit. Upon reaching the skies above Konoha, the shadow of the malevolent deity swiftly magnified, transforming into a form akin to a colossal hill, shrouded in dense, inky mist. Dozens of thick, crimson arms emerged from the black fog, each ending in sharp, twisted claws. The black mist began to coalesce, gradually revealing a terrifying visage, adorned with countless red eyes, while a singular vertical pupil at its forehead emanated an eerie, sanguine glow. The thousand-handed Yifei swiftly followed, as the vines grew rapidly, elevating him to a position equal to that of the malevolent deity. All villagers were instructed to retreat underground. Qinsho Yifei gazed intently at the malevolent deity before him, his voice resonating throughout the entirety of Konoha. With a single command, the village sprang into swift action. Countless ninjas surged forth as hidden underground passages rapidly opened. Under the careful orchestration of the shinobi, all villagers were hastily evacuated. On the rooftop of the Umbu headquarters, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Might Guy stood resolutely, their eyes fixed on the terrifying entity in the sky. Predecessor, what is that? Aoi, Rasha, and Terumi Mei, accompanied by their subordinates, also arrived at the rooftop, inquiring of the eldest Sarutobi Hiruzen. The elder's expression was grave. I do not know. I have never encountered anything like it. But it is highly likely that it is an existence akin to the Grim Reaper. What of Minato and Kakashi? They're overseeing the evacuation of the villagers. Very well. Instruct all ninjas below the rank of Jonin to accompany the villagers and protect them, ensuring they do not engage in this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly arranged the evacuation while maintaining his gaze firmly fixed upon Qinsho Yifei and the malevolent deity. It is futile. There is no need to continue trying. Mere ants are only worthy of becoming my sustenance. The figure of the malevolent deity gradually coalesced, observing Qinsho Yifei as he employed various means of attack. His words laced with disdain. Wood release, water release, fire release, Qinsho Yifei attempted every variety of ninjutsu, without exception. Yet, upon touching the malevolent deity, each attack was utterly annihilated, causing not the slightest ripple. At last, a final wisp of black mist coalesced, revealing the deity's robust, scarlet tail, from which a sharp stinger materialized. In an instant, the malevolent deity's tail lunged fiercely toward Qinsho Yifei. Vines erupted from beneath Qinsho Yifei's feet, swiftly forming a protective shield. However, upon contact, the razor-sharp stinger pierced through the shield as if it were nothing, relentlessly continuing its assault toward Qinsho Yifei. With a sickening sound, the stinger violently penetrated Qinsho Yifei's body, and in the next moment, he transformed into a wooden post, plummeting to the ground. There is substance. It seems it can indeed be struck. The figure of Senju Itachi materialized beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazing calmly at the malevolent deity in the sky. Master, proceed. The tardy Kakashi tossed the black abyss into Itachi's hands. You're a bit late. Do take heed next time. Amidst the jest, Itachi unsheathed his long sword and soared into the air, dashing swiftly towards the sinister god. Ants. The deity scoffed, unperturbed and leisurely observing the charging Itachi with a multitude of crimson eyes, intrigued. I hope you can amuse me. A robust tail, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, advanced towards Itachi. Before contact could be made, several sturdy vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the deity's tail and forcibly halting its movement. With a sickening sound, the black abyss sliced through the tail before the stunned eyes of the malevolent god. Foul blood cascading down as a portion of the tail severed away. Impossible. How could such a trivial being inflict harm upon me? After the initial shock, the deity regained composure, the severed tail rejoining seamlessly. A crimson vertical pupil flickered ominously, and an ominous dark red ray descended upon Itachi. With no time to evade, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the Umbu headquarters. Unrelenting, the ray coalesced once more, sweeping towards the others atop the building. In a flash of orange-red light, Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan activated, chakra and ocular power coalescing into the left arm of Susanoo, which raised its shield to protect the group. Interesting, you can actually withstand my assault, the malevolent god remarked, pausing his attack to scrutinize Itachi's Susanoo with keen interest. AI, observing the protective Susanoo enveloping him, suddenly comprehended the situation. Indeed, the three colossal entities from that fateful night were all from Konoha. He then turned his gaze towards the yet-to-act Uchiha Fugaku. With him included, Konoha possessed 4 formidable figures. Crack. Before AI could ponder further, a sharp shattering sound echoed as the deity's massive form came into view, its claws piercing through Itachi's Susanoo, nearly impaling him. Chapter 150. The Late Arrival Boom. The other arm of Susanoo emerged, striking fiercely at the malevolent god, who casually extended one of his remaining arms to intercept it with ease. Step back. The voice of AI resonated, followed by 4 fingers extending forth, infused with the power of thunder, striking towards the fingers of the malevolent deity. With that single blow, a faint white mark appeared on the deity's finger. Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. They had all heard of the formidable attacking prowess of the Fourth Hokage. The potency of that recent strike was something none of them could easily replicate. As he gazed at the ants daring to provoke him once more, the malevolent deity swung his colossal hand downward, a fierce wind surging forth, compelling everyone to evade. With a thunderous crash, his hand descended, collapsing the entire Umbu building. A cloud of dust billowing into the air. The deity ascended into the sky, gazing down upon the swirling debris. Thick mist surged forth, enveloping the malevolent deity in an instant. He stood resolutely, unfazed, his 16 arms extending outward. Interesting, you've some skill, enough to elicit a tingle of sensation, but alas, it remains insufficient. Amaterasu. Itachi's voice echoed, and a surge of black flames abruptly ignited from the deity's head. The malevolent deity, brimming with arrogance, did not flinch as Itachi capitalized on the opportunity. The roaring black flames grew ever larger, consuming his entire head. Fascinating, fascinating. The deity's voice emerged from the inferno, his authority undiminished, as if he were not the one being scorched by the searing flames. As he spoke, one of his left arms gradually vanished, transforming into black mist that drifted towards his head. The moment the black flames made contact with the mist, they melted away with the swiftness of spring snow. Bang! Just as the flames dissipated, a colossal Rasengan struck the deity's head. The violent impact forced him back 2 steps, revealing the trickle of blood from his nose. Feeling the warmth at the tip of his nose, the deity roared in fury. It's, you shall perish. His powerful tail lashed out towards Minato, who instantly vanished, only to reappear before the deity, his black short sword thrusting fiercely towards the deity's eye at the center of his forehead. Blood splattered as the short sword pierced deeply, accompanied by the deity's agonized scream, and once more, Minato vanished. The deity lost another arm, black mist pouring into his eye, yet within moments, the injured eye restored itself completely. The deity bellowed in rage, his massive visage, adorned with countless eyes, radiated an endless red light, indiscriminately shooting towards the village of Konoha below. Rise! A furious command resounded, and the decorative pillars on the sides of Konoha's tall buildings began to grow rapidly, intertwining, layer upon layer. Simultaneously, the towering trees surrounding Konoha surged in growth, their dense vines converging towards the heart of the village. As several rays of red light descended, the vines exploded and snapped, only to regrow once more. After a standoff lasting several minutes, the deity ceased his indiscriminate assault, glaring with resentment at the village. Now completely shielded by the thick vines. Under his watchful gaze, the vines slowly shifted, revealing an opening as a broad wooden platform ascended from within. Senju Itachi, along with Namake's Minato and others, stood together. Clap. With a swift clap of his hands, Senju Yifei summoned an array of sharp wooden spikes that surged from the ground, launching towards the malevolent deity. Crack, crack, crack. Yet, as the spikes neared the malevolent entity, they were all obliterated by its razor-sharp claws. However, under the relentless assault of the wooden spikes, the dark god soon lost his patience. An ominous aura enveloped him, gradually materializing as it began to coalesce. Third generation, Raikage. Wind Shadow, Water Shadow, Fyac, I beseech you to safeguard the village. Do not allow this beast's assault to penetrate my defenses. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in unison. Senju Yifei then turned his gaze towards Minato and the others. I will hold him at bay. Minato seized the opportunity to strike at his eyes. Kakashi, Guy, and Itachi. You three provide support from the sidelines. Your weapons can harm him as well. Ensure your own safety. Gripping the abyss of darkness tightly, he soared into the air. His black hair beginning to transform, as a phantom of the Taiji symbol slowly emerged, enveloping him in a bizarre, black and white chakra. Ents, do you dare to attempt divine assassination? 14 arms surged forth from all directions, the dual-tone chakra bursting forth to intercept the malevolent deity's assault. In but a second, fissures began to appear in the Taiji symbol, prompting the dark god to increase his force. Just as he was about to shatter the symbol, a chilling aura descended, and two figures simultaneously manifested before him. Minato's short sword and Senju Yifei's long sword struck down in unison. The dark god hastily dodged, yet two of his eyes were still pierced. Huh, is this what you call a god? Your combat awareness is somewhat lacking. If this is your only capability, perhaps today we might indeed slay a god. The two appeared simultaneously, attacked together, and vanished in unison. By the time they spoke, Senju Yifei had returned to the platform as if he had never moved. The Taiji symbol shattered, transforming into two streams of light, one black and one white, once again enveloping Senju Yifei. How audacious! Were it not for the fact that this deity may only descend with one arm, you would all meet your demise today. Just as the dark god's words trailed off, a heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout Konoha. Cling, cling, go. Kakashi, continue. The nunchaku in Might Guy's hands danced, leaving trails of afterimages as Kakashi hurled kunai one after another. A radiant green light emanated from Might Guy as he precisely accelerated the kunai, propelling them directly towards the dark god's rear. Amidst the cries of anguish, the dark god's colossal tail swept down, but Might Guy deftly sidestepped. With fingers touching, palms apart, and the middle fingers crossed, a faint blue chakra coalesced between them. Daytime Tiger. A radiant beam of white light shot forth, causing Senju Itachi to furrow his brow and cast a sidelong glance. He then surged towards the source of the luminescence. As the light dissipated, a severed tail fell to the ground, supporting the somewhat fatigued Might Guy. Senju Itachi extended his right hand towards the severed tail. A transparent white cube materialized, enveloping the tail. With a firm grasp, the white cube, along with the severed appendage, vanished. Dust release. Just as Sarutobi, Hizashi, and Terumi Mei were poised to take advantage of the situation, they were taken aback, halting their movements, their eyes wide with bewilderment as they gazed at Senju Itachi. In silence, Senju Itachi struck the ground with his palm, causing the vines to part, revealing a cavern spacious enough to accommodate Might Guy, who was then enveloped and returned to the depths. Nearby, in the village of Konohagakure, Noki soared into the air, his gaze fixed intently upon the village ensnared by colossal vines. An unusual black cloud gathered above Konohagakure, where faint silhouettes could be discerned grappling with an enigmatic, monstrous entity. Stay here, Suchikage, and accompany me to investigate, Noki declared decisively, swiftly taking flight. Chapter 151. Tenacious. A diminutive figure drew nearer. Upon encountering the mountain-like, pitch-black, multi-eyed creature, a cold sweat began to bead on Naka's forehead, as a tremor stemming from the depths of his soul compelled him to halt. Another insignificant insect. The malevolent deity cast a fleeting glance at Noki, a crimson light abruptly shooting forth, clearly dismissing him as a threat. Noki deftly maneuvered to evade the attack, his ears catching the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, What brings you to this chaos? Following the sound, Noki beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wielding the golden staff transformed from the Monkey King, his attention unwaveringly fixated on the dark creature, even as he spoke. Dissolution technique, dissolving monster. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Amaterasu. In an instant, a barrage of formidable ninjutsu erupted from Hiruzen and his companions, all directed toward the malevolent deity. Surrounding the deity, a shroud of black mist materialized, engulfing its form as the ninjutsu were seemingly devoured, stirring not a single ripple. Dust release, world separation technique. Though newly arrived on the battlefield and unfamiliar with the circumstances, Noki recognized that this common adversary was also his foe. Gathering his strength, he unleashed a colossal transparent cube of dust that could engulf half of the creature's body, launching it at the malevolent deity. Striking true, the immense form of the deity was swiftly consumed, losing half of its mass. Undeterred, Noki pressed the assault, forming seals once more as a cylindrical beam of white light coalesced in his hands, cleaving downward toward the remaining portion of the deity's form. The massive beam swept through, cleaving the deity's body in twain, which then dissipated into the air. Impressive. Your blade remains sharp, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked as he joined Noki, his praise unrestrained. Seeing this, Kuratsuchi and Aoi approached Noki, but before they could converge, a sound akin to a blade piercing flesh echoed as a black arm reformed from seemingly nowhere, lunging fiercely at Naka's back. Yet, it was Senju Itachi who intercepted the strike, pinning the arm in place. Such power from a mere sacrifice. No wonder it dares to attempt god-slaying. A dense black mist materialized out of thin air, coalescing once more as the previously dissipated malevolent deity re-emerged before the crowd, appearing utterly unscathed. Ah, Lord of the third generation, you and Elder Noki should remain with the Mizukage and assist Minato in safeguarding the village's safety. Leave this formidable entity to me. Shinsho Ifei, wielding the abyss, directed his long sword downward. As the black and white patterns at the side of his eyes began to gently spread, an inexplicable, profound sensation materialized from thin air. The abyss, grasped firmly in Shinsho Ifei's hand, seemed to resonate with his fighting spirit, trembling slightly and subtly evoking a dragon's roar. Mystical substances of black and white oozed from his grasp, slowly coalescing upon the blade, one side pristine and flawless, the other dark as the depths. A shadowy Taiji figure emerged beneath his feet, gently elevating Shinsho Ifei. Suddenly, a flurry of phantoms appeared in the air, before the evil god could react. One of his arms was severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Impossible. How could this be? The evil god stood momentarily stunned. Having felt a flicker of fear for the first time in years of receiving worship from his followers, a sensation of impending death, gazing at his fallen arm. He sought to establish a connection, yet received no response. Faintly, a strand of black essence emerged from the severed limb, swiftly returning to the sword in Shinsho Ifei's hand. Moments later, the dismembered arm disintegrated into ashes, scattering across the ground. The onslaught did not cease. Shinsho Ifei launched another fierce attack, arriving before the sword did. The sharp blade sliced through the air, and the evil god barely managed to evade, narrowly escaping the loss of another limb. Black mist erupted from within the evil god's form, swirling and swiftly dodging Shinsho Ifei's strikes. The clanging sound of steel reverberated through the skies above Konoha. How swift! The Fourth Hokage frowned deeply. His once celebrated speed now seemed laughable, as either of the two figures could effortlessly slay him, even with foreknowledge of their trajectories. He lacked the strength to evade each impending strike. With a violent crash, Shinsho Ifei was sent flying backward as the evil god reappeared, his once massive frame now mirroring Shinsho Ifei's stature. Yet, the oppressive aura emanating from him showed no signs of abating. A crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Fugaku and Itachi were propelled backward. With a single blow, the evil god had utterly crushed Fugaku Susanu's chest, injuring the two within. As the evil god prepared to attack once more, Minato vanished from his position, reappearing with a black dagger poised at the evil god's heart. However, he was a moment too late, as the evil god raised an arm to block the strike. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Minato's abdomen. The speed so tremendous that Minato could not activate the Flying Thunder God technique in time. He barely managed to deflect the black blade, only to be sent flying, spitting blood. The evil god did not relent, his crimson eyes fixed malevolently on Minato. In the next instant, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of black laser energy toward Minato. In an instant, Senju Ifei appeared before Minato. raising his right hand as the Tai Chi symbol spun rapidly in front of him, effectively thwarting the malevolent deity's attack. The piercing cries of birds echoed through the heavens, and a bolt of lightning emerged from behind the malevolent god. The Yuchang short sword surged with formidable momentum, aiming for the goddess' vulnerable back, accompanied by a verdant dragon enhancing its potency. Shinra Tensei. The protective forehead protector was taken up, and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirled swiftly, activating its power to contend with the god's resistant arms. Amaterasu. Itachi's voice resonated nearby as black flames enveloped the deity's head. With a crack, the previously maintained balance shattered as Kakashi swiftly twisted the resisting arm of the malevolent god. The Yuchang short sword, charged with lightning, pierced through the deity's form, crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the black laser targeting Senju Yifei ceased, leaving the malevolent god standing upright. Before the group could catch their breath, the wound inflicted by the Yuchang sword began to heal at a visible pace. Dust release, heavenly severance technique. Inoki invoked once more, but the malevolent god remained unyielding, his aura still ominous. Lightning release, thunderclap axe. The Fourth Hokage's golden hair flared as he crackled with electricity, delivering a powerful blow that sent the malevolent god reeling. Rasengan. As the lightning attack concluded, Minato enveloped himself in golden chakra, forcefully slamming the mighty Rasengan into the deity. Liquid release, dissolving beast technique. Following the Rasengan, crimson magma surged forth, offering no respite to the malevolent being. Before the assault of the dissolving beast technique could cease, Sarutobi Hiruzen completed his hand seals. Beside him, Senju Yifei's Heiyuin had transformed entirely into a deep black, fixating his gaze intently on the distant malevolent god. Chapter 152. Endure for a moment. A barrage ensued. Diverse elemental ninjutsu cascaded relentlessly towards the malevolent god. Mist billowed, dust erupted, and flames flickered wildly. The figure of the malevolent deity was entirely engulfed in the onslaught of ninjutsu, rendering his condition indecipherable. Chinsho Yifei vanished into thin air, surging towards the direction of the malevolent deity. In his grasp, the dark abyss wielded with momentum. A cold glimmer flashed as Chinsho Yifei emerged from the swirling dust, his weapon stained with a layer of crimson blood. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation, yet their hand seals remained unwavering, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the location of the evil god. You insignificant insects, you truly came perilously close to vanquishing my very essence. The voice of the malevolent deity resonated once more. Suddenly, several beams of red light shot forth from the haze, targeting Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions. The vigilant warriors remained unfazed, utilizing their extensive combat experience to evade the oncoming assault, while simultaneously resuming their incomplete hand seals. With a resounding smack, Rasha was sent hurtling backward. Despite being enveloped in a shroud of golden sand, blood continued to seep from his abdomen and mouth. Above where he stood, a hand, mingled in red and black, hovered ominously. Before anyone could react, the Fourth Hokage and Kakashi were similarly propelled away by the same force. The strike was precise, and the hand then dissipated into wisps of pale gray mist, mingling with the surrounding dust. The relentless barrage of ninjutsu was interrupted, and the haze cleared significantly, revealing the form of the malevolent deity once more. Only the head, adorned with countless eyes, remained suspended in place, with drops of blood faintly visible at its neck. The rest of its being had completely vanished, merging into the gray mist and dust. In an instant, a hand materialized abruptly before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without hesitation, he swung his staff, the rush of wind accompanying the blow as the staff pierced through the hand. In the following moment, the hand reformed, lunging fiercely towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdomen. He bent low to evade, narrowly escaping, yet still felt the sharp nails graze his skin. In that fleeting moment, the tides of battle shifted. The head of the malevolent deity loomed above, while hands continuously emerged from various angles, forcing everyone into the Susanoo of Itachi and Fugaku. Father. Itachi was poised to unleash his ocular technique with all his might when a massive hand intercepted him. Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan spun, and the shattered Susanoo rapidly restored itself, even beginning to evolve, though it fell short of reaching its complete form. I shall not allow you to stand before me. Fugaku's voice rang out, gritting his teeth as he persevered, the Susanoo repeatedly shattering and swiftly regenerating. Almost there, just a little more. Kansho Yifei stood beyond Susanoo, acutely sensing the fluctuations of power within. He fervently wielded the abyss of darkness, relentlessly fending off the malevolent deity's grasping hands that assailed him from every direction. The myriad-handed Yifei's abdomen emanated an interplay of black and white energies, coalescing into a swirling taiji diagram. Yet, between the opposing forces of yin and yang. A faint azure substance flickered in and out of visibility, preventing the two from achieving perfect harmony. As the malevolent deity intensified its onslaught, Yifei relentlessly summoned the power within, causing the Taiji diagram to spin ever more rapidly. The azure material was compressed, as a slender thread began to converge toward the center, with the edges of the Taiji diagram gradually touching. Two pathways, one black and one white, emerged, transmitting energies of distinct hues to the bodies of the yin and yang fish, providing the final embellishment. The malevolent deity grew increasingly frenzied, unleashing a barrage of numerous arms toward Yifei, while its crimson eyes relentlessly fired red lasers in his direction. With a wide gaping maw, a black laser erupted forth, aimed menacingly at Yifei's face. Clang! With a swift motion, Qianqiu Yifei raised his sword to defend, but was forcefully propelled backward by an overwhelming force. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the malevolent deity's numerous arms took advantage of the opening, striking him fiercely. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he was drenched in blood. Suddenly, a crimson laser shot forth towards Qianqiu Yifei, enveloping him in a surge of orange energy that dragged him towards the opposite side. Hold on for a moment, he implored, disregarding the pain coursing through his body as he gazed at Itachi, who had come to his rescue. He promptly settled into a meditative posture. The pale blue energy within him had compressed into a small orb, diminishing in size as it rotated within the Taiji diagram, its yin and yang eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. Without Qianqiu Yifei drawing the fire, Fujitake found himself under immense pressure, as the restoration speed of Susanoo could not keep pace with the destructive force of the malevolent deity. You insignificant ants! The malevolent deity bellowed, erupting into laughter. In an instant, all attacks ceased, and the mist began to coalesce once more around the deity's head. Once his form was fully restored, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning, hurtling towards Uchiha Fujitake and the others. Susanoo struggled valiantly against the assault, but was continuously shattered. As Fujitake gritted his teeth to endure, an orange-hued Susanoo emerged, wrapping the group in a protective layer once again. You too, protect Yifei. Minato, take me out of here, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded gravely. After exchanging a knowing glance with Minato, he grasped Hiruzen's arm, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. You old fool, do you look down on me? Daisuke growled in frustration as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen disappear, uncertain of his intentions. Let me join as well, he urged. Witnessing Hiruzen's unwavering determination, Itachi and Fujitake simultaneously opened a passage. In a flash, Daisuke and Aizawa emerged, resolute in the face of the malevolent deity's power. The deity approached at breakneck speed, and Daisuke swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing his dust release technique with a circular beam directed at the deity. The black mist before the deity solidified, staunchly resisting Daisuke's assault, compressing the dust release back towards him, rendering it ineffective against the malevolent being. 5 elements. Great multi-projectile technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen reappeared, 5 figures forming simultaneous hand seals as diverse elemental ninjutsu surged towards the malevolent deity. Upon impact, Daisuke's dust release surged forth again. And with the mist dispelled, the malevolent deity lost an arm to Daisuke's attack. Vajra Prison. Another Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged, launching his Vajra staff and instantly creating multiple clones. With a series of clicks, a square cage materialized, ensnaring the malevolent deity within. Hurry, Sarutobi. My old back cannot withstand much more of this. As the malevolent deity struggled, the visage of the ape demon emerged upon a wooden staff, contorted in anguish as it urged Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the midst of forming hand seals. The instant the seals were completed, Minato's figure appeared beside Hiruzen, grasping him firmly before vanishing once more, only to reappear within the confines of the prison. Hiruzen clasped the shoulders of the malevolent deity, an eerie aura enveloping him, while a spectral figure, visible only to him, manifested behind him, standing resolutely against the malevolent deity. Chapter 153. The external assistance. The malevolent deity remained stationary, its crimson eyes fixated on the Grim Reaper looming behind Hiruzen. He is not your follower. Why do you assist him? The deity's perplexed voice echoed in Hiruzen's ears. Noticing the Grim Reaper's inaction and hearing the deity's words, Hiruzen turned to glance back. He observed the spectral figure of the Grim Reaper, its lips moving slightly as if conversing with the malevolent deity. After a brief moment, the deity's voice resounded once more. Very well, I shall grant you this. After all, souls are not what I seek. I shall give you a portion that is inconsequential. As the words fell, Hiruzen felt a sudden release throughout his body, the sensation of relinquishing his life to another dissipating entirely. Casting a sidelong glance, he realized the Grim Reaper's spectral form had vanished without a trace. With a thunderous crash, a sharp pain erupted from Hiruzen's abdomen, propelling him backward. The ape demon instantly reverted from its transformation and caught the flying Hiruzen, swiftly leaping back to create distance between them. Thank you, ape demon. How did you manage to provoke such a creature? This could truly spell our doom, Hiruzen remarked, a note of frustration in his voice. While the ape demon stood guard beside him, warily observing the malevolent deity hovering above. Orochimaru and AI hastened to flank Hiruzen, positioning themselves protectively at his sides. Itachi and Fugaku supported Susanoo, sheltering Senju Itachi within its embrace, while Kakashi and Minato stood outside, striving to alleviate the burden on the two. Rashi and Terumi may form the final line of defense, one in front and one behind, shielding Senju Itachi. Having unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu, their chakra reserves dwindled perilously low. All were nearing the brink of exhaustion, relying solely on their will to remain standing. In stark contrast, the malevolent deity appeared unaffected, leisurely toying with what it perceived as mere insects. With a resounding crash, Kakashi was propelled backward, only to be caught midair by Minato. Before the two could catch their breath, the deity's assault reinitiated, unavoidable in its ferocity. Minato swiftly shielded Kakashi with his own body as the deity's claws lunged towards him. In a critical moment, a shadow of a staff swept through, striking the deity's hand with tremendous force, halting the attack. Kakashi, take this. There is still one for Itachi. Deliver it to him. Minato-sensei, you should rest. I will hold the fort here for now. Might Guy returned, clad in a shimmering white battle armor, surrounded by a swirling green flame. With dual nunchaku in hand, he continuously deflected the attacks of the malevolent deity, forcing it to withdraw its hands in a desperate attempt to counter him. Suddenly, a flash of orange-red sword light sliced through the air. The malevolent deity, caught off guard, was violently struck and sent flying. Itachi's Susanoo regained its momentum, visibly growing in height and size, swiftly transforming into its complete form. With its wings unfurled, it soared rapidly, striking down with the Tenkin towards the location of the malevolent deity. With a resounding clash, the Tenkin halted its ferocious assault. As the malevolent deity emerged slowly from the dust, palms pressed together, firmly blocking the sword with renewed strength, its form expanding once more. Such cunning! Even when seemingly drained of all energy, it summoned power that surpassed its previous state. How intriguing! As the malevolent deity's stature matched that of Susanoo, it ceased its attacks on others. Numerous arms retracted to its body and surged towards Itachi's Susanoo. Kamui! Just as Itachi found himself overwhelmed, Kakashi's voice resonated, and a distortion rippled through the space around the deity's head, a gaping wound suddenly appearing, blood gushing forth. The malevolent deity turned to assess its injury, its wounds gradually healing. Kakashi, adorned with a red and white mask, his white hair billowing wildly, fixed his kaleidoscopic Sharingan intently upon the malevolent deity. Kakashi, Itachi, let us go. Might Guy roared, his aura surging once more, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Observing Might Guy's explosive charge, Kakashi and Itachi followed suit, swiftly advancing towards the malevolent deity. The trio, as if endowed with extraordinary prowess, unleashed an onslaught of techniques. Kamui, Daytime Tiger. Amaterasu, relentlessly assaulting the malevolent deity, leaving those below, including Sarutobi Hisashi, utterly astonished. Is this the caliber of the younger generation from your village, Hisashi? Anoki stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the three youthful figures. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, refraining from responding to Anoki. Although he could not discern the means by which they operated, the intensity of their actions suggested that irreversible harm might befall their bodies. A similar expression of despair mirrored on the faces of A, as well as Rasha and Terumime, who flanked Senju Itachi. The four compared their strengths and despaired at the realization that none of them stood a chance against any of the trio. Meanwhile, within Senju Itachi, the Taiji symbol had fully formed, rotating at an incredible speed, appearing almost motionless. The final trace of azure energy consumed by the Taiji symbol was completely obliterated. With a long exhale, Senju Itachi, who had remained utterly still, slowly opened his eyes, the Taiji pattern within them flickering away. Subsequently, his hair, previously split in black and white, returned to its normal state, and the markings signifying the sage mode around his eyes and body vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the battle on the other side was nearing its climax. Might Guy knelt heavily, gasping for breath, his armor in tatters. Itachi lay quietly on the ground, shielded by Fugaku. With a resounding crash, Kakashi was forcefully embedded within the wooden debris, his short sword slipping from his grasp. Kakashi! Might Guy's frantic shout echoed as the colossal fist of the malevolent deity descended upon Kakashi. Kakashi, sprawled amidst the wood shavings, surrendered to fate, lying in a star shape. Eyes partially closed, his broken mask revealing a serene smile that embraced life and death alike. Veins bulged on Might Guy's forehead as a surge of ferocious energy coursed through him. Before he could fully unleash the eighth gate, a gentle force surged into him, abruptly halting his movements. Before he could discern the face of the newcomer, the figure vanished, reappearing in an instant before Kakashi. "Hey, you little rascal, with that expression again. What's wrong? Is living so painful?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Kakashi's eyelids flickered, and he managed to speak with difficulty. Alas, I cannot die yet again." As the malevolent deity's fist descended, the Taiji symbol rose from Senju Itachi's head, firmly intercepting the attack. With a swift gesture, two vines surged from the ground, encircling Kakashi and Might Guy, securely lifting them to the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Third Hokage, please keep an eye on them. Fugaku, Minato, take a moment to rest. I appreciate your efforts." With a calm demeanor, Qianzhou Yifei appeared to regard the malevolent deity with utter disdain. As he raised his hand, the abandoned Heiyuan Weiming let out a sharp cry, swiftly returning to his grasp. With arms like 1,000 hands, the flying sword tilts gracefully, and the figure slowly ascends into the air. Chapter 154, The Power Not Belonging to This Realm. Evil God, are you prepared to meet your demise? The myriad-armed Yifei pointed his sword's tip directly at the towering figure of the malevolent deity, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. The malevolent deity remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Yifei. Not a trace of aura escaped him, yet this individual stood right before him, causing him to question the reliability of his own vision. With a single lift of his hand, Senju Itachi restored the shattered wood-release barrier above Konoha, which had been ravaged by battle, to its former glory, its defensive capabilities surpassing even its prior strength. In swift succession, numerous sharp vines erupted from the ground, their tips adorned with a dark substance, hurtling towards the malevolent deity with alarming speed. A fierce sense of dread surged within the dark god, prompting him to shrink in size without a moment's hesitation. The remaining 14 razor-sharp claws flailed in unison, incessantly severing the approaching vines. Suddenly, a tremendous force emanated from behind the dark god, momentarily halting his arm's movement. In an instant, 3 vines pierced through his chest, causing crimson droplets of blood to fall. Unbeknownst to him, Qianzhou Yifei had silently approached the malevolent deity from behind. He raised his right hand and struck down fiercely. The Mingxin Gate. 4 colossal gates descended from the heavens, sealing off the deity's subsequent movements just as he severed the vines that ensnared his chest. 1 gate ensnared his tail, 2 ensnared his 3 arms, and the remaining gate aimed for the deity's neck, which he narrowly evaded. With a swift motion, a shadowy blade surged forth, and for the first time, a look of panic crossed the deity's face as he sensed the chilling presence behind him. His tail and the ensnared arms promptly severed themselves, and his entire form began to dissolve into black mist. As the blade fell, a crimson gash appeared on the portion of his body that had yet to disperse. Just escape. Technique of world severance. Observing the deity's desperate attempts to escape with severed limbs and tail, Qianzhou Yifei unleashed a decisive stroke, not pausing for breath. The technique enveloped the severed arms and tail on the ground, instantly evaporating them. The deity's form coalesced anew beside him, his tail regenerated, and the wounds had vanished, though his arms had multiplied to 10. What power is this? The deity gazed at Qianzhou Yifei in disbelief, realizing that each of the previous attacks had wounded his very essence. Unlike before, when only the black sword could harm his core. Now it seemed that every casual strike from this individual could yield such devastating results. In response to the deity's inquiry, Qianzhou Yifei flashed a smile and thoughtfully elucidated. The power that can extinguish your life. With that, he surged forward once more, sword in hand. The deity instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist, his corporeal form vanishing to evade Qianzhou Yifei's assault. Boiling escape. Technique of crafty mist. In the eyes of Senju Yifei, the Taiji pattern swirled, locking onto a specific point without any signs of hand seals. Instantly, the energy within him transformed, and a cloud of white mist erupted from his mouth, surging towards a target. A scream of agony rang out from nowhere. Where the mist enveloped, the figure of the malevolent deity materialized. Its once red patterned black form had become a gruesome sight, a horrific amalgamation of flesh and blood. Dust release? Oil release? Yuki gazed solemnly at Senju Yifei hovering in the air. Before Yifei employed his ninjutsu, he had been utterly oblivious to any fluctuations of chakra. It was as though Yifei was commanding the forces of nature to serve his purpose. Whether it was dust release or boil release, the power exhibited by Yifei surged to unprecedented levels upon his invocation. The frenzied voice of the malevolent deity echoed across the skies of Konoha as dark clouds rolled in once more, forming a black vortex above the village. Terrifying black mist gushed forth from the vortex, and the deity's mangled form began to visibly regenerate at an alarming pace. Damn it! Attempting to communicate with the body right before my eyes. Observing the deity's imposing aura, Senju Yifei muttered a curse under his breath, his own presence swelling with power. The ethereal taiji pattern spiraled above his head, making its way towards the location of the malevolent deity. As the taiji pattern danced, it gradually expanded and solidified. The colossal taiji emblem cleaved through the air, causing the black vortex swirling over Konoha to dissipate in an instant. The taiji pattern reformed into a cage of black and white, ensnaring the malevolent deity within. The deity thrashed violently within the confines, unleashing red and black beams of energy in a relentless assault against the cage, striving to break free. Spare your efforts. The forces of nature will continuously replenish any damage you inflict upon the cage. As Senju Itachi retracted the abyss, he descended slowly before Sarutobi Izashi and the others. Waving his right hand, the black and white cage spun towards him, shrinking to the size of a ping-pong ball as it approached. Let us depart. It is over. Thank you all for your hard work. I have yet to properly host you amidst this turmoil in Konoha. Grasping the orb that ensnared the malevolent deity, Senju Itachi dissolved the barrier above Konoha, allowing several vines to gently lower everyone back to the ground. Observing the exhausted individuals, he raised his hand, and a stream of white energy flowed from it, dispersing among them. In an instant, the energy that had nearly been depleted from their cells was rejuvenated, enabling them to once again draw upon their chakra. Kakashi, Itachi, and Fugaku, whose eyes had been bloodied and pained, were enveloped by a refreshing energy, gradually restoring their vigor. Master, is this thing the so-called malevolent deity from earlier? Feeling the pain dissipate from his body, Might Guy sprang up energetically, leaning forward with curiosity to examine the black and white orb in Senju Itachi's hand. Senju Itachi pressed a hand firmly upon Might Guy's head, the pungent aroma of sweat and blood wafting through the air. Stay away from me. Furthermore, should you disobey again, I shall confine the three of you for a fortnight or more. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Kakashi and Itachi, sending a chill down their spines. Moments later, Rikuju arrived with several shinobi, and upon seeing the seemingly unharmed individuals, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Lord Hokage, Lord Third, are you unharmed? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, dispelling the summoning technique, returning to his innocuous old man demeanor, lost in thought. Senju Itachi gazed at Nara Shikaku and spoke, we are unharmed. The crisis has been averted. Let everyone come out and arrange for the repair of the houses. By the way, was anyone injured this time? 3 villagers were severely injured by falling debris, but Lady Tsunade has taken charge of their treatment. Additionally, there are a dozen others with minor injuries who have also been attended to. Upon hearing Shikaku's words, Senju Itachi nodded, very well. Please arrange accommodations for our guests with the utmost care. We owe them a debt of gratitude. Without their assistance, the outcome could have been uncertain. As he spoke, Senju Itachi performed a courteous bow to the guests, casually pocketing the beads he had been holding. Chapter 155, The 5 Kage Summit Earth Shadow. Why are you not residing peacefully in Awagakure? What brings you to Konoha? The Fourth Hokage folded his arms, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Inoki, who was savoring a box of ice cream. Inoki swallowed a mouthful of ice cream, relishing the flavor. Quite delightful. No wonder your youthful clan congregates here. Neglecting their own village. I have come to Konoha to seek Tsunade's assistance for Killer Bee's treatment. Once his injuries are healed, I shall take my leave. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki? What has happened to him? Was he also attacked by that mysterious organization? It should not be the handiwork of that group. A raised brow from A suggested he recalled the unfortunate events of that day. He continued, the assailant who attacked us was formidable, easily extracting the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki. It appeared he possessed the Byakugan of the Konoha clan, albeit with some differences. Upon hearing this, Inoki finished the last bite of his ice cream and spoke with concern. If that is the case, it seems our adversaries are not limited to a single entity. My old bones can scarcely endure such turmoil. By the way, where are the Mizukage and the Kazekage? Their absence from the post-war meeting is rather conspicuous. One has gone in search of his son, while the other is out enjoying hot pot with friends. A replied flatly, his expression unchanged as he turned back to Inoki. If Konoha were to initiate a war with the intent of unifying the ninja world, what would be your course of action? The atmosphere fell silent. Inoki's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more, and after a long pause, he sighed deeply. Surrender, for we cannot prevail in battle. Allowing Konoha to lead the unification of the ninja world might not be such a poor choice, at least for now, as it appears that under Senju Itachi's leadership, Konoha has far surpassed us. As for what comes next, that is beyond my concern as an old man. The Raikage remained silent, nodding thoughtfully. The current state of Konoha was indeed formidable. Leaving aside the older generation represented by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the youthful strength of Senju Itachi, Minato, and Fugaku was remarkable. Younger figures such as Kakashi, Might Guy, and Itachi had yet to reach their zenith and still held the potential for further progress, rendering them incomparable to the four villages. In contrast, the wind and water shadows could not afford to sever ties with Konoha. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the Raikage's contemplation. Moonlight and swift winds opened the door and entered the room, politely announcing, Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Raikage, and Lord Hokage invite you to dine together. Very well, let us proceed. Tsuchikage declared, rising into the air and soaring out the door. The Raikage followed suit, trailing closely behind as they made their way to the banquet hall. Please, take a seat and indulge in the new culinary delights of Konoha. Lord Tsuchikage, we have yet to properly host you, and for that, we apologize, the Hokage welcomed. Gesturing to the expansive round table laden with an array of delectable dishes, Kuratsuchi and Raza had already taken their seats, and despite having spent several days in Konoha, they were still captivated by the numerous dishes that remained untried. Ah, Lord Hokage, it seems you have shown special treatment. I arrived before Lord Tsuchikage. Why am I not afforded the same privileges? Kuratsuchi teased, her bright eyes fixed on Senju Itachi, a sly smile playing on her lips. Sensing her gaze, Senju Itachi felt a pang of guilt and glanced furtively at Daku. Ahem, Daku, how do you entertain our guests? I shall deduct a month's salary from you, he jested. Daku, with a resigned expression, stood and clasped his hands together, apologizing, my sincerest apologies, Lord Mizukage, for my oversight in not adequately attending to you. As the two sparred in banter, the previously subdued atmosphere transformed into one of lively interaction. The aides of the various Kages began to engage in conversation, facilitated by the exquisite food and wine, breaking the ice among them. Senju Itachi, I raise a toast to you, Raikage proclaimed, standing abruptly and lifting his cup towards Senju Itachi. Though I am uncertain if Killer Bee will recover, I must express my gratitude for your willingness to put aside past grievances and assist me. I drink to you. With that, I downed a glass of Senju Itachi's specially brewed, potent liquor in one swift motion. What a fine drink. Truly strong. What I previously consumed pales in comparison. It seemed as though he had completely liberated himself, indulging in meat and drink without a hint of concern for inebriation, his dark skin even revealing a subtle flush. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yifei promptly raised his glass and stood. There is no need for formalities. Tsunade has already informed me about Karabi's condition. He will awaken within a day or two. The presence of a thread of chakra from the 8 tails within him is the reason he survived, thanks to specialized treatment. The 8 tails chakra has begun to coalesce once more, so there is no cause for alarm. Noki observed the lively gathering, occasionally sipping from his drink, his demeanor relaxed and content. Such a scene was unprecedented. The 5 Kage sat at the same table, and even their guards had lowered their vigilance. If the organization that persistently pursued the tailed beasts could be eliminated, such camaraderie might not be beyond reach. As the banquet progressed into the night, the revelry continued until it eventually concluded, with all attendees departing the hall supported by their fellow ninjas. Once the crowd dispersed, several individuals from Konohagakure strolled shoulder to shoulder through the streets. In the midst of the gathering, Senju Itachi found himself flanked by the ever-determined Rikuju on his left and the astute Minato on his right. Do we truly need to subdue Rikuju, Minato? And the other villages? He pondered aloud. Konoha possesses the strength to achieve this now. However, let us leave a path for survival. Absolute dominance is not a feasible solution. Without the balancing presence of other ninja villages, these great nations may descend into chaos. Furthermore, should we eradicate them completely, Konoha would earn the disdain of all. Conversely, if we choose not to eliminate them, we risk igniting further resistance and turmoil. Upon hearing Senju Itachi's inquiry, Rikuju began to analyze the situation. Minato, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be wiser to share the governance policies of the Hokage with them, allowing events to unfold naturally. If all else fails, we may resort to war. Ah, indeed, there are numerous considerations at hand, Senju Itachi reflected, with a nest of troubles lurking over the entire ninja world. For now, we shall proceed cautiously. There is no need for haste. Chapter 156. Midnight Conversations in the Library. Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely sipped his tea, unhurriedly pouring a cup for Senju Itachi, as if he had anticipated the latter's arrival long before. Konoha's mighty figure, Senju Itachi, sat cross-legged before Sarutobi Hiruzen, lifting his teacup and consuming its contents in one swift motion. A splendid tea, indeed, though a tad too hot, he remarked. Of course. I just brewed it with boiling water, came the playful retort from Hiruzen as he casually refilled the cup. Impressive. I felt no chakra fluctuations before you made your move. And you were able to harness the powers of nature itself. Is this what you referred to as your new ninjutsu? Indeed. I have been stuck at the final step for years, but the pressure from the evil deity's avatar has enabled me to achieve the ultimate fusion. Listening to Senju Itachi's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile. I have complete faith in you. Konoha shall thrive. The will of fire shall never extinguish. Pursue your ambitions without hesitation. There is no need to seek my counsel any longer. It is time for me to focus on nurturing the next generation. With utmost respect. Shincho Ifei raised his hand and drained the tea before him once more. I shall take my leave and not impose upon you any further. Upon exiting the library, he strolled through the streets of Konoha. Although night had fallen, the darkness was still shallow, the neon lights flickered, and the pedestrians continued their leisurely pace, seemingly unaffected by the events of the day. Come out, you three rascals. Why do you linger behind me? Shincho Ifei casually greeted the children frolicking on the street, calling out over his shoulder without turning around. As his words settled in the air, three figures swiftly emerged from the alley. Oh, master, let us have a spar with you. That move you performed today was so impressive. Could we witness it as well? Might Guy rushed excitedly in front of Shincho Ifei, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi instinctively took a couple of steps back, hurriedly waving their hands to meet Shincho Ifei's intrigued gaze. Hee. Shincho Ifei broke into a bright smile. No problem, but you all seem quite fatigued today. Rest well, and tomorrow I shall spar with the three of you. Inviting the children to observe and learn some practical experience. Nanny? Might Guy appeared utterly bewildered, immediately shaking his head fervently. Master, I was merely joking earlier. I didn't genuinely wish to spar with you. There's no need for that. That won't do. I am quite serious. I noticed several areas where you could improve today, and tomorrow presents an opportune moment for some reinforcement. Please, master. The trio exclaimed in unison, while Kakashi and Itachi simultaneously delivered a kick towards Might Guy. The three engaged in a playful tussle, and Shincho Ifei showed no inclination to intervene, instead folding his arms and smiling as he observed them. After a brief moment, Might Guy, sporting a bruised visage, bowed apologetically to the two. Finished with your antics? Now, Kakashi, could you point out the flaws in the equipment Orochimaru provided you? I will request him to revise it. Upon hearing Shincho Ifei's inquiry, Kakashi retrieved the shattered red patterned mask from his garments. The amount of chakra that can be pre-stored is somewhat insufficient. If I exert my full power to activate the Sharingan and use Kamui, I can only employ it 3 times. Additionally, it must be worn to alleviate the degradation of my Sharingan's vision, which can be a bit inconvenient. Acknowledging this, Shincho Ifei nodded slightly. Indeed, that first point is a valid concern. I shall have him enhance it. As for the second point, you may do as you please. Since you wear a mask daily, switching to a different one is perfectly acceptable. Itachi, your turn. My first point aligns with Kakashi's. The pre-storable chakra is somewhat limited. As for the second point, I am curious as to why my half-mask is adorned with 2 cat ears. Is it not possible to remove them? As he spoke, Itachi produced his mask, which bore intricate black feather-like patterns, with the 2 prominent pink cat ears atop. This was specially crafted by Orochimaru. Did you not adore wearing this as a child? I recall that Izumi gifted it to you, and you have kept it ever since. Am I mistaken? Oh, indeed, master. Your words jog my memory. You are correct, I did wear it. Might Guy slapped Itachi on the shoulder, his expression one of sudden realization, complemented by Kakashi's signature deadpan stare. Itachi's face flushed slightly, and he glanced helplessly at the trio, quietly stowing away the mask in his possession. Well, that sounds reasonable. I will address the first issue. Now, what about you, Guy? As soon as Senju Ifei's words fell, Might Guy slapped his abdomen, and in an instant, white armor spread forth from his waist, enveloping him completely. Master, I am not particularly fond of the color of this thing. Could you perhaps find a way to dye it green? It feels somewhat light and does not provide any significant training effect when worn. Could it be made a bit heavier? And about this design, stop. Enough of your prattling. Write it down when you return tonight. And I will see if I can make some modifications. I will research the other aspects myself. As he felt the hands of the three resting upon him, Senju Yifei performed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight, reappearing in their shared secret base. Finding a place to sit, he closed his eyes to extract chakra. Once the others were seated, Senju Yifei waved his hand, summoning 3 orbs of white energy that hovered above the heads of the trio, slowly seeping into their bodies. Half an hour later, the 3 opened their eyes simultaneously. Master, I feel so relaxed. I believe I could run around Konoha until dawn. Indeed, my body feels unburdened, as though a weight has lifted and my vision has returned to its pre-eye-opening state. Is it closed? Kakashi removed the forehead protector covering his eyes. The original 3-tomo Sharingan had vanished, replaced by a normal eye that no longer drained his chakra unnecessarily. In astonishment, Kakashi attempted to sense the existence of the Sharingan. And in the next moment, under his control, his dark pupils transformed repeatedly until they became the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The chakra consumption had significantly decreased, seemingly reaching the level spoken of by Shursui and Itachi. Kamui. While speaking, Kakashi activated Kamui against the rock wall before him, and in an instant, a cavern the size of a grinding wheel appeared. The same power now consumed 1/3 less chakra than before. Observing Kakashi's series of experiments and the restored, pitch-black eye, Itachi and Might Guy exchanged glances and instinctively grasped each other's hands. Itachi, from now on, let's take him on together. All right, Guy-senpai, I'm with you. In future sparring sessions, we shall take him down. Enough of this nonsense. You both return now. I need to discuss some matters with Kakashi. Chapter 157. The Awakening of Killer Bee in the Konoha Hospital, Special Care Room 302. AI stood vigil by Killer Bee's bedside, arms crossed. Gazing at the noticeably emaciated figure of Bee, his expression grave. Wasn't he supposed to awaken yesterday? Why is he still unconscious? This is not what Tsunade described. What? Are you questioning my medical skills? If you want to take him back, feel free to bring anyone you like to see him. I will not be at your service any longer. Tsunade forcefully kicked open the hospital door, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at the Fourth Hokage. Approaching A, she coldly commanded. Step aside, do not obstruct my path. You. What do you mean by you? If you block my way again, do you believe I want to treat you? Under Tsunade's intimidation, the Hokage reluctantly lowered his hand, retreating 2 steps with a stern expression. As A stepped aside, Tsunade channeled her chakra, enveloping her hands in a layer of green energy, which she used to examine Killer Bee's body. After a moment, she withdrew her right hand from Killer Bee's chest and leaned closer, attentively listening to his heartbeat. Meanwhile, Killer Bee's eyelids fluttered slightly, a blush creeping across his face that even his dark skin could not conceal. Something is amiss. His other bodily functions have returned to normal over the past 2 days, yet his heartbeat remains rapid. Why is he still unresponsive? Tsunade pondered, her gaze fixed on the still form of Killer Bee. Noticing Killer Bee's expression, she gently tapped A and pointed to the flushed face of Killer Bee. Once she confirmed that A had noticed, she politely addressed Tsunade. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, for taking care of Killer Bee these past few days. We will handle the rest ourselves. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, A seized Killer Bee's face, lifting him from the bed with a threatening tone. If you keep pretending, believe me, I will throw you out of the window. Oh, brother, I'm going to die. If you keep squeezing, I truly will perish. As A's threats echoed, Killer Bee began flailing his arms in protest. Observing the lively Killer Bee, who appeared merely thin without any signs of injury, A's anger surged even more. I've been in Konoha for over 10 days while you lie here in a coma. Is the Hidden Cloud Village ignoring you? What? Are you addicted to staying here? Reluctant to return? Oh, brother, this time I'm really going to die. With a cold huff, A tossed the significantly thinner Killer Bee back onto the hospital bed. When did you wake up? Hey, big brother, I woke up the day before yesterday, and then the big-chested lady was examining me. Before he could finish speaking, Tsunade burst through the door, holding 2 bottles of milky white potions, exuding an air of cold authority. Awake, are we? Pretending here, making me doubt my medical skills. With a tremendous crash, it was sent flying out, smashing through the hospital wall. Tsunade coldly retracted her right hand. I wouldn't dare waste my 50 billion on a patient, but I certainly can smash you, the leader. As she spoke, Tsunade turned her gaze back to the still shocked Sai. Go down and have your Hokage report the cost of the wall repairs. Farewell. After saying this, Tsunade shifted her attention to the fainting Kira beyond the hospital bed and slowly began, "Recover fully. Do not let me see you again, or I shall ensure you find yourself back on that hospital bed." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Might Guy and Itachi Uchiha stood rigidly before Senju Itachi, silent and unwavering. Their eyes locked onto him. Observing the two steadfast individuals before him, Senju Itachi slammed his hand down on the desk. "Do you have nothing better to do? Can't you see I am working? What are you doing standing in my office? Do you wish to provoke me?" The two remained unfazed, like two solid pillars, firmly positioned before Senju Itachi. Crack. The pin in Qinsho Ifei's hand snapped with a crack, and veins bulged on his forehead. "Damn it, you've grown some backbone. Do you truly wish to provoke my wrath? Very well, I shall oblige you both with a beating." As he spoke, Qinsho Ifei slammed his palm on the table, rising with an intent to strike. "Master, it was merely a jest. Do not take offense." "Oh, come on, unleash your fury. Just tell me the whereabouts of Kakashi." Seeing Qinsho Ifei poised to take action, Itachi and Might Guy swiftly positioned themselves beside him, one on the left and the other on the right. Itachi's tone was laced with a soothing undertone, while Might Guy appeared resolute, ready to intervene despite the impending confrontation. "You two imbeciles. Kakashi is off on a mission I assigned him. What are you worried about? Am I likely to sell him out? That cannot be. He hurried off on a mission last night, and this morning he deserves to avoid a beating. I refuse to accept otherwise," Might Guy shouted, his grip on Qinsho Ifei's right arm unwavering. Listening to Guy, Qinsho Ifei turned his gaze to Itachi, who calmly nodded in agreement, as if to say he felt the same. "Very well, you two may proceed. When he returns, I shall deliver another round of punishment to him." "Why are you still holding on to me? I have already agreed to your demands. Let go." Neither showed any inclination to release their hold on Qinsho Ifei. In fact, their grip tightened. "Master, just tell me Kakashi's whereabouts. That guy even left a letter for me." Qinsho Ifei, filled with confusion, turned his head to cast a fleeting glance at Might Guy, before once again directing a questioning gaze towards Itachi. Itachi, confirming his suspicions, nodded affirmatively. In an instant, a wave of surprise surged through Qinsho Ifei's heart as he inquired, "Where is the will? Let me see it." With a swift motion, a stack of books in vibrant hues of red, yellow, and green was tossed onto the desk by Might Guy. Qinsho Ifei's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at the intimate paradise lying on the table, exclaiming in anger, "Is this a farewell letter? Master, this book is something Kakashi-senpai always carries with him. He never parts with it. The fact that he left without it, doesn't that suggest something to us?" Listening to Itachi's logical analysis, Qinsho Ifei broke free from Might Guy's embrace and clapped his hands together. Two stout, luminescent wooden vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the two individuals and lifting them upside down. As the terror in their eyes intensified, two additional vines sprouted, aiming for their behinds and striking them. With sharp slaps resounding, a knocking sound echoed through the air. "Come in." The office door swung open, and alongside two Konoha ninjas, Reikage and she entered. Upon witnessing the two suspended and being struck, their eyelids twitched slightly. As for the two Konoha ninjas, they appeared unfazed, calmly observing the scene. Chapter 158, Negotiations. In the Konoha conference room, the five Kage sat around a circular table, their hats, emblematic of their ranks, neatly arranged before them. Anoki, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, "Fourth Hokage, what suggestions or thoughts do you have regarding the forthcoming relationships between the major ninja villages?" Qinsho Ifei lightly tapped the table with 4 fingers, his gaze fixed steadily on Daimyo, as he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Esteemed guests, I am fully aware of your concerns. Rest assured, my intentions do not lean towards unifying the ninja world, nor do I possess the time or energy for such ambitions. Otherwise, you would not have the opportunity to engage in this dialogue with me." Listening to Qinsho Ifei's words, the other 4 shadows refrained from voicing any objections. Qinsho Ifei surveyed the room once more before continuing. "The Mizukage and the Kazekage have long maintained amicable relations with my Konoha. They have studied our governance principles and achieved commendable results. If it pleases you both, I would like to propose that the Tsuchikage and the Reikage also engage in this study and promotion, extending beyond individual ninja villages to encompass the entire nation." "Very well. I shall accept. Even if you had not suggested it, I would have raised the matter myself." The 4th Reikage nodded without hesitation. The land of lightning and my Kumogakure have long been at odds, and the ensuing unrest in its hinterlands is likely connected to Konoha, is it not? Acknowledging the Reikage's candidness, Qinsho Ifei responded, "Indeed, to be precise, it is not solely the land of lightning. The turmoil in several other nations has been orchestrated under my direction, including the assassinations of various national leaders, which I have also organized. As Qinshu Yifei's words resonated, the expressions of the others remained largely unchanged, perhaps due to Yifei's formidable power or because they had already surmised part of the situation. Lujiu, what about the plan we devised earlier? Please distribute a copy to each of the esteemed guests. With that, Lujiu began to hand out the prepared documents, prompting all present to peruse them. Silence enveloped the conference room, broken only by the sound of pages turning. Upon completing the last page, Anoki furrowed his brow. Is this truly your policy for governing Konoha? That old fool Saratobi did not oppose it? Indeed, but the third Hokage's mindset shifts rapidly. Since my proposals will not detriment Konoha, he eventually chose to support me. Senior Tsuchikage, the fourth Hokage is correct. With Konoha's assistance, our mist village has risen from the losses we once endured. While our village may not rival Konoha in prosperity, we have achieved a semblance of peace and prosperity, shedding the infamous moniker of Bloody Mist. Noticing Anoki's skepticism, Terumi May parted her crimson lips to recount the transformations within her village. Qinshu Yifei cast a discerning glance at the still hesitant Noki, his gaze sharpening with intensity. An invisible pressure erupted instantaneously, bearing down upon Noki. With a thunderous crash, as the force approached him, Naki's chakra surged violently, striving to withstand the weight emanating from Qinshu Yifei. Noticing Naki's reaction, the other three remained oblivious, their expressions tinged with curiosity as they scrutinized him. Naki's eyes were fixed intently on Qinshu Yifei, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In stark contrast, Qinshu Yifei maintained an expression of serene calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Seemingly intending for the others to hear, Qinshu Yifei spoke softly yet firmly, uttering a single word. An intangible pattern resembling the 8 trigrams descended upon Naki's head. The moment it permeated his being, all of Naki's vigor dissipated, rendering him utterly listless. Earth Shadow. Should Konoha wish it, none of you present need leave this chamber. I have neither the time nor the inclination to linger here. The law of the jungle prevails, as it always has in the ninja world. I trust you comprehend this. Amidst the standoff between the two, the other 3 shadows made no move. While the guards behind Noki had already been ensnared by creeping vines, rendered utterly immobile. As Senju Itachi arrogantly uttered a single word, Noki immediately felt a lightness envelop his entire being. The once stagnant chakra, now under his command, began to flow freely. Noki fixed his gaze upon Senju Itachi, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply, conceding, "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." With this decision made, Raza visibly exhaled in relief. Among those present, Sunagakure was the most vulnerable, and it was preferable to avoid conflict if possible. The atmosphere fell silent once more, and after a brief interval, Ei spoke up. "Have you investigated the organization that has been operating in the shadows? Furthermore, have any of your villages encountered the white-clad ninja who attacked Kumogakure?" He continued. "This organization is capturing tailed beasts, though their intentions remain unclear. The exact number of its members is unknown, yet each possesses formidable strength." After a moment of reflection, Noki responded, "Regarding the white-clad ninja you mentioned, we have not encountered him. As for Kirigakure, we have yet to meet him as well. I suspect the disappearance of the previous third Kazekage may be linked to this organization, but there have been no reports of tailed beast captures thus far." Listening to their discourse, Senju Itachi turned his attention to the fourth Hokage. "You need not concern yourself with that white-clad ninja. He has already been slain by us. As for the enigmatic organization, it is known as Akatsuki, composed of rogue ninjas from various villages, 2 of whom have already been eliminated. The recent malevolent deity is associated with a member of this organization named Haiden, who possesses the abilities of immortality and curses." Upon hearing Senju Itachi's account, the fourth Hokage clenched his fists in frustration, casting a discontented glance at Senju Itachi. "Were you the one who struck him down?" Qinshu Yifei was momentarily taken aback, gently shaking his head. "No, it is Kakashi and his 2 companions. It is not my turn to intervene. There is no need to dwell on it. If he perishes, he will no longer wreak havoc in the ninja world, and that constitutes our victory." Seemingly perceiving the fourth Hokage's reluctance, Rasha interjected to ease the atmosphere. "How shall the Akatsuki organization be handled next?" Upon hearing Inoki's inquiry, Qinshu Yifei waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You need not concern yourselves with that. I have already dispatched individuals into their ranks, and it will not be long before I uproot them entirely." Observing Qinshu Yifei's confident demeanor, Inoki and the others ceased their questioning, returning to their documents and engaging in discussions with their accompanying guards. Meanwhile, Within Orochimaru's experimental base, Kakashi, adorned with a red-patterned mask, materialized alongside Nagato, Konan, and Shursui, who stood in unison. Let us return. The mission has concluded. Kakashi removed his mask, gazing at the individuals before him. Nagato, adjusting to his newly acquired limbs and relishing the strength coursing through his body, inquired, why? Wasn't the objective to eliminate Madara and Obito? Moreover, the peace he promised us has yet to materialize. Indeed, has the Hokage not yet discovered a method to resolve Madara's intangibility? Are we to conclude the mission thus? Listening to their words, Kakashi donned his mask once more and spoke slowly. There is no need. My mission this time was to eliminate Madara and Obito and to ensure your safe return. Chapter 159. Departure from Konoha. Are you truly not staying a few more days? At the entrance of Konoha, Bai Yifei, accompanied by a multitude of ninjas, gazed ahead at the departing Fourth Hokage. We are grateful for Konoha's hospitality these past few days. We shall not impose further. Hokage, until we meet again. There are matters in the village that require my attention, so I shall not linger. Rasha bowed in thanks and departed without a backward glance, leading the Sand Village ninjas away. The other Kage followed suit, expressing their gratitude before taking their leave. Watching as the four Kage exited, Bai Yifei's gaze subtly shifted towards the figures of Killer Bee, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro standing behind him. After deliberation, both Rasha and A deemed Konoha the safest haven. Rather than allowing the Jinchuriki to accompany them back to their village, it was wiser for them to remain in Konoha. They have departed. Let us return. Jilong, I entrust these three children to you. During their stay in the village, the three little ones frequented the library almost daily, where they fortuitously encountered Jilong. Gaara instantly recognized him. Following closely behind Jilong each day, Senju Itachi decided to entrust him with their guidance. The seal of Shikaku within Gaara had been thoroughly safeguarded under Senju Itachi's watch, alleviating any concerns of its potential release, noticeably diminishing the prominent dark circles beneath his eyes. In the library, he also forged many friendships within Konoha. Under Naruto's boisterous and candid demeanor, he felt a refreshing change in his spirit. Upon returning to the office, Senju Itachi resumed his leisurely lifestyle, comfortably reclined in his chair, engrossed in his beloved books. Suddenly, a faint, persistent chirping sound erupted from the hidden chamber. Senju Itachi entered the secret chamber and picked up the small white serpent with its mouth agape. Lord Hokage, is this mission meant to be accomplished solely by Kakashi? Accomplished alone? Bai Yifei was taken aback and inquired once more, what did Kakashi say to you? Kakashi informed us that the mission has concluded and instructed us to return to Konoha. He is going to eliminate Uchiha Obito. Very well, understood. You apprehend that wretched brat. I shall make my way there immediately. Lord Hokage, Kakashi has already departed. With a sharp hiss, the piercing cry of a small white snake reached Chursue's ears. He glanced at the serpent in his hand, observing as it coiled up once more, falling into silence. Damn creature, I shouldn't have disclosed that to him. Severing the connection. Bai Yifei furiously set down the small white snake, muttering curses directed at Kakashi. Approaching his desk, he retrieved the walkie-talkie to contact Rikuju. Rikuju, are you there? Come to the office. A moment later, as Bai Yifei looked at Rikuju before him, he spoke, Rikuju, please oversee the village for a couple of days while I address a matter concerning the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing this, Rikuju inquired, Lord Hokage, do you require assistance? No need. Shortly, I will summon Guy and Itachi. The three of us, along with Shursui and a few others, will suffice. There is no need to waste additional manpower. Understood. Once arrangements were made, Bai Yifei utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location and reappearing in his home. After briefly informing Shizen, he sought out Itachi and Guy, who were training the next generation of Konoha, and together they proceeded towards Orochimaru's base. Within Orochimaru's experimental facility, Shursui and Konan were observing the experimental creations of Orochimaru and Kabuto. A white eye, adorned with several rippling patterns, floated within a laboratory vessel. Konan. This thing bears a striking resemblance to Nagato's eyes, although it appears to possess fewer lines within. Indeed, there are some similarities. I never anticipated that Orochimaru could even research the Rinnegan. As they watched, they expressed their astonishment. Each visit to Orochimaru's experimental base over the years left them profoundly impressed. The replication of White Zetsu and the studies of Byakugan and Sharingan had advanced significantly since the addition of the youth named Kabuto, resulting in remarkable progress almost daily. Shursue's vision impairment had been thoroughly remedied by Orochimaru, enabling him to unleash his full power without restraint, beginning with Susanoo, crushing whatever stood in his path. Why are you two not on a mission, but rather lingering here with Orochimaru? A familiar voice interrupted their contemplation of the Rinnegan. Shursui and Konan turned in unison to see Zetsu emerging from the ground, his expression oddly scrutinizing them. I visit here after every mission to have Orochimaru assist with my eye treatment. Yet you, with Haiden and Kakuza slain, why are you not recruiting new members? Instead of being here? The stillness of the water's surface belied the turmoil within as Jishui hesitated, contemplating whether to take immediate action against the figure that had emerged from the depths. Let us depart and continue our mission. This place is too ominous for lingering, he finally suggested. Observing the two departing figures, Ju remained unperturbed, resolutely advancing towards the area where Orochimaru conducted his experiments. Upon exiting the cavern, Xiaonan, her expression stern, inquired of Jishui, have you ever witnessed him in action? If we engage directly, do you possess the confidence to subdue him? Should we inadvertently alert him? All would be for naught. Perhaps I acted too impulsively. Let us find a place to wait for Lord Hokage. Kakashi is keeping watch over Nagato, so there should be no cause for concern, Jishui conceded. Within the cave, Orochimaru and Kabuto were engrossed in their study of a Rinnegan, which emitted a soft golden glow. The golden eye was embedded within a white wall, continuously receiving chakra to sustain its energy. Ju fixated on the gleaming Rinnegan, his eyes alight with fervor. Orochimaru, you truly are remarkable. I wonder to what extent this eye has been restored? As he heard the inquiry, Orochimaru paused, casting a sidelong glance. The basic damage has completely healed, yet the ocular power has returned to less than a tenth of its original capacity. It requires a substantial amount of chakra for full restoration, and current experiments cannot achieve this unless we acquire tailed beast chakra. Very well, Orochimaru. I now intend to retrieve it and seek Lord Madara's assistance in replenishing its chakra. You may retain a portion of the tissue cells you mentioned for research, provided you do not damage the eye, Ju stated. Orochimaru, his expression unchanged, chuckled softly. You are quite impatient, Kabuto. Proceed to excise a portion of the tissue, and then hand over the Rinnegan to him. With a cold smirk, he acquiesced to the request of Black Zetsu. Farewell, until we meet again. With the Rinnegan secured, Black Zetsu carefully placed it within White Zetsu's body before swiftly burrowing underground. After watching Black Zetsu depart, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory. On one of the experimental tables lay a chaotic assortment of dismembered limbs, haphazardly pieced together, with visible clusters of flesh growing and connecting at the seams. Chapter 160, Old Friends Clash Come Forth. You have followed me all this way, do you intend to continue? Toby, clad in a red cloud-patterned black cloak and wearing a tiger-striped mask, halted his advance, casting a sidelong glance towards the woods behind him. Kakashi, adorned with a red-patterned mask, emerged slowly from the trees, silently fixing his gaze upon Toby. Hatake Kakashi? Huh, what is this? Has Konoha sent you alone to meet your demise? Toby turned around, gazing at the familiar white hair with an air of indifference, entirely dismissing Kakashi. Unfazed, Kakashi removed the mask from his face, revealing his ordinary eyes. Toby, who had been observing Kakashi's movements, was taken aback upon seeing Kakashi's eyes and exclaimed, Kakashi, where is your Sharingan? Remove your mask. I wish to see your face. Kakashi maintained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Toby's mask, striving to glimpse the visage concealed beneath it. In recent days, the words of Senju Itachi had echoed persistently in Kakashi's mind. Kakashi, have you ever discussed the awakening of your Sharingan with Shursui or Itachi? And do you recall the mysterious figure who attacked the village years ago, seeking to disrupt the seal of the Nine Tails upon Naruto's birth? In retrospect, that individual's space-time ninjutsu bears a striking resemblance to your Kamui. If my memory serves me right, your Sharingan originated from your dear friend Uchiha Obito. I suspect he may still be alive, though it could also be someone else. Observing the silent Uchiha Toby before him, Kakashi swiftly drew his Chikudo sword and charged toward Toby. With a swift motion, Kakashi slashed at Toby, as if slicing through the very air itself. Without pause, a kunai appeared in Kakashi's left hand, hurtling toward Toby's left arm with unanticipated speed. Toby remained unflinching, and as the kunai passed through him, he rapidly formed hand seals, conjuring a massive fireball that surged toward Kakashi. Suddenly, the crackling sound of thunder resonated as Kakashi's Chikudo became enveloped in flickering arcs of electricity, cleaving downward toward the fireball, which was instantly bisected. Without hesitation, Kakashi's left eye transformed into a vivid crimson, the Mangeki Sharingan spinning rapidly. Kamui. Fixing his gaze on Toby, the Kamui was unleashed. Toby deftly evaded Kakashi's assault, but the ground behind him warped, creating a basketball-sized pit in an instant. Your Sharingan still exists? Impossible. You are not a member of the Uchiha clan. How can you wield such mastery over it? Toby stared incredulously at Kakashi, unable to mistake the Sharingan that rightfully belonged to him. Kakashi, gripping his Chikudo firmly, emanated a frigid intensity. These eyes, a gift from my dear friend, shall not be discarded lightly. It is my duty to protect them, and I will not easily forsake that which belongs to my comrades. As the words hung in the air, Kakashi shifted his stance and charged toward Obito, his short sword dancing swiftly in his grasp. Obito, taken aback by the sudden move, offered no explanation and drew the fan from his back, engaging Kakashi in battle. Kakashi, enveloped in flickering lightning, unleashed a barrage of strikes with his sword, leaving behind mere afterimages. Drawing upon years of accumulated taijutsu experience, Kakashi maintained the upper hand, while Obito could only rely on his fan and intangibility to defend himself, managing only occasional counterattacks. With each passing moment, Obito's unease grew. He diligently utilized his Sharingan to anticipate Kakashi's movements. When he noticed that Kakashi's eye, which had been activated once before, had returned to its normal state, a wave of frustration surged within him. How could this be? I have worked so hard, yet I still cannot surpass Kakashi. Why is this happening? It is impossible. I am no longer the underdog I once was. The Crimson Sharingan spun incessantly, capturing every movement of Kakashi without fail. With a sudden force, Kakashi sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick, sending the fan flying. In an instant, his short sword was enveloped in a layer of lightning chakra, and he executed a diagonal slash downward. A strange sense of familiarity washed over Obito, and the wounds on his body seemed to throb anew, causing a slight delay in his intangibility. A trickle of crimson seeped from Obito's shoulder, startling Kakashi into halting his assault. Seizing the opportunity, Obito retaliated with a kick to Kakashi's abdomen, sending him hurtling to the ground. As Kakashi rose to his feet once more, Obito, wielding his fan, coldly inquired, "Why did you stop? That was an excellent opportunity just now. Also, did you learn that sword technique from the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? Humph, it's merely a cramp in your arm. You should be thankful it was me facing you. If it had been my master, you would already be dead." As if truly suffering from a cramp, Kakashi extended his right arm, still clutching the short sword, and stretched it out. Meeting Obito's exposed gaze, Kakashi spoke again. "Your taijutsu is abysmal. You cannot even unleash the full potential of your weapon. If it were not for your ocular abilities, you would have already lost. Curse you, Kakashi. You will pay for this." Enraged, Obito swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a spiraling flame dragon from his mouth, surging toward Kakashi. Water style, water barrier. Kakashi expelled water chakra from his mouth, colliding with the flame dragon and generating a vast mist. Lightning style, lightning beast tracking fawn. Amidst the mist, Kakashi quickly formed seals and released a bolt of lightning toward Obito. Obito raised his fan defensively, but as the lightning struck the fan, it was rebounded back toward Kakashi. Boom. The lightning struck Kakashi, enveloping him in a plume of white smoke, revealing a wooden stump in his place. Earth style, heart decapitation technique. Kakashi emerged from the side, once again forming hand seals, and swiftly burrowed into the earth. The ground rippled as he navigated quickly beneath the surface, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself beneath Uchiha Obito's feet. Kakashi extended both hands, firmly grasping Obito's ankles. Obito reacted instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the area where Kakashi made contact with Obito trembled, and a tremendous force enveloped Kakashi. Unyielding, Kakashi had no intention of releasing his grip. He vanished from his position amidst the spatial fluctuations. Kakashi felt a momentary disorientation, and when he reappeared, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Within this space, Kakashi surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the massive, square stones, there was nothing else in sight. Closing his eyes to sense the atmosphere, he soon detected a familiar chakra signature emanating from a corner of the area. Kakashi swiftly maneuvered, scaling the enormous stones. And there lay the kunai he had previously transported alongside the earth using Kimui, perfectly intact. Chapter 161. Mouth Jutsu outside the realm of Kimui. Obito was unconcerned with Kakashi's predicament, his gaze fixed gravely upon the shadowy figure that materialized before him. Pain. How ironic that this so-called leader had already betrayed the organization. Pain's Deva Path locked eyes with Obito, advancing towards him with an unhurried demeanor. When he was approximately 2 meters away, Pain halted, speaking with an air of indifference. Uchiha Madara, or should I address you as Uchiha Obito? It has been a long time since I heard that name. How do you know it? Obito's tone remained calm. Devoid of any discernible emotion, their exchange resembling the mundane discussions of task assignments, unruffled and devoid of contention. Was it Uchiha Shursui who altered your will? Nagato. You possess the Rinnegan, a manifestation of the Sage of Six Paths' desire for a stable world. You are the savior of this realm. Why allow yourself to be swayed by the words of others? Humph. It is truly laughable for someone who dares not reveal his true self to preach about salvation. My words are inconsequential, Nagato. Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko. Are you truly willing to betray the organization and forsake Yahiko? Silence. You are unworthy to utter his name. Yahiko's death is inextricably linked to you, as are the fates of those members of the organization who perished by your hand. Without heeding any further words from Obito, Pain summoned 5 black rods that materialized before him, launching towards Obito like arrows released from a bow. Just as Obito prepared to utilize intangibility to evade, he suddenly remembered that Kakashi remained within the Kamui realm. He swiftly swung the fan in his hand, intercepting all the rods. Universal pull. Pain spoke with an air of indifference, extending a single hand. In an instant, a tremendous gravitational force enveloped Obito. He found himself uncontrollably drawn towards Pain, his feet leaving deep impressions upon the ground as he desperately resisted the pull, his hands swiftly forming seals. A tempestuous whirlwind erupted. Upon completing the seals, a spiraling inferno erupted from Obito's mouth, propelled forward by the immense gravitational force of the universal pull. Shinra Tensei. Pain remained unperturbed, his expression calm, the flames casting an illuminating glow upon his stern visage. As the fiery vortex approached him, the overwhelming gravitational force abruptly shifted, and an unseen repulsive force surrounded Pain, sending the inferno hurtling back towards Obito. The gravitational attraction, under Pain's command, did not encompass Obito's vicinity, causing the already minimal distance between them to diminish further. With a fan raised, Obito harnessed the power of the fire attack to leap backward, while simultaneously, the flames were deflected once more. As the flames neared Pain, Shinra Tensei activated again, dispersing the fire entirely. Seeing this, Obito prepared to form seals, yet found his hands drawn back by an invisible force, preventing him from completing the technique. A colossal chameleon, appearing seemingly from nowhere, ensnared Obito's arm with its long tongue as the hungry ghost path advanced towards him. Following the chameleon's lead, realizing the hungry ghost path was approaching, and with several dark rods closing in as well, Obito no longer hesitated. His arms became intangible, breaking free from the chameleon's grasp. Within the Kamui dimension, the moment Obito's arms manifested, Kakashi keenly sensed the shift and propelled himself towards the direction of Obito's arms. Kamui. To avoid harming Obito, Kakashi focused on the sleeve of Obito's garment, thereby locking onto the external space and expanding the Kamui's area, leaping forth from it. Whoosh. Just as Kakashi emerged, a dark rod shot towards him with alarming speed. Startled, Kakashi locked onto the rod with Kamui, instantly transferring it into the Kamui dimension. Thud. A sound akin to flesh being pierced echoed as Kakashi turned to see a pitch-black iron rod protruding from Obito's arm, driving forcefully into his forearm. Obito. Kakashi, now almost certain of the masked man's identity, exclaimed, concern etched upon his features as he gazed at Obito. Hearing Kakashi's voice, Obito momentarily faltered, evading all attacks and leaping aside to meet Kakashi's gaze, his voice chillingly calm. Kakashi, you should have aimed for this spot, Obito declared, pointing towards his heart. Observing Obito's gesture, Kakashi removed his mask. You were there that day, weren't you? Obito, Rin, be silent. You failed to protect her. What purpose does invoking her name serve now? In this fabricated world, I shall overturn it. I will create a realm where Rin exists. The deceased Rin is merely a false substitute. The voice of Obito, filled with fury, echoed as he slowly removed the tiger-patterned mask from his face, revealing his true countenance. His gaze fiercely fixed upon Kakashi. Kakashi, I apologize, he began, but Kakashi's attempt to interject was swiftly interrupted. You need not feel remorse for me, Kakashi. I am fully aware that it was Rin who chose to leap into your Raikiri, ultimately embracing her own demise. Yet, regardless of your justifications, your failure to protect Rin renders you, in my eyes, an imposter, no different from the departed Rin. Upon hearing Obito's proclamation, Kakashi let out a slight sigh, gesturing towards Pain, who remained on high alert, signaling for a cessation of hostilities. Only once the attackers ceased their advance did Kakashi speak again. Can you truly deceive yourself, Obito? You have sought out Rin, have you not? More than once, I presume. Huh. It makes sense now why the flowers I brought her were often discarded. I had thought she simply detested them, only to discover they were cast away by you. You do not understand, Kakashi. It is all a fade. You and the deceased Rin are but imposters. Everything is false. False? And what of this? Kakashi's left eye swiftly transformed, taking on the same appearance as Obito's. Behold. This is the gift you left for me, a treasure that has accompanied and protected me for 15 years. You and Rin have never truly left my heart. With that, Kakashi bent his fingers and forcefully pierced his own left eye, blood gushing forth. The crimson orb fell into his palm, and he approached Obito with deliberate steps. Here, take it back. The true Uchiha Obito was the fool who would shield his comrades with his own body, the one who taught me that bonds surpass rules. You, however, are the imposter, unworthy of invoking Rin's name. For so many years, I have lived burdened by guilt over you and Rin. But the truth is, it is you who are unworthy. Rin, such a kind and beautiful soul, and yet you choose to forget her, replacing her with a mere figment of your imagination. Kakashi pressed the bloodied eye into Obito's hand with force. Obito, I now return everything I owe you. As for Rin, I shall descend to offer her my sincerest apologies myself. With his right hand raised, lightning-charged chakra coalesced in an instant, and without hesitation. Kakashi plunged it into his own heart. Chapter 162. Wretched being, the arc of electricity shimmered, slicing through smoothly, and blood gushed forth. Obito stood frozen, gripping the still warm eye in his hand, utterly absorbed in Kakashi's reckless act, unable to predict what would follow. Blood flowed from Kakashi's right hand, cascading to the ground. Obito, it was in this manner that Rin perished before my very eyes, watching as you and she met your fates. Can you fathom how I have endured all these years? With his bloodied right hand drawn back, Kakashi struggled to speak, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As if oblivious to the pain, he gazed at the dazed Obito before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he began to fall backward. Kakashi, Obito shouted, rushing forward, and caught Kakashi in his embrace just before he hit the ground. Panic filled Obito's eyes as he frantically pressed on Kakashi's wounds, attempting to staunch the torrent of blood that flowed relentlessly. Suddenly, a powerful pressure surged forth, and before Obito could react, an immense force struck him, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through 4 sturdy trees before he finally came to a halt. With no time to further assault Obito, Senju raised his right hand, a pure white energy coalescing in his palm, which he swiftly drove into Kakashi's chest. Master, you've come. Kakashi managed to open his eyes, looking at Senju with a glimmer of relief. You reckless fool, why must you always do this? Damn it, I never consented to this. You're not allowed to die yet. I beg you, spare Obito. As Senju Yifei gazed at Kakashi's appearance, he turned back to glance at Obito, nodding helplessly. Upon receiving Senju Yifei's agreement, Kakashi closed his eyes, finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Kakashi-sensei. At the moment Kakashi fell into a faint, 2 familiar voices reached Senju Yifei's ears, followed by an explosive surge of chakra. A bluish-green aura enveloped Might Guy, and as his shout echoed, the overwhelming momentum continued to escalate, the bluish-green flames subtly shifting towards red. Meanwhile, a crimson fully formed Susanoo materialized, with a yellow halo rapidly coalescing and expanding in its grasp. Boom! A dragon and a wheel. 2 attacks descended simultaneously, hurtling towards Obito, who leaned against the tree, devoid of any strength to act. Damn it, you 2 reckless fools, cease at once. Senju Yifei laid Kakashi gently on the ground, and in an instant he dashed forward, swiftly positioning himself in front of Obito. A grand Taiji symbol materialized, standing resolutely before Senju Yifei, as the assaults of both combatants erupted violently, unleashing a colossal shockwave that surged forth. Upon witnessing the scene, Senju raised his right hand, and robust vines surged from the ground, encasing Kakashi securely within their grasp. The air was thick with tension as they prepared for the next confrontation. With a resounding crash, the assault ceased, and the 2 warriors gathered their chakra, advancing towards Senju with fierce determination, their gazes fixed menacingly on Obito behind him. Master, why do you obstruct us? He has slain Kakashi, and I cannot allow him to depart from this place alive. Might Guy, known for his straightforwardness, was ready to act without hesitation, but was restrained by the now composed Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, he urged, you and Guy must return Kakashi to Lady Tsunade for treatment. Kakashi's heart is gravely injured, and I must seek Orochimaru. Without a moment's pause, Itachi activated his complete Susanoo, enveloping Kakashi and Guy, propelling them swiftly back towards Konoha. As he watched them depart, Senju Itachi turned his attention to Obito, stepping closer. Obito remained quietly leaning against the tree, his gaze vacant, seemingly lost in thought. Indifferent to Itachi's approach, crouching before him, Itachi scrutinized the foremost romantic in the ninja world. Aside from his injuries, he appeared utterly unremarkable. Sensing Itachi's scrutiny, Obito's vacant eyes sharpened, fixing on Itachi as he calmly spoke. Go ahead, strike me. You allowed me to escape years ago. I presume you will not grant me such mercy today. Ah, your expression bears a striking resemblance to that of Kakashi's troublesome demeanor, Itachi remarked. That man has long lived in guilt over you. When I first encountered you, I contemplated allowing you to perish, thereby relieving Kakashi of his torment, but I faltered. Rest assured, I will not kill you this time. I have made a promise to Kakashi, and I do not intend to renege on it. Besides, having revealed your existence to Kakashi, I had no further intentions of ending your life. With continual conflict, when will the ninja world ever achieve true peace? Listening to Itachi's reflections, Obito smirked derisively. How did you come to know my true identity? Do not attempt to deceive me. You refrained from attacking moments ago. Now, you believe you can take my life? The harsh reality of the world will always be fraught with violence. Only within the confines of a fabricated illusion can one hope to resolve such turmoil. With that, a sharp clap echoed through the air. Senju Itachi delivered a swift slap across Obito's face, his tone laced with disdain. Killing you would be effortless. Dare to create another illusion and let me witness it. He scorned Obito's tendency to immerse himself in genjutsu, evading the harshness of reality, a cowardly creature, blind to the truth. Smack. Another resounding slap followed. That was for Minato. Smack. And this is for Kushina. Smack. This one is for Kakashi. Smack. And this one is merely casual. Anyone could do it. A relentless series of slaps rained down upon Obito's face. Regardless of how fiercely his Sharingan spun, he felt no fluctuation of Kamui's space. Stop trying. It's futile to think you can escape with Kamui. As he spoke, Senju Itachi seized Obito and strode towards Nagato, who had already retracted the 6 paths of pain. Standing before Senju Itachi in his full composure, Hokage-sama, Nagato greeted politely, acknowledging Senju Itachi. As Senju Itachi raised his hand to strike at Nagato, Nagato neither evaded nor flinched. A stream of white energy seeped from Senju Itachi's palm into Nagato's body, aiding in the restoration of his yet-to-be fully recovered physique. Sensing the changes within himself, Nagato clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It is of no concern. These years, we have relied on your covert operations. You have worked hard. From now on, both you and Shurzue, Conan, are free. Whether you return to Konoha or have other plans is entirely your choice. By the way, take the other members of the Akatsuki organization that belong to you. I will escort Obito back to Konoha, but regarding Bai, should you encounter him, eliminate him without hesitation. Chapter 163. Healing in the Konoha Hospital. Within the intensive care unit, Kakashi lay ensnared by numerous tubes, his eyes tightly shut. Beneath the oxygen mask, the ever-persistent black veil remained. As Guy and Itachi carried Kakashi back to Konoha, he briefly regained consciousness, summoning all his strength to once again drape the veil over his face. Before the hospital bed, Senju Itachi, with a tube attached to his hand, gazed at Kakashi with a peculiar expression. Senju Itachi attempted to remove Kakashi's mask, yet each time was thwarted by Kakashi's instinctive reflexes. Were it not for the palpable sense that Kakashi remained in a deep slumber, Senju Itachi might have doubted whether Kakashi was feigning unconsciousness. Thanks to Tsunade's efforts, Kakashi has temporarily evaded peril, though the damage to his heart will not mend swiftly. What a reckless fool! Risking one's life frivolously without regard for those who care for you. Now, I find myself compelled to donate blood, and at my age, one would think you might fear the consequences of my potential blood loss. As Senju Itachi grumbled, Tsunade entered, holding a vial of potion. Observing the incessant chatter of Senju Itachi, Tsunade swiftly delivered a sharp slap. Still hurling insults? Can't you wait until he awakens to voice your grievances? Moreover, with your frail limbs, does that not imply I am destined for the grave? Your regenerative abilities could barely sustain Kakashi, and you do not even take a breath. Step aside and do not obstruct me. As his mentor, I have witnessed his growth. What is wrong with reprimanding him a few times? Move aside. I have faced defeat again today, and my spirits are low. I do not wish to converse further. Please send me a note shortly, as I intend to seek out financial assistance. Tsunade, having dressed Kakashi's wounds, cast a disdainful glance at Senju Itachi. Bai Yifei felt a sudden chill run down his spine. promptly stepping aside with utmost respect. Very well, I shall arrange a sum of 10 million for you. You may collect it at your convenience. After watching Tsunade depart, Bai Yifei finally exhaled in relief. Upon confirming that the requisite amount of blood transfusion had been completed, he removed the foreline and skillfully applied pressure to Kakashi's wound before rising to exit the infirmary. Lord Hokage, is Kakashi-sensei all right? As he stepped out of the ward, 3 eager heads, one yellow, one black, and one pink, approached him with palpable anticipation. As Bai Yifei casually brushed past the 3 heads, he smiled and spoke. It's nothing. With a couple more days of rest, he should awaken, and then you can visit him. For the time being, you can let Itachi take charge of your training. The few he has been mentoring have already been promoted to CH Nin, so there is little need for further guidance. Oh, Itachi, that's splendid. We can also spar with Brother Bai. Last time, Sasuke and I didn't get the chance to fight him. This time we must give it another try. Hearing Ifei's words, Sasuke's face lit up with joy, while Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed loudly. Shoo, quiet down. Kakashi-sensei still needs his rest, Sakura said, her forehead twitching with irritation as she raised her fist at Naruto. Before her hand could land, Itachi gently placed his large hand on Naruto's head, effectively silencing his exuberance. Naruto quickly covered his mouth with both hands. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. Observing Itachi's hand resting on Naruto's head, Sasuke smirked and discreetly pulled Naruto closer to himself. Humph, you heartless fool. Kakashi-sensei is gravely injured inside, yet you seem quite joyful. Sasuke's words caused Naruto to freeze momentarily, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed at Sasuke, fervently defending himself. Huh, you stinky Sasuke, don't talk nonsense. Lord Hokage said Kakashi-sensei is fine. Stop spreading such unfounded rumors. As Naruto protested, Sasuke raised his right hand and dug his pinky into his ear. You're so loud. Just as it seemed the two would erupt into a brawl, Bai Yifei exchanged a glance with Itachi. In an instant, Itachi understood and swiftly led the two outside the hospital. Meanwhile, in the most heavily guarded cell of the Konoha prison, Kushina and Minato stared incredulously at Obito, who was imprisoned before them, repeatedly confirming his identity. At last, Minato broke the silence with his first question. Obito, why haven't you returned to Konoha all these years? We thought you were. Huh, did you think I was dead? That is not entirely incorrect. Obito is dead, buried beneath that massive stone. Perished on the night Rin left this world. What remains of me is merely a soulless husk. As Obito spoke, Minato fell into silence, and tears glistened in Kushina's eyes. Instinctively drawing closer to Obito, she gazed at the wounded half of his face. You must have suffered greatly all these years. It's all right, you're back now. Minato and I will plead with Lord Hokage on your behalf. You need not wonder anymore. Ignoring Kushina's words, Obito raised his head and inquired about Kakashi. How's Kakashi doing? Minato, upon hearing this, gestured to the ninja outside the door. Unlock his chains. I will take him to see Kakashi. Yes, Lord Minato. The shadowy ninja hesitated not for a moment, producing a key to unlock the chains binding Obito. Come, I shall take you to see Kakashi. Obito flexed his limbs, gazing at Minato for a prolonged moment. Aren't you afraid I might escape? Not at all. You bear the seal placed by the Hokage, and in your current state, you should be incapable of breaking it. A seal? At Minato's words, Obito's heart raced, and he immediately attempted to channel the chakra within him. As expected, he felt no trace of chakra at all. He couldn't even summon his Sharingan. Obito had always believed that the iron chains inscribed with sealing techniques were what restrained him, completely unaware of the other seal in place. When did this happen? After a moment of contemplation, lacking any leads, Obito relinquished his thoughts and followed Minato outside. In the streets of Konoha, Obito quietly trailed behind Minato, surveying the rejuvenated village. Ever since Kushina had given birth, and after being repelled by Itachi, Obito had been haunted by trepidation and had not set foot in Konoha again. For some inexplicable reason, each time he neared the village, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. As they walked, a resplendent archway appeared before Obito, the Uchiha clan emblem prominently displayed at its apex. Beneath the archway, a group of elderly men were leisurely sipping tea and playing chess. Ah, Minato, what brings you here? And who is this child? He looks somewhat familiar, one elder remarked. Rising from his seat, slightly vexed, Minato smiled in response. Grandfather K, have you lost to Elder Rin again? Haha, you rascal, always poking fun at the old man. While conversing with Minato, Uchiha K's gaze continuously roamed over Obito. Please, gentlemen, remain seated. We have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you. Minato courteously interrupted Kei's musings, leading Obito onward toward the hospital. Watching their departing figures, Kei nudged the elderly man beside him, who was dozing in the sun. Old fellow. Doesn't that boy resemble the one who used to lend a hand everywhere? Huh? What did you say? Speak up, I can't hear you. The old man slightly opened his eyes and looked at Kei, confusion etched on his face. Observing the old man's demeanor, Kei pointed at Obito's receding silhouette and raised his voice. I said, "Look, does that boy seem familiar or not?" Upon hearing Kei's insistence, the old man opened his eyes wider, yet his gaze remained dull and devoid of clarity. I can't see. You old fool, are you doing this on purpose? Oh dear. You have quite the temper. Is it so difficult to remember? Keep talking like that, and I might just forget to include you in my next meal back home. Oh, I'm afraid of you. If it comes to that, I could just mooch some meals at the Hyuga clan, right, elderling? At that moment, Hyugaling, who was engrossed in a game of chess, turned to look at Kazu and Kai, replying, "Sure, that sounds fine. It's perfect timing for us to strategize on how to deal with Nara Shikamaru." As he spoke, Hyugaling inadvertently disrupted the chessboard before him. TSK. I'm getting old. My hands are becoming so uncooperative, cramping unexpectedly. Hyugaling, you old rascal, you can only bully me, but when it comes to Shikamaru, you're at a loss, Kazu remarked, observing Hyugaling's deliberate antics with a disdainful curl of his lip. Brother Kazu, it's no trouble. I'll let him have a 5-move advantage, Nara Shikamaru said, undeterred, as he lifted his teacup for a sip, then pointed to the disordered chess pieces. Reclaiming his scattered pieces, with a confident glance at Hyugaling, he declared, in 5 moves, I shall checkmate you. After 4 moves, Hyugaling found himself with no escape from the impending checkmate, glaring at Nara Shikamaru with gritted teeth. I'm done with this. Let us go play mahjong. Shikamaru can count cards, Kazu chimed in. Without looking back, Hyugaling pushed Uchiha Kai away. I'm done playing with him. The Nara clan is full of oddballs who can't handle defeat. I'll go to the library to play mahjong with the 3rd Hokage. Remember to come pick up Kai later. We're going to the 3rd S place for dinner. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Speak up. I can't hear you. If you can't hear, then don't listen. Off you go. I'll find a few kids to play with you. As he spoke, Hyugaling accelerated the pace of his wheelchair. What about us? Are we going together? Uchiha Kazu inquired of Nara Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru packed away the chess pieces, placing them into his ninja tool pouch, shrugged his shoulders, and replied, let us go. Since we're free, we might as well check out the library and visit the 3rd for a meal, and then play with the kids at the library. After they departed, Minato and Obito, who had been at the corner, reappeared. Obito gazed at Minato with a look of disbelief, seeking an explanation. Seeing Obito's expression, Minato chuckled and said, what's wrong? Surprised? It's astonishing how people who wouldn't even greet each other in the past can now sit together, enjoying leisure and laughter. Obito nodded slightly. Minato continued. Now that everyone is left, let us go as well. We can visit Kakashi while we talk. Upon hearing Minato's words, Obito's eyes flickered. I want to check out that library. As for Kakashi, if you still have time to keep an eye on me, it means he's doing fine. I'd like to see the current state of Konoha. After a moment's thought, Minato nodded in agreement. All right, I'll take you to the library. And we can also stroll around Konoha. Under the guidance of the 4th Hokage, the 2 individuals made their way towards the heart of Konoha. As they drew closer, the presence of pedestrians and vendors became increasingly pronounced. Good day, Lord Hokage. Along the path, the patrol team diligently executed their duties, greeting the Hokage with utmost respect. The members of the squad donned standardized uniforms. Aside from a few with Byakugan, their clan affiliations remained indistinguishable. On the streets of Konoha, pedestrians and vendors did not shy away from the patrol team. Instead, they exchanged warm salutations. Occasionally, mischievous children, ignoring their parents' admonitions, would feign abandonment, playfully leaving themselves in the care of the patrol. Look, disobedient children will be taken to the little black room by the uncles, and they won't be released until they behave. The patrol members played along, mimicking the act of drawing weapons from their belts, which caused the children to assure their mothers that they would indeed listen. Come on, we have arrived. Let us go inside and take a look. As Obito reveled in the vibrant atmosphere surrounding him, he was roused from his reverie by Minato's voice. Lifting his gaze, a grand edifice, resplendent with clear windows, came into view. Peering through the glass, he observed numerous villagers engrossed in reading. Many children were purposefully ascending to the 2nd floor. Following Minato, Obito entered the library. taking in his surroundings. The atmosphere was tranquil and serene, punctuated by the soft rustle of pages and the occasional murmur of discussion. After exploring the first floor, the two ascended the staircase to the second level, where they were greeted by a sight of children seated at their designated spots, engrossed in their favorite books. Looking around, Obito noticed a room separated by transparent glass where several children were playing games, their faces alight with joy. Observing one child, he inquired, "Isn't that the Jinchuriki of Ichibi from Sonogakure? What brings him to Konoha?" Following Obito's gaze, Minato responded, "The ninja world is fraught with conflict. The Kazekage has entrusted him and his companions to remain in Konoha. It's a pity for the child, but at least he has made friends here." Understanding the implication of Minato's words, Obito chose to remain silent, content to observe. Before long, under Minato's guidance, they ascended to the fourth floor. The ninja stationed there greeted Minato with polite bows, allowing them passage without obstruction. The fourth floor was less populated. However, it was populated entirely by ninjas. In one of the compartments, Obito spotted the long-missing Team 4. Uchiha Kai reclined comfortably in a wheelchair, surrounded by a gaggle of 7- and 8-year-olds vying to feed him snacks and fruits. Meanwhile, Hinata Rin and Uchiha Katsu had engaged Sarutobi Hizashi and Tsumuji Kokoro in crafting small objects. In another room, Nara Shikaku wore an expression of existential ennui. Outside his door, a line of young ninjas awaited his instruction, clutching scrolls of ninjutsu, eager for his guidance. "Come, let us take a look next door." Regardless of whether Obito was willing or not, Minato grasped Obito's arm and led him toward the room where Sarutobi Hiruzen was located. Feeling the sensation on his arm, Obito's body stiffened. He was about to break free, but instinctively suppressed the resistance within his heart. As they entered the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen was fiddling with a square piece in his hand, casting a glance at the two. Suddenly, he slammed the mahjong tiles onto the table with vigor, exclaiming, "Self-draw. Singletonal 1, pay up. Hey, if you wish to mooch a meal, you must leave the payment for me today." Chapter 165, A Father's Pitfall. Aha. Have you completed your matters so swiftly? Noticing their arrival, Uchiha Katsu turned to glance at the duo, inquiring while his hands continued to shuffle the mahjong tiles. Sarutobi Hiruzen, satisfied, stuffed the money into his pocket and finally turned his attention to Minato and Obito. His gaze lingered slightly on Obito before gesturing to the seats behind him. Smiling warmly as he invited them, Come, sit here, allow this old man to observe and prevent these rascals from cheating." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Katsu and the others immediately expressed their discontent, retorting in unison, "Lord Third, in the realm of mahjong, skill reigns supreme. You may question our prowess, but you shall never doubt our integrity." As Katsu's words fell, Hinata Rin nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Lord Third, especially with juniors present, you are deliberately tarnishing our reputation. I strongly demand an apology." You three are truly a bunch of rogues, colluding together." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in indignation as he pointed at each of the three, slamming the table with authority, declaring, "I tell you, an apology is out of the question, never in this lifetime. As for the winnings from the last round, I shall not take them. Instead, I demand that you three lose thoroughly today." The fierce battle of mahjong commenced once more. Minato and Obito exchanged glances and silently withdrew from the room. As they exited the library, a commotion erupted on the street. Don't miss out. The highly anticipated romantic action film Intimate Paradise Part 2, starring the renowned actress Kamizaki Shizu from the Land of Fire, will be released on the 1st of next month. The esteemed author Jiraiya will be present alongside Ms. Kamizaki, and attendees will have the chance to receive signed copies of their works. Come and take a look. With our promotional flyer, tickets are available at a 30% discount. On the street, two individuals clad in cinema uniforms passionately shouted into their megaphones. Passers-by, drawn by their enthusiastic promotion, surged towards them, eagerly vying for the flyers they held. Observing the bustling crowd, Minato turned to Obito with a gentle smile and remarked, "You may not be aware, but Kakashi has a particular fondness for Jiraiya-sensei's book. If he weren't injured, he would undoubtedly be here, clamoring for the flyers." Upon hearing Minato's words, Obito scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Just the title alone suggests it's not a serious book. That infuriating Kakashi, as always. So reserved yet tantalizing. Truly annoying. After speaking, Obito's gaze shifted to the throng of people. A flyer was suddenly lifted by the wind, and instinctively, he bent his knees, only to straighten up abruptly as if a thought had struck him. Noticing Obito's reaction, Minato smiled subtly, gathering his strength beneath him before leaping into the air, aiming for the flyer. Other ninjas, witnessing this scene, relinquished their pursuit of the flyer and darted towards other individuals in the crowd. Ah, perverted sage. Here I come. Naruto Rindan. As Minato grasped the flyer, a familiar voice resonated in his ears, and he turned to see the source. A few familiar shades of yellow caught his eye. Two Narutos reached for another Naruto, launching him skyward, with Minato as the target. Naruto. The familiar call finally stirred Naruto's awareness, and he diverted his gaze from the flyer. Recognizing the familiar figure. Father. Ah, Dad, move aside. With no means to brace himself, Naruto could only watch helplessly as he hurtled towards Minato. Instinctively, Minato prepared to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, but upon spotting the unforgiving ground behind him, he hesitated, retracting his right hand and bracing himself to catch the incoming Naruto. With a tumultuous churn in his stomach, Minato embraced Naruto, summoning his strength to activate the Flying Thunder God, and in an instant, they appeared beside Obito. Huh, I didn't hit the ground, it doesn't hurt? Realizing he had landed, Naruto cautiously opened his eyes, meeting Minato's scrutinizing gaze. Naruto, didn't you tell your mother you had a mission today? Why are you here? Was your task merely to snatch flyers? Feeling guilty, Naruto wriggled free from Minato's embrace, crossing his arms and squinting his striking blue eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Kakashi-sensei is injured, and Lord Hokage sent Itachi and Aya to guide us. The mission hasn't commenced yet. We're setting off tomorrow. Oh, is that so? Then why are you here trying to grab flyers? Is this appropriate for someone your age? Minato gazed sternly at Naruto, suddenly feeling a chill run down his back as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. An irate voice from the side pierced through, insinuating that it was exactly what someone his age should be looking at. The beads of sweat trickled down Minato's forehead, causing Naruto to involuntarily release his embrace and widen his eyes, revealing a profound fear from within. In the next moment, Naruto executed a graceful slide and knelt, grappling with the immense pressure emanating from Kushina. He clutched her thigh and pointed at Minato, beginning to complain. Mom, it was Dad who wanted to see this. He even wanted me to help him find Jiraiya Grandpa. I didn't want to come here to steal. As he spoke, moisture began to gather in his cerulean eyes, and a tear slid down his cheek. A ferocious, orange-red chakra manifested, coalescing into a large hand that reached out towards Minato. Dare to resist, and I shall immediately take away your child.